At the police station, colleagues approached Detective Jung Huk with an important message. A man with 3 stars on his epaulets categorically announced the closure of the case under investigation. Standing before his superiors, the young man was outraged by this unexpected decision. Jung Huk suggested that it was an April Fool's joke, since today was April 1st. His boss replied sharply that the order had come from above and there could be no jokes here. The detective objected that they couldn't turn a blind eye to the forgery of bonds worth 200 million won. The chief firmly insisted that since the order was to retreat, then they had to retreat. The young police officer was extremely dissatisfied with this policy and categorically disagreed. Jung Huk stated that his superiors could back down, but he would continue to investigate the case. The man called the detective a stubborn moron for disobeying a direct order from his superiors. In the office, the young man was told that he could not contradict the head of the department in this way. His colleagues warned him that the chief would call soon and that the captain must answer. Jung Huk picked up the phone and introduced himself as the head of the Intellectual Crimes Investigation Department. He was told important news over the phone that directly concerned his missing mother. After hearing this, the detective received the terrible news of his mother's death, and his face contorted with grief. Jung Huk couldn't believe what he had heard and stood up abruptly when he was told he needed to go to the morgue. His colleagues began to ask him if he had received some kind of disciplinary action from his superiors. The detective suddenly jumped up and ran away without explaining anything to his alarmed colleagues. His comrades shouted after him, demanding at least an explanation for such a sudden rush. With tears in his eyes, the man thought that nothing like this could have happened to his mother. Running out into the corridor, Jung Huk met 2 colleagues complaining about annoying reporters. His colleagues saw the captain with tears in his eyes rushing somewhere down the corridor. They wondered where he was rushing to when he needed to recall the investigation team first. The 2 colleagues went into the office and asked why the captain had just run out in such a state. They were told that the case was being closed, so the office had to be vacated immediately. As he left the building, the chief ran into reporters who shouted loudly about his appearance. Jung Huk made his way through the crowd of journalists, asking countless questions about the investigation. The reporters asked him to say at least a few words about the fake bond fraud. The guy was not interested in talking to them at all and just pushed his way through. His colleagues called out to the detective, asking where he was rushing off to. Jung Huk quickly got into the car, and the only thing on his mind was his mother's death. The detective pressed the gas pedal to the floor and sped down the road as fast as he could. His subordinates ran after him, shouting and asking where their boss was rushing off to. The worried guy called someone, wondering what was happening to their boss. Jung Huk was driving in the car, his eyes reflecting deep sadness and despair. The man wept uncontrollably and couldn't believe that this had become a cruel reality. He was told on the phone that the whole department was being turned upside down because of the bond case. His colleagues reported that those in charge had arrived and were going to completely reorganize the entire department. Jung Huk gathered his courage and told his friend Hyun Sok the terrible news about his mother's death. Upon hearing this, his friend told the detective that he would come over right away and asked him not to worry about anything. Jung Huk began to lose his mind, saying that he had spent his whole life working and had done nothing for his mother. His friend begged Jung Huk to pull himself together and pull over to the side of the road to avoid a serious accident. At this critical moment, the driver of an oncoming truck completely lost control of his vehicle. The detective saw a blindingly bright light and realized that a collision with the truck was now inevitable. A horrific accident occurred when a huge truck crashed head-on into his boss's car at full speed. The man hit his head hard on the steering wheel and lost consciousness from the serious injury. The truck driver was unharmed, got out of the cab, and began searching for the dash cam at the scene of the accident. Looking inside the wrecked car, he found that the department head was still alive after the collision. Jung Huk had a severe head injury, but the detective was still conscious and trying to hold on. The truck driver said that if the guy had closed the case, his mother would still be alive today. Jung Huk wondered with horror if his own mother had died because of his stubbornness. The unknown villain began to reach for the wounded detective with some sinister intentions in mind. Taking the dash cam from the car, the scoundrel mockingly said goodbye to the guy before leaving the scene of the accident. Jung Huk tried to remember the criminal's distinguishing features: a snake tattoo on his wrist, the smell of wood, and an old man's voice. Lying helplessly in the wrecked car, the detective saw a second truck approaching him at high speed. The guy closed his eyes, thinking about the need to avenge his mother, and tried to remember all the details of the attack. While he was trying to memorize the details, the second huge truck completely crushed the department head's car. Jung Huk struggled to open his eyes and heard people talking in surprise about him waking up. When the detective opened his eyes, blood was running down his face, and he felt extremely heavy after the accident. The young man saw unfamiliar thugs with clubs in their hands, clearly preparing for a fight. Jung Huk thought that this situation seemed familiar to him, as if he were 17 again and spring had come. The detective decided that these were his dying memories, which exactly repeated the events of that distant day in the past. He reflected that if he hadn't been seriously injured by those thugs back then, he would have continued practicing judo. In that case, he might not have become a police officer, but chosen a completely different path in life. Perhaps Jung Hyuk would have become a champion or even a judo coach instead of working in the police department. As memories flashed before his eyes before death, the detective thought about the need to see his beloved mother one more time. The guys from his memories said that he didn't care about their money and advised him to mind his own business. Jung Hyuk remembered how he tried to stop their robbery and told his uncle that he was too busy for that today. The school children from his memories shouted that the guy was talking nonsense and that he definitely needed to be beaten up for his insolence. Jung Hyuk narrowed his eyes in those distant memories and looked closely at his opponents before the fight. The detective looked at his opponent and wondered why he was moving so slowly and clumsily. The guy watched his opponent's steps carefully and tried to quickly analyze his fighting technique. Jung Hyuk's gaze focused on this inexperienced opponent, preparing for a decisive attack against him. The detective made a lightning-fast lunge forward to quickly deal with his annoying opponent in one move. With literally one swift movement, he grabbed his opponent and pinned him to the ground in a matter of seconds. Jung Hyuk told the kids that this was grievous bodily harm and even attempted murder. The guy added that even the stupid law on minors would not protect them from punishment under Articles 9 and 10. With a crazy, excited smile on his face, Jung Hyuk told the kids that now they were all finished, damn freaks. All the school children felt the terrible aura of murder emanating from the enraged guy in front of them. The gangsters started yelling and telling the detective not to come near them and not to even think about attacking them. The guy replied that he had absolutely no time to play around with these petty school bullies. Jung Hyuk ran to the fence with lightning speed and easily jumped over it in one leap. The detective thought that the only thing he needed right now was to see his beloved mother. The guy wondered if he had been that fast at that age. He had already forgotten what it was like. After jumping over the fence, Jung Hyuk saw a girl peacefully watering her home garden in the yard. The detective politely apologized to the stranger, saying he was sorry if he had accidentally frightened her with his appearance. The schoolgirl asked the guy to stop and said she had something important for him. The girl noticed the blood on Jung Hyuk's forehead and began to sincerely worry about his health. Jung Hyuk did not need anyone else's concern, as he only wanted to see his mother, so he ran on. The boy ran very quickly toward his home, while he still had the strength to continue moving. The detective ran through familiar streets and tents, already out of breath from how far he had run. Jung Hyuk understood how difficult this run was for him in his weakened state after the accident. Then the boy saw his dear mother, who was working in one of the small open tents. The woman kindly prepared delicious food for people and was known in the neighborhood as a very good hostess. When Jung Hyuk saw his mother, his eyes immediately filled with hot tears of happiness and relief. This kind woman with a warm smile saw her son and joyfully greeted him with the words, "Welcome." His mother immediately began to worry about her son, asking what he was doing there at such an hour. Seeing the blood on Jung Hyuk's head, the woman became alarmed and asked where it came from and what had happened. The only thought in the young man's head was, "Forgive me, mother. I never appreciated you." The woman began to scold her son, saying that she had told him to fight back, not to silently take blows from bullies. The mother continued to scold Jung Hyuk like a truly caring parent, lightly slapping him on the back. The detective thought that these feelings seemed too realistic for memories. The boy wondered if he had somehow miraculously managed to return to his mother in the distant past. When this realization came to him, Jung Hyuk quickly hugged his dear mother tightly. The detective silently promised the woman that this time he would definitely protect her from all harm. Then he heard the voice of an unfamiliar woman who asked in surprise what had happened to him. Isun turned out to be a woman who worked in a neighboring stall and was the same age as his mother at the market. The young man immediately remembered this person and thought that he remembered this cunning woman very well. Jung Hyuk's light expression instantly changed to anger at the sight of this suspicious person. The detective knew that her real name was Sun Yang Ja and that she had 5 convictions for fraud. Jung Huk realized that this was the same woman who had been involved in dirty real estate deals. This swindler gathered people who were willing to invest money and gain their trust for about 3 years. The mother, who had saved money her entire life, was devastated and upset by what had happened after being deceived. Jung Hyuk remembered how the woman cried and apologized to her son for being too trusting. The guy couldn't remember his response, but he remembered his anger and that he had called his mother stupid. Now the detective was incredibly ashamed of his behavior, thinking what a moron he had been. An interesting thought occurred to Jung Hyuk about the possibility of changing the course of events in the past. The con artist came closer and said that his son looked like a very respectable and mature young man. The detective's mother replied that her son looked like her, but had his late father's figure. Yi-sun began to talk about how unfortunate it was that her husband had left such a son and died in a car accident. When the young man heard this, he became extremely angry, clenched his fists, and thought about punching her. Jung Hyuk restrained himself and thought that she should talk while she still had the opportunity to do so. The detective knew that he would definitely expose her fraud and send this swindler to jail according to the law. Jung Hyuk decided to help his hardworking mother, who worked diligently behind the counter at the market. The woman kindly told her son to stop stringing fish cakes together, as she wouldn't sell that many anyway. Sometimes the guy noticed that he was really too carried away with this business and was working too hard. The woman told her son that he had to finish everything to finally calm down. His mother warned Jung Hyuk not to laugh too loudly, otherwise the stitches on his head might come apart. The boy thought about how he had no idea that his mother had been working for over 30 years. Every single day of her life, she traveled such a long way to the market for work. The woman walked the entire way on foot, pulling a heavy cart with goods to sell. She did all this solely for her son, to give him the best in life. His mother said that it was better for him to rest. Why should he go out to help her every day? Wasn't it hard? Jung Hyuk smiled and replied to his mother that with his physical strength, such work could not be hard. The detective thought that he had a plan, so he would definitely help his dear mother prosper. On the next day, trading began, and all the merchants immediately set up their stalls in the market. The boy's mother pointed to him and told him to take the spinach and put it at the front of the counter. Jung Hyuk thought that there were few chain restaurants at that time, so his mother cooked for office workers. The boy knew perfectly well how to make their eatery prosper and what food would sell like hotcakes. Jung Hyuk brought something strange in a pot, and the woman immediately noticed it. When her son opened the lid, there was fragrant kimchi, prepared according to a special recipe from the future. The woman asked in surprise if he really wanted to put this appetizer in their traditional dish. The boy smiled mysteriously and told his mother to trust him and try it at least once. The mother thought that was fine, but it would be better to put less rice in this experimental dish. The woman wrapped the perfect appetizer according to her son's recipe and prepared to taste the new flavor. She said she would now try how delicious it would be and whether it would suit buyers. The mother began to chew everything carefully, analyzing every nuance of the new and unusual taste of the dish. When she finally realized what the taste was, the woman was simply shocked. With an enthusiastic smile, she said that it didn't seem like anything special, but it turned out to be incredibly delicious. Her son replied that he had just added one small touch to her idea, and look what happened. The woman laughed and said that he was a chatterbox and that it was time for him to go to school. Jung Hyuk replied that he would help her a little more because she definitely couldn't do the work alone. The woman made these snacks herself in just a few seconds while the boy was talking to her. His mother said that if such a big guy stood at the counter, customers would be afraid to come in. The boy replied with feigned offense that her words hurt him deeply and were very painful. The woman laughed and told him to stop talking nonsense and finally go to school for class. Jung Hyuk seriously told his mother that if anything happened, she should definitely call or send a message to his pager. The detective thought about why, even as he got older, he still didn't want to go to school because he needed to change. As the boy approached the school building, he was met at the entrance by the gym teacher, who said that the freshman was already late. It was Jung Hyuk's judo coach, Shin Seong-gil, who was overjoyed to see his student. The coach jokingly said that he had been hearing an unpleasant voice on the school grounds since early morning. Jung Hyuk thought that this was a true mentor who, even after his injury, had helped and actively supported him. So the boy suddenly rushed into the old man's arms, greatly surprising the elderly judo coach. Shin Seong-gil asked anxiously what had happened to his student's head and why it was suddenly bandaged. When the young man told him about being beaten up by the thugs, the coach said ironically that he was a real hero. After that, the mentor began to ask Jung Hyuk how many stitches the doctors had given him while he was healing. The coach said that he couldn't play sports for now, that he would tell the other students, and that the student could go to class. After that, Shin Seong-gil warned that if he exerted himself, his blood pressure would rise and the stitches would come apart, which would be dangerous. The boy went into his classroom and saw his classmates already sitting at their desk. Jung Huk took a deep breath to greet his classmates properly, according to traditional Japanese custom. Then the detective bowed and, like a true judoka, politely greeted all the boys present. His friends immediately rushed over to him and began to ask anxiously what had happened to his head. His classmates angrily asked who dared to do this and what kind of monster tried to hurt their little brother. The boys indignantly said that it wasn't the same jerk who had dared to touch him before. There are some cool things about the judo club. No matter when you join, from day one you're considered part of the family forever. In their past lives, after damaging their ligaments, they dealt with school bullies to drive out these arrogant troublemakers. Jung Huk needed help from the club members because they could legally deal with any bullies. But this time, the guy intends to graduate from the police academy to find the criminals who killed him and his mother. The judoist firmly told the younger guy that they would definitely take care of it and that he should go to class. The older comrades were outraged that these stupid morons were nothing, but dared to touch their younger brother. When Jung Hyuk tried to apologize for the trouble he had caused, the guys told him there was nothing to apologize for because he hadn't done anything wrong. His friends sternly told him not to come to practice until he was completely healed and to just rest at home. Jung Hyuk, hiding a malicious smile, thought that those bullies would definitely not survive this. In the principal's office, an elderly man was having a rather lively, intense conversation with someone on the phone. Judo coach Shin Seong-gil entered the office and angrily told the principal about some important news. The coach reminded the school principal of what he had said when he invited him to work here many years ago. The principal asked the angry coach to sit down first and calmly explain what had happened that was so serious. Shin Sung-il reminded him that the principal had promised to focus solely on training the children and not to worry about anything else. The coach indignantly reported that their precious student-athlete had been brutally beaten by school bullies. The coach added that the boy had received 25 stitches on his head because of someone's irresponsible attitude toward their work. Shin Sung-il explained that the student had tried to stop the extortionists, and for this he had been brutally beaten with batons. The coach angrily asked the principal if it was acceptable to allow students to treat each other so badly in an educational institution. The enraged man declared that he could not work at such a school and would take the children away, transferring them to another place. When the principal heard the threat of departure, he assured him that the teaching staff was already going to take this issue seriously. The school principal thought that the coach brought in so many medals that he simply could not be allowed to leave. The principal suggested that the coach sit down and calmly discuss the situation over a cup of tea in his office. Shin Sung-gil replied that they should search everywhere, even in the doghouse, but catch the bullies before the first class. At that moment, Jung Hyuk entered the empty classroom, where none of his classmates were yet present. The boy began to calmly prepare for the upcoming lessons and took out his worn school notebook for notes. The detective thought about how quiet and peaceful the classroom was when none of his noisy classmates were there yet. Jung Hyuk thought it was time to make a detailed plan of action and, for starters, a list of possible victims of the criminal. The boy assumed that whoever killed him in the future was probably an accomplice of the person who killed his mother. Suddenly, a pretty girl entered the classroom, and the boy immediately paid close attention to her and became interested. Jung Hyuk recognized her as the girl he had seen in the courtyard when he was running away from the bullies. She was watering flowers in the courtyard at the time and was very surprised to suddenly see an unfamiliar boy. Jung Hyuk thought it was surprising that he and this girl had been in the same class all this time. The detective decided to approach her and apologize for that time, saying that it must have been noisy and unpleasant. The guy tried to make a joke out of it, but the conversation turned out to be incredibly awkward and strange for a schoolboy. Jung Hyuk thought, God, he's talking like an old man, not a normal 17-year-old student. Then the guy noticed that the girl had no reaction at all to his words and apologies. The detective realized that she hadn't heard a thing because she had her headphones on the whole time. Jung Hyuk immediately wondered what interesting things she was listening to on those headphones. Seeing the cassette player, the guy felt nostalgic because in his future everything was completely different. So the detective decided to talk to her, saying that this thing could be used as a voice recorder. The girl still couldn't hear him, so she turned to the guy and took her headphones off. Jung Hyuk introduced himself as the guy who knocked over the fence in the yard while running away from the bullies. So the detective decided to apologize to his classmate again, saying that it must have been noisy at the time. The girl replied that she had called the police immediately, so everything ended quickly and quietly. The guy's eyes lit up with interest, and he asked her exactly what time and how she had called the police. His classmate explained that she called immediately after he ran away, but not to worry, she didn't say that he had broken the fence. Jung Huk objected that she should have said so, because then his testimony would have corroborated the police's version of events. His classmate asked how his head was, to which the guy replied that everything was fine and it didn't hurt much. At that moment, some aggressive-looking guys entered the classroom. They were clearly in a bad mood and said that their athletes seemed to be in good health today. The bullies complained that someone ratted out the beaten idiot, so they got scolded on the first day of school. They turn to Jung Hyuk and aggressively tell him to get up, "You damn freaking jock." Jung Hyuk realizes that something is up and a serious fight is brewing, but he actually likes it. This bully classmate indignantly asks the detective if he is still laughing at everyone in the class. When Jung Hyuk stands up to his full height, he is several times bigger and taller than this bully. The detective, smiling, confirmed that yes, he had indeed laughed at this freak and his friends. The guy added that they were the pathetic cowards, not him, since they had beaten him up with batons as a group. Jung Hyuk pointed to his head, saying that because of them, he almost lost his mind. Look at the stitches. This classmate thought that if they left the athlete alone, the upperclassmen would come back to deal with them again. So, unexpectedly, this scoundrel took out a stationery knife and asked threateningly if the guy really wanted to die here. When Jung Hyuk saw the knife, he wondered why this bully was such a hopelessly stupid and narrow-minded guy. The detective turned to his classmate and said that he was just an incorrigible moron and should finally come to his senses. Hearing these words, the scoundrel only became more angry and gripped the stationery knife more tightly. The girl watched what was happening in bewilderment, thinking that some very strange and dangerous situation was unfolding. When his classmate tried to stab him, Jung Hyuk easily dodged the blow and turned on the attacker with lightning speed. Not only did he dodge the blow, but he also grabbed the scoundrel by the throat with an iron grip. The detective pinned the bully against the office wall, lifting him slightly off the floor with one hand. The grip was so powerful that the office knife simply fell out of the attacker's trembling hands. The students immediately realized that the guy from the judo club was fighting with the local bullies and thugs. Jung Huk asked the bully if he really thought the detective was afraid of such jerks. The scoundrel couldn't even answer the question because he was simply unable to breathe normally. It was as if real evil, anger, and bloodlust had awakened in the boy, and it was impossible to stop him. But then his classmate shouted at him, saying that he could kill someone right there in the classroom. Jung Hyuk realized that he shouldn't break the law, so he let the bully go. The boy warned that if they ever extorted money from him again, they would surely die. The bullies, of course, did not want to let the incident go and promised to deal with him again. Jung Hyuk warned the jerks to leave him alone, or they would get what was coming to them for their insolence. The three bullies just got up and stormed out of the classroom, muttering threats under their breath. The detective thought his head was already splitting from the stitches, and now these jerks were getting involved. All of his classmates were stunned by what they had just witnessed with their own eyes. When the teacher entered the classroom, he told them to stop drooling and stand up, as the lesson was about to begin. All the students stood up in unison and bowed politely to the teacher in accordance with school tradition and etiquette. Some of the diligent students thanked the teacher for the upcoming lesson and the knowledge they had previously gained on the subject. Jung Hyuk was very surprised by his teacher's reaction to his bandaged head. The teacher simply did not react to the strange appearance of the student with his head wrapped in bandages. The boy thought it was strange to walk around with his head bandaged, but the teacher didn't even say a word about it. The detective realized that the coach might have told the teachers about his injury after the fight. Although in those days, teachers did not particularly distinguish between the character of students and their academic grades in subjects. Jung Hyuk thought that now his classmates probably considered him just another school bully and fighter. As he left the classroom, the teacher reminded everyone that tomorrow they would have independent work on the material they had covered. As he left, the teacher added that the students should quietly prepare for the next lesson and review what they had learned at home. Jung Hyuk was stunned by what he heard, and all the pieces of this unpleasant situation fell into place in his head. Hearing about the independent work, the detective thought with horror, how could that be possible in his condition? How could the school expect him to write a test at his age with a broken and bandaged head? The guy wondered how they imagined a 40-year-old man in the body of a 17-year-old could write this test successfully. Jung Huk remembered that their school was famous not only for its judo club, but also for its high level of education. The detective remembered how difficult it was to do the independent work he wrote every 2 weeks after sports. But that didn't last long, because in his senior year of high school, he decided to get his act together. It turned out that he was quite smart, and many subjects came fairly easily to him in his studies. If he had joined the patrol then, he could have definitely gotten into a prestigious police academy. In any case, it's just a first-year high school program, so it should be fine. Holding a math textbook in his hands, the boy realized that the material was quite difficult for him. Jung Huk thought he needed to urgently refresh his forgotten knowledge. Otherwise, he would really lose his skills for a long time. First of all, he knew and remembered absolutely nothing about what would be on tomorrow's test. The detective saw one diligent classmate, his eyes lit up, and he thought to himself that this straight-A student would definitely help. Jung Huk saw his classmate diligently preparing for tomorrow's test, so he decided to approach him. The boy greeted him and politely asked if he could ask his friend for a small favor to help him prepare. The detective explained that there would be independent work tomorrow and asked for help in preparing for it properly. Jung Huk added that if his classmate showed him his notes, he would be very grateful for his help. The classmate with glasses was surprised that it was Jung Huk who approached this diligent boy. The straight-A student did not understand why this judoist suddenly decided to turn to him for academic help. Although the boy felt awkward about the attention, he agreed to help, as there was no reason to refuse. Jung Huk said okay and suggested they study together until lunchtime, addressing him by his nickname out of habit. Then the detective realized that he was not 40 years old, so he quickly corrected himself and said the more appropriate buddy. The classmate blushed even more at these friendly words and thought that this was the first time in his life that someone had called him buddy. It was lunchtime and the students began to take out their homemade food and rice from the containers they had brought with them. All the students chewed their food and actively communicated with each other, taking a break from their intense lessons. Jung Huk also ate delicious snacks prepared by his dear mother in her small snack bar. When the detective approached the designated spot, he noticed that his nerdy classmate had disappeared somewhere and was not around. Although they had agreed to study together, the boy began to look around carefully, searching everywhere for the missing straight-A student. Jung Huk thought it was very strange because this diligent boy had just been here with him. A classmate approached the detective and said that if he was talking about Suho, he was last seen near the cafeteria. The girl began to tell the boy that the top student had been taken away by the school bullies and hooligans. Jung Huk became very angry when he heard this and thought that he had to find his friend as soon as possible. The classmate firmly told the detective that she would definitely help him find the missing Suho. The two of them ran to the school cafeteria to start looking for their beaten classmate as quickly as possible. The boy and girl began to quickly search every corner of the cafeteria, looking everywhere for their missing classmate. They realized with horror that he wasn't there and wondered where the bullies had taken him. Then they both thought the same thing. It was quite possible that Suho had been taken to the school roof. Suho was indeed standing on the roof, trembling with fear and pain after being brutally beaten by the bullies. The poor guy had been beaten up by these scoundrels, and his face was covered in abrasions and bruises from the blows. Jung Huk knew that there was no time to lose, so he quickly started climbing the stairs. The detective and his classmate climbed onto the roof and began looking around carefully for their friend. But they couldn't see the nerd on the roof anywhere, which was very strange and incomprehensible. The guys decided that maybe he had returned to the classroom, so they should go and check if he was there. They agreed with this version and thought that yes, indeed, that was probably what happened to Suho. As Jung Huk was leaving the roof, he noticed something strange in the corner, something that looked like an open ventilation grate. The detective noticed his classmate, who was simply huddled in the corner of the roof, hiding from everyone around him. They immediately saw him and thought with horror about what had happened to this poor guy. Suho apologized and said, "I'm sorry I didn't keep my promise to study together for the test." The straight-A student explained that some bullies had suddenly picked on him, and he had to go with them. He couldn't help it. Jung Huk began to tell his friend that his clothes were all stained and that he needed to apologize to the detective. The guy understood that the bullies just wanted to take their anger out on Suho after he fought back. The detective became angry and promised that he would tear these scoundrels to pieces for their bullying. Jung Huk began to feel real anger rising in his stomach at the injustice of what was happening. Then the guy apologized and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't eat enough at the school cafeteria today." His classmates didn't understand what he was talking about with his strange apologies and explanations about food. After that, the detective suggested that the guys go eat some delicious tteokbokki at a nearby cafe after school. They ate and talked to each other about how nice it was to finally have a normal meal after school. Jung Huk thought that after returning to the past, his body was so exhausted that he couldn't even eat one serving. The boys got some more coffee from the vending machine and started discussing which coffee tasted the best. Jung Hyuk started laughing and told his friends that there was no connection between coffee and height. The detective pointed to his tall stature as an example, and everyone laughed at the joke. Jung Hyuk turned to his friend and said that it must have been difficult for him to endure the bully's taunts all this time. Suho, hearing this question, slumped down, and fear instantly reflected on his pale face. The honor student didn't even know how to respond, as he immediately recalled the most horrific images of recent beatings. The detective told his friend not to worry about it anymore, that these bullies wouldn't dare touch him again. Jung Hyuk promised that he would make sure they never bothered anyone at school again. His friends were surprised by his words and asked what he meant by these promises. The detective replied that he would change the world and make it a much kinder and better place for everyone. The morning newspapers were now full of news about what was happening with these school bullies everywhere. Jung Hyuk was happy, thinking that it was great that even the morning news and the fresh air were in his favor. Everyone was holding these newspapers in their hands and carefully reading the latest news about school violence. Reporters even came to the school and said they were going to film a story about why they were being prevented from doing their job. A school employee tried to stop the huge number of reporters, but they still rushed toward the building. Jung Hyuk was happy to see such changes, thinking about how fast things are changing. The reporters noticed a boy with a bandage on his head and thought that he had been beaten up by those same school bullies. So the journalists began to push even harder and ask if they could ask the guy a couple of important questions. They started asking the detective to tell them at least a little more about all these school bullies. The guy sarcastically asked the teacher nearby what had happened and why all the reporters had gathered there. The teacher immediately began to say that it was nothing special. Just go on to class. Don't pay attention. Jung Hyuk smiled contentedly, realizing that he was completely satisfied with himself for today and the results. The postal worker approached journalist Park Yun-il and said that a package had arrived for him. Here, take a look. The journalist was sitting at his desk and thanked the postman, saying thank you very much for the delivery. When Park Yun-il opened the package, he wondered who had sent it. A cassette with a letter, maybe a witness. The journalist shouted to his entire editorial office that the school children had earned 50 million won from extortion. He said that this money was enough to buy a small apartment and that they were real gangsters. So the journalist ran even faster to the school, specifically looking for the boy with the bandage who had been beaten up by the bullies. So now everyone in this newspaper is talking about one thing: the growing number of school crimes in the city. The boy held the morning newspaper in his hands and thought that the reporter had described everything quite beautifully and convincingly. The teacher, who noticed Jung Hyuk with the newspaper, immediately asked what he was holding in his hands. The detective explained that it was a newspaper and that he had recently started reading and taking an interest in the news much more often. When the teacher heard this, he asked incredulously who the guy was telling about reading. Jung Hyuk's eyes lit up with curiosity, and he wondered what was going on with the teacher's behavior. The teacher quickly said that it was nothing special and told the boy to hurry to his class. When the detective heard this, he politely replied to the teacher that he would do as he said and headed for the classroom. Jung Hyuk thought that, judging by the expression on the teacher's face, all the teachers were well aware of what was going on. His judo teammates approached him and treated him like a younger brother in the club. The detective was busy handing out fresh newspapers to all his classmates in the school hallway. He decided to give copies to his judo teammates, saying, "Look at this interesting information." The athletes read the article and said that in Toronto, they would have dealt with the hooligans quietly. The judoists added that they would have dealt with the situation themselves, so why was it necessary to report it to the newspaper? Jung Hyuk objected that it would be better to strike from two sides at once, as this would be more effective. The detective surprised his comrades with these words, asking if they thought the hooligans would voluntarily admit their guilt. The guy explained that even after a good beating, they would not be afraid. On the contrary, they would report the athletes. Then the judokas would have to pay compensation to the victims, and the coach would have serious problems. Jung Hyuk continued, asking if they weren't planning to go to university. Why would they want unnecessary problems with the law? Therefore, upon hearing these reasonable arguments, his friends agreed that the detective was indeed correct. Jung Hyuk explained that when the bullies saw this in the newspaper, they would be too afraid to say anything else. If someone got hurt by them, they could report it to the police, and then the victims would be satisfied with the outcome. Now, all the classmates in the classroom were actively discussing whether all this had really happened at school. Soo-ho approached his classmate So-yeon and asked if she had seen the reporters near the school building. The girl with glasses replied that it seemed to be the second stage of the plan their friend had talked about yesterday. Jung Huk unexpectedly approached the two friends and asked with a smile what they were doing. So-yeon replied that it wasn't necessary to report it to the police, that the problem could have been solved quietly in another way. Jung Huk replied that it wasn't necessary because they would come to them themselves today after everything that had happened. The detective thought that the police would not sit idly by when there was such a headline on the front page of the newspaper. If they didn't take action, they would receive a real reprimand from their angry superiors for inaction. The guy told his friends that first they all needed to prepare for the upcoming independent work. Jung Hyuk recalled how he had interviewed Soo-ho yesterday about what had happened in middle school. The straight-A student didn't have enough money for school, so he worked part-time at a gas station and handed out flyers. In total, the bullies took more than 3 million won from him, and about 2 other people are also suffering. Most likely, they take about 100,000 won from each student every month without exception. It turns out that if you take a minimum of 40 students, that's about 50 million won in income per year. Soo-ho's eyes sparkled with joy when he heard that it was possible to teach these bullies a lesson. Independent work began, and everyone was given sheets of paper on which to fill in their personal details. Jung Hyuk took the assignment sheet and thought it was surprising that there were so few questions on the test. The detective thought that the teachers wanted to finish early and let everyone go home before the police arrived at the school. Indeed, the teacher thought that everything should be done as quickly as possible and that the lesson should not be prolonged. Unexpectedly, for some reason, the teacher called Jung Hyuk to the blackboard to solve problems in front of the whole class. The boy pointed at himself in surprise and asked the teacher if he was really being called to the blackboard. The teacher said that if the detective put the letter A everywhere, it would be inconvenient for him to check the work. Jung Hyuk objected to the teacher, saying that he had actually solved these problems himself and had not copied from anyone. While the teacher and the boy were arguing, someone in the class raised their hand to speak. It was So-yeon, who told the teacher that the boy had indeed been studying hard and that they could see for themselves. Soo-ho also stood up and confirmed that he had studied with his good friend yesterday. The teacher was clearly unhappy that the friends had decided to stand up for their classmate. An announcement was made over the school loudspeaker that student Chae Jung-hyuk was requested to see the principal immediately. With a satisfied smile on his face, the boy told the teacher that he was going to see the principal at the request of the administration. A large crowd of anxious parents of students from the school had gathered outside the principal's office. When Jung Hyuk left the classroom, he smiled when he saw all these worried people gathered outside the office. When the parents noticed this tall young man, they wondered if it was really him. They began to talk among themselves about what strange abilities this guy had and why he was so tall. The teacher told the parents to wait while he talked to the guy, and if anyone asked, to say they didn't know anything. Jung Hyuk thought ironically, does this man really have the right to call himself a real teacher and educator? The boy did not answer the teacher at all, and the teacher was clearly outraged by such silent disobedience. The detective told the teacher that he had no idea what he was talking about or what he wanted from him. The young man went into the principal's office and saw some unfamiliar people in suits sitting there. Jung Hyuk was literally stunned when he suddenly saw them sitting there calmly and waiting. The detective felt their intense, malicious stares scrutinizing him from head to toe. They were the very hooligans he had not expected to see here in the principal's office. The scoundrels were talking among themselves about the need to keep a straight face, since this was not their first time participating in such proceedings. He could hear the office door opening, and at that moment, Jung Hyuk walked in. The detective entered with a confident smile and greeted them, saying, "Hello, gentlemen investigators from the police." The men were surprised and asked the guy how he knew they were investigators, since it was obvious. Jung Hyuk thought to himself that maybe they didn't work in the same department, but he knew these people. The investigators asked if his father was also a detective, but it was too early to retire with a teenage son. The boy replied that his father had worked in the Eastern District, but had unfortunately died in a car accident. They asked what his father's name was, and the detective replied that his name was Chae Do-chol. Upon hearing this name, the investigators were shocked and said that he was the same former wrestler. Jung Hyuk asked them curiously if they knew his late father personally. The detectives immediately began asking how his mother was doing and if everything was okay in her life. The investigator asked if the young man knew why he had been summoned to the director's office. The detective replied that yes, it was all because of the broken head, as he had seen the article in the newspaper. Jung Huk thought that since he was a former investigator, he would also be familiar with and understand all of this. Now, holding his breath a little, the guy told the detectives that he wanted to tell them something else important first. The detective explained that he wanted to file a complaint against these jerks and start a case for serious injuries. When the investigators heard this, they asked if that meant he had provided all the information to the newspaper reporters. Jung Huk pretended to be an innocent boy, smiling sweetly, but he didn't want to reveal all his cards to the investigators. Then unexpectedly, the detective abruptly stood up, changing his behavior in the office. The young man apologized to the detectives for not following the proper procedure when contacting the police. Jung Huk explained that the bullies were tormenting the students, but it had gone too far, and the teachers thought it was a joke. The police agreed that the situation was terrible, and they also thought that the teenagers were just having fun among themselves. One of the officers told the boy that when he saw the article in the newspaper, he immediately suspected a well-planned action. The investigator added that the detective had done the right thing. When there is nothing left, you need to enlist public support. So the detectives asked him to explain in detail how he wanted to proceed with the case. The young man replied that he would first like to catch those who beat him up and then gather all the victims. Jung Huk wanted to give them the opportunity to testify without fear for their safety, as he was sure that his superiors were monitoring the case. The investigators replied that the kid was talking like a seasoned police officer with many years of experience in law enforcement. The detective said he wanted to charge them with attempted murder, which meant they would pay the amount he named. Jung Huk specified that those who beat him with sticks would pay $20 million each, and the rest would pay $10 million at most. The boy also said that he had written down all the names of the victims and the bullies, for which he was very grateful. The police officers said that was fine, and Detective Kim would invite the parents of the offenders and take their statements at the station. After this conversation, the first thing they did was call the parents into the principal's office for a talk. The angry parents indignantly asked the investigator what was going on and who dared to treat them this way at school. The employee replied to the dear parents that if they didn't want their children to go to prison, then they should behave more quietly. The adults were shocked by what they heard and were outraged as to why their children should go to prison. The parents shouted that they saw no reason for this, since the boy had stitched himself up and was just pretending to be a victim. The investigator replied that if they agreed with the victim to withdraw the statement, the children would face severe punishment. The detective added that, thank God, the boy had not yet filed an official complaint, and there was still a chance to fix everything. He told the parents that they understood that their children could indeed end up in prison for a long time. The investigator explained that they did not have to do anything to him, but they definitely had to think about the victim. The investigator explained to the parents that they must understand that their task is to reach an amicable agreement, since the law on minors would not apply to their children in this situation. Jung Huk listened to all this and asked the chief how much the average compensation for moral damages was for attempted murder. The investigator professionally replied that the amount for attempted murder was 25 million won, and for complicity, approximately 15 million. And then the guy said with satisfaction that he hoped everyone present had heard what fair amount he wanted to receive for the damage caused. The detective added that without full compensation, there could be no other agreements. He knew that in such situations, if no compromise was reached, the punishment would be the same as for adult criminals. And after the boy had clearly stated all this, he received full professional confirmation of his words from experienced investigators. When the hooligan's parents heard this, they were completely shocked by the audacity of this schoolboy, literally opening their mouths in amazement. And the boy said with a sly smile that they were so frightened by what they heard that his heart skipped a beat at the sight of their distorted expressions. Jung Huk reminded them that they would also have to pay substantial compensation to the many other school children who had been victims of extortion. The guy pointed to an article in the newspaper saying that they had seen the bullies extorting money from about 40 school children constantly for months. The parents were horrified when they realized how much they would have to pay for their kids' actions. Jung Huk did not stop there and warned that even if they paid full compensation, their children could still be sent to a juvenile detention center. Since this is a pretty serious crime and it all depends on the final decision of the court, all options for punishment are possible. And so the guy said decisively that it was time for him to leave and get on with his schoolwork. Before leaving, he turned to the defeated bullies and said that they had heard everything themselves and that he hoped never to see them again. With tears of despair in their eyes, these bullies realized that they had clearly attacked the wrong guy, someone they shouldn't have messed with. And after all this drama, investigators started to professionally take confirming statements from other victims of school racketeering. Jung Huk was satisfied to see how perfectly his carefully thought-out plan had worked, which was an excellent result for him. And so the investigators and the boy stood together on the street near the school building, where they met his hard-working mother. The male investigator politely informed them that since all parties had signed an official compensation agreement, the lawyer for the guilty party would transfer the appropriate amount to their bank account. The investigator added that they had honestly earned it after all their suffering, so there was nothing to worry about in the future. After that, the investigator said admiringly to the mother that her son was a real find. Such a brave and determined guy, which was rare among teenagers. The woman replied with some surprise that he had recently taken his studies seriously, so it was unusual for her to see such changes. The investigator bowed politely in the traditional manner and warmly said goodbye to the family, saying, "In that case, goodbye and good luck to you." The young man shared his expectations for the upcoming test results with his mother, assuring her that she would be pleasantly surprised by his achievements. Jung Huk proudly announced his 15th place in the rankings, considering it a remarkable achievement after long efforts in his studies. His mother expressed her sincere hope for her son's continued success in his education and his ongoing development as a person and a student. With tears of joy in her eyes, the woman reflected on how her boy had really changed for the better lately. She announced the end of her workday at the diner and promised to cook delicious roast meat for dinner at home. The investigator had a serious phone conversation with the school principal, discussing the importance and complexity of the current situation. The man warned of the upcoming media frenzy and possible gratitude from his superiors for the work he had done. The police officer felt genuine joy and satisfaction at the successful resolution of the school conflict. The detective watched the boy through the window, thinking deeply about his unusual character and mature behavior for a teenager. The detective carefully hid the truth about his life experience and knowledge of future events from everyone around him. During judo training, the young man grabbed his sparring partner firmly by the kimono, preparing to execute a decisive throw on the tatami. All his movements were aimed at effectively knocking his opponent down and pinning him to the gym floor. The young fighter's gaze radiated unwavering determination and absolute concentration on the current fight with his opponent. The teacher announced to the class that the test scores had been posted on the information board for review. Jung Huk recalled with satisfaction his academic progress from 15th place to his current 3rd place. In a recent mock exam, he managed to achieve an impressive 25th place among all students. The young man was genuinely happy that he had finally gotten used to the intensive learning process and was consistently achieving good results. The young man received the long-awaited opportunity to return to full training after completely healing all his head injuries. Coach Shin Sung-il proudly noted his students' outstanding achievement in the school-wide academic ranking. The school principal particularly praised the rare combination of high athletic and academic achievements in one student. The older members of the club good-naturedly teased the younger one, surprised by his unusual reaction to the sports uniform. Jung Huk thought deeply about the nature of the memories that came flooding back when he saw the familiar training gear from years past. The detective particularly enjoyed the feeling of a new beginning in life, especially after the final removal of his medical stitches. The young man was genuinely happy to be 17 and to have all the limitless possibilities that lay ahead of him. His strong, youthful body provided an excellent physical foundation for serious training in Eastern martial arts. His current excellent physical condition was radically different from what it had been in his previous life. The guy enjoyed incredible freshness and inexhaustible energy that accompanied him throughout the day. The young man smiled broadly and ran forward energetically, sincerely rejoicing at how successful he had been lately. The coach announced the start of sparring and the need to split into pairs for the most effective practice of judo techniques. All the athletes took their positions opposite each other and concentrated on preparing for the intense training session. Jung Huk stood opposite one of his senior teammates and politely expressed his joy at the upcoming joint match. The young man began to control his breathing before the fight with his older and more experienced sparring partner in the section. The senior comrade thought that the junior had become too cocky and overconfident lately. A sly smile appeared on the experienced judoka's face, and he decided to bring the cocky kid down to earth a little. The older guy grabbed the younger guy's kimono sharply, intending to perform a classic throw and pin him on his back. The young man's face showed determination, but something inside seemed to be holding him back from giving his all in the fight. As the opponents tightened their grips, both athletes began to move actively across the tatami in search of an advantage. Jung Huk felt strange feelings inside himself that he could not understand or explain to those around him. It seemed to him that everything around him had slowed down, as if time was passing several times slower than usual. The young man realized that his older comrade was in the mood for a serious fight, not just a light warm-up. The young man unexpectedly performed a technical trip, causing his opponent to lose his balance at a critical moment. Thanks to this maneuver, both fighters fell simultaneously onto the soft tatami mat in the gym. The older comrade was angry that he had not noticed such a brazen and unexpected trip from the younger one. Jung Huk felt ashamed of his actions and apologized, explaining that his foot had slipped accidentally without any malicious intent. The experienced judoka, with a sly smile, noticed that the younger man had fully recovered and suggested repeating the match. The coaches watched the sparring closely, noting interesting moments in their students' technique. The mentors were surprised that the younger fighter had so much physical strength compared to the older one. Jung Hyuk thought that the older guy was openly trying to provoke him and show his superiority. The young man understood that he could not allow himself to be mocked and had to take decisive action. The coaches discussed among themselves why the young man was constantly trying to use complex techniques instead of basic moves. The detective mentally recalled that in a few months he would win bronze and make it onto the Korean national team. However, now he had easily dealt with this strong and experienced athlete from among his older teammates. In his past life, a serious injury had forced him to have 2/3 of his stomach removed, after which he lost a lot of weight. All this time, he had been using various judo techniques in real fights, and now he had excellent physical abilities. As a result, he now possesses incredible abilities that even he finds hard to believe. At this rate, the guy will be able to win an Olympic gold medal and easily enter the police academy. The young man smiled broadly and ran forward energetically, sincerely rejoicing at how successful he had been lately. The coach announced the start of sparring and the need to split into pairs for the most effective practice of judo techniques. All the athletes took their positions opposite each other and concentrated on preparing for intensive training. Jung Hyuk stood opposite one of his senior teammates and politely expressed his joy at the upcoming joint match. The young man began to control his breathing before the fight with his older and more experienced sparring partner in the section. The senior comrade thought that the junior had become too cocky and overconfident lately. A sly smile appeared on the experienced judoka's face, and he decided to bring the cocky kid down to earth a little. The older guy grabbed the younger guy's kimono sharply, intending to perform a classic throw and pin him on his back. The young man's face showed determination, but something inside seemed to be holding him back from giving his all in the fight. When the opponents tightened their grips, both athletes began to move actively across the tatami in search of an advantage. Jung Hyuk felt very strange and incomprehensible feelings inside himself that he could not explain. It seemed to the detective that everything around him had slowed down, as if time were passing several times slower than usual. The young man realized that his older comrade was in the mood for a serious fight, not just a light warm-up. The young man unexpectedly performed a technical trip, causing his experienced opponent to lose his balance at a critical moment. As a result of this maneuver, both athletes fell simultaneously onto the soft floor of the gym. The older comrade was angry that he had not noticed such a brazen and unexpected trip from the younger one. Jung Hyuk felt ashamed of his actions and apologized, explaining that his foot had slipped accidentally without any malicious intent. The experienced judoka, with a sly smile, noticed that the younger man had fully recovered and suggested repeating the match. The coaches watched the sparring closely, noting interesting moments in their students' technique. The mentors were surprised that the younger fighter had so much physical strength compared to the older one. Jung Hyuk thought that the older fighter was openly trying to provoke him and show his superiority. The young man understood that he could not allow himself to be bullied and had to take decisive action. The coaches discussed among themselves why the young man was constantly trying to use complex techniques instead of basic moves. The detective mentally recalled that in a few months he would win bronze and make it onto the Korean national team. However, now he had easily dealt with this strong and experienced athlete from among his senior teammates. In his past life, a serious injury forced him to have 2/3 of his stomach removed, after which he became very weak and lost weight. The athletes demonstrated incredible results, covering 40 meters in 5 seconds and knocking down opponents weighing 100 kilograms. The athletes effortlessly jumped over opposing football players who were nearly 190 centimeters tall. Jung Huk recalled how he had studied these techniques while working as a police officer to maintain muscle tone. The coach noted that training with these monsters had clearly been beneficial, explaining the sudden changes in physical form. The young man confirmed his mentor's assessment and asked permission to leave, if no one objected. After all the athletes left, the coaches stayed behind to discuss what had happened at today's training session. Jung Huk tensed up, wondering if the coaches believed his story about the training methods. The coaches asked the young man to send them an email with a detailed description of the techniques and methods he had mentioned. After finishing the phone call, the coaches were amazed at how quickly the young man had organized everything. The young man smiled and said that the Americans had agreed to send all the materials by email. Shin Sung-il was amazed at his student's ability to get contacts through the computer and his excellent knowledge of English. The young man explained that an era of openness to the world was coming soon, so it was necessary to prepare for change in advance. The mentors asked why the Americans had so readily agreed to provide materials to improve training. Jung Huk explained that it was just training and not a state secret, introducing himself as an interested student. The coach noted that people from a major power really do have a broader mindset and an open approach. The young man suggested that the mentor contact Japanese judo schools and request their training materials. Shin Sung-gil wondered if his protege knew enough Japanese to carry out such correspondence. The young man smiled mysteriously, preferring not to reveal all his abilities and knowledge at once. The training programs began to arrive by email, which was a pleasant surprise for everyone. The coaches were amazed at how quickly they received the email from the American office with the requested materials. The coach was delighted that the printer recently purchased for the gym was finally coming in handy. The guy reported that the Japanese refused to share materials, despite attempts to contact several schools. The men agreed that Japan really remains a rather closed country in terms of sharing experience. Upon receiving the documents, the coach noticed the enormous amount of information, which would take a long time to translate. Jung Huk estimated that it would take at least 2 months to translate the materials on recovery and assistance. Shin Sung-gil was impressed that the Americans had even shared materials on recovery and first aid. The mentor showed documents that described in detail how to bandage wounds and the correct methods of providing assistance. The coach admitted that he did not understand the English text, but considered it necessary to translate these materials first. The man talked about the importance of quickly applying knowledge, because injuries can happen at any moment during training. The second coach, Park Sang-muk, appeared in the hall standing out in his signature green sports uniform. This man combined the roles of technical assistant to the head coach, team doctor, and section administrator. Park Sang-muk met with the students' parents even more often than the head coach of the sports section himself. Jung Huk took the printed materials and realized it was time to leave the gym and go home. The coaches were genuinely delighted that such a talented and proactive student had joined their section. Shin Sung-gil invited his assistant to have a cup of coffee and discuss the latest events. The men took a few sips of the invigorating drink, reflecting on the changes that had taken place in the section. The coaches were amazed at how much the young man had changed recently. The mentors discussed the possibility of temporarily switching the young man exclusively to academic activities. Pa Sang-muk suggested simply observing the young man, as he had already begun to use new techniques. The head coach agreed to see what the young man would excel at more: judo or studying. The men agreed to check on the boy's condition and progress more often before the upcoming sports camp. Sun Oh, the senior student, was upset about losing today's match to his younger teammate. Park Sang-muk reminded him that Sun Oh's participation in the competition had already been paid for, and that promoting the younger man would create problems. The coach wondered whether it was worth sending the boy to study, but the training camp was starting very soon. The mentors understood how difficult it was to earn money to support the sports section. Jung Huk returned home in high spirits after a productive day at school and training. The young man smelled the pleasant aroma of beef ribs, which filled the entire apartment with the warmth of home comfort. The young man asked his mother if she had won the lottery when he saw the lavishly set table. The woman laughed and explained that there was no lottery, she just used her savings. Her son asked in surprise where they could have gotten the money from, given their modest family budget. The mother smiled and said that they now had 10 million won thanks to recent events. The woman spoke dreamily about the possibility of moving to a better apartment if she invested the money wisely. The young man was puzzled by these plans, considering their current home to be quite suitable for a comfortable life. The woman mentioned her Aunt Yasun, who advised investing money in dollars and gold to preserve capital. Hearing these words, Jung Huk looked away and thought deeply about the family's upcoming financial decisions. The young man asked his mother if she had told Yi-sun about his father and the compensation they had recently received. The next morning, the woman was already working in her shop, preparing food for numerous visitors. An incredibly long line of people wanting to buy delicious, homemade food had formed near the store. Watching from afar, Yi-sun was angry, considering the woman's success in trade to be unfair. The swindler remembered the 300 million won she had planned to get from her scam. The woman lamented that she did not know about the guy's friendship with the police, but decided to take at least what she could. The swindler planned to take all the day's earnings from the trusting merchant and immediately disappear. At that moment, Jung Huk called his boss and politely inquired about his health and business. Investigator Kim asked anxiously if something serious had happened, since the guy was suddenly calling. The young man assured him that everything was fine. He just wanted to invite him to visit his mother at the market. The young man's mother smiled as she laid out freshly prepared food for satisfied customers in line. The woman cheerfully handed out orders to customers, inviting them to come back for more purchases. Yi-sun watched with envy, thinking about the unfairness of commercial success. The swindler approached Jung Huk's mother, pretending to be interested in whether all the goods had already been sold out. The merchant confirmed that the food had been selling quickly lately, and they had even run out of ingredients. The swindler gloated inwardly, planning to take all the naive woman's earnings today. Suddenly, the swindler became alert, sensing someone's presence behind her. Jung Huk approached the stall, calling out to his mother and attracting the attention of everyone present. The surprised woman asked her son why he was there, since he usually had training at this time. The boy explained to his mother that he had not come alone, pointing to the investigator standing behind him. The merchant was delighted to see Investigator Kim and asked why he had come to the market. Yi-sun was horrified by the unexpected appearance of senior investigators in this place. The young man's mother reminded those present how Investigator Kim had helped her son in a difficult situation. Detective Kim addressed the swindler by her real name, Song Yangja, instead of her made-up alias. The swindler tried to get indignant, accusing the police officer of abuse of authority and threatening an ordinary citizen. The investigator asked the woman if she read the newspapers, since she was wanted for fraud. The swindler instantly realized the seriousness of the situation and decided to leave the scene immediately. The police officer rushed after her, warning the swindler that it was pointless to try to escape justice. Around the corner, other police officers were already waiting for the criminal, blocking her escape route. The swindler realized with horror that she was trapped and had nowhere to run. A few minutes earlier, investigators had arrived at the market and greeted Jung Huk. The police told the young man that his mother's stall was very close to the scene of the operation. The young man understood the importance of blocking the escape routes so that the criminal could not get away. The young man identified two possible directions in which the swindler might try to escape. He suggested placing people at key points to cut off all escape routes. Jung Huk advised blocking the main road and the alley to ensure the criminal's arrest. The senior investigator was impressed with how quickly the young man analyzed the situation and proposed a plan. The detectives took up their positions according to the young man's instructions, preparing to arrest the fraudster. Investigator Kim asked how the young man knew about the woman being wanted. The young man explained that he recognized the swindler's face from wanted posters. Jung Huk knew that the swindler had been hiding from justice for a long time, being a very cunning person. The criminal was detained and handcuffed in accordance with police procedure. The police read her rights to remain silent and to have a lawyer, as required by law. The young man's mother was shocked by what was happening, not believing in the guilt of her acquaintance, the merchant. Yi-sun angrily shouted that she should have taken the money yesterday instead of waiting until today. The merchant indignantly accused the swindler of betrayal and treacherous deception of her trust. Jung Huk tried to calm his mother down, explaining the futility of arguing with professional swindlers. The criminal made offensive remarks about the woman's late husband, calling her too arrogant. The young man became angry when he heard the swindler insult his parents. The investigators noticed the young man's emotional reaction and tried to keep him from doing anything rash. The police officers calmed the young man down, convincing him not to pay attention to the criminal's provocations. The detectives reminded the young man that he was dealing with a common old swindler who was not worth his anger. The young man struggled to contain his growing anger at the insults directed at his family. The young man could barely contain the growing rage that was boiling inside him after hearing the insults. The investigators who were trying to restrain the young man were amazed at his incredible physical strength for his age. Jung Huk broke free from the police officers, demonstrating his excellent physical fitness. One of the detectives lost his balance and fell to the ground from the young man's sudden movement. The enraged young man grabbed another investigator who was trying to stop him from acting rashly. The young man threw the police officer aside so that he would not prevent him from reaching the swindler. Anger over the insults to his mother overwhelmed the young man, causing him to clench his fists in rage. Those present were shocked by the young man's behavior, especially his mother, who did not understand what was happening. The swindler feared for her life, seeing the young man's uncontrollable rage. The woman rushed to her son, begging him to calm down and not do anything he would regret. Thanks to his mother's words, the young man seemed to wake up from his rage and return to reality. With tears in her eyes, the woman begged her son to stop, at least for her sake. The young man apologized to his mother and promised to restrain himself for her peace of mind and well-being. Taking advantage of the commotion, Isun tried to make another attempt to escape justice. The criminal jumped into a police car, demanding that the driver leave immediately. The car sped off, taking the frightened swindler away from the angry young man. Investigator Kim expressed relief that the swindler had been detained before she could receive money from her victims. Jung Huk's mother sincerely thanked the police for their timely assistance in exposing the swindler. The detectives apologized for the incident and thanked the family for their cooperation with the investigation. The police were impressed by the young man's physical strength, which even they were unable to restrain. The investigator noted that despite his emotional outburst, the young man had done something important for society. Detective Kim assured the woman that she was lucky to have such a protector and devoted son. The police decided to check for other victims of the fraudster before returning to the station. Jung Huk reflected on the need for strength to protect his mother in this cruel world. The young man understood that in modern society, natural selection prevails and only the strongest survive. The young man was well aware of the importance of money as the main resource for survival in this world. At the police station, the subordinate asked investigator Kim to look at the documents. The detective asked Jung Huk to wait at the table while he dealt with urgent matters. Sitting at the table, the young man noticed his boss's business cards and became interested in their contents. The young man decided to take a few business cards for possible future use. He understood that contacts in the police force could be useful in his future life. Investigator Kim returned and apologized to the young man for the long wait, explaining that the delay was due to the processing of statements. The man offered the young man a snack, ready to treat him to something tasty as a thank you. Jung Huk noticed the business card on the table and asked who this financial manager was. The detective was surprised by the young man's interest in stocks, noting his quick wit and business acumen. The investigator shared his doubts about this specialist, who constantly predicts an economic crisis. Kim was puzzled as to how anyone could talk about bankruptcy when Korea was experiencing a period of economic prosperity. The detective complained about the manager's pessimistic predictions, which had almost gotten him fired. Jung Huk unexpectedly asked for his business card, surprising the investigator, but he agreed. The guy was mentally delighted to have found a potential source of income through financial consulting. Economist Park Tae-gyu showed his colleagues graphs comparing the situation to the Great Depression in the United States. The specialist explained the mass bankruptcies of companies and the need for restructuring to reduce costs. His superiors rudely interrupted his presentation, threatening him with dismissal for his pessimistic forecasts. The manager reminded him of the ban on discussing bankruptcy, which the economist constantly violates. The boss claimed that Korea was experiencing the best period in its history, rejecting talk of a crisis. The boss admitted the possibility of other countries collapsing, but categorically ruled out such a scenario for Korea. Park Tae-gyu felt the urge to smoke, even though he didn't smoke, as he pondered the problems facing Britain and Japan. The economist bitterly realized that no one was taking the looming financial disaster seriously. A sudden phone call interrupted the expert's thoughts, forcing him to introduce himself to the caller. Jung Huk thanked the man for his quick response and expressed his readiness for a business conversation. The young man explained his interest in the topic of national bankruptcy and the expert's economic forecasts. The young man suggested meeting over the weekend to discuss financial issues and investment strategies. The young man scheduled the meeting at a cafe near the high school for the convenience of both parties. Head coach Shin Sung-il discovered an unexpected visitor at his computer in his office. The coach asked Jung Huk in surprise what he was doing at his desk without permission. The young man explained to the coach that he was just looking at some information on the computer for his studies. The man jokingly hit the student on the head with a stick for using his computer without permission. The coach noticed that the boy had fully recovered from his injury and that there was no point in pretending anymore. The mentor exempted the young man from training so he could prepare for his exams, but instead he was sitting at the computer. Jung Huk asked for understanding, explaining that he needed to check important information on the internet. The young man evasively explained that he just wanted to send materials to prepare for the upcoming exams. Shin Seong-gil noticed the attempt to hide the monitor and doubted that the athletes would be reading study materials. The coach advised his teammates to focus on physical training rather than studying. The young man politely asked permission to use his mentor's computer from time to time for important matters. The man ironically remarked that the young man was already using technology, but allowed him to continue after his exams. The mentor mentioned a recent call from an investigator who promised to make the young man a real police officer. Jung Hyuk complained of a headache from the abundance of information and upcoming plans. Shin Seong-gil warned his student about the hellish training that awaited him after passing all his exams. The young man smiled and accepted his coach's warning about the intense training ahead. The young man continued working on the computer, deciding to start his research from the beginning. The screen displayed a list of companies with powerful legal departments for further analysis. The young man recalled numerous instances of cooperation with the Federal Supervisory Service in his past life. Before being appointed head of the Intellectual Crime Investigation Department, he had accumulated a wealth of experience. Working with fraudsters, gangsters, loan sharks, and corrupt officials had given him valuable knowledge. Jung Hyuk compiled a table of data on economic criminals based on his memories from the future. The young man planned to use this information to prevent the murder of his mother and his own death. After another day at school, his friends discussed plans for the evening and ways to have fun. The boy felt tired from several sleepless nights spent preparing and compiling materials. His classmates argued about the correct answers to the 10th question on the test, discussing the options. Suho suggested forgetting about the exams, which were already over, and not worrying about the results. Jung Hyuk noticed the changes in his friends' faces, who had become happier after the school bullies disappeared. Suho was particularly transformed, smiling more often and looking more confident. Suho enthusiastically suggested that his friends go to the computer club to celebrate the end of the grueling exams. His classmates looked at each other in confusion, doubting their ability to pay for such an expensive entertainment at a gaming establishment. Jung Hyuk convincingly reminded his friends that constant studying without rest is harmful to the mental health of school children. The young man philosophically argued that even failures and losses would become valuable memories of a carefree youth. The guy sincerely believed in the importance of education for building a successful future and career growth. The young man mentally devised a special strategy to take revenge on his mother's killers from the past timeline. Jung Hyuk sincerely wanted his friends to enjoy their youth, not having the opportunity to live their lives over again. The young man urged them to spend their time as intensely as possible, creating vivid memories for future reunions. So-yeon sarcastically compared the guy's manner of speech to a drunk aunt after a corporate party, causing her classmates to laugh. The young man self-deprecatingly acknowledged the similarity to an old man, explaining it away as extensive life experience. The guy's attention was suddenly drawn to a suspicious scene unfolding at the school gate. An unfamiliar middle-aged man was harassing frightened schoolgirls who demanded an explanation for his presence. Jung Hyuk resolutely approached the stranger, intending to protect the girls from potential danger. The man turned out to be economist Park Tae-gyu, begging to be heard out as he explained the situation. The young man sternly demanded that the specialist immediately explain his suspicious behavior near the school. The young man persistently sought to ascertain the true reasons for the economist's unauthorized visit to the school grounds. The young man justified his vigilance with his professional habit of monitoring his surroundings. Park Tae-gyu explained that he was looking for a certain teacher, but the schoolgirls assured him that there was no such person. The economist unexpectedly asked about a man named Chae Jong-hyuk, stunning the young man. The young man stared at the specialist in bewilderment, frantically trying to figure out how to respond to the strange question. The young man slowly pointed to himself with his finger, confirming that this was indeed his name. Park Tae-gyu was shocked to discover that he had arranged a meeting not with a teacher, but with a schoolboy. The economist struggled to comprehend the absurdity of the situation, in which a high school student was interested in macroeconomic forecasts. Jung Hyuk began to recognize the characteristic intonations of the voice, which seemed surprisingly familiar to him. The boy finally remembered yesterday's phone call and the agreement to meet with the economist. The man apologized awkwardly for the misunderstanding, admitting that he had expected to meet an adult teacher. The man explained that he had mistaken the caller for a school teacher and had therefore rushed to the meeting at the cafe near the school. Park Tae-gyu suggested that he had been the victim of a prank or had completely misunderstood the situation from the start. Jung Huk showed understanding for the economist's embarrassment, noting that no one takes a serious topic lightly. The young man noted that the specialist had finally found an interested listener, but doubted the seriousness of his intentions. The young man reminded the man of their agreement to meet on Saturday to discuss economic forecasts. The young man apologized to his friends and suggested they go to the computer club without him. His classmates were concerned about their friend's safety and offered to accompany him to the meeting with the stranger. The interlocutors headed to a small cafe located directly opposite the school gates for a conversation. The economist formally introduced himself as Park Tae-gyu, manager of the Securities Management Department for the Western District. Jung Huk politely introduced himself as a first-year high school student and expressed his delight at meeting him. The young man emphasized his sincere desire to meet and discuss important economic issues with the specialist. The manager admitted that he had several questions for his unusual young interlocutor. Park Tae-gyu inquired how the student had managed to gain access to the confidential proposal. The boy gave an evasive answer about an acquaintance in the financial sector who had accidentally discovered an interesting report. The economist was surprised that a high school student had connections in the country's serious financial market. The man assumed that he was the son of an oligarch, although the young man gave the impression of being a serious person. Jung Hyuk took out the materials he had prepared from his backpack to demonstrate his competence in the matter. The young man pulled out a list of companies with powerful legal departments, which he had compiled very recently. He explained that he had supplemented the economist's notes with his own analysis of the national bankruptcy situation. The manager was shocked as he studied the materials presented with a professional analysis of the financial situation. Jung Hyuk was secretly thrilled as he watched the specialist's reaction to the information he had prepared. The young man knew that the companies on the list were preparing for serious legal problems in the future. Park Tae-gyu read about the company's operating losses after their ill-considered expansion of production capacity. The young man deliberately added controversial arguments to push the specialist to the desired conclusions. The manager literally clung to his seat, unable to believe the reality of the analytical information presented. The economist excitedly asked the young man's opinion on the further development of economic events in the country. The specialist began to tremble with excitement, waiting for an answer to his most important professional question. Jung Hyuk noticed his interlocutor's excitement and carefully considered how to formulate his answer correctly. The young man predicted the onset of a global economic crisis that would seriously affect all countries in the region. He explained that Korea would receive emergency aid from the International Monetary Fund after being hit with sanctions. The young man recalled the coming Asian financial crisis of 1997. Jung Hyuk emphasized that Korea would bear one of the brunt of the crisis. The young man described the government's policy of increasing gross income through the sale of the country's foreign exchange reserves. He noted that only Park Tae-gyu warned of the crisis, while the rest ignored the danger. The young man continued his analysis, noting that the Korean economy was at a dangerous peak of development. Jung Hyuk pointed out the ease of obtaining bank loans for any amount without proper verification. The young man warned of the catastrophic consequences of such irresponsible lending policies by financial institutions. He metaphorically compared the country's economy to a fragile sandcastle built on debt. The young man distracted himself with overly sweet coffee, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere of the conversation. Park Tae-gyu reflected on the strangeness of the situation, in which a schoolboy was sharing such valuable analytical information. Jung Hyuk stated that the moment international aid was received would mark the beginning of the collapse of the national economy. The young man explained the complete dependence of economic policy on the requirements of the International Monetary Fund. He emphasized the impossibility of stopping the crisis due to the weakness of enterprises and the depletion of currency reserves. The young man criticized the unfounded optimism of citizens who believe in eternal prosperity and well-being. Jung Hyuk predicted that Korea would end up in economic hell due to excessive self-confidence. The young man bitterly noted that the realization of the catastrophe would come too late to save the economy. The waitress dropped her cup in shock upon hearing the young man's grim economic predictions. Jung Hyuk gallantly rushed to help the girl, worried that she might cut herself on the broken pieces. The young man advised her to collect the shards with a handkerchief, showing concern for the waitress's safety. The young man unexpectedly announced his willingness to invest 100 million won in the project. Park Tae-gyu was stunned by the amount of the investment and asked for time to consider the unexpected offer. Jung Huk referred to another meeting and suggested ending their conversation for the day. The young man left his phone number with the economist for further consultation on investment issues. After a productive meeting, Jung Huk headed to the computer club, where his friends were waiting for him. The guy noticed his friends' complete immersion in the game, understanding their enthusiasm for virtual battles. His classmates complained about Suho's poor gaming skills, as he constantly lost in battles. Jung Hyuk confidently told Soyeon that he was better at the game thanks to his past experience. The first battle in the legendary Mortal Kombat fighting game began between the guy and his classmate. The girl attacked first, ironically comparing the boy's gaming skills to the clumsy Suho. The young man unexpectedly performed a complex combination, causing the character to deliver a spectacular kick. Soyeon was shocked by the boy's skill, not understanding how he managed to perform such a move. The classmate demanded a rematch, wanting to understand the secret of the young man's virtuoso playing technique. Jung Hyuk reminded the girl with a confident smile of his warning about her inevitable defeat. The boy was genuinely happy about his victory, enjoying nostalgic memories of his favorite childhood game. The young man's thoughts returned to the economist, who was surely analyzing the materials provided. The young man understood the inevitability of the specialist's decision, regardless of how long it took him to think it over. Several days of waiting passed, and Jung Hyuk reflected on Park Tae-gyu's agonizing doubts. The guy was worried that half of the materials should have been enough to make an investment decision. The young man feared losing his advantage in the negotiations if he called the impatient economist first. The young man recalled the specialist's past involvement in financial fraud due to carelessness. Jung Hyuk knew that Park Tae-gyu was a trusting lawyer who unwittingly defended financial criminals. The young man suffered from headaches, dreaming of learning about his potential partner's current thoughts. The teacher tapped the desk sharply with his pointer, drawing the class's attention for an important announcement. The teacher solemnly announced the long-awaited moment of the test results. The teacher announced the harsh rule of receiving blows for every point below 100. The teacher called on the first student with a score of 78 points for 22 strokes. The teacher began to methodically punish the offending student by hitting him with a pointer on a soft spot. The students froze in absolute silence, shocked by the corporal punishment taking place in the classroom. The teacher ruthlessly announced that each student would go through this humiliating procedure in turn. Jung Hyuk watched what was happening, noting that the teacher was not hitting too hard by his standards. The teacher continued to call out students with low scores to carry out the cruel punishment. The teacher pointed to Jung Hyuk, announcing his score of 95 out of a possible 100. The teacher noted with satisfaction that the boy was only entitled to 5 strokes for the missing points. At that moment, an elegant businesswoman got out of an expensive car and answered a phone call. The caller asked the girl why it took so long for her to answer the phone. Kwon Ae-yeon explained to her father that she had been driving and asked why he was calling. The girl's father sarcastically remarked that she was managing other people's financial assets. The banker irritably reminded her parent of her position as a private financial advisor. The woman emphasized her specialization as an investment and financial advisor. Her father continued to insist that his daughter was simply working at a bank and being used by other people. The man turned the conversation to his daughter's personal life, comparing her to her married sister. Kwon Ae-yeon pretended that the connection had been lost to avoid an unpleasant conversation with her father. The girl reflected on the different ideas of happiness between her and her married sister. The banker mentally promised to prove her worth to her father through success in her current endeavor. The woman warmly welcomed the visitors, inviting them into the office for negotiations. Kwon Ae-yeon professionally inquired with her colleagues about the progress of an important deal. The wealthy client assured the impatient banker that everything was going according to plan thanks to the invested funds. The wealthy man mentioned his valuable employee, Park Tae-gyu, who was working on the project. The economist politely greeted the banker, showing professional respect for his colleague. The girl noticed the manager's exhausted appearance and was surprised by his condition. The wealthy client familiarly invited Park Tae-gyu to sit down next to him to discuss business matters. The manager smiled and reminded the banker of their previous meeting and document review. The wealthy man introduced the economist as his chief financial strategist and advisor. The rich man patted the manager on the cheek patronizingly, joking about his voluntary cooperation. Kwon Ae-yeon briskly pointed out to the director that the main thing was not to go too far in financial transactions. The banker emphasized the importance of making a profit from investments as the main goal of their cooperation. The director pretended to be alarmed and agreed to the financial advisor's reasonable demands. The wealthy client reminded Kwon of the reciprocity in their business relationship. The man insisted on mutual trust and the fulfillment of promises made to each other. The wealthy man warned the banker about his influence and unwillingness to tolerate disrespectful treatment. In the school hallway, students discussed the strange behavior of their homeroom teacher during punishment. Jung Huk pondered the reasons for the teacher's particularly harsh treatment of him. The young man noticed the obvious injustice in the force of the blows, which were directed at him alone. His friends approached him with concern, asking how he was feeling after the corporal punishment. So-yun suggested a possible conflict between the excellent student-athlete and the strict teacher. The young man reassured his friends, explaining that the situation was simply a misunderstanding on the part of the teacher. The young man noted with relief that the exams were over and he could now focus on his sports training. The girl unexpectedly invited her friends to visit her house to relax together after the exams. So-yun told them about her mother's preparations and invited her friends to visit after school. Jung Huk watched his friend's excitement with affection, finding her embarrassment charming. The young man suggested an alternative in the form of going to a computer club for a gaming rematch. The young man explained that training would start tomorrow, so he was completely free today. The girl was delighted with the guy's agreement, not believing in such a lucky coincidence. Suho timidly voiced his own suggestion to visit his house to celebrate. The honor student told her about his mother's desire to meet her son's friends after the exams. The young man had been waiting for this day for a long time, dreaming of inviting his friends to his home. Jung Hyuk smiled and reminded his friends that there were many other days for mutual visits. The group decided to accept the first suggestion and headed to So-yun's house. The size of the girl's mansion impressed everyone with its luxury and scale. The young man remembered the first day after his return, when he ran away from the bullies through this courtyard. The young man mentally noted how he had climbed over the fence of this very house at that time. The young man philosophically reflected on the rapid passage of time from that moment on. At the doorstep of the luxurious house, the guests were warmly welcomed by the elegant mother, So-yun. The woman happily noted that her daughter had brought two young men to visit, rather than just one. So-yun shyly asked her mother to stop hinting, emphasizing that they were just friends from school. The hostess warmly welcomed the guests, expressing sincere joy at meeting her daughter's classmates. Jung Hyuk politely introduced himself to his friend's mother, thanking her for her hospitable invitation to the house. The young man gallantly presented the woman with a modest gift, apologizing for its simplicity and insignificance. So-yun's mother invited the young people to go up to the room while she prepared refreshments for the guests. The young man admired the spaciousness of the house as he followed his girlfriend up the stairs. The girl noticed the open door to her aunt's room, anticipating future reproaches for the mess. Passing by, the friends couldn't help but notice the creative chaos in their absent relative's room. So-yun suggested taking advantage of her aunt's absence to explore her mysterious room. The girl persuaded her friends to quickly look at the interesting things before going to her bedroom. So-yun explained that her grandfather forbade her aunt from living alone until she got married. Jung Hyuk's attention was drawn to the documents on the table, which made his eyes light up with interest. The young man instantly recognized the papers spread out on the financial advisor's desk. He realized that these were the revised materials he had given to economist Park Tae-gyu. The young man noticed the change in form, while the content remained the same, relying on his police intuition. Jung Hyuk hastily asked his girlfriend about her mysterious aunt's professional activities. Suddenly, Kwon returned home and found uninvited guests in her room. So-yun panicked internally at the untimely appearance of her strict and demanding relative. The girl warned her friends about the trouble they would face for invading her personal space. The banker sternly demanded an explanation for the presence of her niece and her friends in the room. So-yun's mother was busy in the kitchen at the time, preparing a festive dinner for the guests. Kwon went down to the kitchen and told her sister that she had returned home. The woman immediately smelled the appetizing aroma of fried fish filling the first floor. The banker inquired about the reason for such a feast and a possible family celebration. Her sister explained that So-yun had invited her school friends over, so she was preparing a special dinner. Kwon was delighted to hear about the guests and went back upstairs to the young people. As she climbed the stairs, the banker heard lively voices coming from her private room. Kwon instantly realized that someone had invaded her personal space without permission and was rummaging through her things. The banker's mood instantly soured, turning from joyful to extremely irritated and angry. The woman decisively threw open the door, ready to find out who dared to violate the boundaries of her territory. The banker sternly demanded an explanation from her niece for the mess in the room. Kwon-yeon reminded So-yeon of the strict prohibition on entering the room without the owner's special permission. The girl apologized sheepishly, saying that the open door had created a false impression of accessibility. So-yeon tried to shift the blame onto her aunt for leaving the bedroom door open and unattended. The niece hastily assured her relative that she had only looked inside and had not touched anything. Jung Huk gallantly took all the blame, admitting that he had persuaded his girlfriend to show him the interesting room. The young man explained his sincere interest in the professional finance books on the bookshelves. The young man offered a sincere apology for the unauthorized intrusion into the banker's personal space. Kwon-yeon was surprised by the high school student's unexpected interest in complex economic issues. The young man confirmed his interest in stocks and long-term investment strategies. The banker's eyes lit up with professional excitement at the opportunity to discuss her favorite topic with the young man. Jung Hyuk carefully studied the woman's features, finding her face strangely familiar and dear to him. The young man remembered an influential private banker who managed the finances of well-known politicians. He remembered how this woman had repeatedly helped him in his investigations of financial crimes. The young man understood that Kwon-yeon's moment of glory would only come in a few years. Jung Hyuk cautiously mentioned the rumors circulating about Korea's huge national debt. Kwon-yeon instantly became alert, demanding to know the source of such confidential information. So-yeon wearily warned her friends about her aunt's boundless passion for economic discussions. The banker generously forgave her niece, sternly repeating the prohibition on entering without permission. Jung Hyuk thought deeply about the identity of this mysterious woman and her future role in his life. The visit came to an end and the friends began to gather their things to go home after a busy evening. The hosts warmly saw their guests off at the door, inviting them to visit again. Soo-ho rubbed his stomach contentedly, admitting to his friend that he had overeaten at dinner. Soo-ho warmly said goodbye to his friends, promising that next time they would definitely get together at his house. Jung Hyuk walked home alone, deep in thought about the events of the evening. The young man recalled his past life, feeling for an important object from the present in his pocket. He took out Kwon-yeon's business card, which he had received during a visit to his girlfriend's house. The young man recalled the banker's explanations about stocks and financial market fluctuations. So-yeon then asked her mother to stop her aunt, who was enthusiastically talking about her investments. Jung Hyuk dialed the number, thanks to his girlfriend's mother, who had managed to get the banker's contact details. The young man decided to take the first opportunity to establish a business contact. Kwon-yeon was surprised by the late call, wondering who the unexpected caller could be. The woman introduced herself professionally, ready to listen to the reason for the evening call. Jung Hyuk confirmed his identity with a smile, reminding her of their recent meeting at the house. The banker inquired about the reason for the call, offering to call her niece to the phone. Kwon-yeon noted the awkwardness at dinner due to her sister's disapproving glances at their conversation. The young man decided to ask the question that most concerned him about the current financial situation. The young man asked directly about the whereabouts of economist Park Tae-gyu. The young man mentioned the list of companies with powerful legal departments that he had seen on the table. Jung Hyuk revealed the truth about his authorship of this analytical document. The woman asked again, her voice trembling, not believing the student's confession. The young man confirmed his authorship, noting that the format had been changed while the content remained the same. The young man demanded an explanation for the appearance of his materials on the banker's desk. Kwon-yeon couldn't believe that a high school student was capable of compiling such a list. The banker pondered the improbability of the situation and what to do with the information. Jung Hyuk advised her to return the money if she had been deceived and forced to invest. The boy metaphorically explained the need to enter the lair to catch the tiger. The young man emphasized the importance of looking for the money where it was originally placed. Park Tae-gyu heard the director praise him for his analytical work in the office. The wealthy client persistently praised the manager for his intellectual efforts. The wealthy man hinted to the economist about the importance of understanding the meaning of praise. The director let Park Tae-gyu go home after completing important analytical work. The manager cautiously asked the director about the promised investments and fair distribution of profits. The director cynically reminded Park Tae-gyu that he had saved him from dismissal, denying any obligation to make payments. The wealthy businessman suddenly stopped when he heard suspicious loud noises outside his office door. The man ordered the guards to immediately check the source of the strange noise in the office corridor. The gangsters indignantly discussed some lunatic who had caused a disturbance near their office. Noticeable dents began to appear on the massive door from powerful blows from outside the room. In an instant, The front door was completely knocked off its hinges with one crushing blow. Jung Huk burst into the room dramatically, demonstrating his excellent physical fitness. Park Tae-gyu was shocked by the unexpected appearance of his familiar senior in such a dangerous place. The young man radiated confidence and determination, as if he had really come to deal with the situation seriously. The boy imperiously ordered everyone present to stay where they were and not make any sudden movements. The director looked at the young intruder with contempt, demanding an explanation for his audacious intrusion. The rich man indignantly asked about the identity of the uninvited guest and the reasons for breaking into the office door. The man spoke insultingly to the young man, demanding immediate answers to his questions. Jung Huk said with a mysterious smile that he was not a police officer at all. The young man mentally noted that he was not yet a police officer, but had important business with the manager. The director visibly relaxed, confirming that the young man did not have police authority. The rich man suspiciously asked Park Tae-gyu if he knew the insolent young man. The man ordered his henchmen to properly greet the uninvited guest in the office. The guards moved threateningly toward the young man, promising harsh retribution for the broken door. Jung Huk spoke contemptuously of the bald thug approaching with aggressive intentions. The young man easily pushed the guard away and addressed the manager with one important question. The young man asked the economist if he was here of his own free will or against his will. Park Tae-gyu was shocked by the unexpected question, understanding the hidden meaning of the young man's words. The manager yelled at the young man, begging him to leave the dangerous place immediately without him. The director commented irritably on the strange behavior and words of the uninvited guest. The rich man repeatedly ordered the security guard to deal with the insolent intruder. The thug roughly grabbed Jung Huk by the shoulder, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The young man smiled inwardly, remembering years of intensive training in the martial art of Judo. Jung Huk reflected on how his intervention had radically changed the fates of Park Tae-gyu and Kwon Ah-yeon. In his previous life, the manager and his like-minded colleagues left the company to start their own business. The economist founded an investment company, but after reviewing the materials, he took out a dangerous loan from gangsters. The criminal loan shark sensed big money and kidnapped the manager to obtain valuable information. Jung Huk warned the banker that he couldn't call the police while the criminals had a hostage. The young man explained to his friend's aunt that she was not directly to blame for the gangsters' kidnapping of the economist. The guy couldn't allow So-yeon's relative to become an accomplice to a criminal offense. The young man argued that the manager was helping voluntarily and that the police were powerless to do anything about it. Jung Huk gave her the contact details of a trusted investigator for consultation on the situation. The young man insisted on telling the detective the whole truth so that the right action could be taken. Kwon Ah-yeon stood in front of the building, doubting the correctness of her decision to intervene. The banker prayed for the safety of the young man who had risked entering the criminal's lair. The woman listened to the strange sounds coming from inside the suspicious building. A huge security guard delivered a powerful blow to the cheek of the insolent young intruder. The thug was surprised to see that the young man showed no reaction to the painful blow. Jung Huk calmly stated the fact of the attack, which gave him the right to legitimate self-defense. The young man used a practiced judo technique, delivering a precise blow to his opponent's jaw. The thug instantly collapsed to the floor from the professionally executed combat move. The young man was genuinely surprised at the effectiveness of his blow against the massive security guard. The director was shocked by the ease with which the schoolboy knocked out an experienced fighter. The rich man hysterically ordered the other guards to immediately attack the insolent young man. Park Tae-gyu watched the scene, trying to understand the identity of the mysterious savior. Park Tae-gyu was genuinely amazed by the young savior's incredible combination of sharp mind and impressive physical strength. Jung Huk focused entirely on the upcoming fight, preparing to act as effectively and accurately as possible. In his 26 years of police service, he had encountered all kinds of dangerous criminals. The young man recalled drug addicts in withdrawal who grabbed knives, bottles, and sharp objects. He had to detain terrorists and former special forces soldiers with illegal firearms. The young man understood that thugs differed only in size but did not pose a real threat. When the guard swung his fist, Jung Huk saw every movement as if in slow motion. The guy concentrated as much as possible to read the trajectory of all his opponent's attacks. He clearly saw the massive bodyguard slowly swing his huge fist for a crushing attack. The young fighter easily dodged the blow, greatly surprising the confident, burly security guard. Jung Huk counterattacked his opponent with lightning speed, landing a precise blow to the chin of the bewildered thug. The force of the blow was so great that the thug lost his balance and fell heavily to the hard floor. The second guard rushed to help his fallen comrade, asking in surprise about the young man's technique. For an experienced judoka, all these clumsy thugs moved unbearably slowly and very predictably. The young man knew perfectly well that in a street fight, weight categories lose their significance in the face of combat technique. The guy focused even more, preparing to deal with the remaining enemies as effectively as possible. The young fighter delivered a high kick to the head, sending another thug into a deep knockout. Jung Huk methodically dealt with another attacker who tried to attack him from the side. The young man dealt with the thugs as easily as if he were swatting away annoying flies or mosquitoes in the summer. The guy understood that his opponent's weight meant nothing against his combat skills, honed over years of practice. The young man recalled his rich experience of street fights from his past life in the police department. The last remaining thug reluctantly acknowledged the physical strength of his young opponent before the final attack. The bald thug swung his massive fist, rudely demanding that the guy shut up and be silent forever. Jung Huk easily blocked the punch and respectfully noted the guard's superior technique. The young man sarcastically commented on the gangster's complete lack of hair follicles and physical fitness. The thug went berserk at the mockery of his shiny bald head, preparing for a decisive, furious attack. The guard quickly assumed a professional fighting stance, demonstrating some hand-to-hand combat skills. Jung Huk delivered a crushing kick straight to the solar plexus of his unsuspecting opponent. The power of the blow was so incredible that it created a real explosion effect in the gangster's stomach. The last bodyguard was completely knocked to the floor by the young fighter's powerful blow to the solar plexus. The young man mockingly suggested that the defeated thug try to get up and continue this senseless fight with him. The director, in a panic, grabbed a sharp knife, realizing the hopelessness of the situation with this dangerous young man. The rich man clearly realized that he had no other options to defend himself against his young opponent, who was clearly superior in strength. The man waved the sharp blade threateningly, demanding to know immediately who had ordered this daring attack. The director hysterically shouted questions about whether the young man belonged to any hostile gang or group. The thug began to wildly slash with his knife, but the young man easily dodged each dangerous attack. Jung Huk watched the angry director's ridiculous and clumsy movements with undisguised contempt. The young fighter professionally blocked the attacks with his bare hands, deflecting the sharp blade from vital points. The criminal raged as he pondered the mysterious identity of the young man, who was able to dodge all his blows. The young man calmly explained his opponent's failures by saying that he preferred to fight with his bare hands without weapons. Jung Huk spoke contemptuously of the pathetic habit of weaklings relying on cold weapons in fights. The young man expressed his firm opinion that only cowards and nobodies like to wave knives around in fights. The young fighter managed to knock the knife out of the director's hands with a powerful blow, sending the weapon onto the dirty floor. Park Tae-gyu watched the scene intently, wanting to call the police, but he was paralyzed with fear. The director struggled to break free from the young man's iron grip, trying to continue the hopeless fight. The rich man desperately resorted to elbow strikes, hoping to at least somehow hurt his superior young opponent. Jung Huk easily blocked the feeble blows and counterattacked with a powerful, precise blow to the criminal's stomach. The young man shouted loudly at the manager to immediately retrieve the important materials he had handed over earlier. The specialist frantically began rummaging through a huge pile of scattered papers on the cluttered desk. Park Tae-gyu panicked, not understanding where the most important financial documents could have gone. After a long moment, the economist finally found the necessary materials among the multitude of other papers. Outside the building, the loud wail of police sirens rushing to the scene could be heard approaching. Jung Huk understood perfectly well that he could have simply called the police to rescue the manager without visiting in person. The young man's real goal was to prevent his girlfriend's aunt from becoming involved in a dangerous criminal scheme. The young man also wanted to retrieve his secret materials so that they would not fall into the wrong hands. The director maliciously accused the insolent young man of calling the police to completely ruin his business plans. Jung Huk sarcastically inquired about investment plans with such a hopelessly stupid head at the helm. The young fighter grabbed the criminal firmly by his dirty clothes, preparing to execute a painful throw. The young man skillfully flipped the heavy director over his back with a classic judo move. The gangster crashed onto the table with a deafening crash, scattering ashtrays and documents all over the office. Jung Huk contemptuously repeated that the director was too stupid to understand financial transactions. The young man reminded the criminal that he was not yet a police officer, but just an ordinary schoolboy. The boy promised in a threatening voice that he would become a police officer and punish criminals like the director. Loud voices of police officers demanding that everyone stay where they were could be heard in the stairwell. Investigators burst into the room, asking the young man about his condition and assessing the situation in the office. The police officers were shocked as they surveyed the ransacked office, with defeated gangsters lying on the floor everywhere. The detectives noticed saliva dripping from the main gangster's mouth after a powerful blow to the jaw. The law enforcement officers handcuffed all the criminals and began leading them to the police cars. Investigator Kim wondered in surprise where these idiots, who looked like brothers, had come from. The gang leader brazenly told the police that making money was not a crime at all. The detective barely restrained himself from punching this insolent man for his cynical and vile words. Jung Huk thanked the police for arriving in time to save him from possible trouble. The investigator praised the young man for his courage, noting his outstanding abilities and physical fitness. The detective reminded the young man that even experienced police officers rarely risk acting alone. The investigator considered scolding the young man, but his confidence spoke of an awareness of his own strength. The police officer sternly asked the young man what he was hoping for when he rushed in there unarmed. The young man replied with a smile that he had completely hoped and believed only in the timely assistance of the police. The detectives asked the young man if he knew the victims of these gangsters. Jung Hyuk explained that the female banker was his girlfriend's aunt and was worried about the kidnapped man. The investigator told him about the gangsters' despicable scheme to kidnap and blackmail the city's financiers. The detective suggested continuing the conversation at the station, once again praising the young man's courage. The young man was glad that the owner of the office had indeed kidnapped the manager, and that his aunt knew nothing about it. The young man felt relieved that the case had ended safely without any serious incidents. Jung Hyuk approached the manager and banker, congratulating them on the end of this nightmarish day. Park Tae-gyu sincerely apologized for the trouble he had caused, not expecting such a turn of events. The first bodyguard who had been defeated was named Jung Sik, which made the young man think about the familiar name. Jung Hyuk remembered with surprise that he was his former classmate, now working for the gangsters. The specialist justified himself by saying he wanted to make money quickly to solve his family's financial problems. The young man now understood the manager's true motives for agreeing to such a risky deal with the gangsters. Kwon Ae-yeon sympathetically asked the economist about his terrible experience as a hostage of the criminals. The manager thanked the woman for saving him and wished her success in her financial endeavors. Park Tae-gyu admitted his greed for money and considered giving up on the deal altogether. Jung Hyuk reminded the specialist that the materials shown were only half of the information. The young man emphasized the possibility of doubling or even tripling the potential return on investment. The young man asked the manager if he was really ready to give up such a huge amount of money. The female banker offered to negotiate with the young man about a joint project. Kwon Ae-yeon said she was ready to invest more than she had planned to put into the gangster scam. The banker did not want to abandon the project halfway through, which made the young man very happy. The woman understood the risks of falling stock prices and the possible loss of invested funds. It was not only about money and time, but also about trust between business partners. Jung Hyuk promised to provide the rest of the materials and his investment ideas soon. The young man understood that by removing the gangsters from the game, they would be able to continue their financial venture together. In the parking lot, Kwon Ae-yeon suggested that everyone get into her car to drive home after the stressful situation. Suddenly, a loud cell phone ringtone sounded from the woman's bag, interrupting the conversation. The banker apologized and asked them to wait while she answered the unexpected important call. The woman picked up the phone and introduced herself to the unknown caller with a professional smile. The caller turned out to be her uncle, Lee Young-chan, anxiously asking about leaving the station. Kwon Ae-yeon reassured her relative, assuring him that everything was absolutely fine and under control. Her uncle threatened to find out everything himself and demanded that she stop lying and evading direct answers. Jung Hyuk whispered quietly to the manager, assuming that it was the banker's uncle calling with bad news. Kwon Ae-yeon, with a distraught expression on her face, agreed to come immediately to the demanding relative. The woman clutched her head, unable to believe that the situation could have spiraled out of control so quickly. The banker apologized to her companions, explaining the need for an urgent visit to her parents. The girl said that her father's lawyer had already reported all the events at the police station to him. Kwon Ae-yeon warned of her father's strict nature, demanding immediate explanations for what had happened. Jung Hyuk recalled that the banker's father was the influential chairman of a large financial corporation. This man had a huge fortune and a strong reputation in business circles throughout the country. The young man understood how much the chairman's connections had helped his daughter build her banking career. The woman apologized again for her hasty departure, promising to contact him later to continue the discussion. Kwon A-yeon quickly got into her car and rushed to meet her angry parents. The chairman's mansion was strikingly luxurious, built in the traditional national architectural style. Standing in front of the massive doors of her parents' house, the girl fought the urge to turn around and run away. The banker took a deep breath, trying to pull herself together before the inevitable difficult conversation with her father. Opening the heavy doors, the woman convinced herself of her own courage and determination to go inside. The chairman greeted his daughter coldly, gesturing briefly for her to sit down opposite him immediately. Uncle Lee Yon-chan, leaving the room, sympathetically wished his niece fortitude in the upcoming dialogue. Kwon A-yeon nervously sank onto the cushion, carefully placing her bag on the floor next to her. The woman watched as her father slowly sipped traditional tea from an expensive porcelain cup. The chairman slammed the cup down on the table, making a loud noise in the tense silence of the room. The man laid out photos of potential suitors from influential families in front of his daughter. Kwon A-yeon asked her father to wait with his marriage plans, offering to show him some important documents. The banker took out the materials with a list of companies that young Jung Huk had previously compiled. The chairman angrily demanded an explanation for his daughter's presence at the police station today. The woman suggested that her father first study the documents and then make a final decision. Kwon A-yeon promised to get married in 6 months if the materials did not change the chairman's mind. Her father asked her in surprise if she was really ready to fulfill this promise. Sitting in front of her father, the girl asked him to trust her business acumen and intuition for the only time in his life. The chairman took the documents to study and was shocked by the content of the company's financial analysis. The man was puzzled about the origin of such valuable information and the source of such accurate forecasts. Kwon A-yeon watched her father's reaction with a satisfied smile, asking his opinion on the materials. The chairman asked his daughter if she had compiled this impressive analytical list. The banker admitted that the author was a brilliant student with incredible analytical skills. The woman emphasized the value of the materials, wondering if they would seem trivial to her father. Studying the documents, the chairman sensed the smell of big money in every line of the analysis. The man was skeptical about the possibility of a schoolboy creating such a professional financial forecast. The chairman ordered his daughter to immediately contact the mysterious young analyst for negotiations. Kwon A-yeon assured her father of the young man's genius, asking him to take her word for it on this matter. The businessman insisted on checking the goods and was willing to pay a fair price for the information. The woman obediently dialed Jung Huk's number and handed the phone to her demanding father for a conversation. The chairman grabbed the phone, introducing himself as the source of money for a potential financial deal. The man asked the young man directly for the desired amount for the analytical materials provided. Jung Huk guessed the identity of the caller, asking if it was the chairman speaking. The young man warned that the materials shown were only a preliminary version of the analysis. The young man announced his budget of 100 million won, ready to invest all of his savings. The young man explained the mechanism of investment accumulation after the launch of his financial forecasts. Jung Huk emphasized the need for startup capital before the investment scheme could begin. Kwon A-yeon covered her mouth with her hand in shock upon hearing the astronomical sums mentioned in the conversation. The chairman offered the young man 2 billion won, wondering if this amount would be sufficient. The businessman announced the terms: a 1-year repayment period with an interest rate of 40%. The young man was stunned by the sum of 2 billion, mentally calculating a maximum of 1 billion. Jung Huk caught himself and introduced himself to the chairman, apologizing for the late introduction. His daughter asked her father incredulously if he was serious about investing 2 billion won in the schoolboy's project. The chairman sarcastically remarked that his daughter only loved him when he was financially generous. The man explained that he had planned to leave the money to his daughter as an inheritance anyway. Kwon A-yeon bowed gratefully to her father, promising never to forget his generosity. Saying goodbye to her uncle, the woman waved cheerfully, promising to see her relative again soon. Lee Yun-chan asked the chairman about the results of his tense conversation with his niece. The businessman asked the lawyer to take on an important legal case immediately. The chairman emphasized the seriousness of the case, which was directly related to this amazingly brilliant schoolboy. The photojournalist stood at the entrance to the police station, carefully adjusting his professional camera. The man was surprised by the complete absence of fellow journalists at such a busy time of the morning. The policeman greeted the photographer warmly, asking if he had had time to eat breakfast that day. The investigators gathered at the station to discuss cases and eat tasteless government food. The junior detective said he had met Jung Huk helping his mother at the market early in the morning. Investigator Kim praised the young man for helping his parents, noting that such behavior was rare among young people. A journalist at the entrance to the station pondered the content of the lively conversation between the police officers inside the building. The photographer decided to go inside to eavesdrop on the detective's conversation. The man pretended to buy coffee from a vending machine, deliberately lingering to eavesdrop on the conversation. The journalist heard surprised voices talking about an honor student who had taken down 7 gangsters single-handedly. The chief investigator insisted on the need to recruit such a talented young man to the police force. The photographer unexpectedly greeted the police officers, drawing their attention to himself. The reporter politely asked the detectives to tell him more about the hero of their lively discussion. At that time, Jung Huk was diligently helping his mother serve customers at the sales counter. The young man convinced his mother that his financial decisions were correct, asking her to trust her son. The woman agreed not to interfere with the management of the money, recognizing her son's right to independence. His mother suggested setting aside some of the money for college, fearing that the investment project might fail. Jung Huk told her about his friend's aunt investing 2 billion won in the same project. The young man emphasized Kwana Yun's professionalism and reputation in the country's financial circles. The young man suggested that his mother speak to the banker personally to dispel any doubts. The woman agreed to meet with a financial advisor for consultation if necessary. Looking at her son, the mother wondered when he had grown up and become so independent. Jung Huk noticed his mother's intense gaze and asked if he had dirt on his face. The woman thought fondly about how her son resembled his late father in character and appearance. The mother sadly asked the young man not to rush to grow up, but to enjoy the rest of his childhood. At that touching moment of family idyll, a journalist approached them and took a photo of them together. Mother and son heard the click of the camera at the same time and turned in surprise to the unfamiliar man. The journalist apologized for the sudden photo, explaining that he was moved by the touching picture of family idyll. The woman greeted the visitor warmly, offering him something from the shop's assortment. Park Yeon-il introduced himself as a journalist and expressed his desire to interview the family on an important matter. Jung Huk recognized the reporter who had covered the story about the school bullies last time. The young man was puzzled as to why the journalist had suddenly appeared at his mother's workplace. The reporter explained that he had received information from investigators and wanted to interview the hero. The woman asked in surprise about the reasons for the press's interest in her school-age son. Park Yeon-il recounted the young man's heroic act against the criminals the previous day. The journalist described with admiration how the boy single-handedly dealt with 7 gangsters and saved a hostage. Jung Huk deliberately hid yesterday's events from his mother and tried to escape to school. The woman began to scold her son for recklessly fighting dangerous criminals alone. The mother was outraged by the boy's irresponsibility in risking his life and health for strangers. The reporter realized it was an inappropriate time for an interview and suggested postponing the conversation to another time. Jung Huk thought irritably about the intrusiveness of the reporter, who had appeared at the most inopportune moment. The young man mentally promised himself never to talk to this annoying journalist again. An article appeared in the morning newspaper about a 17-year-old judoka who defeated a gang of swindlers. Jung Huk brought the translated materials from the American Judo school to the coaches for study. The guy noted the usefulness of the information, although the translation turned out to be much more difficult than expected. The young man was relieved to think about finishing the work on the materials, which had taken more time than expected. The coach admitted that it was difficult to understand the American methods even after a detailed translation. Jung Huk explained that walking on your hands is visualized very clearly and understandably in the materials. The mentor was surprised by the differences in approaches, noting the unusual technique of walking on 4 limbs. The guy explained the essence of the technique through repetitive movements of the upper body with the legs stationary. The coach carefully studied the other exercises in the materials and noticed the similarity of one of them to jumping. Jung Huk smiled and confirmed the mentor's guess, explaining that the exercise was called a burpee. The young man warned that an ordinary person risks exhaustion after 50 repetitions. The young man described the exhausting nature of the exercise, which can burn a huge amount of calories in a short time. The young athlete emphasized the effectiveness of burpees for developing endurance, despite the simplicity of the movements. Shin Sung-il decided to introduce new American exercises into his students' training program. The coach instructed the young man to change into his sports uniform and prepare to demonstrate the new techniques. Jung Huk was happy to note the beautiful weather, which was perfect for intense training. Traditional sparring between judokas of different age categories began in the gym. The head coach entered the hall and loudly announced an important message for all the athletes present. The judokas instantly stopped training and froze in anticipation of the words of their respected mentor. The athletes bowed in unison and greeted the coach in chorus, according to Judo tradition. Shin Sung-gil solemnly announced the introduction of new American exercises into the training program. Jung Huk acted as an instructor, preparing to demonstrate unfamiliar techniques to his senior teammates. The senior judokas were surprised by the appointment of the junior as an instructor, but respected the coach's decision. The athletes admired the diligence and knowledge of their young comrade, who was ready to share his experience. The young man began by demonstrating proper stretching, explaining the importance of mastering basic techniques. Everyone present watched the young instructor's precise movements in the hall with great attention. Jung Huk mentally planned to surprise his opponents at the competition with new effective techniques. The young man commanded the athletes to take the starting position for walking on their hands. The young instructor counted energetically, motivating his teammates to train with maximum effort. The guy explained the technique of turning the body in a handstand with support on one limb. The exercise required holding one's own weight in an unstable position for a long time. The older athletes were amazed at their younger comrades' deep knowledge of techniques unknown to them. Jung Huk easily performed complex elements thanks to his young and strong 17-year-old body. The young man understood the importance of proper breathing for the successful performance of strenuous exercises. The coach asked his students about their impressions of the new techniques he had demonstrated. The coach explained that the new American exercises were significantly different from the usual program and would take time to adapt to. The older judokas complained about their younger teammates' incredible flexibility, doubting their own ability to repeat what they had seen. The athletes anxiously asked the coach about the number of other unfamiliar exercises in the new training program. The guys continued to express dissatisfaction with the need to master complex American techniques before the competition. The older teammates looked at the younger one with sly smiles, anticipating his suffering in future training sessions. Jung Huk smiled to himself, knowing that soon the dissatisfied athletes would thank him for their progress. After 3 hours of grueling training, all the judokas lay exhausted on the tatami, too weak to get up. The new exercise program had led to complete physical exhaustion, even for the most enduring athletes in the section. The coaches discussed among themselves the impressive effect of the American methods, watching their exhausted students. The mentors assumed that in a month or two, the athletes' bodies would adapt to the increased load. Shin Sung-il regretted the lack of budget for a professional massage therapist to help the team recover. The coaches announced the end of the session and ordered the gym to be tidied up after the intense training. Sun-oh slowly got up from the tatami, complaining about the unbearable heat after the exhausting exercises. The team captain watched with respect as his younger teammate performed all the exercises on par with his seniors. The senior athlete suddenly decided to approach and sincerely thank Jung Huk for his new knowledge. Sun-oh reminded him that all the judokas in their class had given up their graduation trip for the summer training camp. The team captain was a first-class athlete who consistently won medals at prestigious competitions. Already in his second year, the guy received offers from sports universities but remained modest. Jung Huk, saying goodbye to the captain, promised to train hard to reach his level of skill. The young man suddenly remembered the important regular selection for the main team for competitions. The selection of honorary members of the section to represent the school at major tournaments was held twice a year. The winter and summer training camps became a platform for the rigorous selection of the best athletes in the judo section. Only 5 were selected from 50 applicants, and the young man understood the need to make it into the main team. The young athlete mentally prepared himself for grueling training sessions to achieve the desired result. Jung Huk tied his shoelaces in the locker room, preparing to leave the gym after a hard day. The coach approached the young man, asking if he had forgotten anything important in the locker room. His mother lovingly gave her son some parting words before he left for training camp, asking him to call her when he arrived and to be careful on the road. The boy reminded his mother with slight irritation that he was an adult, although inwardly he was grateful for her concern. Jung Huk expressed concern about his mother's health, working outside in the unbearable summer heat all day long. The young man worried about how the woman endured the scorching sun, standing at the counter from early morning until late at night. He couldn't imagine what it was like for his mother to sell snacks outdoors in such hellish weather. The woman reassured her son, reminding him of her many years of experience working in the market and her ability to adapt to any weather conditions. His mother warmly said goodbye to Jung Huk, asking him once again to be extremely careful during summer training. The young man thought about the onset of summer, when sweat pours down, even from simply standing still. The young man realized that time had flown by, unnoticed thanks to the intense training in preparation for the important training camp. After returning to the past, not all events unfolded according to the young man's wishes and plans. Jung Huk was sure that the current timeline was totally different from his previous life in every way. The guy understood the need to work hard to remove the barrier that had existed between him and his mother before. At that time, assistant coach Park Sang-muk was on the phone, reassuring the caller about the upcoming training camp. The man in the green uniform assured the caller that their sophomore captain was the main asset of the judo team. Park Sang-muk assured the caller that everything would go according to plan and that there was nothing to worry about. The assistant coach cast an appraising glance at the assembled athletes, thinking about the upcoming team selection. The man planned to push Captain Suno into the main lineup through regular selection at any cost. Park Sang-muk considered Jung Huk to be the main obstacle to his plans because of the young athlete's outstanding abilities. The coach wondered why a guy with excellent grades would practice judo instead of focusing on his studies. The man understood the need to eliminate the talented freshman in order to promote his favorite to the main team. The second coach loudly ordered the judokas to stop chatting and immediately get on the waiting bus. Jung Huk climbed the steps of the bus, mentally rejoicing at the start of the long-awaited summer sports camp. The young man was confident that everything was going according to plan and that he would definitely make it into the school's main team. The bus smoothly pulled away and headed for the training camp. The boy listened to music through the headphones of an old cassette player, relaxing and enjoying the ride along the highway. One of his friends excitedly pointed out the window, drawing the other's attention to the view. The athlete admired the beauty of the sea and the seagulls soaring above the water, visible in the distance outside the bus window. The judokas begged their coach to allow them a short walk along the shore before the start of their grueling training session. The boys marveled at the azure color of the water, as if they were seeing such a beautiful and clear sea for the first time in their lives. Suddenly, the bus began to shake violently on the bumpy road, causing all the passengers to grab the handrails in surprise. The driver turned sharply toward the training center, away from the inviting seacoast. The judokas realized with disappointment that their summer training camp would take place far from the beautiful sea they had dreamed of. The senior athletes quietly agreed to drink the traditional bottle of soju in the evening after their grueling training sessions. The sophomores invited Jung Huk to join their evening drinking session, calling him the trump card among all the freshmen. The young man politely declined the invitation, explaining that he wanted to focus entirely on his athletic training. The young man was mentally surprised at the irresponsibility of his older comrades, who were planning to drink alcohol during an important training camp. The offended senior replied rudely that he did not insist on the arrogant freshman's presence at their party. The bus stopped at the building, and the coach ordered the athletes to get out without pushing and in an orderly manner. Shin Sung-il announced that the next month of intensive training would take place at this sports complex. A huge modern building, perfectly equipped for sports activities, towered over the judokas. Next to it was a spacious new stadium with high-quality surfaces for various sports. The coach impatiently ordered the guys to stop staring and start unloading their stuff from the bus's luggage compartment. The athletes were surprised to see another bus arrive at the training center at almost the same time as them. Girls in sports uniforms began to get out of the second bus, attracting the attention of the male judokas. The boys excitedly discussed which school the girls were from and what sports they played. The coach watched with irritation as his students were once again distracted by extraneous matters. Shun Sung-il loudly reminded them of the goals of the judo training camp, demanding that they immediately gather their thoughts and focus. The coach pointed into the distance, drawing the athletes' attention to a barely visible path leading to the sea. The coach ordered them to quickly change into their sports uniforms and run to the shore without stopping. Park Sang-muk, getting into the car, threatened those who lagged behind with a double-round trip without rest. The second coach explained that they would go ahead to set up the equipment for the upcoming training sessions. 5 minutes later, all the judokas began running, fearing punishment in the form of extra laps in the heat. Jung Huk prepared for the start, thinking about how long it had been since he had run long distances. A look of determination flashed in the young man's eyes, and he mentally encouraged himself before the start of the grueling race. The coaches at the finish line wondered with interest which of their students would be the first to reach the seashore. Jung Huk, of course, led the race, demonstrating excellent physical fitness and endurance. In his previous life, the young man had been strong but quickly exhausted himself. Now he possessed both strength and endurance. The coach with the stopwatch on the shore pressed the button, recording the time of the first athlete's arrival at the finish line. The coach happily congratulated Jung Huk on his first place, sincerely praising him for his excellent result. The young man was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected praise from the usually reserved and strict head coach of the section. The boy noticed a heavy sports weight on the sand and realized that it belonged to the head coach of the section. Jung Huk picked up the fine, wondering why his mentor had been running with extra weight and lost it during his run. Putting the weight on his arm, the young man estimated its weight to be about 5 kilograms, which was quite a significant load. His senior teammate, who had come running up behind him, remarked admiringly that the younger man continued to set records in all disciplines. Team Captain Sun barely made it to the finish line, breathing heavily and holding his knees in exhaustion. The judo leader was extremely disappointed with his result, realizing that he was lagging behind his younger teammate. Shin Sungil ordered everyone to catch their breath and put weights on both arms for the next exercise. The coach announced the arrival of graduate instructors who would help conduct intensive training at the camp. The mentor loudly commanded everyone to prepare for an exhausting training session of walking on their hands with weights. The judokas reluctantly confirmed their readiness for the exercise, knowing the torment that awaited them under the scorching sun. The athletes began to perform the task without stopping, trying not to show their fatigue in front of the coaches. Jung Huk was fully prepared to demonstrate his professionalism and excellent physical fitness to his teammates. The coach announced the end of the warm-up and the transition to strength training on special exercise machines. Shin Seong-gul said that it took a lot of effort to rent professional equipment for the training camp. The athletes whispered among themselves that the new exercise machines looked like medieval torture devices. Jung Huk was mentally surprised at the seriousness of the coaches who had rented so much professional equipment for the training camp. Normally, the section had a modest set of 50 weights and a pair of old dumbbells. Simple rubber bands were used for training, with which the athletes developed muscle strength. The young man understood that for the other guys, these modern training machines were a complete novelty and a rarity. The senior coach called on Jung Huk to come forward as an instructor to demonstrate how to use the equipment. The young man, forgetting his role as assistant coach, hastily responded to the call and stepped forward. The coach asked the young man about his previous experience with similar strength training equipment and exercise machines. The young man confirmed his familiarity with the equipment, mentally recalling years of working with iron in his past life. The young man understood the athletes' natural fears of new equipment, because their bodies are their capital. Jung Huk realized the importance of a visual demonstration to overcome his teammates' fears of unfamiliar exercise machines. While doing barbell squats, the young man felt that the weight was insufficient and decided to add additional plates to the bar. The young man decided to add extra plates to the bar to increase the weight to a comfortable level for his workout. Park Sang-muk suspiciously asked the young man what he was going to do with such a heavy weight on the barbell. Second coach warned of the risk of knee injury, insisting that half of one's own weight is sufficient for beginners. The other judokas watched with concern, fearing for the health of their younger teammate. The coach continued to intimidate the young man with warnings about possible injuries and the consequences of improperly lifting heavy weights. Shin Sung-il stood up for his student, noting his obvious familiarity with strength training and barbells. Park Sang-muk mentally planned to use the situation to discredit the talented freshman in front of everyone. The second coach, with a fake smile, encouraged the guy to lift even more weight, hoping he would fail. Jung Huk felt a strange negative energy coming from the assistant coach in his direction. The young man was puzzled by the hostile attitude of a person he barely knew personally. The guy reminded the coach of his own words about the correct technique that reduces the risk of injury when working with weights. The young athlete pondered Park Sang-muk's strange desire to provoke him into dangerous actions. Jung Huk tried to remember how he could have offended or hurt the second coach in their previous communication. The head coach allowed the young man to determine the appropriate weight for demonstrating the exercise to his teammates. Park Sang-muk maliciously anticipated the young upstart's humiliation and injury in front of the entire judo team. Jung Huk confidently hoisted the heavy barbell onto his shoulders, preparing to demonstrate the correct squat technique. The assistant coach's pupils narrowed in shock when he saw how easily the young man performed the exercise. Park Sang-muk watched as the young man calmly handled the impressive weight of the barbell. Sweat beaded on the young man's face from the strain, but he continued to perform deep squats with confidence. The second coach's mouth opened in amazement, not understanding where the freshman got such physical strength. Shin Sung-gil joked about the possibility of his students switching to weightlifting after such a demonstration. The head coach asked Jung Huk to help the other guys learn the correct technique for working with the barbell. The mentor announced that the young man would instruct his teammates on the correct body position during exercises. The judokas surrounded their younger teammate, eagerly asking for help in mastering the unfamiliar sports equipment. Jung Hyuk patiently explained the importance of correct body position, which was enough for them to understand at first glance. The athletes were concerned about the possibility of back injuries if they performed strength exercises with the barbell incorrectly. Jung Hyuk reassured his older teammate, assuring him that the technique for performing the exercise was absolutely correct and safe for the joints. The young man approached another athlete who was exercising with rubber expanders and advised him to change the angle of tension for a greater load on the biceps. The annoyed senior was indignant at having to ask permission even for simple exercises with rubber bands. The guy understood his older comrade's sensitivity to criticism, especially after working with unfamiliar heavy weights and barbells. Another sophomore called the junior instructor to check the correctness of his stance while performing a strength exercise with a barbell. Team captain Sun-oh felt acute jealousy as he watched all the athletes ignore his authority in favor of the freshman's advice. The leader of the judoists approached Park Sang-muk with a question about the strange situation with the junior's elevation above his senior comrades. The assistant coach sharply reprimanded the captain, demanding that he speak more quietly and not draw the attention of the other athletes to their conversation. Pa Sang-muk warned Sun-oh about the threat that the talented freshman posed to his place on the regular team. The coach advised the captain to focus solely on his own training and not be distracted by his teammates. Jung Hyuk approached another teammate, noting the correctness of his execution, but advising him to bend his knees more for greater effectiveness. The young man demonstrated the correct technique, warning of the danger of putting his knee too far forward when squatting. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man noticed a tense conversation between the assistant coach and the team captain in the corner of the hall. He sensed an unfriendly atmosphere in their dialogue, which was clearly directed against him and his successes. Jung Hyuk felt growing hostility from his senior teammates and the assistant coach for no apparent reason. The young man began to suspect a conspiracy against him, organized by jealous team members and the coach. Park Sang-muk thought about the need for urgent measures against the upstart freshman who was threatening the captain's plans for promotion. The assistant coach decided to do everything in his power to prevent the talented young man from making the regular team. 2 grueling weeks of training passed, after which the athletes could not hold a spoon due to muscle fatigue. The judokas complained to each other about their trembling hands even after 2 weeks of adapting to the new workload. One of the guys lamented the lack of meetings with girls from the neighboring building during the entire training camp. The athletes recalled last year's training camp, where the training was intense but not so exhausting and brutal. The team captain indignantly told his teammates about the senselessness of the exercises, which had been devised by the younger players to mock them. Sun-oh was nervous about the upcoming sparring matches, for which the team was not sufficiently prepared due to the new program. The captain was suspicious of the inaction of the second coach, who had promised to eliminate a competitor from the fight for a place. The senior teammate noted with a fake smile the impressive progress Jung Hyuk had made in building muscle mass in 2 weeks. Jung Hyuk politely thanked his seniors for creating excellent training conditions, although he understood the insincerity of their smiles and compliments. The athletes discussed the radical changes in the training program compared to last year's more lenient training without American methods. Park Sang-muk thought irritably about the urgent need to get rid of the annoying freshman who was interfering with his plans to promote the captain. As he scooped another spoonful of rice in the dining room, the assistant coach noticed the strange behavior of the team captain sitting across from him. The man was staring intently at Sun-oh, who was clearly nervous and constantly looking around for someone. The captain began whispering questions to the coach about the progress of their secret plan to eliminate his rival from the competition for the position. The athlete's face showed extreme dissatisfaction with the delay in the situation with his younger teammate, who continued to demonstrate excellent results. Park Sang-muk was so surprised that he spat his food back onto his plate when he heard the captain's impatient demands for immediate action. The coach hastily apologized to those around him, explaining the incident by saying that he had accidentally choked on hot rice while eating. The man asked his neighbors at the table for water, pretending that he needed to clear his throat after the unfortunate swallow. Jung Huk had been closely observing the coach's suspicious behavior all these days, analyzing every gesture and glance. The young man began to understand the true reasons for the junior coach's strange, hostile attitude towards him at the training camp. He clearly felt the negative energy coming from Park Sang-muk and the team captain towards him. The young man noticed that several athletes were diligently avoiding any contact with him during training. The hostility was especially evident in the behavior of Song-oh, who did not even hide his dislike for the freshman. Jung Hyuk estimated that about 10 people, making up a fifth of the team, were under the coach's influence. The young man understood the scheme by which Park Sang-muk was turning a group of athletes against him through secret negotiations and glances. The young man suspected the existence of a financial scheme in which the coach received money from parents in exchange for guarantees of a place on the team. The young man reflected on the corrupt system of promising a place on the regular team in exchange for monetary compensation from families. Jung Hyuk understood the devastating consequences of such a system for the future of the entire judo section and the school's sporting honor. The young man seriously considered voluntarily withdrawing from the selection process to avoid open conflict. He planned to wait a year and try to make the team in his second year without any unnecessary drama. While he was thinking, the captain and a group of his associates were loudly discussing the quality of the food in the camp canteen. The athletes joked about the possible benefits of poor food for maintaining optimal weight before competitions. The group of conspirators noticed the lonely Jung Hyuk drinking water from a vending machine in the corner of the dining hall. Sun-oh thought irritably about the constant presence of this upstart, who was interfering with their plans. The captain considered the possibility of dealing with his rival himself, without waiting for the coach to take action. The team leader resolutely headed toward the unsuspecting freshman at the water dispenser. Jung Hyuk was so surprised that he dropped the bottle of water he had just bought, and it rolled across the floor. The young man turned around and was surprised to find the team captain standing next to him with a threatening expression on his face. Sun-oh roughly knocked the remaining water out of his younger teammate's hands, spilling it on the dining room floor. The captain dramatically fell onto the wet floor, pretending to have slipped on the water spilled by the boy. The senior student put on an innocent expression of a victim, moaning loudly from the alleged injuries he had sustained in the fall. The captain's friends watched the unfolding scene in bewilderment, unable to understand the reasons for the sudden conflict between their teammates. Sun dramatically grabbed his supposedly injured spot, loudly accusing the junior of deliberately attacking his senior comrade. The captain shouted indignantly that the freshman thought he was a fool and dared to raise his hand against a senior member of the team. Jung Hyuk watched the captain's overreaction with surprise, since it was the captain himself who had bumped into him with his shoulder while passing by the machine gun. Sun-oh continued to complain loudly to those around him that the junior was behaving too arrogantly and did not respect his seniors. Witnesses to the incident began calling the coaches to sort out the conflict between the athletes from different courses. Park Sang-muk approached with feigned indignation, demanding an explanation for the disturbance in the dining hall during lunch. The captain immediately began complaining to the coach about the freshman's constant disobedience and arguments. The second coach noticed that Sun-oh was holding the younger man firmly by the collar, clearly provoking an escalation of the conflict. Park Sang-muk formally ordered both of them to stop arguing and go about their business. The team captain indignantly asked the coach how much longer he would have to put up with such disrespectful behavior from the juniors. The assistant coach mentally agreed with the need to work off the money received from parents for guarantees. Park Sang-muk called Jung Hyuk over for a private conversation, pretending to be a concerned mentor. Sun-oh joined them with a satisfied smile, anticipating the long-awaited punishment of his rival. The trio went outside, away from prying eyes, for a frank conversation about the situation. Jung Hyuk was puzzled about the reasons for the call, knowing that he was completely innocent in the staged conflict. The young man discreetly turned on the voice recorder in his pocket, sensing the importance of recording the upcoming conversation with the coach. Park Sang-muk began from afar, explaining the reasons why he had called both athletes in for a talk. The coach emphasized the freshman's youth and inexperience, hinting at his immaturity in social matters. The man continued to talk about the frivolity and immaturity of youth in the sports hierarchy. Park Sang-muk hypocritically assured him that he knew the guy had a good character, but others might think differently. The coach warned of possible trouble due to the freshman's behavior being misinterpreted by his older teammates. The man hinted at the young man's excessive ambition in his desire to represent the school in competitions. Park Sang-muk condescendingly noted that the desire to win was commendable, but that the freshman should know his place. Jung Huk asked directly about the existence of a rule prohibiting freshmen from becoming the best and representing the school. The coach evasively explained that there was no formal rule, but that a freshman should show respect and make reasonable concessions to his seniors. Jung Huk asked directly about fairness, since a place on the team should be determined by honest competitive selection, not by the age of the participants. Park Sang-muk was mentally outraged by the boy's self-confidence, daring to openly declare his abilities and rights to a place on the team. Sun-oh aggressively pointed his finger at the younger boy, calling him insolent for disrespecting the senior members of the judo team. The captain condescendingly reminded the freshman of the many future opportunities he would have during his remaining years at school. The senior emphasized the one-year age difference, insisting on the need to give way to more experienced athletes. The young man realized that they were openly trying to intimidate him and force him to voluntarily give up the fight for a place in the starting lineup. The boy reflected on the coach's corruption and his methods of dealing with those who did not pay bribes for promotion. Sun-oh was outraged by the junior's smirk, demanding that he immediately get out of the way of his seniors and stop interfering with their plans. The captain called the freshman crazy for his stubborn refusal to understand the obvious hierarchy in the sports team. Jung Huk felt that he could no longer tolerate this absurd theater and the blatant pressure from the conspirators. The young man asked the captain directly about the financial pressure on the coach to secure a guaranteed spot on the team. The guy demanded an explanation for the coach's strange insistence on giving up the fair fight for a place. Park Sang-muk swung his hand to slap him, indignant at the freshman's inability to keep his mouth shut and know his place. The coach gave the young man a painful slap, angrily asking about the origins of such a rude and ill-mannered boy. The man threatened to expel him from the judo club for continuing such provocative behavior and disrespecting his elders. Jung Huk formally apologized for the possible harshness of his words, while maintaining his firm position. The young man repeated that in the absence of a formal rule, a freshman had every right to represent the school in competitions. Sun-oh could not withstand the pressure and hysterically confessed to bribing the coach for a guaranteed place on the team. The captain cynically stated that he had bought the coach's support with money, asking the younger man about the problem with such an approach. Clenching his fists in rage, the senior suggested that the younger man also pay if he felt the situation was unfair. Sun-oh punched the younger boy, reproaching him for his poverty and attempts to stir up trouble in the established system of the club. Park Sang-muk pretended to intervene in the fight, demanding that the captain immediately stop the violence on the campgrounds. The coach warned of possible expulsion from the competition for fighting and violating sports discipline during training camp. Sun-oh accused the coach of not doing his job properly, which is why he had to resort to force. The captain warned the freshman threateningly that talking about what was happening would make his life in the judo club unbearable and full of problems. Jung Huk mentally noted the success of his plan. He deliberately provoked them into being candid and obtained all the necessary information on a tape recorder. The young man firmly decided that he would determine his own fate in judo, not allowing corrupt people to dictate the terms and rules of the game. He pondered the best way to use the compromising recording he had obtained to restore justice in the club. Jung Huk approached head coach Shin Sung-il and respectfully thanked him for all his training and guidance. The young man bowed, expressing his gratitude for the knowledge he had gained and the wise guidance he had received throughout his training. Shin Sung-il was shocked and asked his student about the reasons for his sudden decision to quit judo, demanding a calm explanation. The mentor carefully examined the young man's face, looking for signs of beatings or other signs of physical abuse. The coach suggested that the intensity of recent training sessions might have exhausted the young man and undermined his confidence in his abilities. The man delicately asked about the boy's possible doubts about his own abilities and whether he was sufficiently prepared for the competition. Shin Sung-il asked directly about possible bullying by older teammates, demanding an honest answer. Jung Huk looked away and unconvincingly denied the bullying, which only reinforced his mentor's suspicions. The coach persistently asked about specific offenders, wondering why his talented student had kept quiet about the problems. The young man silently handed over a cassette tape with a recording, asking him to listen to the contents before making any decisions. The boy suggested that his mentor assess the situation himself after listening to the audio material on the tape. Shin Sung-il took the tape with trepidation, wondering about the possible contents of this mysterious recording. At that moment, Park Sang-muk nervously bit his nails in his room, worrying about the possible consequences of the conflict. The assistant coach hoped that the freshman would not blow the scandal out of proportion and would quietly leave the club without causing any unnecessary fuss. A sudden knock on the door made the man jump in surprise and interrupt his anxious thoughts. The messenger announced an urgent summons to the school principal to discuss the situation in the judo club. The man added that rumors had spread throughout the school about Jung Huk's intention to leave the sports club. Park Sang-mook cried out in panic, demanding that the shocking information about the boy be repeated. The coach stood in the middle of the room, realizing how disastrous the situation was for his reputation and career. The man frantically wondered what exactly this crazy freshman could have told the school principal. Park Sang-mook entered the office with a forced smile, wondering why the administration had called him in so urgently. The second coach feigned surprise at the serious atmosphere in the principal's office when he entered. The man approached Jung Huk with feigned concern, asking about the reasons for his sudden decision to quit judo. Shin Sung-gil addressed his assistant in a very serious tone, preparing for an unpleasant conversation. Park Sang-mook pointed to the boy's tense shoulders with feigned sympathy, pretending to be concerned about his pupil's stress from training. The second coach continued to feign concern, asking about the suddenness of the decision to leave the club and the real reasons for such a step. The man hypocritically advised the young man to clear his head of unnecessary thoughts and focus exclusively on his athletic achievements. Shin Sung-il abruptly called out his assistant by name, interrupting his feigned speech about care and understanding. Park Sang-mook was alarmed by the head coach's stern tone, realizing the seriousness of the situation unfolding in the office. The school director contemptuously asked the assistant coach if he even understood the position he had put himself in. Dong-ik, one of the senior judoists, was also present in the office, watching the tense scene. The head coach asked the senior to take Jung Huk outside for some fresh air to let him calm down. The young man was relieved to leave the stifling atmosphere of the office, filled with hostility and lies. He mentally said goodbye to Park Sang-mook, realizing that the corrupt coach's career had come to an end. Dong-ik sat down next to his younger friend on a bench, genuinely interested in his intention to leave his beloved club. The older athlete sympathetically noted that the younger one should have told him about the problems and bullying earlier. Jung Huk apologized for the inconvenience caused during the team's intensive preparation for an important tournament. The young man recalled how he had prudently turned on a tape recorder before the provocative conversation with the coach and captain. The entire conversation, complete with insults and accusations of him being a spoiled boy, was clearly recorded on tape. The young man reflected that the situation with the coach was fully documented thanks to the tape recorder. The young man acknowledged his role in provoking emotional reactions in order to obtain the necessary confessions on tape. Jung Huk was surprised at how angry Suno had become, exceeding all expectations in his rage. The young man was delighted with the unexpected receipt of direct evidence of bribery and corruption in the section. Dong-ik left his younger comrade alone, advising him to collect his thoughts after the stressful situation. The senior judoka said goodbye and left, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts about what had happened. Jung Huk remained seated alone, thinking about his next steps and the consequences of his plan. The young man wondered what steps Park Sang-mook would take to save his reputation. Meanwhile, the second coach sat nervously in the principal's office, awaiting the inevitable punishment. The man naively hoped that the school administration would not take serious measures against him. The principal clutched his head in despair, unable to believe the absurdity of the corruption scandal in the sports department. The school principal angrily asked the coach if he understood the seriousness of his situation and the consequences. The principal reminded him of his status and authority, before which the guilty subordinate was sitting. The man emphasized that Park was only an assistant coach, not an irreplaceable school employee. The second coach was terrified that the freshman had told the administration everything, putting him in a hopeless situation. Park Sang-mook desperately tried to justify himself, claiming that everything the young man had said was a lie and slander against his good name. The director silently handed him the tape recording, cutting off any attempts by the coach to wriggle out of the situation with evidence. The second coach recognized the tape recorder with horror, realizing that his criminal machinations had been fully documented and exposed. The man fell to his knees, begging the director to allow him to continue working and not deprive his family of their livelihood. The school principal cynically admitted that he knew about the small bribes from parents, but turned a blind eye out of respect for the coach's experience. The director added that he was aware of the systematic extortion of money from other athletes in exchange for guaranteed places on the team. The man offered a quiet dismissal without scandal in exchange for non-disclosure and no criminal prosecution. The headmaster recognized Park Sang-muk's professional skills in teaching judo and did not want to completely deprive him of his future in sports. The second coach knelt and thanked the director for his mercy and for giving him the opportunity to avoid public disgrace in prison. Left alone, the director went out onto the balcony of his office, holding the compromising tape recording of the conversation in his hands. The man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking about the successful resolution of an unpleasant situation without a loud scandal for the school. The headmaster sadly recalled 10 years of working with a man who had betrayed his trust for money. The director understood that without decisive measures, the talented Jung Huk would indeed leave the section because of corruption. The man admitted his guilt in condoning and being too lenient towards his subordinates' violations. The headmaster blamed himself for his inability to separate personal relationships from professional responsibilities in managing the school. The next day, a general meeting of all members of the judo section was announced for an important announcement from the management. Head coach Shin Sung-gil got the athletes' attention as he prepared to announce important news about the upcoming competition. The coach solemnly announced the start of the qualifying competition in 7 days of intense sparring between the participants. The coach expressed his confidence that every athlete had put maximum effort into preparing for the qualifying tournament. Shin Sung-il philosophically noted that the goal of joint training is not only the result, but also the process itself. The coach called on everyone to make every effort in the upcoming trials, hoping for an understanding of the importance of the moment. The judokas unanimously confirmed their readiness for the trials and their understanding of the tasks set before them. The coach announced the start of a completely new stage of preparation with special rules for qualifying matches. Shin Sung-gil presented the concept of unlimited sparring for the objective selection of the strongest athletes in the section. The mentor explained that only the first 5 people to score 70 victories would earn the right to represent the school. These selected athletes will become the official representatives of the educational institution at prestigious judo tournaments. The coach warned of a strict rule. Those who did not score 10 victories in a week would automatically be eliminated from the selection. Shin Sung-il began calling the athletes to the tatami in a specific order for the first matches. The coach reminded them of the well-known rule: the winner stays on the mat and accepts the challenge of the next opponent. The head coach expressed his hope that each participant would demonstrate their maximum abilities in fair competition. Jung Huk confidently tightened his black belt, demonstrating his skill as he prepared for the first match of the section's qualifying tournament. The young man proudly raised his hand, signaling to the judges that he was ready to start sparring and demonstrate his accumulated skills. Shin Sung-gil watched his student with undisguised interest, looking forward to seeing the results of the intensive training of the past few weeks. The young man stepped onto the tatami opposite his first opponent, also a freshman, ready for a fair fight between equals. The opponent tried to cheer himself up with the thought that they were both new to the club and their chances of winning were about the same. The opponent began to shout battle cries, trying to hide his strong excitement before the fight with his comrade, who was known for his strength. Literally seconds after the start of the fight, the opponent found himself on the tatami, struck down by Jung Huk's lightning-fast attack. The referee immediately stopped the fight, declaring the freshman's obvious and unconditional victory over his bewildered opponent. The young man mentally noted his first victory, calculating that he still needed 69 more to make it into the main team. The other judokas were shocked by the speed and efficiency with which the young man had dealt with his opponent on the mat. Sun-oh watched with concern as his younger teammate defeated his opponents literally seconds after the start of the bout. The athletes whispered among themselves that the next opponent would have a very difficult time against such a martial arts master. The team captain tried to calm himself with the thought that he had superior experience and knowledge of techniques over the freshman. The senior thought suspiciously about the strange disappearance of Park Sang-muk, who left without saying goodbye to the team. The school principal also remained silent about what had happened, and none of the participants in the conflict received a public reprimand. Sun-oh pondered the possible connection between the coach's disappearance and the events of that fateful day with the recording. The referee carefully studied the fight schedule, determining the next participant to enter the tatami against the winner. The referee looked through the list of athletes in Group A, preparing to announce the name of the next fighter for sparring. The team captain prayed silently that he would not be called out against this monster in human form. Of course, fate had other plans, and it was Sun-oh who was called to fight Jung Huk. The judge sternly ordered the captain to stop procrastinating and immediately step onto the tatami for the fight. Jung Huk greeted his main opponent with a sweet smile that hid his readiness for a serious fight. Sun mentally cursed his bad luck, realizing that a clash with the strongest freshman was inevitable. The opponents met in the center of the tatami, and the tension between them was so strong that it was physically palpable. Mutual animosity, accumulated during the conflict at the training camp, literally sparkled between the athletes. Jung Huk noted the symbolism of their second sparring match after the unpleasant incident involving corruption and bribery. The captain convinced himself to focus on technique, because the main thing now was victory, not past grievances. The referee reminded them of the need to perform the traditional bow before the start of the match, in accordance with the rules of Judo. Sun-Oh convinced himself that his many years of experience would help him defeat the talented but inexperienced freshman. Jung Huk understood the wisdom of the director, who had protected the innocent from the consequences of the corruption scandal in the section. The young man reflected on the fairness of the decision to punish only the guilty Park Sang-muk, preserving the reputation of the others. Thanks to this decision, all athletes could fully focus on fair competition without distractions. The young man realized that his actions with the tape recorder had nearly destroyed the entire judo section, but justice demanded decisive measures against corruption. The young man understood the need to prove his value to the team through victories, justifying the risks that the school's management had taken for him. Sun-Oh was determined to win decisively, dreaming of defeating the upstart freshman in the first round of their official match. The captain analyzed his opponent's defensive stance, thinking about ways to break through his impenetrable defense and find a weak spot. The senior planned to get in close and use his signature throwing technique to quickly defeat his opponent. When Sun-Oh began his attack, Jung Huk masterfully blocked all attempts with his hand, demonstrating excellent command of defensive techniques. The freshman did not give his opponent a single chance to break through his defense, blocking every attack with incredible accuracy and speed. The captain thought with irritation about the impossibility of finding a moment to grab the collar of this elusive and technical opponent. Suddenly, the senior noticed the perfect opportunity to attack when the junior seemed to lose concentration for a split second. Sun-Oh, lightning fast, grabbed his opponent's collar, opening up his defense and exposing the young athlete's powerful abs under his kimono. The captain mentally celebrated, finally catching his opponent and preparing to execute the decisive throw to win the match. Jung Huk deliberately allowed his opponent to grab him, luring him into a carefully prepared trap for a counterattack. The young fighter unexpectedly intercepted his opponent's arm, using his own hold against him to execute a throw. The captain's legs buckled from the unexpected maneuver, and he lost his balance, ending up in an extremely disadvantageous position. The freshman masterfully threw his opponent over his shoulder and forcefully knocked him onto the tatami with a classic hip throw. Sun-Oh found himself completely pinned to the mat just seconds after launching his attack on his junior. Only when lying on the tatami did the captain realize that the guy had deliberately opened himself up to his attack, luring him into a cunning trap. Jung Huk mentally rejoiced at the perfectly executed hip throw, one of the basic but most effective techniques in judo. This classic technique is based on lifting the opponent's legs while simultaneously destroying his stance and balance for the throw. The referee loudly announced Jung Huk's next victory, noting the cleanliness and technicality of the throw in the match. The young man gallantly extended his hand to his defeated opponent, thanking him for a good sparring match and the opportunity to demonstrate his skills. The captain contemptuously rejected the younger man's outstretched hand, showing extreme dissatisfaction with his humiliating defeat by a freshman. Sun-Oh rudely ordered the winner never to approach him again and to stay out of his way. Jung Huk calmly replied that now he could completely forget about past conflicts and focus on the future. The young man mentally calculated that he still needed 68 more victories to make it into the coveted top 5. His comrades congratulated the young man on officially receiving the title of school representative athlete after his brilliant victories in the selection. The young man reflected on the successful completion of the training camp and the long-awaited status of official representative of the school. Answering a phone call, the young man sincerely thanked his friend for his warm congratulations on achieving an important sporting goal. After ending the conversation, the young man promised his interlocutor to continue the conversation later, when he had more free time. Jung Huk headed for the police station, thinking about the next stage of his plan to change the future. Jung Huk continued his phone conversation, inquiring about the general situation in the city, and received assurances that the financial markets were completely calm. The young man asked his interlocutor for details about purchasing investment products through a Hong Kong paper company created specifically for this operation. Kwan Ayan confirmed the successful completion of the transaction, noting that there were no restrictions from regulatory authorities. The female banker enthusiastically expected a 30-fold return if events on the financial markets developed favorably. She explained that global stock exchanges were beginning to see signs of impending bankruptcy in the Korean economy. The banker drew parallels with the Japanese economic bubble when Korea began to restrict sales of investment products. Kwan Ayan talked about setting up a paper company in Hong Kong to circumvent possible restrictions on securities trading. The woman suggested extending the shelf life of financial products, given the development of the situation according to their forecasts. Jung Huk categorically rejected this proposal, recalling the patriotism of the Korean people in difficult times. He recalled how citizens had donated gold jewelry to pay off the national debt during past crises. The young man was confident that Koreans would unite to protect their country in the event of an economic disaster. The young man urged the banker to trust his strategy and continue to act according to the plan. After finishing an important business conversation, the young man hung up the phone and headed toward his friends who were waiting for him. Jung Hyuk happily greeted his classmates Suho and Soyeon, who were already waiting for him at the police station. Suho noted that they had not seen each other since the end of the training camp in summer judo camp. His friends once again warmly congratulated their comrade on becoming the school's official representative athlete. The trio decided it was time to carry out their plan to visit the police station. The young people entered the station building under the pretext of doing volunteer work to help the police. The students arrived just in time for lunch break, when the police officers were relaxing and eating at their workplaces. The law enforcement officers turned around curiously, looking at the young visitors who had unexpectedly appeared at the station. One of the police officers began to explain the way, assuming that the teenagers were lost and looking for another place. Jung Hyuk politely explained the purpose of their visit, mentioning senior investigator Kim Jong-do's recommendation for volunteering. The young detective, who was eating lunch at his desk, reacted with interest to the mention of his superior's name. The police officer asked in surprise about the senior investigator's recommendation, not expecting such a turn of events. The man carefully wiped his mouth with a napkin, noting that the volunteers had arrived earlier than planned. The detective asked the visitors' ages, making sure that they were indeed high school students. The police officer warmly introduced himself as Park Chang-do, the local police chief, welcoming the young volunteers. The chief warmly noted that senior investigator Kim had praised the diligence and abilities of the young people, especially one of them. Park Chang-do invited the students into the meeting room, genuinely interested in the real reasons for their visit to the police station. The man noted the unusual nature of the situation, as most students diligently avoid police stations out of fear and prejudice. The chief confidently assured the young people that they had absolutely nothing to fear within the walls of the station and that they were completely safe. The students involuntarily flinched at the loud and confident tone of the police officer, but quickly calmed down when they saw his friendly smile. So Yeon explained her desire to learn from her own experience what the daily work of real police officers and detectives is like. Park Chang-do nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the seriousness of the young girl's intentions and her sincere interest in the profession. Jung Hyuk stated outright that his dream of becoming a police officer had driven him since early childhood and defined his life goals. The police chief asked with surprise and respect about the seriousness of the young man's intention to devote his life to the police service. The young man confirmed that his dream of serving the law and protecting people had been with him since his earliest years. He spoke emotionally about his desire to help lost children find their way home and reunite with their families. The young man added that he wanted to support elderly citizens in need through volunteer work at the station. The chief warned him about the difficulties of police work, which involves much more than just helping citizens. Park Chan-do expressed doubts about the possibility of entrusting patrols to teenagers, given the risk of encountering dangerous criminals. Jung Hyuk passionately argued the importance of volunteering in creating a positive image of the police station among the public. The young man explained his desire to create a friendly image of the police so that people would not be afraid to pursue their dreams of serving. The chief felt sincerity in the young man's words, which set him apart from ordinary school volunteers. The man recalled that most students come for the sake of it and quickly leave without showing any real interest. Park Chan-do assumed that the senior investigator was talking about this bright and determined young man. The chief rose decisively from the table, having made a final decision to allow the students to volunteer. The man officially approved 30 hours of volunteer work, considering this time sufficient for a first experience. Park Chung-do strictly emphasized that the safety of volunteers was the absolute #1 and 2 priority. The chief ordered the officer on duty to issue the students with official patrol group armbands for identification on the streets. The young people enthusiastically received the uniform armbands with the inscription "Patrol Group," feeling like part of the police force. The students eagerly anticipated an exciting time and the invaluable experience of police work. The trio took to the streets of the neighborhood and began their first official patrol as volunteers. Jung Huk suddenly heard desperate cries for help and demands to let go coming from a nearby alley. The young man became alert, trying to determine the source of the sounds and understand how many people were involved in the conflict. Jung Huk stared intently into the alley, trying to make sense of what was happening, and his tension did not escape the attention of the accompanying police officer. The patrolman asked the young volunteer with concern what had caught his attention and caused such an anxious reaction on his face. The young man evasively replied that he had a bad feeling and needed to check on the situation, asking permission to leave, ostensibly to use the restroom. The police officer let the young man go without suspicion, reminding him to hurry up and not stay away too long during the patrol. Jung Hyuk did not go to the restroom, but instead headed toward the source of the suspicious noises, cautiously approaching the scene. The young man hid around the corner of the building, listening carefully to the aggressive voices and sounds of commotion in the alley. Peeking cautiously around the corner, the young man saw a group of local thugs surrounding a frightened foreign tourist. The usual sounds of trade could be heard in the bustling market, drowning out what was happening in the dark alley next to the stalls. A foreigner in a bright yellow suit was enthusiastically talking to himself about Korea as a country of instant noodles and large markets. The tourist was excited about the possibility of finding unique and high-quality goods at the famous Korean market. The man pushed his way through the crowd of shoppers, thinking about additional souvenirs for friends and relatives back home. The foreigner had his hands full of various purchases, barely holding on to numerous bags and bundles of goods. Suddenly, someone roughly grabbed the tourist by the shoulder, causing him to turn around sharply and drop some of his purchases. The thugs began aggressively pushing their special goods, ignoring the polite refusals of the frightened foreigner. The tourist tried to explain in broken Korean that he had already bought enough things and did not need any additional purchases. The criminals persistently continued to offer their goods at a discount, gradually surrounding their helpless victim. After another refusal from the foreigner, several more suspicious individuals joined the first two thugs. The four criminals completely blocked the tourist's path of retreat, driving him into a dead end in the alley. The gang leader menacingly insisted that the tourist simply look at the goods on offer before leaving. Jung Hyuk watched the dangerous situation with the frightened foreign tourist unfold from his hiding place. The gangsters switched to broken English, demanding that their victim look them in the eye and touch the goods. The criminals showed him a white powder in a bag, asking the tourist if he had tried it in his home country. The frightened foreigner was confused, wondering what kind of strange white powder they were trying to sell him. The leader began to convince him of the need to bring a souvenir from the trip, when Jung Hyuk loudly interrupted their conversation. All the gangsters turned sharply toward the source of the voice, trying to remember if they had seen this guy before. The criminals exchanged glances, confirming that no one knew this brave young man. Noticing the patrol group's armband, the gangsters relaxed, deciding that he was just an ordinary errand boy. Jung Hyuk took out his phone and loudly reported to the police that there was one injured foreign citizen. With a confident smile, the young man added information about the four criminals and the need to send reinforcements urgently. The patrol officer began to worry about the long absence of the volunteer, who had promised to just go to the bathroom. The foreign tourist watched what was happening in complete bewilderment, not understanding who this brave young man was, who had stood up for him against the gangsters. The criminals discussed the young man's appearance among themselves, confidently believing that they would be able to quickly deal with the naive schoolboy volunteer. Jung Hyuk carefully assessed the intentions of the criminal group, realizing the need for immediate decisive action to protect the foreigner. The gang leader casually ordered one of his henchmen to quickly deal with the annoying boy who was interfering with their business. The first thug aggressively swung his fist, intending to knock out the insolent schoolboy with one blow and continue intimidating the tourist. The young man lightning fast intercepted the attack, using his opponent's momentum against him, and powerfully pinned the attacker against a brick wall. The criminal instantly lost consciousness from a precise blow to the solar plexus and slid limply down the wall onto the dirty asphalt. The leader shouted furiously at his accomplices to stop acting like action movie stars and attack the young man all at once. Jung Huk calmly assumed a fighting stance, preparing to repel a simultaneous attack from several opponents thanks to years of training. The young fighter masterfully used his fists and elbows, simultaneously neutralizing two attackers with precise strikes to their vulnerable points. The foreigner and the gang leader watched in equal shock at the incredible display of martial arts skills by the young police volunteer. Everyone present could not believe how a schoolboy had professionally neutralized three adult criminals in a matter of seconds. The boy slowly moved towards the last remaining gang member, realizing the need to detain the leader with material evidence. The young man ironically demanded to see the contents of the pocket where the criminal was hiding bags of illegal substances for sale. The leader desperately threw a heavy brick at the boy's head, shouting demands to leave him alone and get out. Jung Huk easily blocked the blow with his forearm, and the force of the impact split the brick into several pieces without causing any harm. The criminal panicked and tried to climb over a high fence, hoping to hide in the maze of narrow alleys in the area. The young man instantly assessed the situation and rushed forward, not allowing the drug dealer to escape justice. The young man managed to grab the criminal by the shoulder as he was climbing over, ignoring his hysterical cries to let go and threats. The sudden jerk caused the leader to lose his balance and fall headfirst from a height of 2 meters. The criminal landed with a thud on a pile of garbage bags, which burst from the impact, and his face was buried in the stinking waste. The criminal lay helplessly among the rotting garbage, breathing heavily and moaning in pain from his bruised ribs and spine. Jung Huk warned the defeated leader not to do anything stupid and to calmly wait for the police to arrive. The young man officially announced the arrest for threats, assault, and obstruction of justice by a police volunteer. The young man heard a familiar voice calling his name from the beginning of the alley, where a small crowd had gathered. A patrol officer reported via radio that the missing volunteer had been found and that a support team needed to be sent urgently. The senior officer anxiously questioned Jung Huk about the incident and any injuries he may have sustained in the fight. The young man calmly reported that the rest of the gang members had been detained and sent to the police station. The shocked foreigner stood aside, culturally shocked by the scene of the criminal's arrest. The tourist addressed the police in broken Korean, trying to understand what had happened in this alley. The leader lay helplessly on the ground in handcuffs, unable to move after a rough arrest and fall. Jung Huk noticed a suspicious package with a white powdery substance of unknown origin that had fallen out of the criminal's pocket. Jung Huk concluded that the detainees were involved in the organized trade of illegal substances on the black market in the area. The young man recalled that after 1990, Korea began an active fight against the spread of drugs in the country. In 1997, the government proposed stricter measures to regulate the circulation of dangerous substances. As the number of cases of illegal substance abuse among young people grew, the problem reached critical proportions. The authorities decided to introduce strict legislation regulating the handling of harmful and medicinal substances. At the police station, the chief patrol officer admitted that despite the statistics showing an increase in such incidents, he did not expect to encounter this personally. Police Chief Park Chan-do was shocked by what had happened, calling the situation a real apocalypse for their district. The man demanded that all those involved in the drug trade be caught and that a thorough investigation of the criminal network be conducted. Jung Huk listed the need to arrest all participants in the chain, including manufacturers, distributors, and consumers of drugs. Investigator Kim noted with surprise that the young man's volunteer work had unexpectedly led to the discovery of a serious crime. The detective considered the need to transfer the case to the prosecutor's office if the connection with illegal substances was confirmed. The young man argued that even without final confirmation, this case would significantly increase the department's clearance rate. The police officer acknowledged that all credit for exposing the criminal group belonged exclusively to the young volunteer. The group entered the precinct building and respectfully greeted the major in charge of particularly important cases. The investigators warmly welcomed their colleague, noting his long absence from the precinct. Kim suggested that they first examine the physical evidence and then discuss the details of the operation over lunch. Given the seriousness of the situation, the detectives planned to combine their business discussion with lunch, leaving the young man waiting in the hallway. The rescued foreigner in the bright yellow suit was still in the station hallway, patiently waiting for permission to leave. As it turned out, the foreign tourist's name was Victor, and he was a businessman from an Eastern European country. Victor asked in broken Korean about the outcome of the investigation and the possibility of leaving the police station. The man reflected on the unexpected complexity of the situation, worrying about the many business meetings he had postponed. Jung Huk astutely noted that the reason for the foreigner's visit was related to finding goods for his business. The young man explained that he had unintentionally studied Victor's purchases made at the market before the incident. The young man noted the excessive variety and brightness of the goods, which were unusual for an ordinary tourist. The young man politely inquired about the foreign entrepreneur's business focus and the type of goods he was looking for. Victor explained his interest in finding Korean products similar to the popular instant noodles for export to Russia. Jung Huk was mentally surprised by the growing popularity of Korean doshirak noodles on the Russian market as early as the 1990s. The young man suggested that the foreign businessman consider exporting canned coffee in tin cans. The young man asked Victor if such a product had already become popular among Russian consumers. The young man understood that the manufacturing company had not yet entered the Russian market, giving him the chance to be the first to offer the product. Jung Huk asked the foreigner to wait a minute as he headed to the vending machine in the hallway. The guy returned with a cold can of coffee and offered Victor a taste of the popular Korean drink. The young man confidently declared that the Russian businessman would definitely like this product because of its unique taste. After the first sip, Victor was literally transformed, his eyes lighting up with the unexpected taste discovery. The foreigner enthusiastically asked about the composition of the drink, not believing that it was really coffee in a can. Jung Huk confirmed the product's popularity in Korea, convincing him of its potential in the Russian market. The young entrepreneur offered his services as a consultant on the sale of Korean goods in Russia. The young man promised to recommend products that were guaranteed to appeal to Russian consumers and bring in profits. Victor was skeptical about how a Korean schoolboy could know the preferences of Russian buyers. The young man suggested analyzing the potential of canned coffee based on the climatic characteristics of Russia. The young man noted the problem of cold drinks freezing in the harsh Russian climate in winter. Jung Huk requested 3% of the net profit in exchange for solving all logistical problems. The young man promised full support for transactions from signing contracts to final delivery of goods. The young man knew that the combined efforts of investigators and the patrol service had led to the capture of all the criminals. The police conducted a large-scale operation to arrest all the gangs involved in drug trafficking in the area. Newspapers were full of headlines about the successful arrest of criminal groups thanks to the vigilance of a volunteer. After signing the contract, Jung Huk accompanied Victor in search of additional goods for Russian export. After completing the purchases, Victor thanked the young man, regretting the limited time for more large-scale deals. The businessman assured that the assortment collected was sufficient for the first trial batch of goods. The foreigner admitted that without the young man's help, he would never have been able to find such high-quality products. Jung Huk offered to give Victor another valuable gift in the form of useful information about Russia. The young man reminded him that Boris Yeltsin was the current president of Russia. The young man hinted at an important person in the election headquarters with whom it would be worthwhile to befriend for successful business. Jung Huk advised Victor to buy warm clothes, warning him about the approaching harsh Russian winter and the need to prepare for it. The young man confidently stated that Korea would survive the crisis and get back on its feet in a couple of years, surprising the whole world. Victor asked again, skeptical about the forecast for the Korean economy to recover in just a few years after the crash. The young man confirmed his confidence in the country's rapid recovery, which would amaze the world community with its speed. The Russian businessman acknowledged that the young consultant's advice was indeed worth a $300,000 fee. Victor noted that the lowest price for consulting in Korea turned out to be the most valuable investment of his life. Jung Huk smiled and remarked that the foreigner was praising him as if they would never meet again. The businessman assured him that the next time they met, he would bring even more money for new large-scale deals. The partners said a warm goodbye, knowing that future business meetings and continued cooperation were inevitable. The young man waved goodbye to Victor as he walked away, thinking about the prospects of a new partnership. He was mentally delighted to have established an important connection in Russia for future international business. The young man remembered the need to urgently contact the economist to discuss the new information. Jung Huk reported by phone that Russia was likely to announce a moratorium at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. The young man explained the reliability of the information by a chance meeting with a Russian friend who knew the situation from the inside. Park Tae-gyu was surprised because a moratorium is equivalent to national bankruptcy, although he knew about the serious inflation. The young man agreed that it was difficult to believe in the bankruptcy of Russia, which had emerged after the collapse of the powerful USSR. The young investor suggested considering unconventional investment methods in the context of the impending crisis. The economist admitted that he had a risky but potentially profitable investment idea. After the conversation ended, Jung Huk stood on the street, reflecting on the incredible luck he had had in recent days. The young man felt lighthearted and confident that all his actions and decisions had been correct. The autumn chill reminded him of the upcoming national competitions after his Russian partner's departure. The young man began intensive training for the upcoming national high-level judo competition. High school students, college students, and adult athletes from all over the country were preparing for the main tournament of the year. At national competitions, each participant demonstrates skills honed through years of persistent training. Competing against the country's strongest judokas was a serious challenge even for experienced athletes. The school team arrived at a motel near the sports complex to stay during the tournament. Coach Shin Sung-gil warned his students about the need to conserve their strength and avoid injuries before the competition. Jung Hyuk was delighted to finally arrive at the venue for the National Judo Championship. Jung Hyuk could not believe that this was really happening, because in his previous life, he had never reached the level of national competition. Shin Sung-il urged his students to quickly unload their belongings from the bus and check into their assigned rooms before the ceremony. The young man remembered that his friend Hyun-sok's hometown was in the very province where the competition was being held. The young man thought about the current age of his future police officer friend, who did not even know of his existence yet. Team captain Song Oh looked with disgust at the shabby dormitory building, doubting its suitability for living. The athletes were concerned about the availability of basic amenities, such as hot water in such a rundown place. Jung Hyuk noted with horror the cracked windows and obvious signs of insects in the dilapidated motel building. The judokas discussed among themselves the possibility of changing their place of residence to something more decent and clean. The coach sternly ordered them to stop complaining and focus on the upcoming competition, not their living conditions. Shin Sung-gil reminded them about the opening ceremony that evening and the need to rest before this important event. The coach warned of immediate disqualification for any disciplinary violations during the national tournament. The young man understood that the condition of the accommodation was much worse than he had expected, even taking into account the modest budget. He suspected that the team's funding had been deliberately cut by ill-wishers in the school administration. An unexpected call from Kwon Ayon delighted the young man with the opportunity to solve the team's financial problem. Jung Hyuk asked the banker to pay part of the investment profits to cover the accommodation costs. The young man assured the woman that the amount required was relatively small and that they would easily agree on the terms. 5 minutes later, the coach was enthusiastically shouting about the possibility of moving from a shabby motel to decent accommodation. The young man explained that a sponsor had appeared who was willing to cover all the team's accommodation and food expenses. Shin Sung-gil snatched the phone from his student's hands to personally thank the generous patron for his support. Jung Hyuk confirmed that he would cover the cost of accommodation and 3 meals a day for the entire judo team. The young man explained his concern about the quality of food in the dining room, given the deplorable condition of the dormitory. The team arrived at a luxurious hotel, which was in stark contrast to their previous accommodation. The coach did not hide his admiration for the 5-star hotel, calling it a truly amazing place to stay. The young man modestly explained that the expenses were covered by a wealthy individual who was his personal sponsor. Shin Sung-il suggested that the money came from a wealthy family that owned a large corporation in the country. The young man mysteriously asked the coach if he would be interested in knowing his patron's monthly income. Jung Hyuk whispered the amount in his mentor's ear, shocking him with the astronomical figures. The coach couldn't believe that such money existed, exceeding his annual salary several times over. Jung Hyuk seriously considered the need to justify the trust placed in him, realizing the scale of Kwon Ayeon's financial support and his responsibility to her. The sports complex was buzzing with the cheers of fans supporting their regional teams, with the chants and support of Busan sounding especially loud. The young man actively supported his older teammate, shouting words of encouragement during his match on the tatami. The senior judoka successfully grabbed his opponent, demonstrating his refined technique and preparing for the decisive throw to win. The referee unexpectedly stopped the match, declaring the sole representative the winner on points, which caused disappointment among their team. The comrade returned from the tatami, jokingly reproaching the team for their shouts, which almost led to his defeat due to loss of concentration. Jung Huk sincerely congratulated his senior on his victory, noting his skill in a difficult match against a strong opponent from the capital. The announcer announced the start of the qualifying stage of the competition, where the finalists in each weight and age category would be determined. His teammates cheerfully pushed the young man toward the tatami, patting him on the shoulder and expressing confidence in his victory. The senior judokas jokingly threatened him with particularly grueling training sessions in case of defeat, cheering up their younger teammate before the fight. The young man was touched by the sincere support of the team, feeling responsible for living up to their expectations at the national tournament. He confidently promised to do his best to win, understanding the importance of the moment for the school's reputation. Jung Huk stepped firmly onto the tatami, feeling the familiar surface of the sports flooring under his feet and preparing for the match. The referee reminded the participants of the need to observe the rules of courtesy and respect for each other in accordance with the traditions of Judo. When he saw his opponent, the young man realized that he was not just facing a classmate, but a serious rival from another strong school. His opponent provocatively asked if the freshman was even going to lower his gaze as a sign of respect for the older athlete. The referee signaled the start of the fight, and both fighters took up their fighting stances, preparing for their first clash on the tatami. The opponent aggressively rushed into the attack, intending to overwhelm his younger opponent with pressure and physical strength from the very first seconds. Jung Huk demonstrated incredible reaction speed, disappearing from the attacker's field of vision and ending up behind him. The young fighter masterfully used his opponent's momentum, grabbing his arm and executing a perfect shoulder throw. The team and spectators were stunned by the freshman's lightning-fast actions, not expecting such a level of skill from a young athlete. Shin Seung-gil did not hide his amazement at his protege's display of strength and technique at such a high level of competition. Even the experienced referee was impressed by the freshman's skill, which is rarely seen among athletes of such a young age. The audience talked in amazement about the incredible speed with which the fight ended, which was over in literally a flash. The young man took up a new fighting stance with a confident smile, ready to continue demonstrating his superiority on the tatami. The young man began a new attack with a feint with his foot, causing his opponent to lose his balance and open himself up for a throw. Jung Huk made a lightning-fast grab and performed a classic throw, pinning another opponent to the mat. Beads of sweat appeared on the young fighter's face after his fourth consecutive victory in the tense qualifying rounds. The referee loudly announced the school representative's fourth victory, noting his flawless technique. His older teammates discussed with admiration his incredible speed, 4 victories in a total of 20 seconds on the tatami. The coach ran up to his student, admitting that he had not seen such a level of skill at national competitions for a long time. Shin Seung-gil smiled and asked if the boy was trying to set a world record for the fastest victory in combat. Jung Huk unexpectedly asked about the possibility of participating in individual competitions, not just in the school's team competition. The coach thought about it and agreed that with such a level of skill, the young man could well compete in the individual championship among adults. Jung Huk admitted to his friends with a slight smile that the fights had ended so quickly that he even got bored from the lack of a real challenge. The young fighter expressed a sincere desire to compete in the future with opponents who could give him a worthy fight on the tatami. The young man understood his need to fight judokas of equal or superior skill in order to further develop his skills. The guy went into another match, getting ready to fight a new opponent in the individual championship of the tournament. His opponent attacked fiercely, but Jung Huk blocked all the blows with apparent ease, demonstrating excellent defensive technique. To an experienced fighter, the opponent's movements seemed excessively slow and predictable, lacking any element of surprise. The young man frowned intently, focusing his attention on finding the perfect moment to counterattack his opponent. Waiting for the right moment, the young man lightning fast intercepted the attacker's arm, preparing to perform his signature move. With one smooth movement, the young man executed a flawless throw, knocking his opponent onto his back with a deafening thud. The referee blew his whistle once again, recording the freshman's lightning-fast victory over his more experienced opponent. The audience noted the incredible effectiveness of the young man's technique, defeating his opponents with just 2 precise movements. His senior teammates enthusiastically congratulated the younger player on his brilliant series of victories in the national tournament. Jung Huk dramatically fell to his knees and shouted with joy, releasing the emotions that had built up after the intense matches. The judo team surrounded the young man, showering him with praise for his skill and the glory he had brought to the school. The young man modestly dismissed his personal achievements, emphasizing the team's contribution to the overall success of the competition. One of his older teammates smiled and noted that their younger treasure also possessed a rare modesty. The athletes discussed the end of the tournament with regret and the upcoming return home without the opportunity to celebrate their victories. Hearing the talk of returning, Jung Huk remembered his desire to meet Hyun-sok from his past life. The guy suggested that the team celebrate their success by going to the seafood market to try fresh sashimi. The judokas enthusiastically supported the idea and headed to the bustling market, where merchants were eagerly calling out to customers. Upon arriving, the athletes were horrified to discover that the prices of seafood far exceeded their modest budget. After calculating the total amount of pocket money, the team realized with disappointment that they could not afford the desired treat. Jung Hyuk showed his savings with a mysterious smile, assuring his friends that he could feed everyone to their heart's content. His friends gratefully agreed to trust their younger comrade, knowing his resourcefulness and quick wit. The young man carefully examined the rows until he noticed the familiar sign of his future police friend's shop. Approaching the counter, the young man was met with a rude question from an unfamiliar man about the purpose of his visit. The large bandit aggressively demanded that he make way, looming menacingly over the young customer. The female saleswoman rushed to the extortionist, begging him not to take all the day's earnings, which were necessary for trade. The unpleasant creditor cynically reminded her of the debt, demanding immediate repayment of the borrowed money with interest. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from a young man, addressing the insolent extortionist with a demand to stop the lawlessness. The rude moneylender indignantly asked how some greenhorn dared to call him insolent and open his mouth in the presence of adults. The large man in a cheap suit swung his massive fist threateningly, intending to strike the little boy for his insolence. The child's mother screamed in horror, begging the thug not to touch her son and asking how he could even raise his hand to a child. At this tense moment, Jung Hyuk's calm voice rang out, politely greeting the owner of the fish shop. The young man demonstratively stood between the loan shark and the family, calmly asking about the price per kilogram of fresh fish. The enraged extortionist rudely demanded that the young man leave, stating that the shop was closed and not serving customers. The woman apologized to the young man for the inconvenience, promising to give him a good discount on his next visit. The loan shark continued to aggressively demand that the stranger not interfere in their business conversation about the repayment of the debt. Jung Hyuk swiftly kicked the insolent man in the shin, causing him to double over in sharp pain. The thug collapsed to his knees, clutching his bruised leg and shouting curses at the insolent young man. The young man coldly advised the loan shark to get lost, contemptuously referring to his dirty business of extorting money. The fat man, limping, threatened revenge, saying that the young man was lucky to have caught him without his henchman. Jung Hyuk calmly continued his conversation with the saleswoman, asking if she had any fresh perch in stock. The young man looked warmly at the beautiful woman and her little son, his future friend, the policeman Hyun-sok. The curious boy approached his savior and asked with childlike innocence if he was a gangster. The young man smiled and explained to the child that he disliked gangsters and asked him to just call him his older brother. Hyun-sok objected that the guy looked like a real gangster when he was dealing with a nasty extortionist uncle. The boy continued to ask the mysterious savior who he was and how he was able to chase away the adult gangster. Jung Hyuk mysteriously advised the child to watch TV in November, hinting at the broadcast of national competitions. The guy instructively explained to the boy the need to become stronger in order to protect loved ones from such scoundrels. The judokas happily discussed the hearty seafood dinner, thanking their younger comrade for the generous treat. The older athletes asked curiously about the television program that the guy had mentioned in his conversation with the boy. Jung Hyuk asked his friends if the national competition would really be broadcast on national television. The young man recalled that Hyun-suk had joined the police force immediately after passing the entrance exams in his previous life. The young man thought about the need to help his future friend with his studies so that he could successfully enter the police academy. A month later, Jung Hyuk's mother eagerly awaited the start of the broadcast of the 1997 presidential competition finals on television. With a mother's anxiety, she thought about her son at the competition, praying that everything would end well and that he would return home safe and sound. The television commentator enthusiastically told viewers about the unique biography of athlete Jung Huk and his outstanding abilities in martial arts. The host announced that the talented freshman had been nicknamed Lightning Boy for his incredible speed of victories, calling him the rising superstar of Korean Judo. The commentator added the intriguing information that the young champion not only performs excellently on the tatami, but also demonstrates excellent results in his studies. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, the final match of the presidential championship began, where the winner of the gold medal would be determined. Jung Huk confidently met his opponent's attacks, masterfully blocking all attempts to break through his iron defense with precise hand movements. His opponent took a few steps back, clearly not expecting such stubborn resistance from a young freshman in the final. The young man was puzzled by his opponent's strange tactics, who in the decisive match preferred to retreat instead of actively fighting for victory. His opponent nervously glanced at the scoreboard, where the seconds of the round were ticking away inexorably without a single point scored on his side. The young man realized that his opponent had run out of strength after an unsuccessful attempt to overwhelm him with aggressive pressure at the beginning of the fight. Jung Huk went on the offensive, reminding his opponent that strength and endurance inevitably decline over time. The young fighter, lightning fast, grabbed his exhausted opponent and threw him onto his back with a powerful throw, accompanied by a deafening thud. The referee blew his whistle sharply, announcing the end of the round and confirming a clear victory for the school's representative in the final match. The commentators enthusiastically shouted about the brilliant victory of the young phenomenon, noting that the fight was over in literally a moment. Coach Shin Sung-il, sitting in the stands, could not hold back his tears of joy and pride for his talented protege. The mentor shouted words of support from the stands, congratulating the young man on his incredible achievement at the national level. Jung Huk solemnly raised the gold medal of the Presidential Judo Championship above his head to the deafening ovation of the audience. The entire hall chanted the champion's name, recognizing the tremendous effort and dedication that led to this well-deserved victory. A reporter ran up to the winner with a microphone, warmly congratulating him on his triumphant victory in such a prestigious tournament. The journalist noted with admiration the incredible fact that a freshman was competing in the general division and his sensational victory over adult athletes. The reporter compared the young man's success story to the plot of an inspiring film, asking the young champion about his feelings. The young man modestly responded about his happiness, emphasizing the role of his coach and the support of his older teammates in achieving success. The young man addressed his mother on camera, promising to celebrate his gold medal with a traditional Korean barbecue with beef. The reporter asked how he managed to combine excellent studies with such intense sports training. Jung Huk hoped that little Hyun Suk was watching the broadcast because this message was meant for him. The young champion replied philosophically that success depends solely on willpower and a sincere desire to achieve one's goals. The young man made an inspiring statement that with true desire, one can overcome any obstacle and achieve the impossible. The young man ambitiously announced his plans to win a gold medal at the Asian Games next year, challenging the continent's strongest athletes. The young man told reporters that his main goal in life, after graduating from school, was to enroll in the country's prestigious police academy. Little Hyun Suk watched the broadcast intently, thinking about his alcoholic father, who gets paid and spends his salary on booze instead of his family. The boy thought bitterly about the suffering of his mother, who was forced to support the family alone, working at the market from morning till night. On the TV screen, the young champion continued his inspiring speech about the need for hard work to achieve one's dreams. Hyunsuk felt as if he had awakened from these words, feeling a spark of hope and determination ignite in his heart. The boy remembered his recent encounter with this amazing guy who had protected him and his mother from the loan shark at the market. A look of determination appeared in the child's eyes as he understood the importance of effort and perseverance in changing his life for the better. Hyunsuk repeated the champion's words about willpower and desire, reflecting on the truth of these inspiring statements. In November of that year, when public concern about heating costs reached its peak, winter arrived much earlier than usual. The government was forced to officially announce its decision to seek emergency assistance from the International Monetary Fund. The president apologized to the Korean people with visible embarrassment for having to make such a humiliating decision. Citizens listened indignantly to the head of state's speech, Unable to understand how the country had fallen into such disgrace, people shouted indignantly about the betrayal of the government, which they had trusted to manage the country's economy and future. Jung Huk immediately dialed Kwanayan's number, informing the banker that the moment of economic collapse they had predicted had arrived. The Korean economy was overwhelmed by a wave of bankruptcies, exacerbated by early cold weather and rising heating costs. Companies built on loans and debt obligations began to collapse one after another like houses of cards. Banks that had recklessly gambled with dollar loans and currency speculation were declaring bankruptcy on a daily basis. Suho waved happily when he spotted his friends at the festive Christmas market in the city center. The straight-A student called his friends over to his modest stall, where his family was selling homemade Christmas decorations. So-yeon jokingly reproached her friend's younger brother for not being happy enough about his older sister's visit. Suho responded with embarrassment, denying the accusations of not loving his sister in her unexpected visit to the fair. Jung Huk's attention was drawn to the poor condition of his friend's stall, which revealed the family's difficult financial situation. The young man sadly noted the poverty in which his talented friend lived, who deserved a better fate. The young man fumbled in his pocket for the gift he had prepared, hoping that the modest present would not offend his proud friend. The young man handed his friend an envelope, thanking him for the invitation to the Christmas fair and the warm welcome. The envelope contained valuable exchange coupons for kerosene and food vouchers for the store in these difficult times. Jung Huk explained that his sponsor had sent too many Christmas coupons, which he wanted to share with his friend. Suho accepted the gift with understanding, realizing the real reason his friend wanted to meet today. Jung Huk warmly reassured his friend, reminding him that true friends must support each other in difficult times of economic crisis. So-yeon asked him to walk her home, admitting that she was unfamiliar with the unfamiliar part of town. Suddenly, two young men with an unhealthy gleam in their eyes and unsteady gait approached the group of friends. The strangers with unfocused eyes aggressively asked the girl where she was going at such a late hour. The boys recognized her as Suho's girlfriend and began to behave even more strangely and unpredictably. The young men swayed and muttered incoherent phrases, clearly under the influence of illness or exhaustion. Friends immediately surrounded the frightened So-yeon in a protective circle, demanding explanations from the strange strangers. Suho was surprised to recognize his neighbors and sternly asked them about the reasons for their inappropriate behavior. The trainee singers broke into pained smiles, greeting a familiar face after a long separation. The top student explained to his friends that these guys lived nearby and were training at an agency, dreaming of becoming idols. The singers incoherently explained that a water pipe had burst in their dormitory, leaving them without water or heat. Jung Huk stared intently at the boys' faces, experiencing a strange feeling of déjà vu from their manner of speech and movements. The young man was shocked to realize that he was looking at the future members of a famous national music group from his past life. He remembered their incredible success in the future, when they would become some of the most popular artists in Korea. The young man couldn't believe his eyes, seeing the future stars in such a pitiful and emaciated state. One of the trainees suddenly staggered and collapsed onto the cold asphalt, losing consciousness from weakness. Jung Huk immediately asked about the condition of the fallen man, to which the singer's friend replied that he had been complaining of weakness since the morning. The young man firmly stated that it was necessary to call an ambulance immediately for the unconscious guy. The trainee anxiously suggested the possibility of tuberculosis infection from his roommate in the dormitory. The young singer described his friend's symptoms: a persistent cough, high fever, and coughing up blood. Upon hearing about the coughing up of blood, Jung Huk was horrified by the possibility of a tuberculosis outbreak among young people. At the hospital, a nurse reassured everyone, explaining that it was not tuberculosis, but a severe cold caused by exhaustion. The medical worker explained that malnutrition deprives the body of energy due to a lack of essential nutrients. Jung Huk breathed a sigh of relief but insisted on the need to test all interns for tuberculosis. The singer bitterly admitted that he did not have the money for a medical examination due to his poverty. The trainee blamed himself for his comrade's illness, explaining that his American origin made things more difficult for everyone. Suho silently handed the envelope with coupons to the singer, insisting that they needed the vouchers more in their situation. The honor student apologized to Jung Huk for passing on his gift, but his friend nodded understandingly in response. Suho reflected that his family situation, despite their poverty, was still much better than that of the starving interns. Jung Huk handed the singers money with the wish that they would not forget their friends when they became famous artists in the future. The trainee leaned over his sick friend's bed, happy that now they wouldn't have to worry about heating in the dormitory. Leaving the hospital, the friends bought hot meat pies, enjoying the aroma of fresh pastries in the frosty air. Suho suggested washing down the pies with milk at home, warning his friends not to eat everything in one bite out of hunger. Jung Hyuk thought warmly of his friend's incredible kindness, willing to share his last with those in need. The young man reflected on the importance of mutual aid and willingness to share even in situations of extreme need. He noticed how the sun's rays broke through the clouds, warming the frozen streets after a cold morning. The young man smiled, feeling warmth in his heart from the solidarity shown by Koreans in difficult times of crisis. At the pawn shop, Jung Hyuk anxiously asked his mother if she would regret her decision to pawn her wedding ring. The woman sadly admitted her regret, but noted that it was impossible to keep the gold when the country needed help. His mother confidently stated that his late father would have understood the need to use the ring for a good cause. The young man took his mother's hand in his, feeling her fingers tremble with excitement. The young man firmly supported his mother's decision, assuring her that their joint patriotic act was the right thing to do. A reporter approached them, recognizing the rising star of Judo, and asked for an interview about the charity event. The journalist noted the national champion's active participation in the patriotic campaign to collect gold for the country. The reporter asked in amazement if the athlete was willing to donate all his gold medals. Jung Hyuk explained that 2 gold medals could bring real help to the country at a critical moment. The young man confidently stated his plans to win new awards to replace those donated for the national good. The young man proudly pointed to his mother, who had brought his wedding ring, the last memento of his late father. The reporter mentally noted the heroism of the woman, who was raising her son alone in a tiny room. The reporter expressed hope that the donated gold would be used for its intended purpose of saving the national economy. The woman asked her son to come home first and get some rest after an emotional day. The mother explained the need to prepare early for the working day at the market, advising her son to go for a walk with his friends. The woman lovingly praised the young man, calling his deed more significant than sporting achievements. The mother emphasized that she was more proud of him than on the day he won the national judo championship. Jung Hyuk's eyes welled up at his mother's words, and the woman broke into a happy smile. His mother said a warm goodbye to her son as she hurried to the market to prepare her stall for the new day. The young man thought sadly that his mother did not allow herself to rest even on such an emotional day. Suddenly, a cell phone rang in the boy's jacket pocket, interrupting his thoughts about his mother's selflessness. The caller was reporter Park Yeon-il, who was following the news about the patriotic campaign to collect gold to save the economy. The journalist was impressed by the heroic act of the young man's mother, which he saw on the evening news on national television. The man predicted that victory at the Asian Games would make Jung Hyuk the 12th national hero of modern Korea. The reporter expressed confidence that thanks to such patriots, the country would surely overcome the crisis and return to prosperity. The young man cautiously inquired about the mechanism by which the state uses the gold and jewelry collected from the population. He expressed concern about the fate of family heirlooms that citizens were giving up in the hope of helping the country. Jung Huk recalled from his past life how trusting Koreans learned that their gold was being sold at below-market prices. The young man hastened to take back his words, asking the reporter to forget about the doubts he had expressed. The young man suggested that the reporter consult with reliable colleagues about the transparency of the state campaign. In the evening, at an expensive restaurant, the partners raised their glasses, celebrating the successful completion of the difficult year of 1997. Kwon Ae-yeon made a toast to the coming year 1998 in the official establishment of their investment company. Jung Hyuk talked about donating gold medals, setting a personal example of civic responsibility. The banker admired the young man's ability to anticipate developments and stay ahead of events. The woman expressed her hope for a quick end to the crisis and the recovery of the national economy. The girl was amazed at the incredible profits made without the support of large corporations or government agencies. Park Tae-gyu recalled the influential Russian partner who provided international support for their operations. The economist noted that their leader was among the richest 1% of people, which guaranteed the company's immunity. Jung Hyuk promised to create a protective mechanism for the company against possible attacks from competitors and authorities. The young man explained his plan to make the company so transparent that attacks would become meaningless and counterproductive. He announced the start of an important mission to install a protective shield the very next day. The young man planned to use his stay at the National Training Center to implement his plan. At the training center, coaches were preparing the country's best athletes for the upcoming Asian Games. The judokas whispered about the mysterious guy standing behind the head coach of the national team. Jung Huk stood modestly behind his mentor, already known as a monster rookie with a gold medal. Shin Sung-gil did not hide his pride in his protege, who had achieved national recognition. The director of the center introduced himself as the head coach of the national judo team, responsible for preparing for the Asian Games. The head coach of the national team solemnly announced his ambitious plans to win as many medals as possible to boost the morale of the Korean people. The director of the center proposed holding an official ceremony to introduce the members of the delegation, starting with the youngest athletes and ending with the experienced veterans. Jung Huk modestly introduced himself to the audience as a judo athlete who had been given the honorary position of assistant coach thanks to a personal recommendation from the director of the national center. The young man mentally planned to include the investment companies Kwanayon and Park Taegyu in the official list of sponsors supporting the national judo team. After 9 months of grueling training, the team finally arrived at the bustling Incheon International Airport for their departure to the long-awaited Asian Games. The young man walked confidently through the endless corridors of the modern terminal, feeling the weight of responsibility for the upcoming performances. A crowd of reporters instantly surrounded the delegation, eagerly asking the head coach about his goals and expectations for the continental tournament. The team's coach firmly told reporters of his intention to make every effort to win a record number of medals for Korea. The press turned their attention to the young champion, asking him to share his personal ambitions and predictions for the upcoming competition. The young man was momentarily taken aback by the flashes of cameras, but then dramatically struck his chest with his fist, demonstrating his determination. He loudly promised reporters that he would definitely return home with a gold medal, confirming the seriousness of his intentions. Upon arrival at Bangkok International Airport, the athletes were amazed by the scale of the ultra-modern building and its architecture. A confused Western tourist politely asked Jung Huk where exit number 2 was. His teammates were impressed by the junior coach's flawless command of English and his communication skills. The senior athletes jokingly admitted that they should follow the example of their educated and multi-talented junior colleague. The head coach got everyone's attention with a loud clap as he got ready to give an important motivational speech before they left. The coach warned of inevitable encounters with the world's strongest athletes at the hotel, who would pose serious competition for the Korean team. The coach reminded them of the countless hours of training, liters of sweat and blood shed in order to achieve the highest level of skill. He emphasized the enormous responsibility of representing a country that places its hopes in its national heroes during difficult times. The judokas unanimously and loudly confirmed their readiness to justify the trust placed in them and give their all on the tatami. Leaving the air-conditioned airport building, the Korean athletes were stunned by the tropical heat and humidity of Thailand in December. A stranger rushing by accidentally bumped into the pensive Jung Huk with her shoulder, pulling him out of his thoughts about the upcoming competition. The young man instinctively turned around, wanting to get a better look at the girl who had not apologized for the awkward collision in the crowd. The stranger continued on her way without a word, which unexpectedly intrigued the young man with her unusual coldness. The young man turned around completely, trying to follow the mysterious woman with his gaze as she disappeared into the crowd. His gaze fell on a dazzling blonde with piercing blue eyes as if she had stepped off the cover of a fashion magazine. Jung Huk felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment at the unexpected encounter with the beautiful foreign woman. His teammates impatiently called out to the young man, who had frozen in place, wondering why he had suddenly stopped. Realizing that he had been hopelessly staring at the stranger, the young man hurriedly caught up with the departing team, consciously scolding himself for his momentary lapse. The mysterious blonde, having moved to a safe distance, took out her phone and briefly reported that the first contact with the object had been successfully established. The Korean delegation was staying at a 5-star hotel where the athletes were to spend their time before the start of the competition. Jung Huk suggested that his protege return to his room, explaining that he wanted to have a coffee before bed in the cozy cafe at the hotel. Pushing open the glass door of the small coffee shop on the first floor, the young man looked around the half-empty room with its subdued lighting. To his surprise, in the far corner of the establishment, he noticed the same blonde from the airport, sitting elegantly at a table by the window. The girl instantly noticed his presence, looking up from her cup and staring straight into his eyes. The smile that appeared on her lips seemed both friendly and mysterious as she gracefully brought the cup to her lips. The young man froze in the doorway, unable to believe that he had encountered the beautiful stranger from the airport again. Pulling himself together, he ordered himself to control his emotions and soberly assess the strange coincidence. As he walked toward her table, his knees trembled as if millions of spectators were watching him in a stadium. Without invitation, he sat down on the chair opposite her and studied the stranger's face intently, looking for confirmation of his suspicions. Deciding to be direct, he asked if he was correct in assuming that she was a woman who got close to men for financial gain. The blonde raised her perfectly plucked eyebrow and asked with feigned surprise what exactly he meant. The young man warned her that it was unacceptable to use athletes for personal gain during important international competitions. The waiter who approached interrupted the tense dialogue with a polite question about the order, but was gestured to wait. Natalia mentally analyzed how this young Asian man had so quickly figured out her professional legend. Jung Huk repeated his warning not to use men for her own purposes, watching his conversation partner's reaction closely. The question of who had ordered the beautiful European woman to get close to the Asian athletes hung in the air between them. Unexpectedly for the guy, the blonde began to applaud slowly, acknowledging his insight with an admiring smile. The young man noted with satisfaction that his suspicions about the professional nature of the chance encounter were correct. The woman introduced herself as Natalia, noting her interlocutor's surprising prudence for his young age. Extending her graceful hand for a handshake, she calmly added that she worked as a KGB agent. The young man smiled and suggested that Victor had earned an impressive sum since he had attracted the attention of the Russian special services. Natalia's professional curiosity demanded to know the methods that had allowed the young man to expose her so quickly. His modest answer about natural attentiveness did not satisfy the experienced agent, who was accustomed to flawless disguise. The woman got down to business, noting the obvious reasons for her interest in the successful young investor. Jung Huk confirmed her guest that the visit was related to his profits from the Russian financial crisis and moratorium. Skipping the preliminaries, Natalia declared her readiness to move directly to the purpose of her visit. The offer to obtain Russian citizenship came as a surprise even to a guy who was prepared for surprises. The astonishment on the young man's face was genuine when he asked again about the seriousness of such an unusual proposal. His categorical refusal to leave his native Korea was firm and left no room for further persuasion. Natalia mentally noted that despite the apparent frivolity of the refusal, the young man's words conveyed unwavering sincerity in devotion to his homeland. The KGB agent asked directly about the methods that allowed such a young man to predict the Russian default and profit from the economic collapse. The young man smiled mysteriously, explaining his success by his understanding of a special national trait of the Russian character, passed down through generations. Jung Huk philosophically noted that one unchanging characteristic stretches from the Russian Empire through the Soviet Union to modern Russia, a tendency to make reckless decisions at critical moments. The experienced intelligence officer was struck by the depth of her interlocutor's analytical thinking, which possessed a wisdom unusual for his young age and Asian origin. Raising the stakes, the woman made an incredible offer: guaranteed Russian citizenship, 20 plots of land with mansions, and lifetime support from the state. The young man just shook his head, assuring her that material goods were of no interest to him at the moment. He explained that he had important business in Korea that required his presence and did not allow him to consider immigration. Natalia's professional curiosity demanded that she understand the true motivation of the young genius, if money was not the goal. His philosophical answer about money being just a tool to achieve more important goals made the agent think. The woman acknowledged the difficulty of understanding such a position, but noted her respect for her interlocutor's personal reasons. Unexpectedly changing tactics, Natalia offered an alternative with a charming smile: simple friendship without obligations. Jung Huk ironically asked what kind of friendship the KGB representative was interested in, left or right. The young man mentioned the bad reputation of Soviet intelligence, but agreed to symbolically shake hands as a sign of establishing friendly relations. Instead of a handshake, the blonde gracefully rose, leaned over, and left a light kiss on the cheek of the stunned young man. Natalia explained that this was a Russian tradition of saying goodbye between close friends, adding intimacy to their acquaintance. Before leaving, the woman promised to send a small gift in honor of the beginning of their unusual friendship. Left alone, the guy touched his burning cheek, thinking about the deadly danger of the charm of a professional seductress. Bangkok's National Stadium was awash with festive fireworks and fireworks marking the grand opening of the Asian Games. Delegations from all participating countries lined up on the field in full-dress uniform for the opening ceremony of the largest continental competition. The head coach of the Korean team complained about the unexpected workload that had fallen on him literally on the eve of the important day. After studying the materials from Natalia, Jung Huk discovered detailed dossiers on all competitors in all disciplines, not just judo. The delighted students thanked the junior coach for his titanic work in sorting and analyzing the intelligence information. The young man thought about the presence at the games of future legends of world sport, whose autographs would become priceless in years to come. The thought of meeting his sporting idols from his past excited him no less than the upcoming competitions. Rivals from other countries cast appraising glances at the Korean team, studying their potential opponents before the matches. The announcer announced the imminent arrival of the Korean delegation to the arena, and the athletes began to line up for the ceremonial march. Dressed in formal business suits, the Korean delegation took their first steps into the stadium arena, proudly representing their country to millions of spectators. A deafening ovation greeted the athletes as they entered the huge field of the National Stadium to the sounds of solemn music. A commentator in a helicopter described the majestic scene of the Asian Games opening ceremony unfolding in the packed stadium. Jung Huk looked up at the cloudless sky, admiring the perfect weather for international competitions. The bright tropical sun shone in a clear sky without a single cloud, heralding hot days of sporting battles. After the official part, the athletes were invited to a luxurious buffet with an abundance of Thai and international cuisine. The young judokas looked at the exotic delicacies with excitement, anticipating the opportunity to try unfamiliar dishes. Jung Huk urged the team to eat well, reminding them of the need to give their all in the upcoming competitions. The young man mentally thanked Kwanayan for organizing the delivery of Korean food even to distant Thailand. The head coach asked in surprise why the standard menu for athletes did not include the usual Korean dishes. The young man smiled to himself at the absurdity of the situation, where Koreans were offered everything except their native cuisine. The young coach reassured the team by informing them of daily air deliveries of Korean food from a generous sponsor. Athletes from the neighboring rowing team watched the judokas with envy, dreaming of at least a spoonful of kimchi soup. Noticing the hungry looks of his compatriots, Jung Huk realized their equal role in defending the country's honor at the Games. The young man decided that it would be wrong to enjoy the food while other Korean athletes were suffering from homesickness. Shin Sung-kil generously approached the rowers with an offer to share the surplus of Korean food that had been delivered. The rowing team's coach declined, embarrassed, considering it awkward to accept someone else's supplies without being able to repay them. The judo coach insisted on his offer, emphasizing that there was too much food for one team. Shin reminded him of the Korean tradition of mutual assistance, which is especially important when far from home during international competitions. Jung Huk proudly watched his coach's kindness, demonstrating the true Korean spirit of solidarity. The organizers posted the preliminary competition bracket, where each athlete could see their first opponent. Team captain Park Do-kin nervously studied the data on his opponent, a massive Thai wrestler with impressive statistics. Doubts about his own abilities were evident on the young man's face as he sought support in the eyes of his teammates. The coach loudly encouraged his protege, demanding that he stop doubting himself and focus on winning. Jung Huk reminded his teammate of their conversation the day before the competition and the importance of following the strategy they had developed. Do-kin recalled the instructions he had received about his opponent's habit of grabbing the collar before attacking and the need to counterattack at that moment. The winning strategy developed by the junior coach was supposed to bring the Korean team its first medal at the Games. The massive opponent launched a fierce attack, but the Korean fighter managed to put up a strong block, stopping the first onslaught. Do-kin felt the Thai fighter's huge hands grab him by the collar of his kimono, exactly as the assistant coach had predicted. Summoning all his willpower, the young man remembered the instructions and decided to immediately go on the counterattack, not allowing his opponent to build on his success. Jung Huk loudly encouraged his teammate from the edge of the tatami, confirming that the chosen tactics were correct. The team captain swept his opponent's legs with a sharp movement, causing him to lose his balance for a split second. Seizing the moment, Do-kin quickly grabbed his opponent's arm to apply a painful hold. The technique worked perfectly, and the Thai fighter crashed to the tatami with a thud, unable to react to the swift counterattack. The referee raised the Korean athlete's hand, announcing the end of the fight with a clear victory on points. The team erupted in cheers, thanking the coaches for their brilliant preparation and accurate analysis of the opponent. His teammates surrounded the winner, patting him on the back and congratulating him on his first international victory. Doc In could not hold back his tears of joy, thanking the junior coach for the strategy that allowed him to pass the preliminary selection. Jung Huk modestly noted the athlete's own merit in following instructions precisely and showing the will to win. The head coach announced the last match of the day, where the assistant coach would defend the team's honor. It was Jung Huk's turn to demonstrate his skills on the tatami of the Asian Games. The young fighter stepped onto the mat with confidence, preparing to face an unknown opponent. The young man fearlessly met his opponent's gaze, demonstrating his complete readiness for the upcoming fight. The Japanese wrestler towered over the Korean like a mountain, forcing him to tilt his head back to make eye contact. Commentators presented Yamashi as a 140-kilogram heavyweight with impressive winning statistics. Experts doubted the young Korean's ability to withstand such a formidable opponent without weight restrictions. Jung Huk focused intently on the fight, his gaze radiating an unwavering determination to win at any cost. Suddenly, the Korean burst forward, catching his opponent off guard with the speed of his attack. He managed to grab the Japanese fighter by the collar of his kimono, preparing to execute his signature hip throw. The experienced Yamashi deftly stepped back, using his body weight to break free from his young opponent's grip. Breaking the rules, the Japanese man secretly struck the Korean in the solar plexus with his elbow as he broke away. Yamashi whispered a greeting with a mocking grin, enjoying the pained grimace on his opponent's face. The Japanese fighter clearly hoped to demoralize his young opponent with dirty tricks and psychological pressure. Jung Huk instantly understood his opponent's tactics and decided to respond in kind in this unfair game. The guy discreetly pressed on a pressure point on his opponent's shoulder during the next hold. Yamashi howled in unexpected sharp pain that pierced his entire arm from the pinpoint impact. The referee immediately intervened, stopping the fight to issue a warning to both fighters. The referee sternly warned them that they would be disqualified if they violated the rules of fair play again. The Japanese fighter hypocritically protested, claiming that the Korean athlete had deliberately used a prohibited pain technique. Jung Huk understood that pressure on the collarbone was technically a violation, but practically impossible to prove, even under threat of disqualification. According to Natalia's materials, the judges at these competitions were extremely limited in their powers and tried to avoid controversial decisions. The enraged Japanese athlete, his face contorted with anger, growled a threat to destroy the insolent Korean with a single blow. The young man apologized with an innocent smile, explaining that he had heard about his opponent's love of dirty tricks and decided to respond in kind. Yamashi roared furiously and rushed at his young opponent, swinging his massive fists in an attempt to crush him. The Korean calmly analyzed his opponent's movements, noting the heavyweight's excessive swing and predictability. The huge Japanese fighter was shocked to find himself flying onto the tatami after a lightning-fast shoulder throw. Yamashi couldn't believe that the young Korean had managed to use his own weight and momentum against him. Jung Huk masterfully finished the move by pinning his opponent's shoulder blades to the mat and holding him in that position. The audience watched in amazement at the incredible sight of the lightweight defeating his massive opponent. The commentators did not hide their shock at what they had seen, calling the Koreans' victory over such an opponent virtually impossible. The young fighter asked the defeated Japanese fighter with an ironic smile if he enjoyed their fight. Intense rowing competitions took place on the waterways, where athletes worked furiously with their oars. Korean fans created a powerful support group, chanting the name of their homeland. The Korean rowers demonstrated incredible speed and coordination, pulling ahead with each stroke. The team crossed the finish line first with joyful relief, ahead of their strongest rivals. The Korean rowing team exceeded all expectations, winning the gold medal in the team competition. The judokas enthusiastically discussed the successes of their compatriots in other disciplines at the Asian Games. The guys admitted that rowing was an exciting sport that required incredible endurance. Late in the evening, there was an unexpected knock on the door, interrupting the celebration of the day's victories. Jung Huk opened the door and saw an unfamiliar man, whom he immediately asked about the purpose of his visit. The visitor introduced himself as a translator accompanying the head coach of the Thai judo team. The Thai coach stood silently, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, clearly waiting for the translation. The man uttered a few phrases in Thai, gesturing toward the floor. The interpreter asked the coach doubtfully if his message sounded too harsh. After a nod from the coach, the interpreter explained that the Thai athletes were staying on the floor below and could not rest. The man politely but firmly asked the Koreans to be quieter in the evening. Jung Huk unexpectedly spoke in Thai, apologizing for the inconvenience caused to the neighbors. As a sign of reconciliation, he offered valuable ginseng root as a traditional gift of apology. The young man sincerely acknowledged the Korean team's guilt for the noise that disturbed the rest of their neighbors below. The young man bowed deeply to the Thai guests, showing respect and a willingness to remedy the situation. The interpreter examined the gift with interest, noting that red ginseng is considered a valuable medicine in Korea. Jung Huk confirmed the high cost and effectiveness of the root, especially for restoring the strength of athletes after exercise. The Thai coach thanked him for the generous gift through the interpreter, but asked him to be more considerate of his neighbors. The young man apologized again and promised to strictly control the noise level in the evening. The team captain praised the assistant coach's diplomatic skills in communicating with foreigners. Jung Huk explained to his teammates that after the qualifying rounds, the participants would begin to eliminate their competitors more aggressively. The young man emphasized the importance of forming alliances instead of conflicts in the context of fierce sports competition. The young man recalled information from Natalia's file about the Thai athlete who led their team. The young coach knew that this fighter was considered a real monster in Thai boxing and Judo. This athlete posed the greatest threat to the Korean team in these competitions. In the Japanese delegation's room, the coaches discussed the unexpected success of the Koreans in the qualifying rounds. The Japanese could not believe that the Korean team had qualified in absolutely all weight categories. The head of the Japanese team angrily demanded an explanation for the failure of their secret plan to weaken the Koreans. The assistant reported that all instructions had been carried out. Korean food had been removed and the Koreans had been placed in rooms with poor water supply. The Japanese hoped that without their usual food and in terrible conditions, the Koreans would be demoralized. Intelligence revealed that a Korean company had taken on the sponsorship of the national team. Daily deliveries of Korean food were made by private plane directly to the team's hotel. The Japanese leader admitted that their plan to put psychological pressure on their competitors had failed completely. Open theft of food could have led to an international scandal and government intervention. One of the coaches proposed an alternative plan to eliminate Korean athletes from the competition. The plan involved disqualifying the Koreans who had performed best in the qualifying rounds. The Japanese coach cryptically mentioned an interesting way to frame the Korean team without leaving any obvious evidence. Jung Huk was drying himself with a towel after a shower, irritated by the weak water pressure in his room. A loud knock on the door interrupted the guy's thoughts about the possible reasons for the poor living conditions. The young man threw on a bathrobe and hurried to open the door to the uninvited guests. A group of people in competition organizer uniforms with serious expressions burst into the room. The Korean athletes looked at the sudden visitors in bewilderment, not understanding the reasons for the intrusion. The senior member of the group officially announced a temporary ban on leaving the room until further notice. The young man immediately demanded an explanation of what was happening and the reasons for restricting the team's freedom of movement. The official representatives of the organizers announced in a stern tone that from that moment on, the entire Korean judo team would be under special supervision by the competition administration. The senior member of the inspection team coldly announced the immediate start of testing all athletes for banned substances. Jung Huk felt his blood boil with indignation. The absurdity of the doping allegations seemed to him to be a blatant provocation. The next morning, the competition continued as scheduled, despite yesterday's scandal with the sudden inspection. Enraged by the injustice, the young man dealt with his opponents on the tatami with particular cruelty, venting his pent-up anger. Between fights, the young man agonized over who could have organized this vile provocation against the Korean team. The young man suspected that someone was deliberately trying to prevent them from demonstrating the results of many years of training. Suddenly, the announcer called Jung Huk to the arena, and the young man rushed to the center of the stadium. Once in front of the cameras, the young man, in a fit of rage, began to tear off his sports jacket, shouting accusations at the cowardly schemers. The young fighter angrily asked the audience of millions if his anonymous enemies really thought they could break the Korean spirit with their dirty tricks. The young man continued to shout about the shameful attempt to frame honest athletes with false accusations of doping. Television commentators looked at each other in confusion, unable to understand the reasons for the Korean athlete's emotional outburst. The spectators in the stands whispered in confusion, trying to understand the essence of the unfolding scandal. Shin Sung-il watched his protege's antics with horror, feeling a burning shame for the first time at his uncontrollable behavior. The coach felt himself blushing with embarrassment as his protege continued his theatrical performance in front of the cameras. Jung Huk demonstratively tore his shirt, demanding explanations and proof of the alleged use of banned substances. In distant Korea, the young man's mother watched with concern as her son's emotional breakdown was broadcast live on national television. The woman pressed her hands to her chest, praying that her son would not do anything irreparably foolish in a fit of righteous anger. On the bus on the way to the hotel, Jung Huk sat with his cheeks burning with shame, realizing the scale of the spectacle he had caused. The young man justified himself to the coach, explaining that his outburst was a justified reaction to unfair accusations. Shin Sung-il sternly reminded him that such behavior could lead to the immediate disqualification of the entire team. The young man argued that the organizers themselves were to blame for the provocation and therefore limited themselves to a formal warning. After listening to his pupil's arguments, the coach reluctantly acknowledged a certain logic in his reasoning about deliberate provocation. The coach noted with concern that someone was clearly trying to systematically set up the Korean team throughout the competition. Shin Sung-il sternly warned his pupil that such emotional outbursts were unacceptable in the future, regardless of any provocations. The young man obediently agreed with his mentor, assuring him that he was well aware of the wrongness of his impulsive behavior. The young man reflected on the increased attention of the world media to the current Asian Games, which led to a thorough investigation of the scandal. The young man understood the absurdity of the situation. Doping tests of an entire national team without good reason were unprecedented. Jung Huk politely asked permission to leave the bus if the coach had finished his lecture. At the exit, the young man was met by his concerned teammates, who were waiting for him outside. The judokas anxiously asked if the angry coach had imposed a severe punishment for the scandalous incident. The young coach reassured his friends, explaining that he wanted to take a walk alone to gather his thoughts. In fact, the young man headed for a secluded spot with the firm intention of making an important phone call. Finding a quiet spot under a spreading tree, the young man took his cell phone out of his pocket. Jung Huk dialed his mother's number, wanting to make sure that his behavior hadn't upset her too much. His mother was relieved to hear her son's voice and admitted that she had been eagerly awaiting his call after what she had seen. She wisely noted that her son's success was causing envy among ill-wishers who were looking for ways to discredit him. His mother expressed confidence in her son's innocence, advising him not to worry about the machinations of envious people. The woman asked her son to eat well and take care of his health, assuring him of her unconditional faith in him. Hanging up the phone, Jung Huk shivered from the unexpected cold wind in the tropical country, deciding to figure out the strangeness. The young man's attention was drawn to a group of Japanese athletes walking past on the park path. The young man instantly recognized the members of the Japanese judo team, his main competitors at the games. The young man remembered their strange, appraising glances at the opening ceremony of the competition. He particularly remembered the dishonest fighter who used dirty tricks during their match. Jung Huk forced himself to put aside his suspicions, realizing that accusations without evidence were unfounded. The young man reminded himself of the importance of objectivity and the inadmissibility of baseless accusations against competitors. Suddenly, the Japanese athlete stopped and asked the Korean with a mocking smile if he had taken another dose of doping. The young man stared at the insolent man with an icy gaze, outraged by the audacity and shamelessness of the insult. The Japanese athlete continued his provocations, advising him to hurry up before the banned substances were detected in his blood. Jung Huk felt rage boiling in his veins, his fist clenching involuntarily with the desire to strike. An inner voice told the young man that these scoundrels were well aware of the real reasons for the doping test. Looking more closely at the Japanese athletes, Jung Huk noticed the strange bald spots on the backs of all the team members' heads, as if from regular shaving. The skin around the Japanese athletes' necks had a characteristic reddish tint, reminiscent of marks from frequent injections or irritation. A terrible thought pierced the young man's mind. Could it be that the Japanese team was using banned substances themselves and trying to divert suspicion? His thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected call from an unfamiliar international number. The young man looked suspiciously at the unfamiliar country code on the display, wondering whether to answer. Curiosity overcame caution, and the young man accepted the incoming call from the mysterious caller. Natalia's familiar female voice inquired about the young man's well-being after the unpleasant incident with the inspection. The Russian intelligence agent spoke with a slight flirtatious tone in her voice, clearly enjoying her interlocutor's confusion. Jung Huk was amazed at the KGB agent's knowledge of the inner workings of sporting events. The young man understood that Natalia was well informed about all the behind-the-scenes intrigues of the Asian Games. The woman offered her help in resolving the unpleasant situation, reminding him of their special relationship. The blonde playfully emphasized the status of their friendship, hinting at mutual obligations. The young man smiled and agreed that the help of a true friend really could not be refused. In a small cafe at the hotel, a middle-aged man in a business suit fidgeted nervously in his chair. The representative of the organizing committee could not believe that Soviet intelligence agents had approached him. The man feverishly ran through possible reasons for the KGB's interest in his humble person. When he saw Jung Huk entering, the official became even more nervous, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The young judoka politely introduced himself as the official representative of the Korean national team. The organizer tried to remain calm, saying that he was expecting someone else for a business meeting. When the young man sat down opposite him, a heavy pause filled with unspoken accusations hung between them. The young man apologized for having to resort to the help of influential friends to arrange the meeting. The official realized with horror that the Korean athlete had connections with Soviet intelligence. The man tried to get up and leave, saying he had nothing to discuss with the young man. Jung Huk imperiously asked his interlocutor to return to the table for a serious conversation. The young man asked directly about the size of the bribe received from the Japanese delegation for organizing the provocation. The young man demonstratively placed a compact cassette with a recording of the compromising conversation on the table. The young man noted with a smirk the excessive talkativeness of one of the organizer's subordinates. The official's pupils dilated in horror at the sight of the material evidence of his corrupt activities. In a panic, the man snatched the cassette and slammed it on the floor, trying to destroy the evidence. The cafe patrons watched in astonishment at the strange behavior of the respectable gentleman. The plastic case of the cassette broke into many pieces, and the magnetic tape unraveled on the floor. The organizer, his voice filled with despair, reproached the young man for the cruelty of making such serious accusations without any solid evidence. Suddenly, something in the scattered fragments of the cassette caught the official's attention, causing him to look more closely at the debris on the floor. The man knelt down, feverishly gathering the plastic fragments and trying to examine the remains of the magnetic tape he had just destroyed in a panic. Jung Huk confirmed the obvious with a cold smile. The broken cassette was just a cheap copy for psychological effect. The young man demonstratively twirled the real cassette between his fingers, suggesting that the organizer repeat the act of vandalism with the original recording. The young man sarcastically remarked that even the almighty KGB had been unable to provide the official with a complete picture of what was happening and all the players in this game. Hearing the hint of incomplete information from Soviet intelligence, the man tensed up and demanded explanations about the hidden details of the situation. The young man calmly explained that he had already found reliable channels for transferring the compromising recording to the relevant Thai government agencies. The young judoka emphasized that these were structures directly subordinate to the top leadership of the country hosting the games. The young man vividly described the consequences of the scandal, the disgrace of the organizer of the prestigious Asian Games, who succumbed to the provocations of a foreign power for the sake of a bribe. Jung Huk added a juicy detail about the official's older brother, who holds a high position in Thai military circles and whose career will also be threatened. The young man ruthlessly described the chain reaction, the downfall of an entire family because of a single corruption scandal at the international level. The organizer tried painfully to understand how a simple Korean sports coach ended up connected to Soviet intelligence and possessed such capabilities. The broken man collapsed to his knees in the middle of the cafe, begging for a way to escape the impending disaster. Seeing his opponent's complete surrender, Jung Huk realized that victory was assured and graciously agreed to conduct doping tests for the Korean team. The young man confidently declared that all Korean judokas were ready to undergo any tests for banned substances without exception. The young man emphasized the absolute purity of his athletes, whose test results would only confirm their innocence to the world community. The young man offered the official a chance to save face by publicly rejecting the provocation of those countries that had tried to bribe him. The organizer bitterly realized that the Korean guy had been sure from the very beginning that the doping test was a setup. The official's reaction made it clear that he had received a bribe from an interested party to organize the provocation. Jung Huk majestically repeated his offer to give the official a chance to redeem himself for the sake of the honor of the Asian Games, demanding an immediate decision. In a car parked nearby, Natalia listened intently to the conversation through headphones connected to a hidden microphone. The Russian intelligence agent watched with professional admiration through a hidden camera as the young genius manipulated the experienced official. The woman reflected on how she had provided the young man with only basic information about the organizer's identity, and he had managed to put together a brilliant combination. The KGB agent analyzed the logical chain of actions of the young man, who had turned minimal data into a powerful weapon of psychological pressure. Natalia mentally applauded the skill with which the seemingly inexperienced young man had broken the will of a bureaucrat hardened by intrigue, when a sudden vibration from her phone interrupted her observations. Natalia answered the call in a professional tone, introducing herself and showing her willingness to listen to the caller with full attention. Jung Huk noted with slight irony that he was obviously being watched and suggested that the KGB agent join him for lunch after the exhausting intrigues. The Russian intelligence officer was genuinely impressed by the young man's insight, who had seen through the surveillance despite her professional disguise. The best judokas on the continent gathered in the arena of the sports complex, ready for the decisive battles of the Asian Games. Television commentators greeted an audience of millions, announcing the continuation of the live broadcast of the final matches. The host reported the sensational news of a large-scale doping test conducted by the Thai organizers for all participants in the competition. The results of several athletes were annulled after the discovery of banned substances, causing an uproar in some delegations. The announcer solemnly announced the imminent start of the final match featuring rising Korean judo star Choi Jung-hyuk. Shin Sung-gil encouraged his protege before the fight with the Thai monster, a two-time international tournament champion, urging him to stay calm. The coach warned of the danger of his opponent's lightning-fast interceptions, his signature technique that had brought him many victories. The mentor emphasized the Thai fighter's ability to counterattack at the moment when his opponent is confident of victory and loses vigilance. Jung Hyuk studied his opponent, wondering if he might have French blood, which would explain his physique, unusual for an Asian. The Thai fighter was indeed larger than even the massive Japanese fighter the young man had fought earlier. The young man mentally listed the difficulties he had overcome that had brought him to this arena for the final match of the Asian Games. In such moments of extreme tension, the young man felt an acute sense of existential loneliness, as if he were the only person in the universe. The guy was surprised to realize how deeply he had immersed himself in judo, which he had initially considered only as a tool for achieving his goals. Victory in this match meant recognition as the strongest judoka in the entire Asian region, an incredible achievement for a freshman. When the finalists stepped onto the tatami, the stands erupted with cheers from fans of both countries. The athletes performed the traditional bow, showing mutual respect before the start of the decisive battle. The Thai fighter studied the young Korean with a sly smirk of superiority, clearly underestimating his opponent. Jung Hyuk remained completely focused, planning to end the fight as quickly and efficiently as possible. The referee's piercing whistle cut through the tense silence, signaling the start of the final battle for gold. The Thai fighter's eyes suddenly narrowed in surprise when he noticed something unexpected in his Korean opponent's stance. Jung Hyuk attacked lightning fast, but the experienced Thai fighter managed to put up a strong block and immediately went on the counterattack. The Korean fighter analyzed his opponent's movements, noticing a brief vulnerability in his defense as he transitioned to attack. Waiting for the optimal moment, the young man attempted to grab his opponent by the collar to perform a hip throw. Unexpectedly, the technique did not work as intended, and confusion flashed in the young man's eyes at the failure of the practiced move. The young man mentally analyzed the situation, realizing that his opponent had easily blocked his grab, but forced himself to remain calm and not panic. The young man tried to deliver an unexpected heel strike to the body, but the Thai fighter seemed to anticipate the move and dodged it with minimal effort. Jung Hyuk respectfully acknowledged his opponent's skill, realizing that he was facing an opponent of a completely different level than all the previous ones. Having retreated to a safe distance, the Korean fighter realized that a quick victory against such an experienced and skilled opponent was impossible. Shin Sung-il shouted loudly from the edge of the tatami, warning his protege to be patient and cautious against treacherous counterattacks. The Thai coach impatiently urged his fighter to stop stalling and apply the tactics they had practiced in training. The Thai coach furiously demanded that his fighter immediately break the resistance of the insolent Korean and end the fight with a convincing victory. Hearing his coach's calls, the Thai champion seemed to wake up from a slumber, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The fighter from Thailand unleashed a barrage of punches and holds on the Korean, attacking from different angles in an attempt to break through his defense. Jung Huk decided to focus on defense, masterfully repelling every attempt by his opponent to find a breach in his defense. After the young Korean blocked absolutely all attacks, the Thai champion's face showed genuine amazement. Both fighters were breathing heavily, standing opposite each other in a tense confrontation of wills and techniques. The Thai athlete suddenly broke into a predatory smile, like a predator who had found worthy prey. The fighter from Thailand respectfully asked the Korean if he lived in the same temporal dimension of intensity as himself. Television commentators excitedly noted that 30 seconds had passed since the start of the final without a single effective action. The fighters simultaneously rushed into the attack, and Jung Huk attempted a hip throw using his opponent's momentum. The Thai master masterfully twisted out of the hold and instantly counterattacked, trying to take advantage of the Korean's loss of balance. The ferocity of the attacks on both sides amazed the audience, who had never seen such intensity in the final bouts. The opponents took a step back in unison, and Jung Huk mechanically adjusted his loosened belt, preparing to continue the fight. The fierce confrontation between the two masters captivated the attention of thousands of spectators who were unable to take their eyes off the exciting fight. The referee's sharp whistle suddenly pierced the tense atmosphere of the arena, causing the fighters to freeze. The referee raised his hand, signaling the end of the fight, which caused confusion among both finalists. Jung Huk looked around in confusion, trying to understand the reason for the sudden stop in the midst of an intense exchange of techniques. Realization came instantly. The 3 minutes of regular time had flown by unnoticed. The commentators announced that the regulation time had expired without a single point scored, which meant that the match would go into overtime. The stands buzzed with amazement. An Asian Games final with no result in regular time was an unprecedented event. An elderly Japanese coach sharply rebuked his noisy neighbors, demanding silent respect for the demonstration of the highest skill on the tatami. Among the thousands of spectators in the stands, one woman watched the match with particular excitement, mentally analyzing every move the fighters made. Jung Huk's mother had unexpectedly flown to Thailand to personally support her son in the most important match of his career, whispering words of encouragement. The roar of the stands became deafening before the final bout resumed, with fans from both countries chanting the names of their heroes. The young fighter felt a tingling sensation in his limbs from overexertion, his muscles trembling with fatigue after the intense confrontation. The young man carefully studied his Thai opponent, trying to determine his physical condition from the slightest signs of fatigue. The young man reminded himself that this is how international finals should be: exciting and extremely tense. Jung Huk gathered his last reserves of strength, deciding to put all his remaining energy into a final attack to win the gold. The scoreboard showed 17 seconds left in overtime, and one of the fighters had to score the decisive point. The finalists clashed in the center of the tatami, their movements mirroring each other in a deadly dance of skill. The last 3 seconds turned into a desperate struggle for advantage, the outcome of which was impossible to predict. The Korean fighter abruptly changed tactics, launching a lightning-fast counterattack against his exhausted opponent. Jung Huk unexpectedly performed a low sweep, causing the Thai fighter to lose his balance at a critical moment. The Thai champion realized with amazement that he had fallen into a trap, not having time to react to the unusual move. The young Korean took advantage of the moment of imbalance, starting to throw his opponent onto his back. The young man's eyes burned with the mad fire of victory as he sensed the inevitability of a successful completion of the move. The Thai fighter landed with a thud on the tatami, his shoulders clearly touching the surface of the mat. Both coaches froze in different emotional states, the Korean's elation contrasting with the Thai's disappointment. The electronic scoreboard showed that 6 minutes of total fight time had elapsed at the moment the victory was recorded. The referee blew his whistle piercingly for the second time that evening, but now it signaled the end of the final in the determination of the champion. Jung Huk stood in the middle of the tatami, covered in sweat, with a triumphant smile on his face. The young man did not hold back his emotions, shouting words of joy about his incredible victory in the Continental Championship. The commentators enthusiastically announced the young Korean phenomenon's gold medal win in a dramatic final. The entire Korean team rushed onto the tatami, ignoring protocol to embrace their hero. His teammates lifted the champion onto their shoulders, and Shin Sung-kil did not hide his tears of pride for his protege. Jung Huk accidentally glanced to the side and noticed his defeated opponent. The Thai fighter's eyes expressed a complex range of emotions, disappointment mixed with respect. Unexpectedly, the Thai champion smiled and nodded to the Korean, acknowledging the deservedness of his victory. A crowd of journalists surrounded the new Asian champion, vying to get an exclusive interview. Reporters noted the drama of the fight and were interested in his emotions after winning gold in such a tense final. The young man admitted to feeling incredible joy at winning the Asian title, which exceeded all his expectations. The young man sincerely thanked all the fans, especially those who had traveled a long way to support the Korean team. The young man suddenly interrupted his speech of gratitude to the journalists, his voice trembling with overwhelming emotion. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing among the thousands of faces in the stands, and whispered that what was happening was impossible. Jung Huk abruptly jumped up from his seat in the middle of the interview, leaving the stunned reporters with microphones in their hands. Shin Sung-kil exclaimed irritably about the unpredictability of his protege, puzzled by the reasons for his sudden escape. The young champion ran barefoot up the steps of the stands, jumping several steps at a time. Reaching the right row, the young man froze with his jaw hanging open, stunned by an incredible discovery. Among the spectators, he recognized his mother's familiar face, and with a tremor in his voice, asked when she had arrived in Thailand. The woman smiled gently and admitted that she had flown in yesterday, especially for her son's final match. The young man asked in bewilderment why she had kept her arrival a secret, as knowing that his mother was there would have given him extra strength. His mother proudly noted her son's striking resemblance to his late father, especially his eagle-like gaze, which allowed him to spot her in the crowd. Jung Huk pointed to the gold medal on his chest with a beaming smile, asking if his mother had seen his triumph. The woman did not hide her maternal pride, showering her son with praise for his incredible achievement at such a young age. Seeing the happiness in his mother's eyes, the young man realized the true value of his victory, the opportunity to bring joy to the person closest to him. The young man gently placed his hand on his mother's shoulder, feeling her tremble with overwhelming emotion. Suddenly, he lifted the frail woman into his arms and shouted to the entire stadium about his victory and his mother's presence. The award ceremony took place under the flashes of hundreds of cameras as the gold medal was placed around the young champion's neck. Jung Hyuk officially became a national hero of the Republic of Korea, a symbol of youth success and determination. The 18-year-old's victory at the Continental Championship became a sensation in the world of martial arts. In the Seoul office, Park Tae-gyu seriously asked his partner if she had any regrets about the financial decisions she had made. Kwon Ae-yeon confidently confirmed the correctness of the investments, noting their strategic importance for the future of the company. The economist pressed the enter key, launching a large-scale financial transaction in which millions of dollars began to flow between accounts. The female banker expressed her hope that their risky strategy would be approved by their young boss. The partners raised their glasses to the success of the operation, allowing themselves a small celebration in anticipation of the profits. Returning home, Jung Huk hung his well-deserved medal in a place of honor in his modest room. Physically and emotionally exhausted, the young man collapsed onto his bed, instantly falling into a deep sleep. Through his drowsiness, the young man sensed someone's presence, causing him to open his heavy eyelids. His mother leaned over her awakened son with a warm smile, asking how he was feeling after yesterday's triumph. The woman apologized for the intrusion, explaining that it was a rare opportunity to be close to her perpetually busy son. The boy panicked and asked what time it was, realizing he might be late for an important meeting. He jumped out of bed, explaining that he needed to visit a certain place urgently on important business. The young man announced his plans for the day to his mother, insisting that she accompany him on an important errand. The woman asked in surprise if her son was serious about spending his day off with her and not with his friends. Quickly getting ready, they went out onto the busy streets of Seoul, where the morning sun was already beginning to warm up. The mother wondered about the reasons for the urgency, reminding her son of his well-deserved rest after the exhausting competition. The young man noticed his mother's uncharacteristic haste, as she was usually measured and calm in her movements. The woman asked her son, somewhat embarrassed, why he was so excited. Noticing his barely contained excitement, Jung Huk stopped in front of a modern office building made of glass and concrete, asking his mother's opinion about the structure. The woman stood frozen with her mouth open, staring at the 30-story tower in the capital's prestigious business district. The young man asked if his mother would like to move her small business to this impressive building. The young man clarified his question about renting space in this elite complex. With a mysterious smile, the young man suggested not renting, but purchasing the entire building outright. His mother scolded her son for his inappropriate jokes, suspecting that he was tired after the competition. Jung Huk handed his mother a bank statement, insisting on the seriousness of his intentions and capabilities. Seeing the numbers on the account, the woman turned pale with shock, not believing her eyes. The sum of $100 million seemed unreal, causing his mother to doubt the reality of what was happening. The young man calmly explained that the capital came from successful investments he had made while in school. The woman admitted that she could never have imagined such astronomical sums, even in her wildest dreams. The mother became concerned about the advisability of spending such money, suggesting that her son keep the capital for himself. She reminded him of the upcoming expenses for his university education and unforeseen circumstances in life. The young man insisted that she trust his financial intuition and business acumen, promising to take care of everything. Jung Hyuk promised to provide his mother with a comfortable old age so that she would never have to worry about money. With maternal wisdom, the woman reminded him of the unpredictability of life, where things don't always go according to plan. The young man referred to experts' predictions that real estate prices in the area would increase fivefold in 5 years. The young man mentally thanked his mother for her years of selfless care alone after his father's death. The young man solemnly promised to do everything possible for the health and happiness of the person most dear to him. With a trusting smile, the mother agreed to rely on her son's business acumen, seeing his sincere desire to help. The young man hugged the frail woman tightly, whispering words of love and gratitude for everything they had been through together. Jung Hyuk thought about the need to complete investment transactions related to the Russian default before the critical moment arrived. Approaching the office of his investment company, Jung Hyuk noticed through the glass door a suspicious commotion and an empty bottle of expensive whiskey on the conference table. Kwon Ae-yeon reproached her colleague with annoyance for violating the agreement about one symbolic glass, pointing to the chaos of documents and overturned glasses. The sound of the door opening made both employees jump in surprise, frantically trying to tidy themselves up. Park Tae-gyu assumed with horror that only their young boss could have come to the office on a day off for a surprise inspection. The female banker hurriedly stood in front of the desk, trying to use her body to block the compromising evidence of yesterday's celebration of a successful deal. The young man ironically noted the unexpected meeting with employees on a day off, wondering why they were in the office. The young boss looked around the room suspiciously, noting the strange nervousness of the usually imperturbable financial market professionals. Kwon Ae-yeon hastily explained her presence by the need to check the profitability of recent transactions and prepare a quarterly report. Jung Hyuk continued to study the faces of his employees closely, trying to understand the real reason for their confusion and obvious panic. The economist explained uncertainly that they had completed complex calculations and decided to allow themselves a short break for tea. The young man remarked with a smile on the strength of their tea, judging by the characteristic smell of expensive alcohol and the blush on their cheeks. Unexpectedly for the employees, the young man nodded approvingly, acknowledging their right to celebrate after working hard on the deal of the century. The young boss added with a sly smile that he did not condemn office romances, which completely confused his subordinates. Noticing their shocked faces, the young man innocently apologized for any possible misunderstanding of the situation between colleagues. The guy mentally noted the obvious mutual attraction between the partners, evident in their synchronized movements and glances. Deciding not to embarrass his employees any further, Jung Hyuk turned his attention to studying the financial documents spread out on the table. The figures he saw made him forget about the romantic atmosphere in the office. The amount of profit exceeded his wildest expectations. The young investor's face reflected a mixture of shock and delight at the realization of the scale of the capital earned. The young man could not believe that their risky strategy had yielded profits several times higher than the initial forecast. Addressing his employees, the young man noted that the expected income from the Russian crisis had been significantly exceeded. Russia's announcement of a moratorium created an information vacuum, which they successfully exploited even ahead of the IMF. Kwon Ae-yeon proudly announced that each of the partners had decided to reinvest 70% of their personal profits. Upon hearing this decision, Jung Huk anxiously asked about the reasons for such a risky reinvestment of funds. The banker explained the logic of creating a closed investment cycle for exponential growth of the company's capital. The young boss seriously asked the partners if they had any regrets about investing their personal funds in the joint venture. Both employees assured him with sincere smiles that the decision was correct and that they were ready to share the company's risks. Jung Huk respectfully acknowledged the complexity and courage of their decision to reinvest their personal capital. The young boss smiled mysteriously, hinting at a surprise he had prepared for his loyal employees who had risked their personal funds for the sake of the company. Jung Huk adopted a businesslike tone as he prepared to outline an ambitious strategy for the next stage of their investment funds development. The young man uttered the key words .com bubble, instantly drawing his partner's attention to the impending technological collapse. Kwana Yun struggled to contain her excitement as she clarified her boss's intention to once again bet on a decline, as with the Russian default. The young man confirmed that Kwan and Park's company was preparing for a new large-scale operation in the financial markets. The young strategist announced plans to profit from the collapse of overvalued internet companies whose shares had skyrocketed without any real basis. Both employees looked at each other in amazement at the audacity of the plan to play against the entire technology sector of the global economy. Jung Huk shared his prediction that the first cracks would appear in 2000, with a complete collapse occurring a year later. The young man ironically noted the absurdity of a situation where adding .com to a name guaranteed millions in investment. Recalling data from his past life, the young man knew about the $5 trillion in damage caused by the bursting of the tech bubble. The female banker immediately got to work, suggesting that a detailed list of all IT companies be compiled for analysis. Park Tae-gyu took it upon himself to study the real indicators through a network of insiders among large investors. A sudden vibration from his phone interrupted the strategic meeting, demanding the young manager's attention. His friends were eagerly asking about his whereabouts, and he promised to arrive at the meeting soon. Apologizing to his employees, Jung Huk announced that he had to end the work meeting due to personal commitments. Kwan Yan noticed her boss's increased busyness after his triumphant return from the Asian Games. The young man philosophically noted the need to balance his roles as a son, friend, and national sports hero. A cheerful group of school friends was already waiting for him at the entrance to a trendy cafe. The young man was genuinely happy to see them, warmly greeting his friends after a long separation. Jung Huk was surprised to note the drastic changes in the clothing style of his usually conservative friends. Soo Ho and So Yeon explained sheepishly that they had decided to match the atmosphere of the radio station and modern trends. His friends laughed, admitting that the new look suited them surprisingly well, and asked who was responsible for the transformation. Behind their friends appeared familiar trainee singers, who proudly admitted to the stylistic experiment. The young artist looked healthy and energetic after recovering from exhaustion and illness. Jung Huk's gaze lingered on a vaguely familiar face that he couldn't immediately identify. His memory helpfully reminded him that this was Jin Hyuk, the rising star of the popular drama Pearl Hunters. The young man enthusiastically shook the actor's hand, confessing his long-standing admiration for his talent. The group entered the radio station building, where the modern interior and professional equipment made a strong impression on everyone. Jung Huk looked around the spacious lobby of the radio station, surprised to recognize many faces from the future among those present: politicians, businessmen, and media personalities who were not yet known to anyone. The young man mentally noted the official who would be caught taking bribes in a few years, and the producer whose scandalous antics would be heard throughout the country. The young man thought ironically about the future elite of society gathered here, many of whom would find themselves at the center of corruption scandals but, paradoxically, would receive promotions after serving their sentences. A young woman in a strict business suit politely interrupted his thoughts, introducing herself as the producer's assistant and inviting him to a preliminary interview. Jung Hyuk smiled charmingly at the stranger, greeting her politely and showing his willingness to cooperate with the media. Something about the woman's features seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had seen her in a completely different context in a past life. Upon entering the small recording studio, the assistant explained the procedure for pre-selecting material before the main recording of the program. David, an American intern, patted his friend on the shoulder and with his characteristic accent, promised to look around the building while he gave the interview. The whole company laughed at the guy's funny pronunciation, mixing English slang with Korean expressions into an unimaginable cocktail. Jung Huk let his friends go, reminding them to keep in touch in case of any problems or unexpected events. Sitting down opposite the interviewer, the young man apologized for his friend's eccentricity, explaining that he had been raised in the United States and taught Korean by an elderly immigrant. The young man added that despite his oddities, David was a talented producer who was training a promising music group. The female interviewer nodded in agreement, noting the obvious charisma and creative potential of the unusual American. The assistant busily looked through her notes, announcing that she was ready to begin the official part of the preliminary interview. Meanwhile, in the hallway, actor Jung Huk was reprimanding David for his careless remarks, which could cause problems with the press. The young artist patiently explained the importance of neutral wording when communicating with media representatives in Korea. The American waved it off casually, calling the actor "dude" and praising him for his intelligence, which lived up to his expectations. Suddenly, loud voices and the sound of heavy footsteps from several people could be heard ahead in the hallway. Jung Huk looked warily into the dimly lit hallway, trying to determine the source of the suspicious noise. A group of burly men in expensive suits appeared from around the corner, turning to the children with fake smiles. The young people looked at each other in confusion, not understanding who these strangers were and what they might want. The leader of the group, with an unpleasant smirk, suggested they talk to their uncle, clearly hinting at something sinister. At that moment in the studio, the interviewer noted with satisfaction that Jung Huk had answered almost all of the prepared questions. The ringtone of an incoming call interrupted the recording, forcing the young man to apologize and glance at his phone's display. The young man asked for a short break, explaining that he needed to answer an important call. So Yeon's voice sounded alarmed as she asked about her friend's well-being and whereabouts. The girl excitedly reported a serious problem that required Jung Huk's immediate intervention. In the background, David's shouts in a mixture of English and Korean could be heard, urging everyone to leave the building immediately. The American snatched the phone from his friend and shouted about some kind of trouble, with the sound of a scuffle in the background. The sound of the struggle intensified, and the connection was interrupted. Someone had forcibly taken the intern's cell phone. The singer's indignant voice came through the phone, demanding that his phone be returned and that the chaos stop. Director Lee took the phone from the singer and addressed Jung Huk with feigned friendliness, noting how long it had been since they last met. The young man did not immediately recognize the voice, trying to orient himself in the chaotic situation and understand who was calling and what was happening to his friends. The man formally introduced himself as a prosecutor from the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office, asking to speak immediately about an important matter. Jung Huk tensed at the mention of the prosecutor's office, cautiously asking about the subject of their potential conversation and the reasons for their interest in him. The prosecutor suggested meeting at a cafe near the radio station to discuss sensitive details that could not be discussed over the phone. The young man feverishly pondered the situation, torn between concern for his friends and the need to find out the essence of what was happening with the representative of the law. Apologizing to the female interviewer, the young man cited a critical matter that required his immediate attention. The assistant tried desperately to keep the guest, reminding him that the recording was almost complete and that the material was important for broadcast. Jung Huk had no time for explanations. He quickly left the studio, heading for the source of the problem. In the cafeteria, he saw an imposing man in an expensive suit surrounded by several stone-faced assistants. In the corner of the room, his friends were pinned against the wall by burly security guards, their faces expressing fear and confusion about what was happening. One of the security guards rudely ordered the kids to stop making noise, clenching his fists threateningly to intimidate them. Jung Huk carefully studied the prosecutor's face, trying to understand his true intentions and the seriousness of the situation. The young man tried to remain calm, analyzing the situation and the possible reasons for the prosecutor's interest in their company. The man at the table turned out to be the very prosecutor whose voice he had just heard on the phone. Prosecutor Kang gestured for the young man to join him at the table, displaying ostentatious politeness. The young man understood the importance of remaining calm when communicating with a representative of the authorities, despite his inner anxiety. Sitting down opposite him, Jung Huk introduced himself by his full name and asked directly about the reasons for such an unusual meeting. The prosecutor was surprised by the young man's calmness instead of the expected aggressive reaction to the arrest of his friends. The man extended his hand for a handshake, formally introducing himself as Prosecutor Kang and expressing his pleasure at meeting him. Jung Huk politely noted that he was flattered by the prosecutor's attention to his athletic achievements at the Asian Games. Reaching out his hand in response, the young man suddenly froze, realizing something extremely important in the name he had heard. The prosecutor's surname seemed strangely familiar, evoking vague memories from a past life. The young man was shocked to realize that he was standing before the father of Hyun-sok, his future police officer friend from the past timeline. His memory helpfully reminded him that this man would later be transferred to the department for investigating particularly important crimes. Gathering his thoughts, the young man asked permission to introduce himself more formally, buying time to think. The young man asked directly if he was suspected of committing any crime that required the attention of the prosecutor's office. Jung Huk noted the unusualness of the situation, where a prosecutor from the Criminal Investigation Department was personally dealing with students. Prosecutor Kang was clearly puzzled by the young man's knowledge of the exact name of his specialized unit. The young man explained with an innocent smile that he knew about it because he had friends in law enforcement, and he remembered the department when he heard the name Kang. The prosecutor got to the point, reporting the discovery of a suspicious organization with questionable financial flows linked to the young man's bank account. The man demanded an immediate explanation for the large sums of money in the 18-year-old student's accounts. Jung Hyuk mentally compared what was happening to a primitive telephone scam, where the victim is intimidated with non-existent accusations. The prosecutor increased the pressure, hinting at connections with a certain American-Filipino criminal organization. Suddenly, Kang stopped mid-sentence and looked away, as if remembering something important. The man abruptly changed the subject, mentioning a suspicious friend named David with dubious origins. The guy laughed at the absurdity of the accusation, explaining that his friend was an ordinary American of Korean descent who had grown up in the United States. The prosecutor skeptically noted the strangeness of poor Korean language skills for an ethnic Korean. Kang demanded to see identification documents, deciding to start the investigation with basic formalities. The young man became wary, wondering about the legality of the prosecutor's access to banking information without a court order and his consent. The oddity of the situation was that the prosecutor had come to him himself, instead of officially summoning him to the prosecutor's office with a subpoena. Plucking up his courage, Jung Hyuk asked directly if there was an official warrant for the investigation. The prosecutor's face changed instantly, his eyebrows furrowed, betraying his irritation at the unexpected question. The young man watched Khan's reaction closely, trying to detect signs of bluffing or abuse of authority. The prosecutor's negative reaction confirmed his suspicion that the necessary documents for a legal investigation were not present. The young man continued his offensive, pointing out the illegality of detaining his friends and forcing them to talk without a court order. The young man logically concluded that in the absence of a warrant, he could only be a witness, but not a suspect. The prosecutor tried to appeal to common sense, avoiding a direct answer about the existence of official documents. Jung Hyuk reminded him of the prohibition on accessing citizens' personal information without a court order. The young man mentioned the law on the protection of personal data, the violation of which carries serious consequences. He emphasized that protecting his rights did not constitute obstruction of official duties. Kang claimed to have a warrant, but refused to show it even to the national sports hero. The young man understood the absurdity of the situation. The sudden accusations of financial fraud seemed like a crude attempt to pressure him. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck the young man's mind as the scattered facts came together to form a coherent picture. Jung Hyuk looked away, his face reflecting the shock of realizing the true reason for the prosecutor's visit. Jung Hyuk slowly turned his head, carefully examining the interior of the cafe, as if noticing the details of his surroundings for the first time. Among the decorative flowers in a hanging planter, he noticed the faint glint of a professional camera lens. The young man smiled to himself, finally understanding the true nature of what was happening. It was a setup for a television show. Realizing the prank, the young man couldn't help but smile sincerely, appreciating the scale and thoughtfulness of the prank. Such an unexpected reaction clearly threw the prosecutor off his game, causing him to blink in confusion. The actor covered his mouth with his hand, trying to hide his own smile, realizing that the victim had spotted the hidden camera. The man was amazed at how quickly the young athlete had figured out the carefully prepared scenario. In the next room, director and producer Kim Seok-gyu watched the proceedings on monitors. The film crew was amazed at the guy's insight, who had uncovered their plan in a matter of minutes. The actor decided to play out the scene to the end, demonstratively producing a fake arrest warrant with official seals. The man suggested continuing the conversation in the interrogation room, trying to keep the intrigue alive for the audience. Jung Huk realized that the prop looked so realistic that it could pass for a real document. So Yeon and the other friends behind the prosecutor could barely contain their laughter at the comical situation. Seeing the cheerful faces of his friends, the young man was finally convinced that he was right. It was a carefully staged prank. The young man mentally reproached himself for falling for the provocation, even though his intuition had told him from the very beginning that something was fishy. The young man politely asked the prosecutor to lend him a pen, ostensibly to write down important information. The actor handed over the stationery with surprise, not understanding his victim's plan. Jung Hyuk took the pen and thanked him with a mysterious smile, preparing his next move. On the back of the fake order, the young man began to quickly write illegible symbols. From the outside, it looked like the young man was simply scribbling meaningless squiggles on an official document. When the actor looked closely at what was written, his eyes widened in amazement. The message read, "I understand everything. Let's end this nicely so as not to spoil the show. Will you play along?" The actor playing the prosecutor was impressed by the quick-wittedness of the young man, who instantly joined in the game. The guy wondered how long his friends had been in cahoots with the show's producers. The actor held the piece of paper with the message, thinking about how to improvise further within the script. The man decided to test the young athlete's acting skills by continuing the prank. The prosecutor offered to withdraw the warrant in exchange for a certain service, creating intrigue for the audience. Jung Hyuk asked permission to call home, explaining the need to bring an important document. The actor insisted on making the call right there, portraying the suspicion of an experienced investigator. The man sarcastically asked if the young man was hiding something, since he wanted to step away to talk. While dialing his mother's number, the young man thought about how to play the scene naturally for the cameras. The young man understood the importance of creating engaging content for the television audience. Pretending to talk to his mother, the guy mentioned the bank documents at home. Jung Hyuk masterfully improvised, talking about his meeting with the prosecutor and his unusual request. The young man instantly assessed the criticality of the situation, realizing the need for immediate action to maintain the intrigue of the TV show and solve the problem that had arisen. Suddenly, a real call came in from the Financial Supervisory Service, which was definitely not part of the show's pre-planned script. An official voice reported the discovery of suspicious transactions totaling an astronomical $1 billion through his bank accounts. Jung Hyuk anxiously recalled the recent transfer of a large sum of money to purchase an office building for his mother's business. The young man's face reflected genuine concern as he turned to the actor prosecutor and apologized for having to interrupt the conversation. The young man quickly improvised an explanation about the need to return home for important bank documents from the home safe. The actor playing the prosecutor frowned dramatically and asked suspiciously if the young man was planning to use the excuse to escape. The young man turned around with a look of bewilderment, his gaze darting between the actor and the cameras, showing a mixture of acting and real anxiety. The guy shifted his gaze to the barely noticeable camera in the flower pot. Realizing the irony of the situation, the prank intertwined with real problems. Suddenly, Jung Hyuk grabbed the unsuspecting David by the arm, deciding to use the moment for a dramatic finale to the show. The young man shouted at his American friend that he needed to leave the radio station immediately, creating a dramatic scene for the audience. The young man continued to improvise, pleading with the prosecutor that he was completely unaware of the criminal nature of the financial assistance to his friend. David, in utter confusion, shouted questions about the nature of the charges, not understanding the line between staging and the real threat of arrest. The actor prosecutor instantly appreciated the young athlete's creative approach and decided to support the improvisation by developing the plot further. The man loudly ordered the immediate arrest of both young men for participating in an international financial scam and money laundering. The guy's friends stood with their jaws dropped, their brains refusing to process the chaos unfolding between reality and the TV show. The prosecutor continued to shout convincingly, telling everyone present that this was no longer a hidden camera, but a real arrest. The actors playing investigators, with the professionalism of real police officers, grabbed the young men, demonstrating well-rehearsed techniques for detaining suspects. The men loudly announced the arrest for participation in the activities of international organized crime groups involved in money laundering. The entire group of friends was in a state of complete shock, their faces expressing a mixture of fear, bewilderment, and disbelief. So-yeon, her voice trembling, reminded them of the preliminary agreement with the producers about the promised cultural vouchers for their participation. David hysterically shouted in a mixture of languages about his innocence, waving his arms and insisting that this must be a television show. The American intern looked imploringly at his friend, asking for an explanation of the madness that was happening and confirmation that it was still a prank. Passers-by and radio station employees stopped, forming a tight circle of onlookers watching the arrest scene. In the control room, producers feverishly discussed emergency measures, realizing that the situation was completely out of control. The film crew decided that immediate intervention was necessary to prevent the show from turning into a real scandal. The producers rushed out of their hiding place, desperately shouting at the actor playing the prosecutor to immediately stop the overly realistic and dangerous performance. The actor, completely immersed in his role, remained in character as a stern law enforcer, accusing those who intervened of protecting criminals. The program's chief director broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the real threat of the entire television project being shut down due to ethical concerns. The prosecutor mysteriously promised to explain all the details of what was happening later by phone, keeping the intrigue alive for the television audience. Producer Kim Seok-gyu desperately shouted at the actor to immediately stop his uncontrolled improvisation, which threatened to revoke the channel's license. The producer understood that if the situation ended this way, the entire program would be hopelessly ruined and shut down forever. Jung Huk suddenly stopped in the middle of the chaos, drawing everyone's attention with his calm demeanor. The young man looked closely at the actor-prosecutor and smiled, appreciating his excellent performance as an investigator. The young man turned to the man, asking if the ending was dramatic enough for the television audience. With a sly smile, the young man reminded the prosecutor of his words about a possible career in acting. Everyone present froze in shock, realizing that the young athlete had brilliantly outplayed the entire film crew. Actor Jin Hyuk stood with his mouth open, unable to utter a word out of amazement and admiration. Jung Hyuk showed 2 fingers in a sign of victory, beaming with the satisfied smile of a true winner of the prank. The young man solemnly announced to everyone present that they had become participants in a hidden camera prank played on them by him. The film crew couldn't believe how an 18-year-old boy had managed to fool experienced television professionals. David breathed a sigh of relief, admitting that he really believed in the reality of the arrest and financial charges. Soo-ho asked his friend with admiration at what point he had figured out the hidden camera prank. Jung Hyuk explained that the prosecutor's strange behavior and the lack of a warrant immediately aroused his suspicions. The young man admitted that at first he was really confused by the surprise, but quickly got his bearings. He added that the appearance of investigators without official documents seemed extremely suspicious to him. The producer admitted with disappointment that thanks to the young man's quick thinking, their plan had completely failed in front of the viewers. His friends laughed, praising Jung Hyuk for his acting, which made them believe in the reality of the threat. His friends reproached him for being too realistic, admitting that they were scared to death by what was happening. The actor-prosecutor asked everyone to wait a minute, while he stepped out of character as the stern investigator. The man laughed and asked to have the fake handcuffs removed, since filming was officially over. The prosecutor thoughtfully admitted that the script had not gone at all as planned by the producers. The actor seriously asked the young man if he had thought about applying to law school. The man clarified his question about the young man's possible desire to become a real prosecutor in the future. The actor jokingly promised to remove the handcuffs only if the young man chose a career in law instead of the police. A few days later, investigators at the Central District Prosecutor's Office approached their boss with news. Prosecutor Kang laughed, admitting that he had anticipated such a reaction from his staff to the television program. The man generously told his subordinates that he had to praise them for their professionalism. The secretary announced a call from the district prosecutor, who requested that he come to his office immediately. Kang was alarmed by the unexpected call from his superiors and hurried to the door of the main office. The man cautiously opened the door, asking his boss about the reason for the urgent call during working hours. Prosecutor Kang tensely asked the district attorney about the case for which he had been summoned so urgently. The district attorney smiled and explained that he had seen his subordinate on a television program and decided to discuss it. Kang apologized sheepishly for participating in an entertainment show without notifying his superiors in advance. Unexpectedly for his subordinate, the district attorney warmly praised him for his acting skills. The elderly leader repeated the compliment, noting his excellent work in creating engaging television content. Yesterday, the Attorney General called to ask if this amazing man from the TV show really worked in their department. Thanks to this unexpected attention from management, Kana was promoted as their department had always cared about its reputation. The man replied to his superiors with sincere joy that his long-held desire for promotion had finally come true. Khan explained that he had agreed to be filmed not for fame, but to improve the image of the prosecutor's office in the eyes of the public. He reminded his boss that most law students dream of becoming lawyers, not prosecutors, because of prejudices. The man candidly remarked that his superiors were unaware of the real situation regarding the prestige of the profession among young people. Modern students are not interested in public service, but in successful careers and high incomes in the private sector. The district prosecutor entrusted Kanu with an important mission: to prove to society the attractiveness of working in the prosecutor's office. The man ambitiously replied that he must attain a high position in order to carry out truly important work. Kanu hinted at his desire to transfer from the district prosecutor's office to the prestigious prosecutor's office of the Central District of Seoul. The district attorney thoughtfully asked if his subordinate was prepared for his children not seeing their father at home. The boss nodded understandingly, acknowledging his subordinate's ambitions, and let him continue his work. The boss smiled and noted that he had always known about the selflessness and ambition of his best prosecutor. Kang Chul sat in his office, reflecting on his important conversation with the district attorney. The man understood that his real career as a prosecutor was beginning at this turning point. In the future, countless threats, temptations, and moral dilemmas awaited him on the path to justice. The prosecutor mentally asked his children to be patient with his frequent absences from home. He remembered the investment company Kwan and Park, which managed the assets of influential politicians and lawyers. The man took out of his pocket a business card he had received from a young man after filming the show. Jung introduced himself as an advisor to a holding investment company, which greatly surprised the experienced prosecutor. Kang couldn't believe that an 18-year-old judoka was an advisor to a serious financial organization. The prosecutor dialed the number on the card, still doubting the reality of such an incredible coincidence. The young man amiably agreed to meet the following Sunday to discuss possible cooperation. Jung Huk thought with satisfaction about successfully establishing contact with Prosecutor Kang for future plans. In order to catch corrupt officials, the prosecutor needed the strength to remain unshakable under any pressure from above. The young man reflected on the need for honest people in the prosecutor's office, recalling his dream of becoming a judge in his past life. The young man pondered the problem of not being able to conduct investigations without the appropriate authority, thinking of the National Intelligence Service as an alternative. Jung Hyuk understood the futility of dwelling on his past life, deciding that he still had a whole year to make a decision. As the young man put on a construction helmet, one of the workers called out to him, wondering what he was muttering to himself. His mother called her son to an improvised table where she had laid out a homemade meal for the workers. The woman kindly offered the builders something to eat after their hard work on the construction site. The workers gratefully acknowledged the young man's help, promising to finish renovating the first floors of the building soon. Jung Hyuk watched with warmth as his mother smiled happily, delighted at the opportunity to care for people. The 10-story building was carefully chosen, with the first 3 floors for shops and the rest for offices and apartments. His mother often repeated the wisdom that without the owner's supervision, construction work is done half-heartedly. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected phone call, distracting him from his physical work. The young man looked at the screen with curiosity, wondering who had decided to disturb him during work. David's voice sounded excited as he shared the wonderful news about a major agency's interest. The American explained that the agency's director had seen their performance on a hidden camera and offered to sign a contract. Jung Hyuk congratulated his friend, ironically asking if it was the same director who had ignored them for 2 years. The young man was mentally concerned about the fate of the group, knowing that their debut would be delayed due to changes in history. The young man understood the risks of signing a contract with an unreliable agency that could ruin the careers of talented young people. David announced an upcoming meeting with actor Jin Hyuk and the director to discuss the details of the contract. Jin Hyuk apologized to his mother, explaining that an urgent matter had arisen that required his immediate attention. The woman suspiciously asked her son if he was trying to escape from hard work on the construction site. On the way to the agency's office, David was surprised to notice that they were going in the opposite direction. Jung Huk explained that they first needed to stop at a clothing store to buy a suitable suit for his friend. The young man reminded him of the importance of first impressions and the need to look presentable at a business meeting. Another call interrupted their journey, and the young man apologized, explaining the need to answer an important call. The young man knew that he had asked Kwana Yan to check the information about the agency and was eagerly awaiting her report. Kwana Yan reported the results of her investigation. The agency had gone bankrupt, laying off all its interns, and the director had fled abroad with the money. The girl added an interesting detail. The company owed their investment fund a large sum of money from old contracts. Jung Hyuk finally understood the reason for his anxiety. Bankruptcy had changed the fate of the group that was supposed to become legendary. The banker continued that the former director of the bankrupt company had already founded a new agency from scratch. According to information from business circles, this man was known as kind but extremely indecisive in business. Kwan Ae-yun suggested considering investing in the new company if the terms were favorable. She noted that the new agency was small, so the initial investment would not require a large outlay. Director Chae Yeon-dok sat in an empty office, admitting to the actor that he was the company's only employee. The man bitterly asked why anyone would deceive them when the company was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the doors to the meeting room swung open, drawing the attention of the men sitting at the table. Jung Hyuk entered with his friends, politely greeting the director and introducing himself in a formal tone. The young man had changed into an elegant business suit, demonstrating his serious intentions to negotiate. Director Chae Yeon-dok was shocked to see respectable young men instead of the street thugs he had expected. The assistant director recognized the famous athlete and enthusiastically asked about his victory at the Asian Games. Everyone present was amazed to learn that David had such influential friends. An amazing group gathered in the office: an Olympic champion, a future star, and a talented producer. Actor Jin Hyuk and the Olympian turned out to be old acquaintances, which added credibility to the meeting. When asked about their acquaintance, David explained that they lived in the same neighborhood and met by chance. The director fondly recalled the hidden camera TV show and asked about the Americans' plans. The man regretfully admitted that he could not offer a contract in the company's current situation. Chae Yeon-dok sheepishly explained that his office could hardly be called an agency and that he was not involved in production. David clutched his head in horror, realizing that their trip here had been in vain. The owner apologized for the rush, explaining that he was expecting an important guest and was short on time. The director sincerely wished the young people luck in finding another agency to showcase their talents. Jung Hyuk listened attentively to the director, realizing that Kwan was right, that he was a kind man, incapable of deception. The young man decisively interrupted the man's sad reflections, stating the need to make an important proposal to everyone present. The young man philosophically remarked that since fate had brought them together, it would be sad to part on such a minor note. The young man suggested that the director listen to his friend's performance, hoping that it would change his pessimistic mood. David was visibly nervous about the unexpected request to perform unprepared in front of a potential employer. Director Chae Yeon-dok thoughtfully weighed whether to give the young people a chance to show their talent. Jung Hyuk prayed silently that the man would agree, knowing the group's future success and huge profits. After much deliberation, the director reluctantly agreed to listen to one song from the potential interns. Chae Yeon-dok's thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of new visitors who entered the meeting room without knocking. The director was genuinely pleased to see the new guests, noting their timely arrival for the important audition. David asked the newly arrived band members in surprise how they had found out about the meeting. The young singers explained that Jung Hyuk had invited them in advance for a surprise performance. A distinguished man in a business suit appeared at the door, apologizing for any inconvenience. The stranger introduced himself as a lawyer, also invited by Mr. Jung for an important meeting. The young man noted with satisfaction that all the guests had arrived exactly on time. The young man enthusiastically suggested that the guys perform a song that would win the director's heart. The band members quickly grabbed their instruments, preparing for an impromptu performance in the office. Their melodious voices began to sing about past doubts and the inability to continue on their path. The harmony of their voices created an amazing atmosphere of unity, and the song flowed sweetly and soulfully. Everyone present was amazed by the beauty of the sound and the professionalism of the young performers. The director felt nostalgic, acknowledging that music really did improve his mood. Jung Hyuk noted the man's obvious interest despite his initial doubts. Chae Yeon-dok acknowledged that regardless of the field of activity, such talent cannot be ignored. The The young man clarified whether he had correctly understood the director's willingness to take the group under his wing. The man confirmed the accuracy of his assessment of the guy's talent, explaining the reasons for leaving his previous agency. The director described a system where the abilities of artists were determined solely by the company's brand. Chae Yun-dok admitted that he was willing to give up 70% of the profits in exchange for the freedom to choose talent. The director warned about unscrupulous companies that use telemarketing to deceive newcomers to the entertainment industry. Chae Yun-dok offered to share important advice as a senior colleague, which immediately caught the young man's attention. The man seriously warned not to trust anyone in this field, where unscrupulous people constantly try to take advantage of inexperienced artists. The director strongly recommended reading every clause of the contract carefully, regardless of the producer's attractive promises. Glancing at his wristwatch, Chae Yun-dok noted with regret that the meeting was coming to an end. The man apologized for having to end the conversation because he was expecting an important investor guest. Jung Huk unexpectedly interrupted the director's apology, asking for one more minute for an important message. The young man philosophically remarked how nice it would be if there were more sincere people in the entertainment industry. The young man apologized for the late introduction, preparing to reveal his true role in this meeting. The young man officially introduced himself as an investment consultant for Kwan and Park Holding. The director froze in shock at what he heard, and Jung Hyuk added that even his friends did not know about his position. Chae Yun-dok couldn't believe his ears, repeating that it was completely impossible and unbelievable. The man struggled to utter a guess that this young man was the expected investor. The group members watched in amazement at the sudden change in the potential employer's behavior. The director literally collapsed into a chair in shock, unable to stand on his feet from the shock. Jung Hyuk calmly announced his proposal to start investing with 2 billion won. Chae Yun-dok's eyes widened to the size of saucers at the astronomical investment amount. Leaving the office, the young man noted with regret that the director was unable to immediately accept the generous offer. The man asked for time to consider such an unexpected and large-scale proposal for cooperation. The young man understood the director's shock and believed that he would soon realize the benefits of the proposal for all parties. The young man was confident that his friends would become even more popular than they had been in their previous lives. David approached his friend, sincerely thanking him for his help, but stating his desire to solve problems on his own. The American explained that the group had to learn to cope with difficulties without constant supervision. Jung Huk supported his friend's decision, reminding him of his double debt for the help he had received. The future stars emotionally shouted words of gratitude and love to their patron and friend. The guy accompanied the group to the bus stop, warmly wishing them luck on their musical journey. Jung Hyuk watched the bus drive away with a warm smile, sincerely happy for his friends, knowing what a bright future awaited these talented young men in the music industry. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk climbed the stairs to his apartment with a tired gait after a long day at school, carrying a bag with a few small purchases. As soon as he opened the door, the joyful cries of his younger brother and sister filled the small apartment as they greeted their older brother. The little ones rushed to him with sincere joy, hugging his legs and looking into his eyes with childish adoration. Noticing the bag of food in their brother's hands, the children eagerly reached for it, hoping for something tasty. His younger sister asked disappointedly why it was only appetizers again, and not the fried chicken she had been dreaming of. Hyun-suk wearily explained that prices in Seoul were incredibly high and he couldn't afford expensive food. Her younger brother sadly remarked that even soy paste was hard to find in the capital, and it was so necessary for a good mood. A sudden knock at the door interrupted their conversation, and the girl happily ran to open the door for the uninvited guest. Her sister shouted from the hallway that a friend of her older brother's had come and was waiting at the door. Hyun-suk frowned in surprise, wondering who could have come to see him since he had only recently transferred to a new school. A familiar voice from the intercom said his name, asking him to open the door and let him into the apartment. The boy instantly recognized the voice of the athlete who had helped them at the market a few months ago. Hyun-suk rushed down the stairs, unable to believe that the famous champion remembered him. A broad smile spread across the young man's face at the sight of the unexpected but welcome guest. Jung Hyuk warmly greeted his future friend, sincerely asking about his affairs and well-being. The young champion smiled and asked if Hyun-suk remembered their meeting at the market a few months ago. Hyun-suk excitedly admitted that he had watched the athlete's interview after the Asian Games countless times. Jung Hyuk had found out the family's address in advance through prosecutor Kang, with whom he had arranged a meeting on Sunday. The young man mentally noted that he had worried in vain about the inappropriateness of the visit, seeing Hyun-suk's sincere joy. Going up to the apartment, the young man correctly assumed that Prosecutor Kang and his wife were still at work. The younger children were thrilled to meet the famous judoka, who had been shown on television after his victory. Hyun-suk admitted that he was frightened by the realism of the arrest scene in the hidden camera TV show. Jung Huk laughed, agreeing with the realism of the production, and asked if they had had dinner yet. The young man took out several boxes of pizza, knowing that it was the favorite food of all children and teenagers. The younger children enthusiastically thanked him for the treat, inviting their brother's cool friend to come over more often. The young man explained that he had deliberately bought enough food for everyone, wanting to share dinner with the family. Jung Huk asked about his friend's academic progress, understanding the importance of education for his future career. His younger sister proudly revealed the family secret that their brother was the best student and ranked first in his class. Hyun-suk modestly declined the compliment, noting that Jung Huk's achievements in sports and academics were incomparably higher, with a gold medal at the Asian Games and a place among the top 10 students at a prestigious school. The younger brother declared with childlike spontaneity that their older brother would definitely become a prosecutor, as their father had always dreamed, continuing the family tradition of serving the law. Hyun-suk sharply objected to his younger brother, categorically denying any plans to follow in his father's footsteps into the prosecutor's office, which caused confusion among everyone present. Jung Huk asked his friend with sincere surprise why he had turned down the prestigious career of a prosecutor, which seemed predestined for the son of such a man. The young man sadly explained that the job of a prosecutor meant constant absence from home, and he did not want to repeat the fate of his father, who rarely saw his family. The young man nodded understandingly and looked at the younger children, who were eagerly eating pizza and happily chatting about school. Jung Huk noticed with concern the numerous patches and holes in the children's clothes, revealing the prosecutor's family's difficult financial situation. The young man mentally noted the sad irony. Both parents worked late for the sake of their children, who were forced to stay alone in a small apartment. At that moment, Prosecutor Kang was climbing the stairs to his apartment with a weary gait after a long day at work, thinking about the cases that had piled up. Jung Huk patted Hyun-suk on the shoulder in a friendly manner, advising him to eat more and exercise for physical development. The young man noted that his friend was a good guy, but he needed to eat better to grow and strengthen his body during adolescence. The prosecutor opened the door to his apartment and, tired but smiling, announced his return home after a hard day. The children happily rushed to their father, hugging him and eagerly telling him about the events of the past day and the unexpected guest. The little ones hung on the tired man's every word, sharing their impressions of the delicious pizza and their older brother's cool friend. Kang glanced around the small living room with his usual gaze, checking that everything was in order in his modest home. Suddenly, the prosecutor's expression changed when he noticed an unfamiliar young man at the family table. The man sharply asked the young man why he was in a private home without an invitation from the owner. Jung Huk noted the prosecutor's surprise, realizing the inappropriateness of the visit before the scheduled Sunday meeting in an official setting. Kang sternly demanded an explanation as to why the young man was in his house without permission. The prosecutor raised his voice, accusing the young man of an unacceptable violation of personal space. The man indignantly pointed out the unacceptability of the situation, with a stranger dining with his children in the absence of their parents. Jung Huk tried to explain that he had known Hyun-suk since the incident at the market a few months ago. Kang skeptically noted the absurdity of a friendship between a famous athlete from Seoul and an ordinary schoolboy from the provinces. The prosecutor categorically refused to believe in the sincerity of the young man's intentions and demanded that he leave the apartment immediately. The man raised his voice to a shout, ordering the uninvited guest to get out of his house without delay. Kang harshly announced the cancellation of the planned Sunday meeting after such a flagrant breach of etiquette. The prosecutor was seething with indignation at the audacity of the young man who dared to invade his inner sanctum, his family. Jung Huk bitterly realized his mistake. He had not thought about his father's reaction to an unplanned visit to the house where the children lived. The young man bitterly realized the paradox of the situation. He knew Hyun-suk from his past life, but in this timeline, they were essentially strangers. The young man understood how his offer of cooperation could be interpreted by the prosecutor, an attempt to gain trust through the children. Jung Huk bowed deeply, sincerely apologizing for the inappropriateness of his visit and for violating the boundaries of the family's space. The young man explained that after receiving the address for a business meeting, he had been overcome by an impulse to visit a friend he hadn't seen in a long time. The young man assured the prosecutor that there was no malicious intent or hidden motives behind his unexpected visit. He swore that he had no selfish motives for visiting the civil servant's home unannounced. Hyun-suk asked his father in confusion about the reasons for such a sharp reaction to the presence of his school friend. Jung Huk apologized again for the awkward situation and hurried to leave the apartment so as not to exacerbate the conflict. The young man said goodbye to his friend, promising to meet at a more appropriate time and under different circumstances. The young man already had his hand on the door handle, ready to leave the tense atmosphere of someone else's home. Prosecutor Kang began to doubt the correctness of his harsh reaction, seeing the sincerity of the young man. The man noticed the upset faces of the children, especially his eldest son, who was upset by the rude treatment of the guest. Hyun-suk indignantly demanded an explanation from his father for such disrespectful behavior toward his friend. Kang waved him off wearily, telling his son that he did not understand the complexity of the situation and should calm down. The eldest son reminded him of their friendly interaction on a television show, not understanding the reasons for the sudden hostility. The prosecutor irritably asked his son to stop questioning him while he changed after work. Hyun-suk insisted on his respect for his friend and his right to know the reasons for his father's rudeness. The man sternly reminded the children of the rule not to take food from strangers, hinting at the danger. The younger children agreed fearfully and hurried to another room to play. Hyun-suk indignantly asked why his father did not believe in their acquaintance with the champion. The boy reminded his father of the incident at the market when an unknown young man protected them from loan sharks. The young man revealed that it was Jung Huk who was the hero who saved their family from the gangsters. Hearing this revelation, the prosecutor abruptly turned off the TV and turned to his son. Kang was shocked to realize that he had driven away the man who had protected his family from danger. The next day, the prosecutor sat in a bar, apologizing to Jung Huk for yesterday's misunderstanding. The man poured soju into small cups, acknowledging his mistake in assessing the situation. Prosecutor Kang sincerely admitted his mistake, regretting that he had not listened to the explanation until the end, and expressed his gratitude to the man who had saved his family from the loan sharks. The man warmly thanked the young man for answering the call and agreeing to return for a conversation after yesterday's incident. Jung Huk generously assured him that he understood a father's instinct to protect his family and did not hold a grudge for his harsh reaction. The prosecutor cleared his throat and asked permission to ask a personal question about the young man's motives. Kang asked directly about the reasons for his early desire to earn money and his interest in criminal investigations at such a young age. The man suggested that it was all related to the tragic death of the young man's father many years ago. The prosecutor admitted that he had inquired about Jung Huk's family, apologizing for the intrusion into his personal life due to professional necessity. Kang talked about the weird stuff in the case, like how the dad died while chasing a dangerous criminal, but his death wasn't recognized as happening while on duty. Moreover, the killer received only 2 years in prison, a suspiciously lenient sentence for such a serious crime. Jung Huk mentally noted that the prosecutor had touched on a painful subject, but decided not to reveal the true motives behind his actions. The young man replied evasively that he was not yet ready to discuss the subject, hoping for his interlocutor's understanding. The prosecutor assured him of his support as a reliable ally, ready to help in any situation. The young man thanked him for his trust and promised mutual assistance within his capabilities. Suddenly, the scene changed. Jung Huk was standing in a destroyed nightclub, surrounded by defeated security guards. The guy had a deep wound above his eyebrow, and blood was pouring into his eye, preventing him from seeing what was happening around him. The young man held his wounded shoulder, feeling the throbbing pain from the injuries he had sustained in the fight. The thugs mockingly commented on the young man's shaky condition, barely able to stand due to blood loss. The leader mockingly remarked that the king of the criminal department was not such a formidable opponent after all. Jung Huk realized that he had fallen into a trap when he came to this establishment to gather information about the drug trade. The young man bitterly regretted his carelessness, not having foreseen such a dangerous turn of events. The young man remembered that he had to warn Hyun-suk not to come, as it was his mother's birthday today. The young man anxiously wondered if he would be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived alive. The gangster noticed the guy's attempt to reach for his phone and asked mockingly if he was waiting for an important call. The leader pointed mockingly at the victim's broken phone, offering to lend him his for one last call. The scoundrel burst into triumphant laughter, confident in his absolute triumph over the beaten investigator. Suddenly, the gangster's expression changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost behind his victim. Jung Huk struggled to turn his bloodied head, trying to see the cause of fear in the leader's eyes. Hyun-suk stood in the doorway with a fire extinguisher in his hands, directing a stream of foam straight at the stunned gangsters' faces. Despite the pain, the young man smiled inwardly at his friend's recklessness in coming to his rescue at the most critical moment. The future police officer cheerfully suggested quickly dealing with the scoundrels and then celebrating the victory with a glass of soju. Jung Hyuk nodded slightly, promising to find the most delicious snacks to celebrate their survival. The presence of his friend gave the wounded boy strength, allowing him to stand more confidently on his feet. The young men understood the need to join forces against their outnumbered opponents. The young man gathered his last strength and rushed into the attack, putting his fists forward. The judoka's muscle memory allowed him to block blows and counterattack even in a semi-conscious state. The gang leader pulled out a knife, intending to finish off the stubborn investigator with one blow. Noticing the glint of steel out of the corner of his eye, Jung Hyuk tried to dodge the deadly attack. The blade slid across his shoulder, leaving a deep cut, but the young man remained standing. The bandit was confident of victory, but his pupils suddenly dilated in surprise. The vision faded, and Jung Hyuk woke up abruptly in his bed, covered in cold sweat. The young man felt his body, relieved to find no wounds or scratches. The realism of the nightmare caused his heart to pound wildly for several minutes after he woke up. The young man remembered yesterday's meeting with the prosecutor and hoped that he had made it home safely. His mother peeked into the room, happily noting that her son had finally woken up after yesterday's drinking. The young man felt the effects of the alcoholic evening, a dull headache and dry mouth. Despite his hangover, the young man forced himself to focus on finding candidates for new investments. He understood his company's weakness in real estate matters and the need to find a competent specialist. The lack of experts in this field posed a serious problem for the expansion of the investment portfolio. The aroma of kimchi soup filled the room, although the young man was puzzled as to why a hangover dish was being prepared. The woman smiled and explained that she just wanted to treat her son to traditional Korean soup. At the table, the mother carefully served her son a large portion, insisting on the need to regain his strength. The woman asked about the content of yesterday's conversation with Prosecutor Kang. Jung Hyuk told her about the offer of help if he chose a career in the prosecutor's office. The young man noticed his mother's strange reaction and asked her opinion about such a career path. The young man reflected that the job of a prosecutor should be safer than police work, hoping to calm his mother's fears. The woman warmly noted that Prosecutor Kang seemed like a decent person, but that the final decision about his career should be made by her son himself, and that she was proud of his independence. His mother shared the good news that the construction work on the building was almost complete, freeing her son from the need to be present at the construction site and supervise the workers. Jung Hyuk was delighted to have a day off, as he had planned to hold an important meeting with potential partners in the new office space after the renovation was completed. The young man pushed open the glass door of a trendy cafe in Central Seoul, where he had an appointment with representatives of the police department. As soon as he entered, he noticed the familiar faces of the investigators and greeted them cheerfully, noting how long it had been since he had seen them after his return from the Asian Games. 4 men in plain clothes had already taken a table in the corner of the establishment, clearly arriving early to discuss the strategy for the upcoming conversation with the young champion. The table was already laid with a variety of Western dishes, burgers, French fries, and soda, which seemed somewhat unusual for a business meeting. One of the detectives joked that he had suggested going to a regular Korean restaurant with grilled meat, but 4 adult men in such an establishment would look suspicious without female company. Department head Kim Jong-do explained the choice of venue by saying that he wanted to treat his young friend, adding with a smile that lately only children prefer fast food to traditional cuisine. Everyone present congratulated the young man on his brilliant victory at the Asian Games and winning the gold medal, which brought glory to the country in difficult times. Jung Hyuk asked with a sly smile if congratulations were the only reason for this unexpected meeting on a weekday. The investigators bustled about, offering to order more food, clearly trying to delay the moment when they would have to move on to the real topic of conversation. The young man asked directly whether the experienced detectives had gathered at the cafe solely to congratulate him on his Olympic medal, or if there was another reason. The men tried to laugh it off, asking if a few gold medals weren't enough to warrant such attention from the police. The young man sincerely thanked them for their kind words and took several packages out of his backpack, saying that he had brought gifts from Thailand. The young man gave each of them a piece of fragrant handmade soap, explaining that he had thought of them while in Bangkok. The stern investigators were taken aback by the unexpected gift, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and sincere gratitude for the attention. Jung Huk theatrically took the package back, saying that he first wanted to hear the real reason for the meeting. The young man demanded an honest answer about the real plans and motives behind this supposedly chance meeting in the cafe. The department head laughed, acknowledging the young man's insight and his ability to see people's hidden motives. Kim Jong-do admitted that they had all watched a hidden camera TV show where the young man had brilliantly communicated with the prosecutor. Jung Huk was surprised that a recording of an entertainment program had aroused such interest among serious people from the criminal department. The detectives expressed concern about rumors that the talented young man might transfer to the prosecutor's office instead of the police force. The young man mentally noted the straightforwardness of the department head, whose thoughts were as clear as day, without any tricks. The young man honestly replied that he had not yet made a final decision about his future career in law enforcement. Kim Jong-do began to convince him of the advantages of working as an independent investigator over the strictly regulated service of a prosecutor with constant pressure from above. The other detectives interrupted their boss, suggesting that he stop trying to lure the young man and simply enjoy the food before it got cold. The chief pointed to Jung Huk's untouched plate, reproaching him for his lack of appetite during their friendly conversation. The investigators eagerly dug into their food, demonstrating excellent appetites and temporarily suspending their attempts to recruit the young talent into their ranks. Jung Huk watched the lively conversation of the investigators, realizing that it was this relaxed atmosphere of camaraderie that had always attracted him to police work more than the formal atmosphere of the prosecutor's office. Despite their different backgrounds and education, these men had gone through many trials together, creating a special bond between them that could not be broken by time or distance. The young man was aware of the depth of his friendship with these stern-looking detectives, whose rough manners hid their loyalty and willingness to help in any situation. Suddenly, two high school girls in school uniforms approached their table, timidly asking if they were really the famous athlete from television. The young man politely confirmed their guess and asked how he could help the excited girls. The schoolgirls squealed with delight, confessing their fan adoration and longtime following of his athletic career. Jung Huk smiled sheepishly, not expecting to meet fans in a regular cafe during a business meeting. The girls proudly announced their membership in the champion's official fan club, created after his triumph at the Asian Games. The high school students talked excitedly about how they follow every interview, every performance, and every news story about their idol. Introducing themselves as activists of the Choi Jong-hyuk fan club, the girls held out their notebooks for autographs. The young man kindly signed the autographs, sincerely thanking them for their support and wishing them success in their studies. The investigators did not miss the opportunity to joke with their young friend, saying that they also wanted to join his fan club to receive privileges. The young man laughed and asked them to stop teasing him, feeling his ears redden with embarrassment. The TV in the cafe switched to a news channel, where the announcer reported on the 300th day of the search for the dangerous criminal Han Sang-won, whose whereabouts remained unknown. The report mentioned the police's plans to set up special investigation committees in 6 regions of the country to coordinate the search for the fugitive. Hearing the familiar name, Jung Huk tensed, remembering from his past life that Han Sang-won would become Korea's most wanted criminal, terrorizing citizens for several years. The young man knew that this psychopath would wreak havoc on the night streets, leaving a bloody trail of victims across the country. The department head pushed his plate away in disgust, saying that such news completely ruined his appetite. The young man recalled how, in his previous life, dozens of police officers who had failed to catch this maniac had been fired. The other detectives also frowned, realizing that sleepless nights and exhausting shifts awaited them as the manhunt intensified. Jung Huk was aware of the uniqueness of his position. He knew not only the true identity of Han Sang-won, but also other dangerous criminals who were still living ordinary lives. Many future murderers and rapists now lead a measured existence, unaware that their dark side will manifest itself in years to come. The young man understood that it was impossible to catch all potential criminals at once, because his personal mission to change fate was a higher priority. The young man decided to start with the most dangerous ones, and Han Sang-won topped this grim list of those who needed to be stopped. His aunt met her nephew at the doorstep of her house in Busan with a suspicious question about his escape from his parents' home. Jung Huk was genuinely surprised by this assumption, not understanding where such thoughts came from. The young man pointed to his large backpack and suitcase, noting that runaways don't usually take so many things with them. The young man mentally acknowledged that his mother's lie about traveling with a friend could technically be considered running away, but it was necessary for his secret mission. His aunt apologized for her suspicions, explaining that in these difficult times of economic crisis, young people were increasingly running away from their parents' homes in search of a better life. The young man assured his relative that he really liked the area and planned to stay here for a long time to study. The woman warned him about the need to pay rent in advance, noting the modesty of the accommodation without any special amenities. Jung Huk was secretly delighted with his good fortune. Having money would allow him to conduct covert surveillance without attracting attention to himself. The young man made a list of necessary purchases, starting with thick curtains for the windows to hide his activities from curious neighbors. He checked the stability of the surveillance equipment he had installed and was satisfied with its reliability. A knock at the door interrupted his preparations, forcing him to hastily cover the equipment with newspapers. The courier delivered the box he had ordered, containing special equipment disguised as ordinary household appliances. The second package contained expensive rice cakes from a well-known pastry shop, an important element of his cover story. The young man remembered the main rule of undercover investigation: complete assimilation into the environment without the slightest sign of suspicious activity. After installing surveillance cameras, the young man began to methodically study the daily routine of the residents of the neighboring house. Jung Huk understood that the smarter the criminal, the faster he would notice the surveillance and change his hiding place. Han Sang-won was renowned for his exceptional powers of observation and ability to sense the slightest changes in the familiar surroundings of the neighborhood. In his previous life, despite the mobilization of enormous police resources, it took almost 2 years to arrest the maniac. The young man knew the approximate location of the hideout thanks to his memories of the criminal's diary he had found. Unfortunately, the diary did not specify the exact floor, which made it difficult to find him quickly. The young man was confident of success thanks to his knowledge of future events and the criminal's behavioral patterns. According to his calculations, it would take at least a week to establish a relationship of trust with the local residents. A group of elderly women who gathered in the courtyard every day was an ideal source of information about all the residents. Establishing contact with the local gossips required delicacy and naturalness so as not to arouse suspicion. As he approached the bench where the women were sitting, the young man heard them discussing the new student tenant. The elderly ladies greeted the young man warmly, noting the thoughtfulness of the treats he had brought. The most talkative of the women thanked him with a warm smile for the expensive rice cakes. The young man explained that he planned to treat all his neighbors when they returned from work in the evening. The landlord noticed the young man's generosity, hinting at the extravagance of such an expensive gift. Jung Huk clarified that he would only treat his closest neighbors, not the entire neighborhood. As if by accident, the young man pointed to the gloomy building opposite, asking about its residents. The atmosphere changed instantly. The women exchanged anxious glances, and their faces darkened. The young man innocently asked if there was any reason to avoid that house. The landlady lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper, informing him of the bad reputation of the girls from the house opposite, who led a dubious lifestyle. The elderly woman described with disapproval how these individuals leave during the day and return drunk at dawn, disturbing the peace of the respectable neighborhood. Jung Huk mentally rejoiced, as the information about the night butterflies perfectly matched his knowledge of the fugitive criminal's preferences. The young man remembered from the case files that Han Sang-won always sought refuge with women of easy virtue, using their apartments as temporary shelters. The young man innocently asked for the apartment number, explaining his desire to avoid awkward situations with questionable neighbors. After receiving information about apartment 204, the young man thanked the women and hurried to his observation post. Through the installed equipment, he saw a sleeping couple, the criminal and his temporary girlfriend, in an untidy room. Han Sang-won woke up abruptly to the insistent ringing of the doorbell, his body tensing with sudden alarm. The man cautiously got up, listening to the sounds behind the door and trying to determine the degree of threat. The sleepy girl asked him discontentedly why he was so agitated. not understanding the danger of the situation. The criminal gestured for her to be quiet and cautiously crept up to the peephole to see who the uninvited guest was. The daylight and the quiet of the neighborhood somewhat calmed his paranoid suspicions of a police raid. The insistent voice outside the door continued to politely ask if anyone was home. The girl offered to open the door, seeing no reason for concern during the daytime. The woman stood up decisively and headed for the door, ignoring her guest's warning gestures. Opening the door slightly with the chain still on, she asked irritably why they were disturbing her so early in the morning. With a charming smile, Jung Huk introduced himself as the new neighbor, asking for a moment of her time to get acquainted. The girl looked the handsome young man over appraisingly, noting his obvious youth and innocent appearance. The young man handed her a box of expensive rice cakes, explaining the tradition of treating neighbors when moving in. The young man told her about his recent move for school and his desire to get to know the residents of the building. The woman accepted the gift with polite gratitude, but did not rush to invite the stranger inside. Through the slightly open door, the young man noticed a man's watch on the table, car keys, and a lighter. Jung Hyuk innocently asked if the girl lived alone in such a large apartment. The young man added that he had also just started living on his own and understood the difficulties of loneliness. The woman coldly suggested that he leave if he had no more questions, clearly wanting to end the conversation. The young man understood the need to stay longer to confirm the identity of the man hiding in the apartment. The young man asked to at least find out the neighbor's name for future encounters in the stairwell. Jung Hyuk complained about the lack of friends in the new neighborhood and suggested that they were close in age. The girl smiled, asking his age and noting the obvious difference in their ages. The woman told him to come another time. The woman handed him a business card for a wine club with the name Yumi and the address of the entertainment establishment where she worked in the evenings, hinting at the possibility of a future meeting in a more suitable setting. Jung Hyuk mentally rejoiced at receiving important information about the criminal's accomplices' place of work, which would greatly simplify further surveillance of their movements. The young man was absolutely certain of the woman's identity. She was the one who had been helping Han Sang-won hide from the police, providing temporary shelter in exchange for money and gifts. The young man dramatically declared the rarity of such a gesture on his part, emphasizing the uniqueness of the moment and the importance of their acquaintance in creating an atmosphere of trust. The young man took a medium-sized teddy bear out of his backpack, explaining that he had won it at an amusement park and wanted to give it to his new acquaintance as a gift. Jung Hyuk demonstrated how the toy made a sound when pressed on the stomach, feigning childlike delight at its simple mechanical function. Handing the gift to the slightly confused woman, the young man hurried to take his leave, not wanting to arouse suspicion with a visit that lasted too long. After the unexpected guest left, Yumi called her secret roommate to try the sweets she had brought, unaware of the danger. The woman smiled as she talked about the strange but sweet teenager who had brought expensive treats and even given her a stuffed toy. Han Sang-won snatched the bear from the girl's hands with a sharp movement, his eyes narrowing with suspicion, and his hands squeezing the toy so hard that the seams cracked. The criminal took out a knife and mercilessly ripped open the toy, methodically checking the stuffing for listening devices or GPS trackers. Yumi indignantly asked why he was destroying the gift, not understanding the fugitive killer's paranoid caution. The man found only a simple mechanism that played the phrase, "I love you," when pressed, which somewhat allayed his suspicions. Han Sang-won insincerely apologized to the upset woman, promising to buy a new toy to replace the damaged one, blaming his behavior on a bad premonition. The remains of the teddy bear flew into the trash can along with the rest of the junk that had accumulated in the dirty apartment. The criminal had no idea that a miniature camera and a latest generation transmitter were cleverly hidden in the music box. In his apartment, Jung Hyuk watched the clear image on the monitor with satisfaction and listened to the conversations through his headphones, preparing for the next stage of the operation to capture one of Korea's most dangerous criminals. Yumi's wife kindly asked her secret partner if he needed anything before he left the apartment at night. Han Sang-won reassured the girl, promising to return at dawn, trying not to arouse unnecessary suspicion about the nature of his nighttime activities. Jung Hyuk lay in his room, listening intently through his headphones to the conversation in the neighboring apartment, thanks to the bug he had installed. The young man noted with annoyance that the sound quality had deteriorated. The criminal had thrown the toy with the transmitter not in the trash can, but near the front door. The young man acknowledged the fugitive's extreme caution, rejoicing in his foresight in installing backup surveillance devices. Through the speaker, the criminal's words could be heard, expressing regret about the girl's hard work and concern for her well-being. The sounds of kissing made the young man grimace with disgust, mentally reproaching the couple for their lack of decency. The young man assumed that the lovers were in the hallway, preparing to say goodbye before the man left. Jung Huk rushed to the window with his camera, preparing to capture the criminal's face as he left the building. The young man waited impatiently for Han Sang-won to appear, mentally urging him to leave his hiding place so he could take a photo. All these days, the young man had been methodically observing, studying the routine and habits of the dangerous fugitive. The click of the lock in his headphones signaled the long-awaited moment. The criminal was finally leaving the apartment. The young man pondered whether to follow the subject or limit himself to taking photos to hand over to the police. The guy knew from the file that even while on the run, Han Sang-won continued to commit serious crimes, including robberies. The absence of belongings from the departing man confirmed his intention to return, rather than change his hiding place. Jung Huk thought gloomily that this would be the criminal's last walk of freedom before his arrest. The young man carefully chose the angle through the camera lens, striving to get the clearest possible shot of the man's face. A few clicks of the shutter and the evidence was obtained, with the subject showing no signs of concern. Suddenly, the criminal froze in the middle of the street, as if sensing someone's gaze on him. Han Sang-won slowly raised his head, scanning the windows of the houses in search of the source of his uneasy feeling. The fugitive's sharp gaze methodically scanned each window, looking for signs of surveillance. The criminal stopped at the window of Jung Huk's apartment, but saw nothing suspicious behind the thick curtains. The man shook his head, attributing his anxiety to paranoia from being on the run for so long. The guy breathed a sigh of relief, managing to hide behind the curtain just in time before the criminal's gaze reached his window. Han Sang-won continued on his way down the deserted morning street, unaware that he was being followed. Jung Huk leaned against the wall, feeling his heart pounding wildly with fear of being exposed. Studying the photos he had received, the young man was convinced of the correct identification. It was definitely the wanted killer. The board in the young man's room was covered with photographs, diagrams, and notes about the criminal's movements. The young man dialed the number of the head of the criminal department, reporting the discovery of Han Sang-won and his readiness to hand over the photographic evidence. The morning sun woke the young man who had fallen asleep by the window after a sleepless night of surveillance. The bright light made the young man open his eyes sharply, realizing that he had fallen asleep on duty. Jung Huk cursed himself, realizing the danger of the operation failing due to fatigue. To his surprise, the returning criminal appeared in his field of vision, just as the young man had predicted, having spent the night away from home. A police car slowly pulled up to the house where the criminal was hiding, and two plainclothes detectives watched the entrance closely. Han Sang-won noticed an unfamiliar car through the window, and his fugitive instincts instantly kicked in, analyzing the potential threat. Jung Huk watched with annoyance as the investigators parked too close to the house, making their surveillance obvious to an experienced criminal. The fugitive returned to the apartment with a teddy bear in his hands, maintaining the appearance of a normal morning for his neighbors. The man silently walked past the girl, heading straight for the window to get a closer look at the suspicious car. The criminal carefully pulled back the edge of the curtain, carefully examining the car's license plate and the faces of the people sitting inside. Years on the run had developed Han Sang-won's almost animalistic sense of danger and ability to recognize surveillance. The man noted that he had not seen these black sedans in the area before, and that the owner of the neighboring shop had recently changed. Yumi asked in surprise why he was returning so late, not understanding the tension in her roommate's posture. The criminal handed the girl the promised teddy bear, trying to maintain an appearance of normality. The woman was genuinely delighted with the gift, thanking him for his care and for keeping his promise. Han Sang-won abruptly ordered her to pack her things and go to her friend's place, arranging to meet her in the evening at the agreed location. Jung Huk understood the criticality of the situation. The criminal had sensed he was being followed, and now it was important not to scare him off completely. The young man pondered the problem of not having an official warrant for covert surveillance, which limited the police's options. The bug picked up words about House 137, which belonged to a recently deceased old man and was obviously a new hideout. The young man quickly wrote down the address on a piece of paper, realizing the importance of this information for the further investigation. The young man decided to go outside and take up a position to watch the criminal's exit. Han Sang-won sat in the room, methodically preparing to escape from the now dangerous hideout. The man had a wig and makeup in his hands to change his appearance, part of a carefully thought-out plan of disguise. Jung Huk went down to the street and headed for a grocery store, which offered a good view of the entrance. The detectives in the car were talking on their radios, reporting that they had been waiting for 3 hours with no signs of activity. The young man asked the shopkeeper for 10,000 won worth of buns, using the purchase as an excuse to observe. The young man glanced impatiently at the entrance door, expecting the criminal to appear at any moment. The sound of a cane hitting the asphalt caught the attention of all the observers on the street. A hunched old man in worn clothes appeared from around the corner, the perfect disguise for a fugitive murderer. The criminal masterfully imitated the frail gait of an elderly person, leaning on a cane. Jung Huk watched the pseudo-old man furtively, analyzing the details of his movements and appearance. Han Sang-won was confident in his mastery of disguise, honed by years of living on the run. The young man noticed inconsistencies in his gait, movements that were too confident for a frail old man. The position of the cane at his side rather than in front of him revealed a man who did not need real support when walking. The wide, energetic strides did not match the age the criminal was trying to portray. The young man recognized the distinctive sneakers he had seen on the criminal during his previous observation. This detail finally confirmed his guess that the wanted murderer was hiding under the old man's mask. Jung Huk was confident in his identification. The same sneakers gave the criminal away despite the makeup. The trick of the disguise was to completely change his silhouette and manner of movement, but small details gave away the deception. The young man forced himself to remain calm, realizing that a careless movement could scare off his prey. The salesman investigator leaned toward the young man, whispering to ask about the suspect's whereabouts. Jung Huk approached his boss's car and knocked on the window, informing him of the need to find a girl named Yumi for questioning. Jung Huk explained to the department head that a woman named Yumi was the criminal's partner and was providing him with temporary shelter in exchange for money. The young man gave the name of the entertainment club where the girl worked, suggesting that the staff be questioned to quickly establish her whereabouts and arrest her. The young man gave the address of 137, where the police were to arrive in 10 minutes to carry out the arrest operation. The young man explained the need for independent verification, without taking his eyes off the pseudo-old man with a cane walking away. Han Sang-won cautiously entered the abandoned house through the back door, making sure there were no witnesses on the street. The criminal took off his suffocating mask and wig with relief, throwing the cane into the corner of the dusty hallway. The man smiled smugly, thinking about how easy it was to fool the police, who did not recognize his disguise. Hunger drove the fugitive to the kitchen in search of food, hoping to find at least a packet of instant noodles. Opening the old refrigerator, the criminal was disappointed to find a complete lack of food, not even the traditional kimchi. A suspicious noise in the yard made Han Sang-won alert and listened to the sounds outside. The man cautiously crept up to the window, trying to make out the source of the noise through the dirty glass. Jung Huk nimbly jumped over the rusty fence, trying not to make any unnecessary noise when he landed. An elderly gardener, who was trimming bushes, asked fearfully about the identity of the uninvited guest, threatening to call the police. The young man put his finger to his lips, gesturing imploringly for the old man to remain silent and not raise the alarm. The young man apologized for the intrusion, explaining that he needed to get to the second floor for an important matter. The young man showed a fake ID, saying he was looking for a dangerous criminal hiding in the house. Using the gardener's master key, Jung Huk silently opened the front door and began climbing the creaky stairs. The young man mentally thanked his luck for the trusting old man's possession of a universal key. The young man prepared for battle, understanding the advantage of surprise in a confrontation with a dangerous killer. Han Sang-won thought intently about his young neighbor's connection to the police and the source of the leak. The criminal feverishly went over the possibilities of betrayal, trying to figure out who could have given away his hideout. The man hid behind the door with a sharp kitchen knife, ready to attack anyone who entered. Jung Huk slowly turned the doorknob, well aware of the danger of an ambush on the other side. The criminal jumped out of his hiding place like lightning, aiming the blade at the throat of the unexpected visitor. The young man barely had time to put his forearm out, blocking the deadly blow at the last moment. The young man grabbed the attacker's wrist, using a painful hold to weaken his grip on the weapon. The young judoka clenched the fist of his free hand, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to his opponent's jaw. The blow hit its target, and the criminal's head jerked back from the force of the impact. Han Sang-won flew several meters, crashing into the wall with a dull thud. The force of the collision was such that an antique vase on a stand swayed and shattered on the floor. The criminal sank heavily to the floor among the shards, trying to catch his breath after the blow. Coming to his senses, the man grabbed a sharp shard of the broken vase, turning it into an improvised weapon. Jung Huk instantly noticed the new threat in his opponent's hands and prepared to continue the fight. The wounded killer let out a wild scream and lunged at the young man, swinging the sharp piece of pottery. The young athlete used a classic judo technique, grabbing the attacker's armed arm. With his other hand, the young man grabbed the criminal by the collar of his shirt, preparing to throw him over his hip. Using his opponent's momentum, the guy made a perfect throw, sending the killer flying. Han Sang-won landed with a crash on the coffee table, which collapsed under his weight. The criminal's head hit the hard floor, stunning him and preventing him from continuing to resist. Jung Hyuk caught his breath, noting that the fight had been easier than expected. In the past, he had had to fight more dangerous opponents. Jung Hyuk thought with relief about the successful arrest of the criminal. Listening to the sounds of approaching police sirens on the street, the young man's attention was drawn to the whistling kettle on the stove, steam pouring from its spout and filling the kitchen with a damp mist. The young man noted with disgust that the killer felt so confident in someone else's house that he even cooked himself a meal. While the young man was distracted by the boiling kettle, Han Sang-won struggled to his feet, holding onto the wall. The criminal grabbed a pair of sharp tailor's scissors from the table and, with a desperate cry, swung at the young man's back. A blow from a police baton struck the killer's wrist, knocking the improvised weapon from his numb fingers. Investigators burst into the room at the most critical moment, preventing the attempted attack from behind. Jung Hyuk gratefully noted the timely arrival of reinforcements and the professionalism of the police officers. The detectives patted the young man on the shoulder with admiration, congratulating him on the capture of one of the country's most wanted criminals. The head of the criminal division personally handcuffed Han Sang-won, savoring the moment of long-awaited victory. When Kim Jong-do realized the magnitude of the achievement, his stern face lit up with a broad smile of triumph. The man could not contain his emotions and shouted loudly about the capture of the criminal, his voice echoing throughout the neighborhood. At the police station, the chief officially thanked Jung Hyuk for his invaluable assistance in solving the high-profile case. Kim Jong-ho acknowledged that thanks to the young man's courage, they had managed to close a case that had been dragging on for more than 300 days. The young man modestly declined the praise, emphasizing the merit of the police officers who had not stopped searching all this time. He noted the investigators' selfless work for the sake of public safety and the peace of mind of citizens. The chief mentioned the young man's refusal to give interviews to the press, asking about the reasons for this decision. Jung Hyuk explained that the credit for catching the criminal should go to the police, not to a random witness. The young man came up with a story about a tourist trip to Busan, where he accidentally encountered the wanted murderer. Detectives predicted that Chief Kim would soon be promoted and transferred to headquarters after such a success. Kim Jong-do reflected on the uniqueness of the young man, an Olympic champion with the talent of an investigator. The chief offered him special employment in the police force without going through the standard recruitment procedure. The man assured him that the decision was up to the young man and that he could take his time to consider the offer. Jung Hyuk politely thanked him for his trust but did not rush to give a final answer. The young man smiled thoughtfully, weighing the pros and cons of the offer to join the police force. Kim Jong-do spoke hopefully about working together to catch criminals in the future. The young man explained that special employment meant starting at the lowest rank of patrol officer. The young man recalled his past life, where he had spent years working his way up to the rank of lieutenant, and did not want to repeat that path. The chief agreed with the logic of the refusal and asked about the reasons for avoiding publicity. Jung Hyuk wisely noted that a recognizable face would not be able to conduct covert investigations effectively. Kim Jong-do laughed and promised to treat the young man to the most expensive beef in gratitude for his help in advancing his career. The head of the criminal department apologized for having to return to his duties, promising to meet in the evening to celebrate the successful conclusion of the case. Jung Hyuk loudly addressed someone invisible, suggesting that they come out of hiding and stop hiding behind the corner of the building. A middle-aged man reluctantly emerged from the shadows, notebook in hand, clearly embarrassed at being spotted. The stranger suggested going up to his office to talk or going downstairs if that was more convenient for the young man. Reporter Park Yeon-il, with whom the young man had already dealt with after his victory at the Asian Games, came down the stairs. The journalist apologized for eavesdropping unintentionally, explaining his professional interest in the details of the capture of a dangerous criminal. The man took out a worn notebook with pre-prepared questions about the young man's role in the arrest of the fugitive murderer. When asked directly about his sole contribution, Jung Huk categorically objected, emphasizing the teamwork with the police. The young man insisted on the importance of the investigators' months of work, without which the capture would have been impossible. The young man rhetorically asked the reporter if he looked like the kind of person who would say what people expected to hear. Park Yeon-il nodded with satisfaction, stating that there was enough material for a full report on the event. The journalist promised to emphasize in his article the decisive role of the police in the successful arrest operation. Jung Huk reflected that if the CCTV cameras had been working properly, the criminal would not have been able to hide from justice for so long. At that time, people were suspicious of cameras on the streets, fearing invasion of privacy and total control. The young man mentioned the upcoming personnel changes in the upper echelons of the police force, following the scandal over the lengthy manhunt. He added that he had heard his superiors talking about the need for more thorough checks on the competence of high-ranking officers. The reporter thanked him for the candid interview, noting the value of the insider information for readers. The young man hoped that the publication would force senior police officials to be more vigilant and responsible in their work. All the news outlets covered the story of the capture of the talented fugitive and the heroes who apprehended him in detail. Newspapers were full of headlines about the dramatic arrest, turning the story into a real media sensation on a national scale. Prosecutor Kang carefully studied the morning newspaper article, analyzing every detail of the report. His attention was drawn to a quote from athlete Chae Jong-hyuk about problems in the police system. The man immediately grabbed his phone and dialed the young man's number to find out more details. The prosecutor was delighted when the young man answered the call quickly, despite the noise in the background. Kang inquired about the cause of the loud noises and the location of his young ally. Jung Hyuk explained that he was at a corporate party with a team of investigators celebrating the successful conclusion of a case. The young man apologized for the noise, explaining that all his colleagues were celebrating the capture of the criminal and their boss's promotion. The prosecutor mentioned a newspaper article he had read, which described in detail the young man's role in the operation. The man noted with slight envy the young man's strong ties with the police department's leadership. Kang half-jokingly warned him not to give in to persuasion to become a police officer, hinting at better prospects in the prosecutor's office. The young man confirmed his refusal of the police offer, assuring the prosecutor that his decision was final. Kang tactfully ended the conversation, not wanting to distract the young man from celebrating with his fellow investigators. After a brief farewell, the prosecutor hung up the phone, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the table. The man's mind was preoccupied with the idea of creating a reliable legal team where the talented young man would find a worthy place. To Khan, wasting such potential in the ranks of the regular police seemed like a real crime against common sense. Meanwhile, in the district prosecutor's office, there was a heated discussion about the latest events and the police department's response. The door burst open, and Khan stormed into the room, demanding an immediate audience with his superiors. Those present stared in surprise at their agitated colleague, wondering about the reasons for such haste. The man insisted on a personal meeting with the district attorney to discuss an urgent matter. The chief nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead, anticipating another headache from his subordinates' initiatives. Kana's words about the need to immediately hire a distinguished investigator made everyone tense up. The prosecutor excitedly told the story of a gold medalist who had become a key witness in a high-profile case. The story of how the young man had tracked down and helped apprehend a dangerous fugitive on his own made a lasting impression. The mention of the police's plans to poach the hero of the day made the district prosecutor think seriously. The need to stay ahead of the competition in the fight for valuable personnel became obvious to everyone present. A few days later, Jung Hyuk was holding an official badge that said Honorary Prosecutor. Kang proudly introduced the young man to his colleagues, emphasizing the importance of his joining the team. The head of the department and a young female prosecutor nodded warmly to their new colleague. A large investigator nicknamed Clubfoot shook the young man's hand warmly, assessing the strength of his grip. His gratitude for the warm welcome sounded sincere, although the young man felt somewhat awkward from the attention. Internally, Jung Hyuk was surprised by the speed of the prosecutor's office's response and the unexpected offer of an honorary title. Boleg asked Khan about his plans for the upcoming management meeting. The mention of the invitation from the boss left no choice. Attendance was mandatory. All the key employees had already gathered in the conference room, eagerly awaiting the late prosecutor. The creak of the opening door interrupted the quiet conversations of those gathered. The appearance of a young man next to Kauna drew curious glances and whispers from those present. The prosecutor officially introduced Jung Huk as a new intern, whose presence had been specifically requested by the authorities. The announcement of the Olympic champion's one-month internship at the prosecutor's office came as a surprise to many. A polite request to take care of him was accompanied by a charming smile that encouraged cooperation. A prosecutor's office employee asked the young man if he knew the exact name of their department. Jung Huk confidently replied that it was the Department for Combating Serious Criminal Offenses. Hearing this answer, the man asked what specific acts fell into the category of serious crimes. Without hesitation, the young man listed the main types: theft, murder, arson, and bodily harm. The young man added harassment and intimidation to the list, noting the department's responsibility for combating gangsterism. The detailed answer impressed the man, confirming the rumors about the young man's abilities. The employee continued that the prosecutor's office also oversees investigations of large criminal organizations. The next question concerned the number of gangs operating in their jurisdiction. Jung cited figures ranging from 115 to 230, specifying the composition of about 60%. The young man added information about 15 groups involved in the trade of illegal substances. Prosecutor Kang was impressed by the young man's extensive knowledge and how quickly he had absorbed the material. After the meeting, his senior colleague asked about the source of such in-depth knowledge of criminalistics. The man noted that if the criminal had been arrested earlier, the young man would have been assigned to a prestigious department. The conversation smoothly shifted to economic crimes, including tax evasion. The prosecutor suggested transferring the talented employee to the Financial Crimes Department. This special department of the Central District was equivalent in status to the General Directorate. In the future, the unit was to become the basis for a new anti-corruption department. Jung Huk thanked his mentor, surprised by the unexpected turn in his career. The prosecutor promised to briefly familiarize the young man with organized crime at his new workplace. In the elevator, the young man thought about the coming financial crisis and the frauds of internet companies. He planned to pass on important information to investigator Kim Jong-do to speed things up. The new head of the Special Crimes Department at the main office enjoyed the patronage of the authorities. The prosecutor eagerly awaited a promotion and the prospects that came with it. Jung Huk pondered the possible consequences of these two influential figures joining forces. Long-standing cases without evidence could lead to mass arrests of suspected criminals. Before making plans for the future, Jung Huk understood the need to focus on his current tasks and responsibilities. Once in the office, the young man asked Kosalapogo about the progress of the investigation into Kim Hyun-jin's case and its current status. The young employee asked the newcomer to help sort through the accumulated documents and tidy up the archive. She warned the young man not to mention the mess, explaining that all cases needed to be systematized in some way. Jung Huk noticed his colleague's incredible speed, but decided to remember her methods of organizing document flow for the future. The employee complained about the police, who were supposed to systematize the materials before sending them, but the documents were lying around in chaos. The young man suggested that the disorder was due to the individual preferences of each prosecutor in organizing their working materials and archives. The girl confirmed that their prosecutor preferred a highly consistent and logical system for organizing all official documents. While looking through the folders, Jung Huk came across the file of a certain Dong-sul and felt vaguely familiar with the name. The young man recalled that he had heard about this situation before, although the case had not received wide publicity in the press. He remembered that it was this deal that had seriously undermined the reputation and status of the prosecutor in charge of the investigation. The case was under the jurisdiction of the Attorney General's office, so Jung Huk could not familiarize himself with the details, knowing only the general facts. Despite the modest size of the organization involved in the supply of alcohol and related products, it posed a serious threat. The criminals skillfully manipulated the prosecutor's office, which led to the demotion and discrediting of the prosecutor in charge. Jung Huk was puzzled as to why the case had been referred to the prosecutor's office, since such investigations were usually handled by the police. The neatly kept register looked particularly suspicious, as hooligans were not known for such meticulousness and honesty. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the young man's head, and he understood the real reason for the strange events. The young man realized the obvious truth. The criminals had skillfully hidden a second register with the real data about their activities. A gray rat ran across the office floor, breaking the working silence and attracting the attention of the people in the room. A girl with dark circles under her eyes watched the rodents scurrying across the floor, exhausted, thinking about her problems. She watched the nimble mouse thinking about her own hunger and wondering when her uncle would arrive. A red car sped down the road, and the driver thought about how long it had been since he had gotten out. The guy turned to his friend, noting the positive changes, to which his companion agreed, acknowledging the difficulty of office work. The man admitted that he hadn't been anywhere in a long time, so he was ready to buy any food his friend wanted. The clubfoot noticed that the prosecutor clearly did not want to see this particular guy on their work team. The senior colleague noted that the boss even allowed the newcomer to go to the scene of the incident to better understand the case. The clubfoot explained that even experienced investigators are not forced to conduct investigations in potentially dangerous places at the initial stage. The senior colleague praised the guy's abilities, noting his ability to identify suspicious points at first glance at the registry. Jung Huk recalled a moment at work when he confidently told his colleagues that there were problems with the register presented. The young man explained his doubts by pointing to the excessive accuracy and precision of all the entries in the official document. The young man acknowledged his possible bias, but suggested that sales reports in such an industry are filled out in an extremely superficial and careless manner. Kang then reassured his young colleague, explaining that he had initially worried about the debtor's record-keeping without reason. The prosecutor emphasized the strangeness of accurate sales records, doubting the integrity of such people and their business ethics. In his previous life, Don Chol had few employees, but it later became clear that he had illegally hired a large number of women. Initially, managing 4 locations with such a small staff seemed completely pointless and unprofitable. After telling all the details, the guy realized that the prosecutor had simply read his mind and come to the same conclusions. Both men agreed on the existence of a second, carefully concealed register with real data on the business's activities. The investigators arrived at the scene of the incident at the suspicious club, preparing for a thorough inspection of all the premises and evidence. The men cautiously descended the stairs into the gloomy basement, turning on their flashlights to illuminate the space. Jung Huk accidentally stepped on a broken bottle, which shattered into multiple sharp shards with a characteristic ringing sound. Upon entering the room, the investigators felt an oppressive and gloomy atmosphere, saturated with the smells of alcohol and human sweat. The clubfoot suggested that they first take a thorough look around and determine whether the hidden registry was indeed in this building. Jung Hyuk expressed his firm conviction that the documents they were looking for must definitely be stored in this very place. The investigators decided to start their search in the boss's office, realizing the need to be persistent and decisive in their investigation. The young man realized that simply waiting and doing nothing would only lead to disgrace and the failure of the entire investigation. The young man pondered the reasons for transferring the case to the Attorney General's office, suspecting that the names of high-ranking officials were included in the second register. In a previous life, an unknown woman left a secret register in front of a police station and then disappeared without a trace. The document contained the names of numerous employees, including minors, as well as detailed information about the establishment's regular customers. After the discovery of compromising evidence, the case was immediately transferred to the prosecutor's office, depriving the police of the ability to control the investigation. It was assumed that the evidence did not disappear by accident and that high-ranking officials at various levels were involved in concealing the evidence. Kosolapi noted with surprise that the young man quickly learned to orient himself and act correctly at the scene of the incident. After completing the initial inspection of all accessible rooms, the investigators decided to continue their search in other parts of the building. The chief stopped the young man at the door, warning him that minors were strictly prohibited from entering this particular room of the establishment. The man explained that the ban was because beautiful girls were changing clothes there, so the young man was strictly forbidden from entering. Jung Hyuk thought about the stupidity of such prejudices and resolutely pulled the door handle, ignoring the boss's warnings. Upon opening the door, the investigators discovered a strange room with a variety of women's clothing of various styles scattered across the floor. What struck the men most was the sharp, unpleasant smell, which was definitely not there during their previous visit to this place. The young man asked his boss for the exact number of girls who worked there and was told that there were 12 employees. The young man noticed that there were more than 15 items of clothing lying on the floor, which was clearly too many for that number of people. After carefully counting all the scattered clothes, there were more than 100 different outfits and accessories throughout the room. Jung Huk noted that in such establishments, the rush hour is on the eve of Saturday, so the girls risked getting fines. The boss, in complete shock, asked the young man how he managed to guess such obvious but hidden details. The young judoka reminded his interlocutor of his words about the absence of anything suspicious in the back room of this establishment. The man confirmed that there were indeed police officers there who were simply guarding the area and doing nothing else. Hearing this answer, the young man suggested the possibility of secret rooms or hidden storage areas for evidence in the building. This question came as a complete surprise, as no one could imagine where secret rooms could possibly be located there. The chief laughed and sarcastically remarked that the young man had obviously watched too many detective movies with similar plots. Jung Huk decided to go all the way in his search and began methodically feeling all the walls in the room. The young man tapped on each section of the wall, trying to check all suspicious places and irregularities as thoroughly as possible. The guy noticed a strangely hollow sound on one side, different from the dull thuds on other sections. The investigators realized that they needed to work together to press on the suspicious section of the wall and see the result. Upon discovering the hidden room, the men were in shock at the confirmation of their wildest assumptions about secret rooms. The secret passage did not lead to an ordinary closet, but was a staircase leading straight down to an underground room. It was down there that the very files and documents were kept, the existence of which the perceptive guy had previously guessed. The girl sat in hiding, thinking about her uncle's words to hide until he arrived, feeling on the verge of exhaustion. The exhausted woman heard the sound of doors opening and became alert, expecting a familiar person to appear in the room. It turned out that she was not alone in the secret room, and her companion volunteered to look at the source of the noise. Upon entering the secret room, the investigators noticed an even stronger and more unpleasant smell than in the previous rooms of the establishment. Standing at the entrance to the secret room, the men clearly heard a woman's voice asking if it was her uncle who had come. Both men were in shock at the unexpected discovery of a woman's voice in such an unusual and hidden place. The exhausted girl struggled to her feet and asked in a weak voice if it was possible to finally get out of this terrible place. The woman realized with horror that she was facing complete strangers, not the relatives she had been expecting. Jung Huk and Kosalapi wondered why there were people in the secret room and whether they had really been locked up there by force. Soon the investigators heard another female voice and realized that the first girl was not alone in captivity. A second woman emerged from the depths of the secret room, looking as exhausted and emaciated as the first. Prosecutor Kang called Kosalap and asked irritably why he had not returned his previous calls. The investigator explained to his boss that the reason for his silence was the discovery of a secret room in the basement of the suspicious establishment. At that moment, Jung Huk thoughtfully offered the starving women some cookies, advising them to wash them down with milk for better digestion. The clubfoot told the prosecutor about the discovery of not only the secret room, but also the women locked up there in a terrible condition. Dongchul sat calmly in his office, sipping alcohol and humming a tune to himself. The man was in a state of complete relaxation when someone suddenly burst into his private office without knocking. Prosecutor Kang threw the door open, his face showing genuine outrage at the lawlessness going on in the establishment. Dongchul asked him to stop this intrusion and inquired about the reasons for such aggressive behavior on the part of the representative of the law. The prosecutor silently approached the table and struck the vile scoundrel and criminal hard in the face. The blow was so powerful that Dongchul lost his balance and fell from his office chair onto the floor. The man, in complete shock, asked the prosecutor if he had lost his mind, deciding to suddenly use physical force. Kang accused Dongchul of concealing the second register and additional employees, as well as creating a prison cell. The criminal swore and stated that these women could not be released under any circumstances. The prosecutor noted the inadequate state of his interlocutor and suggested ending the conversation for the day until better times. Koslapi was still in shock from what he had seen in the secret room and could not recover. The women looked terribly emaciated and had great difficulty chewing the cookies and milk offered to them. The investigator lamented that during his previous visit, he had failed to notice any signs of such a crime. Jung Huk felt intense anger at the situation that had befallen these unfortunate and defenseless girls. He saw how the women struggled to eat and realized that the problem was not their unwillingness to talk. The girls owed such a large amount of money that they could not repay their debt, and they were threatened with violence if they tried to escape. The unfortunate women began to cry loudly, looking like real living dead after the torment they had endured. The chief investigator thought about how hard it must have been for these poor girls to endure their captivity. The man decided to explain to the women that he was not angry with them, but with himself for not finding them sooner. Kusalapogo's face truly reflected sincere regret for his own omissions during the investigation. Jung Huk suggested that his colleague go to the store and buy the victims some hot and tasty food to help them regain their strength. The investigators discussed the obvious inadequacy of milk buns for the emaciated women, realizing the need for urgent medical care for the victims. Jung Huk unexpectedly heard one of the girls say that she had not wanted to talk for another day. The woman admitted that she thought she would die of hunger if they had to remain in captivity even a little longer. She considered it her duty to escape at any cost before she died, even if she were beaten to death for escaping. The girl regretted not knowing about the criminal's plans to lock up the other women. Otherwise, she would not have listened to the scoundrel. The young man instantly knelt before the exhausted woman, showing deep respect and sympathy for her suffering. The young man expressed his joy at their rescue and cautiously inquired what they had been told during their imprisonment. The girl was in severe shock from the young man's unexpected behavior and asked if he meant their overseer. The woman explained that the man was only an accomplice to the crime and would be quickly released from prison even if arrested. The criminal claimed that he would be released from the detention center in a day or two and would immediately return to take revenge on the girls who had escaped. He threatened not only the women themselves but also their loved ones, friends, and family members if they escaped. The girl thought about the possibility of a collective escape to a place where no one could find them. Despite the IOUS, the chief turned to his colleagues and reported a completely different problem that required immediate attention and resolution. The man reported the arrival of journalists, who had already gathered in large numbers in front of the district prosecutor's office building. The investigators were puzzled as to how confidential information about the investigation had leaked to the press so quickly and become public knowledge. The victims themselves were extremely surprised at the lightning speed with which the news had spread among the media. Jung Huk advised the women to wear sunglasses, medical masks, and caps to hide their faces from the intrusive cameras as much as possible. He also suggested that they use expensive bags and coats to create the image of ordinary visitors to a government institution. The young man explained the plan of action and asked his colleagues to try to restrain the aggressive reporters as much as possible. The investigators understood the need to hurry with the evacuation of the victims and agreed to leave immediately after the final preparations for departure. Journalists at the Central District Prosecutor's Office excitedly discussed the involvement of minors in the case, anticipating sensational headlines. Representatives of the press agreed that younger colleagues should step back to get a better view of what was happening. An employee of the investigation department loudly called on all the journalists gathered to calm down and observe basic order on the premises. The reporters instantly turned their heads toward the source of the shout, trying to see who was addressing them with demands. Kasalapi explained to the press the importance of high-quality special reporting and the need to behave appropriately in this situation. Kasalapi reminded the journalists that there were teenagers among the victims and asked them if they really wanted to do a report that would only irritate the public. A white bus pulled up to the prosecutor's office, instantly attracting the attention of all the media representatives gathered there. The journalists turned their heads in unison toward the vehicle, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the passengers from the bus. Young girls began to get off the bus, and the reporters immediately realized that these were the victims in the case. Members of the press tried to restrain their colleagues, urging them not to even think about photographing these unfortunate and tormented women. The victims walked past the crowd of reporters wearing dark glasses and medical masks to conceal their identities. The women carefully covered their faces with special accessories for their own safety and anonymity in the future. Jung Huk, who accompanied the victims, understood that thanks to Kosalapogo's intervention, the journalist had indeed calmed down, for which he was grateful to him. Prosecutor Kang and the head of the department ran out of the prosecutor's office and headed towards the group of investigators and victims. The leadership turned to the young man with the hope that the investigator had managed to properly punish all those guilty of the crime. Prosecutor Kang officially addressed the assembled press representatives, asking for their attention for an important announcement. The man announced that the press conference would be postponed for 3 hours, explaining that it was necessary to complete a preliminary investigation into the circumstances of the case. The prosecutor emphasized that holding the briefing immediately would lead to confusion, so he suggested taking a reasonable break. After this statement, all participants entered the building, discussing the successful completion of the rescue operation. The prosecutors agreed to first enter the premises and ask all the victims in detail about the circumstances. Prosecutor Kang asked those present to wait a minute, as he wanted to say something important before the questioning began. The man promised not to drag out his explanations or make excuses, but simply to offer his sincere apologies to the women who had been affected. The prosecutor bowed low to the girls, expressing his deep regret for the tragedy that had befallen them. Kang admitted that the prosecutor's office staff were indeed very late and were unable to help the people in trouble in time. The victims assured the prosecutor that everything was fine, as the investigators had tried to help them as quickly as possible. Jung Huk understood how difficult it was for the proud prosecutor to admit his own guilt and bow his head to others. The young man realized that his boss was actually a strong and outstanding person with high moral principles. The young man approached the girls and explained that he was giving them expensive clothes to change into so that no one would recognize them. One of the women asked why he advised them to take beautiful clothes and expensive bags for camouflage. The young man recalled that he had successfully used this method in his previous life to conceal the identities of crime victims. The girl thanked the investigator and politely asked for permission to know the name of her savior, if he didn't mind. The guy introduced himself. The girl introduced herself as Henji, and then he advised her to forget everything and return to her normal life. With a sincere smile on her face, the woman once again thanked the young investigator for his help and support. Jung Huk pondered the strange feeling of familiarity with this name, which for some reason seemed well known to him. Prosecutor Kang suddenly hugged the young man from behind and asked admiringly how he had come up with a way to help the victims remain unnoticed. The man admitted that he had not even taught the young man such methods, but he performed all tasks too perfectly anyway. The prosecutor hurriedly suggested that they quickly go inside the building, as the Attorney General was already actively searching for the young investigator. The Attorney General asked the young man if this kind of work was his true calling in life. The high-ranking official noted that the young man had not been working as an honorary investigator for the prosecutor's office for very long. The Attorney General expressed his gratitude for the discovery of important evidence and emphasized the significance of the young man's contribution to the investigation. Jung Huk modestly replied that he was just lucky and that nothing would have been possible without the help of the prosecutor and other investigators. The chief thought that this young man truly possessed not only outstanding abilities, but also rare modesty. The Attorney General expressed such deep gratitude that he was ready to grant the young investigator any wish as a token of his appreciation. Deep down, the young man thought about how he would really like to have access to the archives of the main prosecutor's office. The Attorney General encouraged the young man to speak openly and not to be shy about expressing his wishes and requests. The young man knew of rumors about the existence of countless high-profile cases in the Central Investigation Department that could shake the entire country. The young man assumed that he might find information there about the very criminal organization he had to take revenge on for the past. Jung Huk replied that he had simply done his duty and that his only personal desire was for Korea to become a safe place. The Attorney General noted the similarity of their desires and suggested that they work together for the good of the people and national security. The leadership suggested that the young investigator take a break while they finished their conversation with the Attorney General about future plans. The chief remained alone with his high-ranking colleague and confirmed his words about the extraordinary nature of this young man. The men discussed the surprising fact that the young man had refused to fulfill his wish when he was offered any reward for his achievements. The Attorney General reflected on the dream of a safe Korea and recognized the young man as a truly outstanding talent with noble goals. The high-ranking official informed Prosecutor Kanu of the Attorney General's office's plans to conduct a search in connection with the arrest of the criminal. Measures were also planned to confiscate the property of the suspicious establishment and all related assets. The Attorney General emphasized the need to take care of the young man, predicting a great future for him in law enforcement. Suddenly, the Attorney General's cell phone rang, interrupting an important conversation about the plans and prospects of the young investigator. The caller introduced himself as the head of the Kwan and Park Holding Company, who wanted to speak urgently with a high-ranking official. The Prosecutor General was puzzled by the sudden call from the head of a large consulting firm at such an inopportune moment. Jung Huk left the building with the prosecutor and offered to treat him to lunch, realizing that he had not had time to eat during this time. The prosecutor asked his young colleague about his preferences, noting his hard work and the need to eat well after a difficult day. The young man mentioned that he had something for his mentor and reached into his briefcase for an important document. The young man took out a strange electronic device and asked the prosecutor to look at the readings on this technical device. Jung Huk explained that it was the profit from investments that the prosecutor had made earlier on his advice and recommendations. The man looked at the display and saw the numbers 10,000, then 500,000, not believing his eyes. Looking closer, the prosecutor was amazed to see $1,000,000 in investment profits on the display. Kang thought about the improbability of the situation. Not even a week had passed, and the million had turned into 6,000,000 won. Jung Huk explained the excellent performance of companies in the US and the opportunity to earn even more by the end of the current month. The prosecutor expressed his immense gratitude to the young investigator for such valuable investment advice and assistance. Kang repeated his question about the young man's food preferences, truly wanting to thank him for his invaluable help. The young man thought that if his mentor was so insistent on treating him, he had one small request. Jung Huk left the restaurant with a bag of delicious food, planning to take it home for a family dinner. The young man walked with fish dishes as appetizers, hoping that his mother would enjoy such a treat. The young man realized that he had been neglecting his mother under the pretext of being overly busy with work and investigations. Thanks to the prosecutor's permission to study the archives of the special departments of the General Prosecutor's Office, he spent a significant amount of time there. Although he did not have time to review the archives of the Middle Department, access to the secret files was a huge success. When he got home, the young man happily shouted to his mother about his return, expecting a warm welcome from his loved one. Looking around, the young man was surprised to find his mother missing from her usual places in the house. Jung Huk carefully placed the snacks he had bought on the way back on the kitchen table for dinner with his mother. The boy decided to knock on his mother's bedroom door, hoping to hear her voice in response. Receiving no answer, the young man headed to the bathroom, assuming that his mother might be there at that moment. Jung Huk realized how strange the situation was, as there was no sign of his mother even in the bathroom. Continuing his search of the house, the young man noticed unusual disorder in one of the rooms, which had clearly been left by someone. The young man was completely baffled by the chaos he saw, not knowing how to react to such a situation at home. Jung Huk saw scattered items lying on the floor without any order or system. Fortunately, his mother opened the front door and asked in surprise when her son had managed to return home from work. The young man was very worried about his mother's fate, admitting that her absence had frightened him greatly. The young man anxiously asked his mother where she had gone alone so late at night without warning. The woman told him that she had visited her neighbors to treat them to homemade snacks and enjoy pleasant conversation with friends. Looking at her watch, the mother admitted that she had indeed chatted with the neighbors and did not notice how late it had gotten. The son confessed to his mother that he was very frightened and worried about her safety, not hiding his emotions from his loved one. The woman asked her son with concern what had happened to him and what events had caused such an alarming reaction. The boy simply hugged his mother tightly and asked her never to scare him again with such unexpected absences from home. The woman tenderly remarked that her son was already so grown up, yet he was still frightened by his mother's absence from the house. Jung Huk thought about the fear of a car accident involving his mother, as had happened in his previous tragic life. Winter came, and people had fun on the ski slopes, enjoying active winter recreation and entertainment. The boy's mother expressed her gratitude to her son for organizing the family trip, emphasizing the importance of spending time together. She happily noted that this was their first full-fledged family trip in a long time of living together. The young man's friends also thanked his mother, admitting that it was their first time at a real ski resort. Jung Huk had originally planned to go only with his mother, but his friends asked to join the family trip. Since his mother enjoyed lively gatherings and interacting with young people, this type of vacation suited her perfectly. The young man's mother asked So-yeon about her studies, since she had found time for skiing. It turned out that So-yeon's sister had also come and was complaining to her aunt about excessive care and constant nagging. The young man's mother asked if all his friends had arrived yet, to which her son replied that they were waiting for one more guest. The young man also invited Prosecutor Khan and his family to join them for a winter vacation at a ski resort. The prosecutor expressed his delight at the meeting, and the mother thanked him for his care and supervision of her son at work. Hyun-suk also arrived at the resort and immediately went to greet his son's friends and former classmates. His younger sister reached out to the judoka, admitting how much she had missed him during their separation. The guy picked up the girl and asked her in a friendly manner if she was good at downhill skiing. So Yeon, in her room, decided that the large room should go to their group of women. The guys objected, pointing out that there were more men and that they needed a more spacious room to accommodate them. Jung Huk settled the dispute by announcing that there was another large room that would go to the men. The young man suggested that they stop arguing over trivial matters and go out onto the balcony together to admire the view. Everyone admired the beauty of the mountain scenery from above, asking the youngest girl if she was afraid of heights. Hyun-sok's little sister bravely declared that she was not afraid at all as long as the strong judo defender was nearby. Jung Huk watched with a smile on his face, thinking about how long it had been since he had been here. The guy remembered that sometimes criminals hid at the resort under the guise of ordinary ski resort workers and staff. Jung Huk turned to Suho with surprise, wondering if he was telling the truth when he said he had never skied before. The guy honestly confirmed his inexperience in winter sports, admitting that he was indeed calm about it and not worried. Soyun suggested a competition to see who could ski down the highest mountain the fastest, expressing confidence in her own skiing abilities. The girl proposed an interesting bet. Whoever got down the stairs fastest would receive free ice cream from the losing contestants. Jung Huk laughed and questioned Soyun's experience, asking her about her confidence in her own abilities and chances of winning the competition. The young man's mother watched the group of young people, noting their cheerfulness and positive attitude, with which Prosecutor Kang completely agreed. The woman felt boundless joy that her son had found such wonderful and loyal friends in his new life. At the ski master class, the instructor explained the technique of stopping, demonstrating the correct foot placement and body position on the slope. The coach showed how to position your feet and descend a winding route, drawing smooth turns on the snow-covered mountain slope. During the explanations, the instructor noticed something surprising that caught his professional attention and aroused genuine interest in what was happening. All the guys present simultaneously turned their attention to a snowboarder who was masterfully performing tricks on the neighboring slope with incredible ease. A man was descending the slope on a snowboard with astonishing speed and grace, demonstrating a professional level of mastery of this extreme sport. So Yeon and Suho were completely enthralled by the skill they saw, forgetting about their own bet and competition in speed skiing. It turned out to be Jung Huk, who, like a true master of extreme sports, rode his snowboard with professional technique. The guy approached his friends and asked with a smile if they had managed to warm up properly before the main skiing session. His friends expressed their doubts about Jung Huk's claims that this was his first time skiing, as his skill suggested otherwise. The young man confirmed with a sincere smile that it was indeed his first time skiing, although he understood that this only applied to his current life. Suddenly, someone screamed in panic, warning everyone to immediately move the children away from the dangerous trajectory. Jung Huk turned toward the source of the scream, trying to understand who was warning of the danger and what was happening on the slope. He saw a girl skiing down the slope at breakneck speed, clearly unable to control her skis and losing her balance. The unfortunate skier was screaming, "Oh my God," in English, expressing her horror at the critical situation she was in on the slope. The girl was rapidly approaching a crowd of vacationers, and a collision seemed inevitable, threatening serious injuries for everyone involved in the incident. So Yeon was already mentally preparing herself for the terrible collision, realizing that in a few seconds the uncontrollable skier could knock her off her feet. The unfamiliar girl fell into the snow, her protective mask flying off her face, revealing her frightened features and confused expression. The victim's ski goggles flew off and fell straight into the deep snow, making it difficult to find and retrieve them. The unknown skier crashed into Jung Huk, and they both fell onto the snowy surface of the slope, tangled up in their skis and poles. When the red-haired girl flew straight at the guy, he instinctively tried to catch her and softened the blow against the hard surface of the slope. Both fell straight onto the cold snow, experiencing painful sensations from the strong impact with the icy surface of the ski slope. After the incident, the whole group gathered in a warm cabin where they ate corn for dinner and asked about the condition of Jung Huk's injured wrist. His friends were puzzled as to why the young man had so recklessly rushed to rescue a stranger, risking his own health and well-being. Those present offered the young man a glass of alcohol to disinfect the wound and relieve the pain from his wrist injury. Prosecutor Kang supported the suggestion, assuring everyone that it was okay for an adult to offer a therapeutic dose of alcohol for medical purposes. Jung Huk looked at his mother, waiting for her approval or permission to drink alcohol to treat his injury. The boy took the glass and handed it directly to his mother, wanting to get permission from her specifically. Jung Huk explained his desire by saying that he wanted his mother to pour him his first drink. The woman was so surprised by her son's request that a gentle blush appeared on her cheeks from embarrassment in the touching moment. The prosecutor approved of the young man's decision, noting that it was right to get his first permission to drink alcohol from his parents, not from strangers. His mother explained to her son that he had worked hard and deserved it, asking him to try a little harder before graduating from high school. The young man agreed with his mother's words and in response asked her to take care of her own health and well-being. The prosecutor admitted that although he was not good at making speeches, he would try to say a few appropriate words for a toast. Kang proposed a toast to the happiness of their family, asking everyone to join in the congratulations and support his words with a friendly response. The man raised a glass filled with Korean vodka and solemnly proclaimed a toast to the happiness of their large, friendly family. Everyone present responded to the toast with sincere smiles, responding in unison, "To us," and raising their glasses in a sign of unity. After a pleasant family dinner, Jung Huk drank a little, and a slight blush appeared on his face from the first alcohol in his life. The young man was standing on the balcony, enjoying the mountain air, when the prosecutor approached him and asked if he was cold. The young man explained that he wanted to breathe some fresh air and asked if the prosecutor had come out onto the balcony to smoke alone. Mr. Kang admitted that he actually wanted to tell the young man something extremely interesting and important for their common cause. The prosecutor asked the young investigator if he remembered the register they had found in the secret room of the suspicious establishment. Jung Huk thought that his mentor was referring to the second hidden register of the criminal Dong Chul with real data. Kang shared the surprising news that the investigation had reached the level of a high-ranking municipal councilor in the city administration. Hearing this information, the young man was extremely surprised, not understanding how the case could have risen to such a high political level. The prosecutor explained that Representative Kim Seong-ren did indeed have connections with a second-class municipal councilor in the city administration. The man spoke about plans to redevelop the area and speculated about the existence of influential patrons backing the deputy. The prosecutor warned that this was not all the surprising news, as the investigation had revealed even more shocking facts and connections. Kang reported that all ties connecting the deputy to the highest echelons of power had disappeared, as if they had vanished without a trace. The man explained that all contacts and documents had quietly disappeared, as if they had never existed in the first place. Jung Huk inquired about the fate of the deputy himself, assuming his arrest or detention in connection with the disclosure of the criminal scheme. The prosecutor reported the tragic news of the deputy's death on the day he was summoned for questioning. The man had hanged himself at home. Upon hearing about the suicide, the young man suspected the possibility of murder disguised as the voluntary departure from life of an influential politician. Kang explained that the National Forensic Service had officially registered the case as a suicide, not a murder. The prosecutor noted the suspicious nature of the careful elimination of connections, suggesting the existence of a larger organized crime group in the upper echelons of power. Jung Huk was horrified by the thought of an entire organization in the highest echelons of power. Unable to imagine the scale of the corruption scheme, investigators understood the possibility of influential business figures being involved in this complex criminal scheme with political connections. The prosecutor continued the conversation, advising the young man to pay more attention to his mother while he still had enough time to communicate with her. Kang warned that after entering university and becoming a prosecutor, the young man would have significantly less free time for his family. The man noted the remarkable qualities of the woman who had raised her son alone and the importance of not limiting oneself to professional success in life. The young man promised to do his best, although he thought to himself that he did not yet know for sure whether he would become a prosecutor. After a serious conversation with his mentor, Jung Huk sank into deep thought about his future and family priorities. The young man stood on the balcony, breathing in the frosty air and thinking about the existence of an entire criminal organization in the highest echelons of power. He wondered if this organization could be connected to those who had harmed him and his mother in his past life. Jung Huk firmly decided that no matter what happened, he would never stray from his goals and principles. The young man suggested that his mother go down the slope with him, reminding her that they had come here to ski, not just to watch others. The woman agreed, expressing interest in seeing her son's skiing skills and spending time together on the ski slope. The red-haired girl who had crashed into the boy yesterday approached them and asked about the condition of his injured wrist. Jung Huk explained that it was her he had collided with yesterday, assured her that everything was fine, and invited her to dinner. The girl politely asked if they would mind if she and her father joined their friendly company for dinner. The young man noted that he had not had the opportunity to introduce himself yesterday and introduced the stranger to his mother and other friends. The girl's father expressed his deep gratitude for saving his daughter and introduced himself as Mr. Kazel Shak, a university professor. The red-haired girl's name was Irina, and she was 18 years old, which made her the same age as Jung Huk and his classmates. The young man noticed that they both spoke Korean very well, which aroused surprise and interest in their origins. The man explained that he worked as a professor of English in the foreign languages department at a Korean university. Irina admitted that she thought she had hit a brick wall and asked if the guy was a professional athlete. Nearby, an unfamiliar woman expressed her indignation at the loud noise and merriment that was disturbing her peace in the restaurant. She was openly angry about what was happening and showed her dissatisfaction with the behavior of young people in a public place. The woman asked her son how he liked the food, showing unexpected care and kindness in her voice. Her son indifferently replied that pork cutlets are the same everywhere, and asked why his mother was suddenly being so kind to him. The young man rudely stated that his mother's kindness made him sick, showing extreme disrespect for his loved one. Jung Huk, hearing this conversation, felt a strong sense of unease and anxiety, as if something familiar had stirred in his memory. The young man heard his son continue to mistreat his poor mother, and that voice seemed painfully familiar to him. He remembered the snake tattoo on the wrist of the man who had killed him in his past life, and the details of that tragic day. Jung Huk also remembered that distinctive voice and thought with horror, could this be the same killer from the past? Jung Huk heard the guy speak rudely to his mother, demanding that she finish eating immediately and leave the restaurant. The young man listened carefully to their conversation, wondering what kind of unworthy person would treat his own mother that way. Everyone present immediately noticed that Jung Huk had frozen in place, and his friends asked him anxiously what was wrong. Even the young man's mother looked at her son with concern, trying to understand what was bothering and upsetting him so much. Jung Huk thought that although the voice sounded a little younger, it was definitely the voice of the killer from his past life. The young man abruptly got up from the table and apologized to the company, saying that he would be away for a short time on important business. The young man wondered why he hadn't thought of this obvious possibility of meeting the killer in his youth before. At the time of the tragic incident in his past life, that man was clearly not a young guy. Now, having gone back in time, the murderer appeared before him as a very young man with no criminal experience. Jung Huk realized that it was quite possible that the criminal was now his age and attended the same school or university. The guy approached a stranger, put his hand on his shoulder, and started talking, but then realized his mistake. The young man apologized for the confusion, explaining that he had mistaken the man for someone else, and continued his search for his real target. Jung Huk looked around, still hoping to find the guy among the restaurant patrons and other patrons. The young man realized with horror that the suspect had already left the building, and now the search had become much more difficult in the resort environment. Jung Huk jumped up and quickly ran out into the street, hoping to catch up with the potential killer from his past. The guy's mother followed her son anxiously, asking him why he was behaving so abruptly and unexpectedly in the restaurant. Jung Huk looked around, realizing he had missed his target, and explained to his mother that he had seen something on the street. The killer from his past life and his mother walked slowly along the snow-covered street of the ski resort, discussing the previous evening. The woman stopped abruptly on the sidewalk, wanting to ask her son important questions about their time at the restaurant. The mother cautiously asked her son how he liked the dinner and spending time in pleasant company. The scoundrel didn't even understand what she was talking about, so he indifferently asked what exactly he was supposed to like. The woman continued the conversation, admitting that she should have taken her son out more often in the past and apologizing for her past mistakes in raising him. Her son responded harshly, saying that such a mother was still better than his father, who had gone bankrupt because of the IMF and died of stress. The young man rudely demanded to go home as soon as possible, showing a complete unwillingness to continue the conversation with his mother. The woman asked him to wait for her, explaining that she needed to return to the restaurant to retrieve a scarf she had left on the table. The son noticed his mother's strange behavior and her unusual nervousness throughout the evening at the resort. The young man thought that the scarf his mother had supposedly forgotten was actually on him at that moment. The young man reflected that a whole night had passed since their arrival, but his mother was behaving extremely suspiciously. The scoundrel noted his mother's strange behavior, believing that she had no shame or conscience in her relationship with her son. The young man threw the scarf into the snow, thinking that his mother was just as much of a failure as his late father. The boy decided that he did not need parents who abandoned their children for their own interests and hobbies. The boy contemptuously threw his mother's scarf on the snow-covered ground and began to walk away in the opposite direction, showing complete indifference to his parents' concern. The next day, a suspicious man was walking through the ski resort, talking on the phone about how there was no need to worry anymore. Suddenly, the man heard the crack of breaking tree branches somewhere in the distance, as if someone was making their way through the thick forest to the resort. From behind the trees appeared the very same villainous killer with a distinctive snake tattoo on his wrist who had pursued Jung Huk in his past life. The man was greatly frightened by the unexpected appearance and exclaimed in surprise, not understanding what was happening in this deserted place. He rudely asked the young man what the hell he was doing there and inquired if he knew about the ban on walking there. The young man quietly replied that he was unaware of any rules or restrictions on walking in the forest. The man's phone rang, and he heard questions from the other end about what was going on and what was happening. He explained to the caller that some young kid had appeared out of nowhere, disrupting his plans and peace of mind. The man continued his conversation on the phone, warning his interlocutor not to stick his neck out and to sit quietly until his superiors called him. After finishing the phone call, the suspicious man turned to the young guy and asked him to wait a second. The guy turned around and asked irritably what this stranger wanted and what he wanted from him in this place. The man rudely asked the youngster what he was doing there at such an hour and why he was in the forest. He continued his interrogation, asking if the boy had run away from home or if something else had happened that caused him to be here alone. The insolent stranger took the cap off the teenager's head without permission, showing complete disregard for the young man's personal boundaries. He raised his voice in protest, insisting that the man's actions were completely out of line. The stranger continued to mock the teenager, making offensive remarks and demonstrating his superiority over the defenseless child. The young man gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that he did not like the humiliating situation he was in. The boy clenched his fist in readiness for a fight and demanded his cap back, calling the man an old goat for his behavior. The man jumped aside, clearly not intending to return the cap to the young man and continuing his taunts. Then he pulled the cap down over the young man's eyes, completely blocking his view and preventing him from seeing what was happening around him. After this mockery, the man tripped the unsuspecting teenager, wanting to humiliate him completely. The young runaway, who had indeed been abandoned by his parents, fell to the snow-covered ground, finding himself in an extremely vulnerable position. The adult man grabbed the helpless boy by the throat, demonstrating his physical superiority and threatening further violence. The teenager called the attacker a beast and demanded to be released, warning him not to do anything bad to him. The bearded man mockingly remarked that the boy liked to wave his arms around, but now he was caught like a wild animal in a trap. This real devil suggested that the boy go with him, promising to feed him properly and take good care of him. The young man's face reflected his shock at the unexpected offer and his incomprehension of the true intentions of this strange stranger. The guy wondered with surprise if anyone in this world really wanted to take care of him and help him. In the library of the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office, Jung Huk happily exclaimed that he had finally found the documents and evidence he needed. The young investigator realized from the materials he found that the death of official Kim was definitely a murder, disguised as a suicide by influential criminals. The individual involved in this case was an advisor with a 3-year term of office and committed suicide immediately after the discovery and started the investigation. It has been 3 years since this case, and as in Kim's case, all connections to higher-ranking officials have disappeared without a trace from the paperwork. The documents and evidence disappeared as if this person had never existed in nature or in the state system. The criminal organization may have existed for at least 30 years, counting from the time before the murder of Jung Huk. Suddenly, an elderly man entered the library and asked in surprise what the young man was doing in the archives at such an hour. The old man curiously asked the young man what he was studying so intently among the dusty folders and old documents of the prosecutor's office. The man noted the young observer's attentiveness and expressed admiration for his dedication to his work and attention to justice. The old man expressed his wish that science would advance and help solve all the so-called cold cases of the past. Jung Huk thought about talking to this experienced man about such cases and suggested they have coffee together. The man smiled and remarked that the future prosecutor was going to treat him, an old man, to something in gratitude for the conversation. Suddenly, the young man's cell phone rang, which the elderly interlocutor noticed, interrupting their interesting and informative conversation. Jung Huk apologized, saying that he knew about the call, but that the phone could wait a little while until he finished talking to the wise man. However, the young man decided to check who was calling and saw the name of Mr. Kwon, his investment advisor, on the screen. The old man asked understandingly if it was important, and added that he was always here, so they would see each other next time. Jung Huk replied awkwardly that he felt uncomfortable leaving like this, and asked if he could come back to continue the conversation. The man kindly confirmed the possibility of future meetings, and asked the young man to leave while he tidied up the archive a little. After that, the young man left the library and the old man watched him attentively and thoughtfully until he reached the exit. As soon as the young man was completely out of sight, the smile disappeared from the man's face, and his expression became completely different, more serious. He began to carefully put away the boxes of documents that the young investigator had been studying, erasing all traces of his research. The old man quietly remarked that sometimes ignorance really is bliss for curious young people. Jung Huk went outside and started talking on the phone with Kwon, apologizing for the delay in answering the call. The guy thought about the long search in the archives for information about this organization, but he couldn't find anything special. If it had been that simple, he would have caught the criminal long ago and uncovered the entire corruption scheme. Jung Huk apologized to Kwon for the delay in answering, explaining that he had been busy with important work in the prosecutor's office archives. Kwon reported that the dot-com investment story was coming to an end and suggested that they finish the project together in the near future. The young man smiled and agreed that it was the right thing to do, promising to come as soon as possible to finish the job. The young man quickly caught the first taxi he saw to get to the meeting place with the investment consultant as quickly as possible. Getting into the car, he asked the driver to take him to his destination as quickly as possible without breaking any traffic rules. A strange car suddenly appeared behind Jung Huk's taxi and began to follow them unobtrusively through the streets of Seoul. The black car seemed to be following Jung Huk's taxi the whole time, keeping a discreet distance on the streets of Seoul. The guy arrived at his company, sat down at the conference table, and asked the employees how the move to the new building was going. Kwon admitted that she was completely focused on the dot-com project, so she completely forgot about other important company matters. She explained her plans to find a few more employees to expand the business, so the move needed to be completed before the staff increased. Jung Huk suggested postponing the discussion of the move and asked his colleagues to do one important thing for society first. He shared his idea of creating a shelter for teenagers who run away from home due to family problems and violence. Kwon and Taegu looked at each other in confusion, wondering about the details of the project, and Jung Huk confirmed his desire to help underage runaways. The young man explained the need to help teenagers who want to wait out a difficult period by providing not only shelter and food, but also education. The economist noted that such a project would require a large financial investment and inquired about the motivation behind this decision. Jung Huk froze for a second at this question, as he did not know how to explain the true reasons for his desire. He remembered how he had lost track of the young man at the resort and continued to wander the slopes, but returned empty-handed. He was struck by the number of parents who had lost everything due to the IMF crisis and found themselves in desperate financial straits. Many of them left their children at ski resorts and amusement parks, unable to afford to support them. Jung Huk explained that they now earn a lot of money. He used to only think about it, but now it has become a reality. The young man addressed the employees, noting their talent, but also noticing some confusion in the real estate and business sectors. The young man expressed the need for an informant who would act as a reliable source of information, similar to a private detective. Jung Huk recalled that Dorian Gray had more than 8 personal informants, including even gangsters. Among the informants were flop house owners and various convicted criminals willing to cooperate for a fee. While the young man was deep in thought about his future plans, the black car continued to follow him unnoticed. Inside the car sat a journalist who was photographing the young businessman for some article or investigation. There were 2 men in the car, the driver and the photographer, discussing how hungry they were and wanting to take a break. They agreed to take a few more photos and then go to a restaurant that was right in front of them on the street. However, journalists noticed that the young man suddenly disappeared from view, as if he had vanished into thin air among the passers-by. The photographers were upset because they still needed to take several high-quality photos for the article about the young entrepreneur. The men began to argue with each other, blaming each other for the missed opportunity and distraction from the main task. Jung Huk suddenly appeared behind the car and grabbed one of the journalists by his clothes, catching them off guard. The guy quickly threw the photographer out of the car, causing him to fall painfully onto the asphalt of the city street. The driver of the car was in complete shock, not understanding what was happening or who had attacked his colleague. The frightened journalist's face changed dramatically, and he began to tremble with fear in front of the angry young man. Jung Huk viciously asked the only question about who exactly had sent the journalist to follow him and for what purpose. The young men talked among themselves, discussing the possibility that it was a private investigation agency. The two journalists who had been following him were clearly ashamed and did not dare to look at each other after being exposed. Jung Huk demanded that they confirm the truth of the story and explain the real motives behind their actions. The men admitted that they were simply doing a paid job and offered to give the client's contact details if the young man allowed them to. The young man replied that there was nothing more to see, so he advised them to go back to where they came from. The young man thought about the strangeness of the situation and the number of the person who had made the journalists follow him around the city. Jung Huk received a piece of paper with a phone number and carefully studied the numbers written on it before calling. First, he decided to dial the number immediately to find out the identity of the person who had ordered him to be followed. An elderly man with a gray beard answered the phone, speaking in a calm and confident voice. The man asked who was calling and why he was calling so late. Jung Huk arrived at the designated location in central Seoul, surprised by the traditional style of the building and its imposing appearance. An assistant who introduced himself as Lee Yon-chan, an elderly man with respectful manners, greeted the young man. Upon hearing this name, Jung Huk was shocked, as he realized he had heard it somewhere before in some important context. The young man looked at the badge on the man's jacket and thought of a lawyer, but wondered why he looked like a butler. Then a memory of that name popped into the young man's head. It was the lawyer who was Chairman Kang's right-hand man. Jung Huk realized that he had come to the home of Kwon Ho-soo, who turned out to be the father of his colleague at the investment company. When the young man was led inside the building, he was immediately served fragrant traditional tea in elegant cups. The young man took this as a real blessing and sincerely thanked them for their hospitality and warm welcome. Jung Huk sat in front of the high-ranking man, slowly sipping hot tea and observing the surroundings. A real silence settled between them, and the young man wondered what to expect from this meeting. Mr. Kwon also calmly sipped his tea, studying the young guest with an attentive and penetrating gaze. Jung Huk thought he never imagined he would meet the company chairman in such an informal setting. The chairman was the first to break the silence, saying that first of all, he must apologize to the young man for what had happened. The man expressed regret that they had had to spy on the young man and keep him under surveillance for so long. Jung Huk realized that this man was much nicer than he had thought, as he spoke politely despite the difference in status. Kwon explained that there was nothing else to do but drink tea, so he called it the curiosity of a rich old man. The chairman said that in his youth he was involved in so-called usury and accumulated capital in various ways. The man admitted that he had to be strict with his children so that they would not go down the wrong path in life. Kwon noted that his daughter did not want to get married and insisted on playing with money. In a sense, she was like him in his youth. Therefore, the chairman was extremely interested to find out how much money the young man had spent on a secondary topic, which turned out to be so magnificent and profitable that it was worth all the investments. The man admitted that he had made much more profit than he had initially expected, as the investment had multiplied his wealth several times over in a short period of time. Jung Huk modestly noted that without the chairman's initial investment, the entire project would not have worked so brilliantly and would not have yielded such results. Hearing such words of gratitude, the elderly man smiled and said, "Here we go again," showing his attitude towards his young partner's excessive modesty. Jung Huk seized the moment and expressed his desire to make his own business proposal, since they had met in such an informal setting for discussion. The young man handed over documents titled Shelter for Runaway Youth, the very project he had discussed that morning with his colleagues at the company office. The young man suggested using some of the money they had earned for something truly important and meaningful that could bring real benefits to society and people in need. After reading the name of the project, Kwon did not immediately understand the meaning of the term shelter for runaway youth and its social importance for modern society. Jung Huk already had a confident smile on his face, as he knew he would definitely be able to get support for his charity project. When the young man shared all the details of his plan, the old man became clearly interested in the idea and thoughtfully stroked his gray beard as he considered the proposal. The chairman asked for some time to think, to carefully digest all the information he had received about the social project and its potential results. The elderly man thought to himself that the young man was saying the right things, but he was not at all what he had initially imagined him to be. After these reflections, the old man suddenly began to laugh very loudly, which embarrassed even his loyal butler lawyer behind the wall. The lawyer outside the door was puzzled by the content of the conversation between the chairman and his guest, not understanding the reasons for his master's cheerful mood. At that moment, Mrs. Kwon approached her father's office, greeted him, and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time for family communication. The girl also noticed the strangeness of the situation, hearing the unusually loud and cheerful laughter of her usually serious and reserved father from behind the closed door. She announced her arrival and was given permission to enter the office to talk to her father about family and business matters. When the door opened, the chairman invited his daughter to sit directly opposite him at a massive wooden table for a serious conversation. The girl asked if the guest had left yet, but her father unexpectedly asked why such a grown woman was still unmarried. As always, the girl did not like such conversations about her personal life, so she asked directly about the real reason for her father's summons. Kwon Jr. was surprised and asked what had happened and why her father had suddenly decided to have tea and a family conversation during working hours. The chairman explained that they had something to talk about, as a young man had approached him with an interesting business proposal and a request for cooperation. Hearing this, the girl suggested that the visitor wanted sponsorship for his business and expressed doubt that her father would agree to help. The old man replied cryptically that he would help this young man only for her sake, but did not explain what he meant by this. The chairman explained to his daughter that the young man wanted to open a special place for teenagers who had run away from home and expressed interest in the results of this project. The girl replied that it was not just about doing good deeds, as creating a positive image through charitable shelters would improve the public's perception of their company. She added that this way, if their company were to face a crisis, it would not collapse so easily thanks to the reputation it had built as a socially responsible business. Mr. Kwon thought that anyone involved in serious business should be able to see the benefits in absolutely all endeavors and projects. Her father handed his daughter a stack of documents, suggesting that she take on the organization and launch of this charitable social project. The girl was surprised to find that these were documents registering real estate in her father's name, which came as a complete surprise to her. The man explained that he thought about the prospect of losing much more if nothing changed in their approach to business in 5 years. The young man told the chairman that he was earning money that he would not be able to take with him to the so-called afterlife. Therefore, if he was going to spend money, why not do so in a meaningful way that would benefit society? Hearing this, the daughter was outraged about the dirty money and expressed her bewilderment that the guy had actually done this to her father. The chairman said he did not know all the details, but would still support the shelter for young people who had run away from their problems. Leaving the office, he stood up and uttered this phrase as his last word, which greatly surprised and puzzled his daughter. The news reported that the remains of 5 missing school students, known as the Dragonfly Boys, had been found. The program hosts announced that they would now connect with a reporter who was at the scene of the tragic events for a live broadcast. Jung Huk and his mother sat together in front of the TV, watching the news about the remains of the Dragonfly Boys found in the nearby mountains. The mother explained to her son that the boys had disappeared after going to catch dragonflies in the vicinity of their village. Jung Huk noted that this was excellent news, but the woman responded with a question about who had used this pseudonym. The son realized that this was one of South Korea's cold cases, which he had studied in the prosecutor's archives, and anonymously reported it to the police. The case was solved much earlier than before the regression, and the children would be returned to their parents safe and sound. Jung Hyuk thought that a day had passed since the conversation ended, but he had already found a building for the shelter and a person for the position. The guy thought that wasn't enough, but he had already managed to talk to the administration of the future shelter for runaway youth. Suddenly, he heard voices behind him arguing about something and a suggestion to ask Jung's opinion to resolve the disagreement between colleagues. The prosecutor asked the guy's opinion on the number of something, assuming that it was a matter of dozens of units or cases. Jung Huk stated that the price was not important as their prosecutor had been promoted to the Economic Crimes Investigation Department. Prosecutor Kang expressed his deep gratitude for this wonderful gift and sincerely thanked the young investigator for his support. Kang asked his colleagues if they were done celebrating to go about their business, as he had a lot of work to do. Jung Huk and the prosecutor were left alone, and the young man asked if everything seemed too complicated for the new appointment. The man admitted that throughout his career as a prosecutor, he had only dealt with murderers and gangsters, doubting his ability to handle economic crimes. The young man suggested that the prosecutor was concerned about innocent victims who could suffer from financial fraud and scams. Jung Huk remembered his transfer to the Intelligence and Criminal Investigation Department in his previous life, so he could understand his mentor's concerns. The young man thought to himself that this was precisely why he liked the prosecutor. Instead of simply chasing criminals, he cared about preventing crime. The young man expressed confidence that Kang would definitely cope with his new responsibilities and promised to do everything possible to help. He added that the prosecutor was someone who could be trusted completely in any circumstances in difficult situations. Hearing these sincere words of support from his young colleague, the man felt deep satisfaction and gratitude for the trust placed in him. Jung Huk understood that there was only 1 week left before the end of his term as an honorary investigator, and after the winter break, he would become an ordinary high school student. His colleagues regretted that the young man would no longer be able to engage in his favorite investigations, expressing regret at the end of their collaboration. Suddenly, the prosecutor's phone rang, and he noticed the young investigator's popularity, judging by the number of incoming calls. Kang smiled and asked the young man if he really received so many calls from people about various issues and matters. Mr. Taegyu called with news about the discovery of suspicious activity related to Jung Huk's recommendations. The employee reminded him of a portal called Next, which the guy had advised his boss to buy for investment purposes. Taegyu reported that some operatives were trying to shut down this portal at that very moment. The man noted the strangeness of the situation, as it should have been an excellent gift to the prosecutor for his promotion. Jung Huk explained that this was exactly what they needed right now. As a group of fraudsters had been operating during the Korean.com boom, the guy added that economic crimes are difficult to prove, and unlike the police, prosecutors cannot act solely on the basis of statements. Jung Huk was concerned about how to warn the prosecutor about the existence of fraudsters without revealing the source of his knowledge about the future. Thanks to the employee's call, the young man had a great idea on how to solve this delicate problem of warning about fraud. The young man approached the prosecutor with a proposal to conduct a so-called targeted investigation to identify financial crimes. At that moment, a group of men were sitting in a club with a large number of alcoholic beverages on the table. One of the men boasted about his love of money and his ability to drink as much expensive alcohol as he wanted. Another participant in the meeting proudly announced that he had earned 4 times the amount he had invested, explaining his excellent mood. The first and oldest member of their group was introduced as Mr. Kim, who was held in high esteem by those present. His companions noted that he had worked with scrap metal his entire life, but still exercised caution in new ventures. The bearded man suggested that Kim was having fun in the brokerage business, but the old man sharply asked him to watch his words. The older participant offered to treat everyone to a strong drink and turned to Deputy Wang for permission. The deputy modestly replied that he had simply rented the place for the meeting, so there was nothing special about it. Those present asked the deputy to make a toast to their successful cooperation and future plans for enrichment. The man in the business suit raised a glass of expensive alcohol and immediately asked the group an important question. He asked about their common goal, and everyone replied in unison that they wanted to earn 5 times their current income. The deputy logically concluded that in that case, they would have to work 5 times harder to achieve their goals. Hwang Jung-soo, a 34-year-old future fund manager, was considered the architect of the stock price manipulation operation. Jung Huk told the prosecutor that, in addition to this man, 4 other colleagues were allegedly involved, one of whom had heard the deputy's drunken confessions. Upon hearing this information, the prosecutor exclaimed in surprise that the colleagues were unaware of this. But it appears that the fraudsters are using secondary accounts. The funds currently being used by the criminal group are estimated at 10 billion won for manipulation. Jung Huk added that it is 10 billion won at the moment, but the amount is expected to increase several times in the future. The guy expressed confidence that many people had committed suicide because of financial losses from the actions of this group. After hearing all the information about the scale of the fraud, Prosecutor Kang clearly sank into deep thought about the upcoming investigation. The investigator energetically declared his readiness to obtain an arrest warrant, even if it meant literally grabbing the criminal by the throat. However, for some reason, the prosecutor's face expressed disappointment and concern about the complexity of the upcoming operation. Then he enthusiastically turned to the young man, expressing his hope that he would also join the arrest operation. Jung Huk was naturally delighted with the offer, as he really enjoyed and was fascinated by this kind of work. The investigators were surprised to hear about the young man's participation in the operation and asked how they could prove the crimes without evidence. A female colleague expressed concern that Huang and his gang could simply format the computers and destroy all the evidence. Hearing this scenario, everyone present was shocked by their colleague's practical assumption. Jung Hyuk said that this was possible, but that they had access to digital forensics to recover deleted data. Then the guy realized with horror that digital forensics had not yet appeared at that time and was not available to investigators. The prosecutor also showed interest and asked what this mysterious digital forensics was all about. The young man explained that it was a data recovery program, but immediately heard from his colleagues that such technology did not yet exist. Jung Hyuk suggested that if the criminals were trading through a brokerage firm, all records would necessarily be stored on the company's servers. After this logical remark, everyone present thought about it and agreed that the young investigator was right on this issue. The employees decided to start by thoroughly checking all the relatives, friends, and acquaintances of the criminal gang's leader. Kozalapi suggested checking whether the stolen money was hidden in their accounts, so surveillance of the suspects should be organized. The investigators agreed to act as cautiously and accurately as possible so as not to be caught by the criminals and scare them off prematurely. Prosecutor Kang urged everyone to give their all, as only they were capable of successfully closing this complex economic case. Jung Hyuk became much more serious, realizing that they were about to undertake a truly important and dangerous investigation. The young man and investigator Kozalapi arrived at the surveillance location in an official vehicle to organize the stakeout. Sitting in the car, the colleagues discussed how yesterday after work, the criminal had gone to room 306, the monthly rent for which was deducted from his brother's account. Jung Hyuk noticed that the windows of the building were opaque and wondered how to organize effective surveillance under such conditions. The young man understood that the only option was to break into the building, but such a move seemed extremely risky. The young man said that before joining the prosecutor's office, he had been involved in investigations in a similar secretive manner. Kozalapi confessed his love for secret investigations, but regretted the lack of money for such operations, which surprised the young man. The investigators discussed whether funds should be allocated for such activities, receiving a negative response from management. The young man thought that in that case, he would be able to finance the operation himself and pay for everything. Another man approached their car, and Kozalapi introduced Jung Hyuk as the youngest member of their team. The man named Go Seon-soo politely replied that it was a pleasure to meet the new prosecutor. The investigator explained to the young man that this man was their reliable informant in this area of the city. Bow-legged expressed hope that the informant had some useful information to advance the investigation. The man confirmed that he had carefully researched the situation and was almost certain that the meter tampering was taking place in the same location. The informant reported that, according to his information, there were at least 8 people there, one of whom seemed to drink every day. The informant added that another person was constantly sleeping, and there was another suspicious character who was the first to arrive. The man reported an important detail. Today, the criminals did not order lunch from the Chinese restaurant, which was a break from their usual routine. When he heard about the Chinese restaurant, Jung Hyuk was very surprised by this information, as it opened up new possibilities for surveillance. Kozalapi praised the informant for his truly excellent work and expressed his gratitude for such valuable information about the group's activities. The young man turned to the investigator with a rather anxious expression on his face, anticipating the complexity of the upcoming surveillance operation. Jung Hyuk suggested going to the Chinese restaurant immediately to take advantage of the opportunity that had arisen for the investigation. The basics of covert surveillance are to act in such a way that no one suspects the true intentions of the observers. Disguising oneself as a courier is an excellent opportunity, as most people do not pay attention to the faces of food delivery personnel. This is a great way to avoid suspicion, as delivery services are extremely important in the daily life of modern people. A new courier was approaching the building, as the popular advertisement said, with an iron briefcase, "You can go anywhere in the country." The courier stopped after another delivery and was ready to finish his working day at a Chinese restaurant. The clubfoot immediately approached the delivery man, apologized, and showed his service ID for official identification. The investigators invited the courier to talk, noting the difficulty of his work, but the man said he could not help them. The delivery man explained his refusal by saying that the restaurant owners were simply closing their shop in the near future. Jung Huk asked if the delivery man could work for at least a few more days to complete their operation. The man replied that he would like to help, but his son had been in an accident, so he urgently needed to find money for treatment. After hearing the sad story, the young man said that in that case, they simply had no other choice but to continue their surveillance. Jung Huk asked if the courier had also signed a contract to rent the premises to other people. The young man slammed his fist on the table and said that in that case, he would simply buy the Chinese restaurant for the purposes of the operation. With a serious expression on his face, the young man asked the owner how much the shop cost and what the final purchase price was. After the unfinished conversation, the guy quickly rode off on his motorcycle, hurrying to complete all the formalities for the purchase of the establishment. Judging by the smile on Jung Huk's face, the negotiations ended favorably for the purposes of their secret investigation. The young man entered the restaurant and happily informed his colleagues that the delivery of information and documents had been successfully completed. Prosecutor Kang yelled at the investigator on the phone, indignant that they had been sent to find out the number of people, but instead they had bought a Chinese restaurant. The investigator justified himself, explaining that he could not do anything else because there was simply no other way to continue the operation. The bow-legged man added that even if they banned these people from trading, they would not be able to stop the manipulation of Next Portal stock prices. Jung Huk thought that by quickly becoming the main shareholder of Next, they could minimize the damage caused by Huang Jong-su's actions, so buying the restaurant was justified. The chief investigator said he would go fry some dumplings and prepare for the operation to observe the criminals. Picking up a dumpling, he exclaimed in surprise at how insanely delicious and appetizing this food was. Jung Huk heard the phone ring in the restaurant and told his colleagues that he would answer the call from customers himself. The young man picked up the phone and heard an order for 3 servings of some dish, but did not immediately understand the details of the order. Not understanding the details of the order, the young man asked the caller again what exactly 3 portions of were and to what address they should be delivered. The customer clarified that 3 portions should be delivered to room 603 as soon as possible for a group of people. Jung Huk understood perfectly well that these criminals had finally revealed themselves and made it possible to determine their exact location. The young man asked for the exact delivery address to be repeated to ensure that he had understood the order correctly and to avoid any mistakes. The annoyed employee rudely asked if the delivery guy was deaf, since he couldn't hear where exactly the food should be delivered. The man repeated that he had clearly stated that the order needed to be delivered to room 603 and not to any other location. Jung Huk politely apologized for the misunderstanding and assured him that everything would be as usual, so he should just wait for the delivery. After this brief conversation, the young man carefully hung up the phone and prepared to carry out the undercover operation. The investigator was surprised to admit that his young colleague was indeed right in his assumptions about the whereabouts of the criminals. A confident smile appeared on Jung Huk's face as it became clear that everything was ready for the secret operation. Now they knew the exact address of the criminal group's headquarters, room 603 in this building. In the office, one of the swindlers asked his colleagues how their stock price manipulation was going. He also asked the employee if he had ordered food and what he had decided to choose for the group's dinner. The employee replied that he had ordered Chinese food as they usually did for their evening get-togethers during working hours. The man also said that their boss would not be coming again because he had too much other work to do. The guy with the beard was outraged that this was too much, as they also needed to rest, and suggested deceiving their boss. Another member of the group reminded them about the money, explaining that if they deceived their boss, they would not receive the promised payment. The bearded man promised that as soon as he was paid for the work he had done, he would simply leave the group. During their conversation, there was a sudden knock at the door, and a voice announced that the food they had ordered had been delivered. One of the scammers replied that he would go to the door to accept the delivery from the restaurant courier. Jung Huk, dressed as a delivery man, appeared at the door and asked if they had indeed ordered Chinese food from the restaurant. The scammer immediately noticed something suspicious. Why was there a new delivery person, and why was he so tall and unusual? Without even listening to the question completely, the guy calmly replied that he had been sent to work in place of his older brother, who was sick. Jung Hyuk crouched down to take the food ordered by the customers out of the bag and hand it over to them. The young man analyzed the situation in the room, wondering why the lights were off everywhere, and it was so dark that he couldn't see anything. The young man curiously asked the scammers how they could work in such darkness and whether it interfered with their activities. The scammers rudely told Jung Hyuk to mind his own business and not ask unnecessary questions, showing irritation at the courier's curiosity. One of the criminals suspiciously asked the guy why he was looking at him so strangely and insistently during the delivery. The young man cleverly replied that he envied them because they could work in an office and asked if it would be possible to get a similar job someday. The bearded man replied condescendingly that if he tried hard and made an effort, everything in life would indeed work out and be fine. Jung Hyuk feigned interest and asked permission to visit their office to see the workplace and the atmosphere from the inside. The young man noticed one of the scammers playing a turn-based strategy game on the computer, clearly distracted from the group's main criminal activities. Jung Hyuk curiously asked if they were developing software or something similar in the field of technology. One of the group members approached him and asked mockingly if a simple courier understood stocks and financial instruments. The swindler boasted that if the courier knew how many billions they were making, but immediately called him ignorant, incapable of understanding their activities. Jung Hyuk decided he had seen enough for the operation, so he politely mentioned that he had other orders and wished them bon appetit. As soon as the young man left the building, he immediately took off his courier mask and took out his cell phone to urgently contact his colleagues. The young man called the chief investigator and confirmed the location of the criminals, reporting the successful completion of the reconnaissance mission. Jung Hyuk said that he had seen documents that the fraudsters were working on simultaneously on several computers to coordinate their actions. The young man assured his superiors that he had learned absolutely all the information necessary to carry out a successful operation to detain the criminal group. He suggested arresting the fraudsters tomorrow, as soon as they started their usual dirty work of manipulating stock prices. The next day, a whole crowd of armed police officers in heavy gear climbed the stairs to the right floor of the building. Kosalapi stopped the group of riot police at the entrance and gave them final instructions before storming the premises where the criminals were located. The investigator emphasized the priority importance of protecting computers containing evidence from attempts by fraudsters to destroy compromising data. At this crucial moment, the criminals in room 603 were discussing plans for tomorrow, unaware of the impending danger of arrest. Kosalapi knocked on the door and politely said that he had come to pick up the dirty dishes from yesterday's Chinese food delivery. One of the fraudsters was surprised by the strangeness of the situation, as the dishes should have been picked up much earlier. Not now. The investigator explained that there were no dirty dishes under the door, so he asked them to open the door to check and collect the used utensils. The annoyed criminals agreed to open the door, complaining about the restaurant staff's intrusiveness and their constant visits. One of the crooks headed for the door, grabbed the handle, and muttered under his breath about how annoying the Chinese restaurant workers were. As soon as the door opened, the man was blinded by a bright flash of light and instinctively covered his eyes with his hands in surprise. After the blinding flash, the criminal was literally knocked aside, and the riot police received the order to immediately enter the premises. The fraudsters were in complete shock and bewilderment, not understanding where such a large number of armed special forces officers had come from. The leader of the group began hysterically shouting at his subordinates about the need to urgently delete all data from the computers in order to destroy evidence of criminal activity. The fraudster was quickly grabbed and his throat was squeezed so that he could not shout orders to his accomplices and coordinate resistance to the arrest operation. The police rushed to the computers to block access as quickly as possible and prevent the destruction of important evidence of criminal activity. One of the criminals desperately tried to do something to save the situation, but his actions were chaotic and fruitless. Special forces officers pinned the resisting fraudster to the floor so that he could not do anything to interfere with the arrest of the group. Kasalapi quickly contacted his superiors via radio to report on the progress of the operation and the current state of affairs. The investigator was happy to report that everything had gone smoothly and that all the important evidence of criminal activity had been preserved on the fraudster's computers. Prosecutor Kang, with a broad smile on his face, praised his colleagues for their excellent work in the successful execution of the complex arrest operation. Kang turned to Jung Huk and asked hopefully if the young man was ready for the next stage of the operation to arrest the ringleader. With a determined smile on his face, the young man made it clear that he was absolutely ready to continue the investigation and bring the case to its logical conclusion. Below the foundation building, additional police units stood ready to carry out the second part of the large-scale arrest operation. Prosecutor Kang smiled confidently, thinking that the time had come to launch the decisive assault on the criminal organization's headquarters. Law enforcement officers, including Jung Huk and the prosecutor, headed in an orderly fashion to the Hanwoo Foundation building to conduct a search. The people inside the foundation's office were in a state of panic and confusion, not understanding the reasons for the sudden appearance of so many police officers. Hwang Jung-soo nervously bit his nails and desperately wondered how everything could have gone so wrong and who had betrayed them. The deputy manager of the investment fund was angry at his subordinates, wondering why these idiots had forgotten to warn him and were not calling with reports. A man in a business suit approached him and politely asked for just a minute of his time for an important conversation. As it turned out, it was not a subordinate, but a prosecutor who was interested in the manager's activities and reminded him of a meeting with the team from room 603. When the fund manager heard the specific number mentioned, he instantly understood the seriousness of the situation and the danger to himself. Hwang quickly turned his head and asked the stranger in horror who he was and what he wanted from him. The prosecutor introduced himself as an employee of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office and showed an official warrant for the arrest of a suspect in financial fraud. The swindler instantly thought of his computer and the urgent need to destroy all incriminating evidence of his criminal activity. Jung Hyuk noticed the scoundrel's pathetic attempts to reach the equipment and took decisive action to prevent the destruction of evidence. The young man quickly grabbed the criminal by the arm and asked him harshly where he was going and what he was planning to do. The young man began to twist the swindler's fingers and arms so that he could not reach the computer and keyboard to delete the files. Jung Hyuk firmly pressed the scoundrel's face against the table, completely immobilizing him and preventing him from resisting arrest. At that moment, the prosecutor officially read out the charges, stating that they had a warrant and that the fraudster was being arrested on charges of fraud. Kang listed the detainee's rights, including the right to remain silent and the right to contact a lawyer for legal defense. The prosecutor warned that absolutely everything the suspect said could and would be used against him in court as evidence of his guilt. The criminal began to scream hysterically and demand to be released, threatening law enforcement officers and refusing to acknowledge the legality of the arrest. In the interrogation room, investigators explained to the detainee that it was in his own best interest to cooperate with law enforcement. The prosecutor offered a deal. If the suspect provided all the necessary information about the criminal scheme, he would be able to avoid the maximum punishment. Kang asked the fraudster if he understood what was being discussed and if he was ready to cooperate constructively to mitigate his sentence. Hwang Jung-soo smiled insolently as he thought of his father's friend, the chief regional prosecutor, and decided to remain silent and wait for his release through influential connections. Therefore, the fraudster did not respond at all to Prosecutor Kang's questions and offers to cooperate with the investigation. Seeing the suspect's insolent attitude, the prosecutor demonstratively closed the folder with the case documents and put it aside. Khan stated that people like the arrested man think they have real power and immunity in society. The prosecutor added that the fraudster was hoping to be saved by influential patrons, but that silence would certainly not help him in the current situation. The man explained that in the current climate, the authorities simply ignore petty criminals, such as the detained financial fraudster. Kang firmly stated that he would not sit idly by and approached the table, picking up a heavy katana. The prosecutor raised this huge weapon and meaningfully remarked that the world would definitely be a better place without such criminals in it. Kang, with a predatory expression on his face, promised that this time he would not back down and would see how long the suspect would remain silent. Hearing the threats with a weapon, the fund owner, in shock, asked to wait and declared his readiness to talk and tell absolutely everything. Jung Hyuk and Kosalapi, who heard the screams from the interrogation room, noted among themselves that it seemed the case had finally moved forward. The guy suddenly heard a strange sound from the side, which caught his attention and made him wary. The head of the department appeared and noted with surprise that all the employees had already gathered here to discuss the results of the operation. The head asked about the current state of affairs and how the financial fraud investigation was progressing in general. Kosalapi reported that the prosecutor was currently busy with questioning. The situation had become more complicated, but they had managed to detain the criminals before they committed the main crime. Jung Huk added that if the fraudsters had succeeded, it would have been a disaster for the country's economy and ordinary investors. After listening to the explanation, the chief acknowledged his understanding of the situation, but reminded them that they were still representatives of the police, not the prosecutor's office. The chief noted that he had heard about Jung Huk's huge investment in this operation, which made him feel uncomfortable and anxious. The young man assured his boss that everything was fine, and there was no need to worry, as he was pleased to know that his efforts had not been in vain. Jung Huk explained that the fund manager who managed his assets had warned about the stock market overheating recently. The young man understood the need to act, as inaction could have dire consequences for the entire financial system. The chief agreed with the need to counteract speculators and fraudsters, so law enforcement officers are obliged to act as quickly as possible. The man thought to himself that he himself had noticed strange fluctuations in stock prices on the stock market recently. Kosalapi noted that the most important thing now was to wait for the fraudster's testimony in the case and get a complete picture of the criminal scheme. The employee noted that the suspect looked like a tough nut to crack, so it would not be easy for the investigation to break his resistance. At that moment, the fraudster shouted that he was ready to tell everything he knew, but asked for the physical pressure on him to stop. The prosecutor replied that they were still far from completing the case and would not stop until they had obtained information about all the participants in the scheme. The female employee confidently stated that it would actually be very easy to get the necessary information from the detainee and would not take much time. At that moment, workers were standing in a garage, realizing that it was time to finish their dirty work. A young man was trembling with fear, holding a control panel with a single red button to start the press. The young man was extremely agitated, and beads of cold sweat from nervous tension and horror appeared on his pale face. The workers asked him why he still couldn't press the red button and finish the job. His colleagues wondered if he really wanted to be punished for refusing to press the button as ordered by his superiors. The poor young man, trembling with fear and tears in his eyes, replied fearfully that of course he didn't want any problems with management. The huge man rudely told the trembling young man that if he wanted to eat today, he had to finish the job as soon as possible. The boss also ordered the other workers to hurry up, as they needed to wrap up the operation and get out of there immediately. The poor young man, holding the button in his trembling hands, felt deep regret about what was happening and his involvement in it. His hand trembled violently as he brought his finger closer and closer to the fateful red launch button. The guy closed his eyes and tears of despair rolled down his cheeks at the impossibility of avoiding this terrible act. Finally, he pressed the button. The press began to move slowly and was about to crush the car inside. The car, which was standing in this powerful press, was completely deformed under the monstrous pressure of the industrial equipment. The young man looked away so as not to see the horrific sight of the car and its contents being destroyed. A thick black liquid, similar to motor oil, began to slowly leak from the destroyed car onto the floor. After completing this gruesome task, all the workers sat down at the table, offering drinks and discussing plans for the afternoon. The team leader said he would think about what to do next after the lunch break in the garage. The poor skinny guy who pressed the button on the press also got himself some simple food to snack on with his colleagues. He sat down at the table with the other workers, who complained about the monotony of their diet and dreamed of home-cooked meals. The unhappy young man thought with tears in his eyes about how much he missed his loving mother. If he had known that things would turn out this way, he would never have run away from home. It was a big mistake. Suddenly, the boy heard shouts that, "Damn it!" They hadn't been able to reach Hwang Jong-soo for several hours. An elderly man arrived at the scene and said on the phone that the president was already on his way, but first they needed to find someone. The old man continued talking on the phone, demanding that the situation at the airport be dealt with first before anything else. At this critical moment, Kosalapi, Prosecutor Kang, and Jung Huk entered the garage to search the premises. The prosecutor's first question to those present was whether a certain Kim Deok-soo, who was wanted in connection with the case, was there. The huge worker replied that he worked there, but today was supposedly his day off and he was not there. They approached the huge, insolent guy and put their hands on his shoulders, preparing to take decisive action against him if he resisted. It was Jung Huk who began to squeeze the man's collarbone very hard with his hand, calmly saying that everything was fine and would be over soon. The other workers quickly jumped up from their seats, indignantly asking what this guy was doing to their comrade and brother. Jung Huk threatened that if they interfered, they would find out why he had come here and what he was capable of. The poor, skinny little guy who had run away from home had no idea what was going on around him and was completely confused. The prosecutor approached the elderly director and imperiously ordered him to come closer for official arrest by warrant. Kang introduced himself as an employee of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office and announced Kim Deok-soo's arrest on charges of financial crimes. Hearing the charges, the director gritted his teeth and thought furiously about financial crimes, cursing Hwang Jong-soo for promising that there would be no problems. The man began to scream hysterically that law enforcement officers had no right to do this and were exceeding their authority in relation to him. The prosecutor ordered the police to immediately arrest all the fraudsters present who had participated in the criminal scheme. Jung Huk noted with satisfaction that their detective work was going very well and was effective. The young man continued to hold the scoundrel in his hands, warning him not to do anything stupid and to sit quietly without resisting. The huge worker clenched his fist and tried to strike Jung Huk, but he misjudged his opponent's strength and speed. The young man quickly reacted to the aggression and delivered a powerful blow to the attacker's nose, causing him to scream in pain. The victim indignantly asked how the young man dared to say anything to him and use force against him. Jung Huk smiled and invited the others to come forward if they wanted to stand up for their beaten colleague. The director thought about the money he had spent and that if he were caught, he would certainly not be able to avoid serious punishment. When Jung Huk looked away, he noticed that the old man was clearly about to flee the scene. Sure enough, a second later, the director suddenly began running very quickly toward the garage exit, trying to escape. Jung Huk jumped up and quickly caught up with the fleeing criminal, preventing him from escaping justice. The young man grabbed the director and literally threw him over his shoulder, demonstrating his physical superiority over the elderly man. Like a true judoka, the young man wanted to throw the old man onto his back and dramatically flipped him in the air before he fell. The prosecutor, seeing this scene with his own eyes, literally opened his mouth in surprise and shock at what was happening. The rest of those present, including investigator Kosalapyi, were also in shock from the demonstration of martial arts skills. Everyone saw the old man lying on the floor, shaking and crying from the pain in his back after the unsuccessful landing. The director groaned and said that he knew that this is how it would end for him and his people. Jung Hyuk was worried that he had hit the old man too hard and that he had died from his injuries. The prosecutor warned the young man that if he used force again, he would have to call his superiors. Kang noted that the young man seemed to have broken the old man's spine as he could no longer move normally. The prosecutor decided that the only thing to do now was to call an ambulance so that the medics could take care of the victim. The prosecutor scolded the young man, saying that he had asked him to be careful and not to use excessive force against suspects. When Jung Hyuk looked ahead, he noticed something in the warehouse that surprised him greatly and drew his attention to the details. The young man saw 3 boys who looked too young for this place and wondered why the children were here. The young man approached the teenagers and cautiously asked if they also worked here alongside the adult men. Jung Hyuk noticed that the children were shaking with fear, and one of them asked fearfully if they lived here permanently. Noticing the condition of these kids, he realized that they all looked completely exhausted and frightened by what was happening. So the young man asked a question that greatly surprised the teenagers. He asked if they had run away from home. The poor kids replied that yes, they had, confirming the young investigators' guesses about their origins. Jung Hyuk suggested that they had been brought here and promised good money for work at the train station or bus terminal. Hearing these words, one of the young men was shocked, as the investigator had hit the nail on the head with the circumstances. Jung Hyuk said that everything was clear from the expressions on their faces, and that he did not need any further explanation of what was happening. The young man explained that brokers simply sold people to those who could pay, and at that time it was not considered unusual. The young man added that everyone had their own circumstances, so life was clearly not easy for teenagers. With a warm smile, he told the children that they were actually very brave for their resilience and survival. Jung Hyuk noted that not everyone would have the strength to escape and survive the whole nightmare they had to go through. When the young boys heard these words of support, they couldn't hold back and cried with relief and gratitude. All these days had been very difficult for them. They didn't know what to do or how to get out of this terrible situation. Jung Huk understood the seriousness of the situation, so the smile disappeared from his face, giving way to concentration and determination. He asked the young men to tell him absolutely everything that had happened here during their stay. Jung Hyuk took the young boys to the police station and cautiously asked if they were very frightened by what had happened. The guy thought to himself that the children were definitely not to blame for anything, that this was a mistake and a crime committed only by adults. One of the teenagers in a green jacket looked particularly pale and exhausted from the ordeal. Jung Hyuk reassured the children, advising them not to pay attention to the stern prosecutor and to just relax during the conversation. The boy in the green jacket began to stutter a little and struggled to find the words to tell his story. He admitted that he thought the same people had come back, and he was afraid that it would all start again and they would be sold again. Jung Hyuk asked who he was talking about, and it turned out that the teenager was referring to people from China. The investigator asked the boy to tell him a little more about these people and their activities in relation to children. Then they got some info that this place was pretty much like a regular auto repair shop, or more accurately, it was just a cover for it. The teenager recalled how his bosses yelled at them in Chinese to hurry up and go there, and how people from China brought him and his brothers to this place. He said that the boss told them to go home, but it was a lie to calm the children and their parents. Kim Dik-soo then asked the children about the house where their new families were supposedly waiting for them, misleading them about his true intentions. The boy recounted how he was grabbed and tied to a chair when he failed to complete the task, and how he shouted that he was only doing what he was told. The teenager desperately shouted that he had never stolen anything, never informed on others, and never done anything against the will of the criminals. The poor guy was beaten before being captured and tied to a chair as punishment for disobedience. One of the criminals noted that workshops and landfills really have a lot in common in terms of disposing of unwanted items. With a crazy look in his eyes, he added that what was destroyed there simply could not be restored or traced. The tied-up guy screamed, begging them to look at him and believe that he was telling the truth about his actions. He asked them to wait and give him some time to figure out the situation and correct his mistakes. But the criminals replied that it was too late, and one of them swung a hammer, holding it over the victim's head. The huge hammer was almost touching the face of the poor man, who had already been through so much in this terrible place. The next day, the criminals discussed how the entire conflict had been completely resolved by their radical methods. The teenager recalled how he was there at the time and was called upon to witness the punishment of his friend. A thug approached him and said that he had done a good job, so now it was his responsibility. The poor guy, looking guilty, just slumped down, realizing that he had become an accomplice to the crimes. The teenager told everything that had happened and shared his feelings about the experience. After listening to the story, Jung Hyuk thought about how the criminals had destroyed the evidence while disposing of the cars. The boy, looking guilty, said that perhaps he shouldn't have told anyone about these terrible events. Finally, the teenager gave his name, Han So-ho, and tried to remember the faces of his accomplices. He admitted that he didn't really remember them well because they wore hats and sunglasses to hide their identities. Jung Hyuk asked for any details that might come to mind to help identify the criminals. The pale teenager tried to remember at least the voice of one of the thugs he had seen in the workshop. Suddenly, Han So-ho remembered that one of the criminals had a distinctive tattoo on his arm. The boy clarified that, if he was not mistaken, the tattoo was not simple, but depicted a snake. Upon hearing about the snake tattoo, Jung Hyuk was shocked, as it was very familiar to him from his past life. Jung Hyuk thought that the man with the snake tattoo was clearly not the only one of his kind, and that it was not worth jumping to conclusions. The teenager continued his story, saying that there was a car they had been working on that night, and it was still there. When investigators arrived at the scene, the boy pointed out that the car was at the top of a pile of scrap metal. The prosecutor noted that the criminals seemed to have flattened the car into a pancake using an industrial press. It became clear that this gangster was not just playing with money, but was a much more vicious and dangerous criminal. The investigators summoned Kozalapi to coordinate further actions to examine the crime scene. The prosecutor ordered a call to the police to ask them to thoroughly examine the white car for evidence. Kang explained that the criminals had been working with this car tonight, so there could be fingerprints or other traces left behind. Jung Hyuk understood that it would be quite difficult to find usable evidence due to the large amount of dust and dirt at the landfill. But if they managed to find something, it would be a real stroke of luck for the investigation. The young man reasoned that if they found evidence, and the man with the tattoo was connected to the case, the evidence from the landfill could be the key to fully exposing the organization. The young man analyzed the information a little, and suddenly he had an important realization about the connection between the cases. Jung Huk understood the difference between the case of Representative Kim and the case of the official from 1996 in the presence of fingerprints on the car. The case involving the official from 1996 was quite old, so there was virtually no chance that the evidence would still be intact. But in the case of the deputy, only a month had passed, and they might have a real chance of finding some useful information. The guy asked his colleagues what kind of cars were used to transport the deputy to the place of his death. Jung Huk regretted the lack of CCTV cameras near the entrance to the landfill, which would have been very helpful to the investigation now. Prosecutor Kang addressed the teenagers, saying that the case was closed, and suggested conducting an identity check before sending them home. The poor kids looked at each other, and it was clear that they didn't really want to go home. Even the prosecutor noticed their reluctance and was surprised, asking why they didn't want to go home, since their parents were surely worried. Jung Hyuk understood that everyone had their own reasons, and that the children were simply afraid to return to their previous circumstances. So he decided to ask the kids directly if he was right in thinking that they were simply afraid to go home. The young man suggested that the teenagers needed time to feel safe, otherwise they might run away again. The kids began to explain their fears, but the prosecutor objected that they couldn't take care of the children forever and had to return them. Jung Hyuk really thought about the fact that these weren't his kids, and suddenly remembered his idea to create a shelter for teenagers who run away from home. Han So-ho, literally with his mouth open, exclaimed enthusiastically that it was really cool and wonderful for kids like them. All three teenagers asked the judoka in amazement and with their mouths open where exactly they were and what kind of place it was. Jung Hyuk explained that they were in a shelter for runaway youth, where they could stay safely and recover for a while. Suddenly, a familiar voice greeted the young man, and it turned out to be the chairman of the foundation, who had come to check out the new facility. Chairman Kwon So-ho noted that he and the young man had not seen each other since their last meeting a long time ago. He introduced himself to the teenagers and explained to the children that this man had made a huge contribution to the construction and organization of the center. The elderly man modestly replied that it was nothing special, as he had only helped to realize the young man's wonderful idea. The chairman addressed the children, explaining that he had heard about their difficult situation and that the center had been created specifically to help teenagers like them. Kwon suggested that from now on, they should live in peace and harmony, helping each other to overcome life's difficulties and problems. Without a doubt, these teenage boys were sincerely happy about this favorable turn of events and the prospect of a safe life. When they entered the reception room, the chairman first introduced the person who would be responsible for the day-to-day running of the shelter. It was Ms. Park Yeonja, a woman with 20 years of experience working with orphans, who would take care of the children as if they were her own. The experienced teacher modestly replied that the chairman was flattering her, but that she was very pleased to meet her new charges and help them. The chairman added that the young man was a member of the national judo team and a gold medalist, and that he was the one who had planned the shelter. Jung Hyuk proudly told the teenagers that they would be the first pupils at the center and would help to get it up and running. The female teacher noted that their meeting was probably a twist of fate and expressed her hope that they would have a happy time together. The judoka replied that it was not easy to devote oneself to helping others, but that the director was truly a remarkable person for such work. The woman replied that this was made possible thanks to the support of many other people, including the chairman of the foundation and his team. The teacher asked the young man how he had decided to pursue such bright and noble ideas at such a young age. The judoka replied that he simply wanted children in similar situations not to feel abandoned and useless to society. Everyone present noted that this was a wonderful idea and that the young man truly deserved respect for such an initiative. Jung Hyuk admitted that he had also run away from home in the past, as everyone goes through difficult periods in their lives. The young man understood that this was a period before his regression, but he felt lost and useless after suffering a serious injury to his arm. Therefore, the young man sincerely thanked the chairman, noting that he was truly surprised by the scale of the contribution he had made to the implementation of the shelter project. Jung Hyuk admitted that he had no idea that the chairman would buy such a huge building and expressed his deep gratitude for such generosity. The young man noted that it seemed they were truly in the same boat and offered another idea for the development of the shelter. He suggested setting up a free shop and cafe on the first floor for children and visitors to the center. Jung Huk explained that in such a place, children could eat normal, high-quality food without financial restrictions. The young man believed that teenagers could run the shop themselves under adult supervision, which would help develop their independent skills. Upon hearing this idea, the chairman paused to think, scratching his gray beard thoughtfully as he considered the proposal. Jung Hyuk turned to the runaway Sunho and asked him what he liked to do in his free time. The teenager sighed heavily and said that he didn't do anything special, like most kids his age. The boy clarified that he didn't play computer games, but that he liked programming and creating various programs the most. Sunho asked sadly if the judoka also thought it was a useless and impractical activity for a teenager. Jung Hyuk assured him that he did not think so at all, but rather held the opposite opinion about programming. The guy expressed surprise that the teenager had found himself in this field and wanted to do such a difficult job. The judoka explained that computers are becoming more prevalent every day, and the entire computer system is constantly developing and improving. Jung Hyuk predicted that phones would soon become full-fledged computers and asked him to believe his prediction. The director of the orphanage suggested creating a computer room and finding qualified teachers to teach the children programming. The other teenagers shared their dreams. One loved soccer and wanted to become a professional player, while another liked to draw comics. The chairman expressed his joy that all the children had set themselves great goals and promised to support them in realizing their dreams. Jung Hyuk looked at the happy children and thought how wonderful it was that such a great idea had come to him. At the same time that the shelter for runaway teenagers was completed, the construction of a new home for the family was also completed. The boy brought his mother to their new home, and the woman's eyes literally lit up with delight and surprise. The mother turned to her son and said that it was too luxurious for them and that she thought it was too expensive. The woman kissed her son and said that he was truly the best son in the world and thanked him for his care. The mother added that she thought how nice it would be if her husband could also see this happiness and prosperity. The boy noticed the tears on his mother's face and gently told her not to cry, but to smile and enjoy the moment. Jung Hyuk understood that his mother had probably remembered his late father again and was feeling sad about the past. The young man said he had prepared a little surprise and took a small box out of his pocket for his mother. The woman was delighted to see another gift and asked her son in surprise what else he had come up with for her. When his mother opened the elegant jewelry box, she saw a beautiful ring that made her heart skip a beat with happiness. This ring was very similar to the one his mother had previously donated during a fundraiser for family needs. The woman asked in surprise if it was the wedding ring they had donated during the charity fundraiser. Her mother replied that it was an important day and that her father would like to see them happy today in their new home. She continued to wonder how this could have happened, since she had personally donated the ring to help other people. The son explained to his mother that he had managed to get the ring back, so he asked her not to worry and let him help her put it on. Jung Hyuk carefully took the ring in his hands and gently put it on his mother's ring finger, returning the family heirloom. The young man said there was no need to thank him for this and asked his mother to always wear the ring with her now. The young man understood that he wanted to fill this new home with joyful moments and happy memories for the family. Investigator Kasalapi turned to the judoka with a joking demand to confess why he was leaving their prosecution team. The man continued, saying that there was no need to avoid the question because without Jung Hyuk, it would be difficult for him to enjoy his work. His adult colleagues noted that thanks to the young man, it was easy for everyone to adapt to the new department, and he would soon graduate from school. Sam Jung Hyuk expressed his immense gratitude for the invaluable experience and emphasized that he greatly appreciated the time spent at the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Kang asked the young man to wait for him outside, as he wanted to say something important in private. Outside, the prosecutor asked him to convey his gratitude to Mr. Kwon, the company representative, for supporting their activities. Kang also said that he had learned that Jung Hyuk was interested in the investigation of the car used by Kim In-won. From that moment on, the young man's eyes lit up with interest, and he became curious about what had been discovered during the examination. The young man stood waiting and asked hopefully if there were any fingerprints on the car. Jung Hyuk continued to ask about why they had taken the car for examination and what they planned to do next. His colleagues reported that it was the same make of car that the deputy had been driving before his tragic death. The prosecutor explained that their specialists had carefully examined and completely dismantled the car to search for evidence. The experts found only one fingerprint, which appeared to consist of several overlapping marks. The young man inquired about the possibility of separating these overlapping prints, if such a technical possibility existed. The prosecutor ironically remarked that they were not in a detective movie and reminded him of the real limitations of forensics. Jung Huk seriously understood that without modern technology, they could not separate the prints, and there would always be difficulties in analysis. The young man asked the prosecutor what was needed to invent new technologies in the field of forensic research. The man explained that a qualified developer was the most important thing, but time and a sufficient budget played an equally important role in creating innovations. Therefore, with a smile, Jung Huk remarked that if the developer is truly talented, then you couldn't ask for better conditions, right? The young man suggested investing in university research, which left the prosecutor in a state of complete shock and bewilderment at such an unexpected proposal. Jung Huk explained his philosophy by saying that only those who are thirsty dig a well, hinting at the need for active action to achieve goals. At the airport, the young man was already walking through the waiting room and managed to call someone to resolve important business matters. He was talking to the director of the agency, Jung, with whom he had not communicated for a very long time. Jung was the head of the company that the young man used to visit with his friends. The director said that nothing special had happened before the team was formed with David, but now he was concerned about possible personnel changes in the team. Hearing this, the guy shouted throughout the airport, indignant that they were looking for replacements for employees, and inquired about the fate of the current workers. Then Jung Huk apologized for his outburst, but still asked about the reasons for the sudden decision to look for replacements for the current members of the group. The director explained that the team currently belongs to another company that wants to take the rest of the team members. When the guy heard this, he thought that JYP would become one of the largest entertainment companies in the future, according to his knowledge from his past life. Jung Huk remembered that before returning to the present, he knew about Jin Young's participation in the group's debut and how everything was supposed to unfold. The guy understood that if all the members were transferred to JYP, the CEO of the current agency would suffer significant financial losses. Therefore, he realized that it was impossible to simply replace the lead singer and looked for a way to bring all the members of the group together in one place without harming anyone. Jung Huk suggested buying JYP shares, which shocked the CEO as he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The guy explained that the company only recruits already famous artists without trying to find new talent among young people. Therefore, the company is not in the best situation right now and may not even pay dividends to shareholders on time. Jung Huk thought to himself that even if he paid more, it was still a business that would stay afloat for at least 10 years. Even if he ended up in the red, the guy saw no other way out, as he wanted to see all 5 guys together. The young man found it unfair to separate his friends after their joint creative journey and many years of collaboration in the entertainment industry. Therefore, Jung Huk emphasized that he had known these guys since they worked under the previous management of the agency. The young man asked the director to do absolutely everything in his power to preserve the integrity of the music group. After this conversation, the judoka thought that if everything went according to plan, the director would no longer have any reason to refuse investment offers. Thinking that it was already time for the meeting, he noticed someone approaching him at the airport. Jung Huk smiled and addressed the approaching people, noting that they had arrived right on time as agreed. They were his classmates, including a female friend and a guy with whom he planned to spend time during the school holidays. Suho said that they wanted to congratulate Jung Huk, noting that he was truly a great guy and deserved recognition for his achievements. Jung Huk replied with a sincere smile on his face that he was very pleased to hear such warm words from his close friends. Suho added that he had prepared a celebratory dance in honor of the occasion, predicting that the guy would one day become a very popular person. But the guys didn't even have time to watch the dance performance, as they and their girlfriend were in a hurry, saying they were late for their flight. When they arrived at the hotel in Japan, the friends admired the beauty of the place and how incredibly cool it was decorated. Jung Huk thought his mother was against the trip to Japan, considering it dangerous, so he took his classmates with him for safety. The guy noticed that the place hadn't changed at all, and suddenly his friends asked if he had been here before. Jung Huk remembered his past life when he had to fly to Tokyo to capture the leader of a Busan smuggling organization who was hiding in this hotel. He stayed overnight and took the opportunity to enjoy the hot springs, fortunately resting without any problems the next day. So the guy lied to his friends, explaining that he had been here several times for international judo competitions. So Yun asked about the cost of a taxi, but the guy admitted that he didn't know the local transportation rates. The girl waved her hand dismissively and jokingly said that she would no longer travel with him because of his disorganization. Jung Huk thought he had done well to think about who would sponsor the trip in advance, as he couldn't bring himself to ask his friends to pay for his entertainment. The guy asked about plans for tomorrow, and his friends replied that they wanted to visit the famous hot springs. Jung Huk agreed, but honestly admitted that there was someone in Japan he absolutely had to see before his vacation. The guys were curious about this person, and the guy replied that his name was the Forgotten Programming Genius. Hearing such an unusual nickname, his friends were surprised and asked what the term Forgotten Genius meant. At that moment, the Japanese man known as the Forgotten Genius woke up late at night in his apartment in Tokyo. He thought about the previous day, remembering that he had gotten too carried away with alcohol at a party celebrating the end of the university semester. When the guy looked at his bed, he was surprised to see an unfamiliar girl lying next to him. The Japanese man was very frightened and shuddered, screaming in surprise and confusion at the unexpected discovery. He literally fell out of bed in shock when he saw a completely unfamiliar woman right in his bed. The young man was puzzled as to what strange situation had occurred and what it all meant for him. The girl smiled and asked if he had a habit of waking up with such a dramatic effect every morning. The guy was literally shaking with excitement, and cold sweat appeared on his pale face from intense stress and fear. It was Minami, a girl the guy managed to recognize despite his hangover and general confusion about the situation. The professor repeated in a panic that this couldn't be happening and asked himself what he should do in such a situation. Minami, hearing the guy's frightened reaction to her presence, began to laugh loudly throughout the small dorm room. The girl asked why he was asking such a banal question, since they were both supposedly adults and reasonable people. She showed him a photo she had taken while he was asleep, a normal selfie next to him, and asked if he would take responsibility as an adult. The professor continued to nervously bite his nails out of fear, not knowing how to react to such an unexpected situation. He kept remembering the girl's words about taking responsibility and was afraid that other colleagues and students would find out about the incident. Now the man was sitting at his desk at the university and heard someone approaching the door of his office. The professor tensed up and wondered who would decide to visit him at such an inappropriate time. Jung Huk entered the office, greeted him politely, and addressed the man with the words, "Hello, Professor Ichiro." Upon entering the room, the young man immediately began to carefully examine the office, assessing the environment and working conditions. The young man thought about the small amount of space, only 4 meters wide, without even a storage room for belongings and documents. The professor apologized for the mess in the office, explaining that he had not been cleaning it often lately due to his heavy workload. Jung Hyuk assured him that it was not worth worrying about, as he was not the type of person to pay attention to such trifles. The young man noticed that the man looked overly tense, which seemed very strange to him for a normal business meeting. The professor asked if the guest was really an investment consultant, noting his youthful appearance and knowledge of Japanese. Jung Hyuk smiled and replied that the professor, at 30 years old, was also young enough for science. The young man began to talk about the professor's notoriety as a dirty rabbit, but the professor immediately asked him to forget about that old incident. In 1991, all of the Japanese government's financial systems were hacked simultaneously, and threatening messages signed "Dirty Rabbit" appeared. The Japanese government, realizing the power and danger of the criminal, offered him a professorship and a job working on cybersecurity programs. Professor Ichiro was the legendary hacker known by the pseudonym Dirty Rabbit in the cybercriminal world. Jung Hyuk knew that the professor had developed the foundations of digital forensics at this university over the years. Except for a very small circle of people in the know, his real name is unknown to anyone, but he has left a significant mark on forensics. It was to meet this genius of programming and cybersecurity that Jung Hyuk flew to Tokyo, as he desperately needed the professor's help. The judoka noted that the Japanese government had acted in its own interests, but the position of professor for a former hacker was truly delightful. Jung Hyuk understood that professors like this are not liked in any country, be it Korea or Japan, because of their past. Someone who was famous for hacking and breaking into systems is unlikely to be able to easily read other people's feelings and emotions in normal communication. The guy realized that the professor felt lonely, and when he was in Japan, it must have been especially difficult for him to adapt. So, Jung Huk noticed the professor was lost in thought and started talking to him to bring him back to reality a little. Minami arrived at that very moment and entered the office, causing the professor to immediately startle with surprise. The guy thought in surprise, is she really a university student? But why is she dressed in such a provocative and inappropriate manner? The girl politely said that she would not disturb them in that case and promised to come back to the professor a little later for a conversation. Jung Huk noticed that since he had arrived, the professor had seemed extremely preoccupied with some personal problems. Now the man became even more anxious, explaining that she was his student, who sometimes appeared unexpectedly at the most inopportune moments. Jung Huk suggested continuing the conversation as he had an important topic to discuss. He wanted to buy the professor's hacking skills. Hearing this proposal, the professor asked in surprise if the young man had come with a commercial order to hack into some systems. Ichiro explained that the guest had misunderstood something, because what he was doing now was based on the principles of ethical hacking. Jung Huk replied that search programs for computers based on hacking structures are now used by intelligence services in various countries. The young man added that for ordinary people, this is a completely new concept in the field of cybersecurity and digital forensics. The judoka believed that the professor's skills could solve many serious problems in law enforcement. Although Ichiro is considered a former criminal, Jung Huk wanted to help him do what he really enjoys and what is useful. After talking to the professor, the guy returned to his friends and suggested that he treat everyone to dinner at a restaurant that evening. They entered the restaurant and immediately noticed the pleasant smell of grilled meat, assuming that the food here must be incredibly delicious. When Jung Huk entered the restaurant, he immediately noticed a girl he had seen before at the university. The young man remembered that she was definitely the same student who had come to Professor Ichiro's office earlier that day. The young man even managed to remember the name of this mysterious girl. Her name was Minami, as he had heard in conversation. The student was sitting with her friends and suggesting they go to Hawaii together, and they were interested in who the client was this time. Minami admitted slyly that she had tried to hide it, but she had confidential information about the new client. Jung Huk, passing by their table, heard the girl say that her client was actually a professor from their university. Jung Huk thought he hadn't misheard. The girl had definitely said the word professor in her conversation with her friends. The guy understood that the restaurant was quite noisy due to the large number of visitors, so it was difficult to make out the exact words of the conversation. The young man decided that in this case, he needed to check this important information more carefully and in more detail. Jung Huk told his friends that they could take their seats at the table while he went to the restroom for a few minutes. Minami confirmed to her friends that it was indeed true, that it was the same professor from the university. Jung Huk approached their table and asked if he had imagined it or if he had really heard the name Professor Ichiro. The guy turned to the other girls and asked if they were all friends of this professor from the technical university. The young man introduced himself as a student at the technical university who had happened to visit the professor's laboratory for academic matters. Minami didn't like how the situation was unfolding, so she reacted angrily to the stranger's interference in their conversation. The girl addressed the guy, noting that they were having a serious conversation about their personal affairs without any outside listeners. Jung Huk apologized to the girls, explaining that he was simply surprised by their appearance and wished them a good evening. As the guy walked away from their table, the girls discussed how cute he was and that they wouldn't mind getting to know him. Minami contemptuously remarked that there was nothing special about him, and besides, he was just a technical college student. She suggested that he was definitely a student of that stupid professor, which explained his interest in their conversation. The minx decided to get the most out of the professor, figuring that it shouldn't cause any serious problems. Her friends discussed that it was quite a big deal, but it was okay, at least until they graduated from university. Minami said that the funny thing was that she had been asked to completely compromise this professor by any means available. The girl explained that the client had warned her about the professor's possible dismissal, but she had signed a contract with payment until graduation. Minami decided to whisper the confidential information, warning that it should remain between them. She began to share the secret information very quietly, speaking almost inaudibly to the other restaurant patrons. Jung Huk staged this whole performance specifically to discreetly place a recording device under their table to record the conversation. After listening to the recording, the guy heard the girl admit that initially she was only supposed to observe the professor. It turned out that the university dean had personally asked Manami to take on this delicate matter against the professor. The funniest thing, according to the girl, was that she had absolutely nothing to do with this stupid professor in reality. Jung Huk brought the tape with the recording to the professor's office and played him the compromising information. The professor realized that the girl had nothing but a photo and that nothing had happened between them that day. The professor was shaking with shock and wondered what the hell was going on in his life. He was ready to cry out of despair and helplessness. Ichiro wondered why the dean had requested a meeting with Manami in the first place and admitted that he had not thought about this possibility at all beforehand. Jung Hyuk understood that the professor had been drawn into an extremely unpleasant and compromising incident that could destroy his career and reputation. Perhaps that was why the man had been so anxious during their first meeting in the university office. Or perhaps the professor had already encountered something similar before and feared a repeat of unpleasant events in his life. So, Jung Hyuk asked directly why the dean needed to follow the professor and ask a student to do such nasty things. The man admitted that he had absolutely no idea about this and did not even understand what the problem could be. The young man suggested that he think carefully and analyze the situation, as there must have been some misunderstanding or conflict between the professor and the dean. The professor sighed heavily at first, then admitted that there was indeed something going on in their relationship with the university administration. Ichiro recalled that the only thing he had asked the administration was to upgrade the lab's computers to newer and more powerful models. The man shared that the engineering department's research funding had recently been of extremely low quality and volume. All problems stem from a limited budget, but Jung Hyuk noted the strangeness of the professor handing over all his research to the university. The young man thought that perhaps it would be worth investigating the dean's actions, and then all the ambiguities would become clear. The professor was surprised and asked why the young man was helping him at all, since it would be easier to sign a technical contract and leave the matter alone. Jung Hyuk explained that he was a bit curious by nature, and that the dean's use of students to spy on the professor was unacceptable. Mr. Ichiro bitterly remarked that this was a disgrace for any university professor, and he was ashamed of the whole situation. The young man objected that the professor was not to blame, and that they should not stand idly by when they had such strong evidence of illegal activity. Therefore, the professor asked hopefully if the young man had any specific ideas for solving the problem. Jung Hyuk pointed to himself and confidently stated that he was an expert in such complex and delicate matters. The next day, the young man was again walking with his friends through the beautiful streets of Tokyo, discussing the picturesque Japanese architecture and atmosphere. Suho noted the really good weather and suggested that they all go to a sushi restaurant to get acquainted with Japanese cuisine. His friends asked Jung Hyuk what he thought of the idea, and he enthusiastically supported the suggestion to spend time at the restaurant. Suddenly, a stranger appeared behind them, who had clearly been eavesdropping on their conversation, and noticed that everyone looked so happy and carefree. This man addressed Jung Hyuk directly, calling him by name, which surprised and alarmed the young Korean. Jung Hyuk was taken aback, not understanding who had addressed him on the street in Japan, as he did not expect to meet anyone he knew in a foreign country. The stranger introduced himself as Yoshida and explained the reasons for his appearance and interest in Korean tourists in this area of Tokyo. The courier handed over the documents and said that they were the materials requested by his boss, as agreed in advance. Jung Hyuk knew that before returning, he had obtained information through his acquaintance with the Japanese police, having arranged a meeting in advance. The guy used the services of a Korean courier center to obtain confidential information about this university dean. Jung Hyuk read the materials and was surprised that the detectives had managed to gather so much information in just half a day. They were true professionals. When the courier left, the young man continued to carefully study the documents and investigation materials he had received. The young man saw the dean's name, Kitamura Ryuichi, and realized that the name seemed familiar from some source. As he continued reading, the young man was surprised at how this dean could have so many hidden financial transactions. At that moment, in the office of the head of the department, the dean was on the phone saying that the professor had received $700,000 and asking for all the money to be collected. The insolent man with big cheeks demanded to know if the person on the other end of the line understood what he was talking about. The person on the phone replied that, of course, the contractor would definitely complete the task without any problems. The dean warned not to put too much pressure on the professor, as he might start to panic and make things worse. The girl on the other end of the line assured him that she would definitely do everything in the best possible way, and the conversation continued. The dean thought that the professor cost a lot of money, but thanks to this person, it was possible to earn even more. Third-rate universities have their own limits on how much you can officially earn from research. Thanks to the professor, the administration receives money it could not have dreamed of before, and the scientist is inexperienced but easily controlled. How many times had these petty studies brought truly incredible income to the university administration? The man looked at his watch and realized how quickly time was flying by. Important guests were due to arrive soon. Just then, he heard the footsteps of a man in a business suit heading for the dean's office. The dean perked up and thought he heard the arrival of his long-awaited guest for an important meeting. The man invited the visitor into the office, telling him to make himself comfortable and feel at ease. When the dean saw his guest, he was completely confused and did not expect such a turn of events. It turned out to be Professor Ichiro, whom the dean clearly did not expect to see in his office. The professor asked the dean in surprise what he was doing there at such an hour and for what reason. The dean rudely told the professor to come back later, as he was expecting a very important guest. Then the head repeated his request, asking if the professor had not heard him or if he lacked the manners to leave the office. The dean insultingly remarked that the professor did not even know the basic rules of politeness and questioned the upbringing of the scientist's parents. At that moment, another man in a light-colored suit approached the office door with documents in his hands. An elderly woman asked what had happened and why there were shouts and raised voices in the university corridor. The dean turned toward the voice and was even more surprised by who he saw standing in the doorway of his office. The elegant woman addressed the man, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time and had not communicated on work matters. It was a pretty elderly lady who had come with Jung Huk, looking very elegant and respectable in a business suit. Kitamura asked the woman what had brought her to the university, expressing concern about the unexpected visit. The director inquired whether there were any closed doors or similar restrictions at her own university. Jung Huk politely introduced himself, saying that it was a pleasure to meet her, and identified himself as a representative of Kwan and Park. Hearing this, the dean realized that he was the investor with whom the meeting had been scheduled, but did not understand the reasons for their joint arrival. The woman suggested that everyone present sit down at the negotiating table and calmly discuss the situation in a civilized manner. Professor Ichiro apologized to the dean for the disturbance and unexpected intrusion into his workday and plans. The dean was in a state of utter shock, completely unable to comprehend what was happening in his office and how all these people had ended up there. The principal explained that an investor had requested cooperation with their university, so she had personally returned to participate in the negotiations. Jung Huk clarified that he had originally planned to meet only with the university president to discuss business proposals. But since the meeting had already begun with this group, he suggested that everyone sit down together and discuss the prospects for cooperation. The young man thanked the woman for finding time for the meeting, despite her heavy administrative workload. The director asked if the investor wanted to gain access to the program for foreign students at their engineering faculty. Jung Huk explained that his company runs a shelter for runaway teenagers, and they were considering providing educational opportunities for those who aspire to a career in engineering. After listening to the explanation, the dean thought that it was understandable that the young man looked very young, but what talent had made them focus their attention on him? The principal asked what principle the investors had used to choose their university among many other educational institutions. The judoka replied that he had personal connections with Professor Ichiro, and that was why they chose this university. Ichiro talked about the development of a program capable of researching and restoring data on calls and messages that had long been deleted from mobile phones. The investors' offer to finance this particular project was indeed of great interest to the university and the scientific community. If the development was successfully completed, it would truly be a huge technological breakthrough for the entire global community. The dean thought that he also had a similar idea for commercializing research, but for some reason the professor did not tell him anything. Jung Huk expressed his delight that everyone was interested in the project and asked about the possibility of demonstrating the program right in the office. The director confirmed her readiness for the demonstration and noted that the developers had already prepared a file with the program to show its capabilities. Jung Huk politely apologized for the disturbance and asked the dean to lend him his cell phone to demonstrate the program. The young man explained that as investors and developers, They had to be as unbiased and objective as possible in their work. The dean, upon hearing the request, thought it looked suspicious but still decided to give his phone for the demonstration. Suddenly, the man's pupils narrowed as he realized the danger. The program could restore all deleted messages and calls from the device. Jung Huk noted that mobile phones are connected to people's personal lives, so it is probably not a good idea to use them for testing. The young man suggested an alternative, using a desktop computer instead of a mobile phone to demonstrate the program's capabilities. At this point, the dean became even more nervous, realizing the risks involved in checking a computer with his data on it. The man realized that he had stored hidden bank accounts and stolen research data on this very computer. Therefore, the dean objected that the computer was used for official work files, and if important documents disappeared, serious problems would arise. The director insisted on trying, noting that such an opportunity to evaluate technology was very rare. The woman assured him that if anything went wrong, she would take full responsibility, so she asked to give it a try. The principal continued to insist that all important documents were stored on the university server, so everything should be fine. Ichiro intervened in the dialogue and suggested that he had an idea why the dean did not want to share the computer for demonstration purposes. The professor suggested that it was quite possible that the dean was simply hiding something from his colleagues and superiors. Hearing the accusation, the man indignantly asked the professor what he was talking about and on what he based his suspicions. The headmistress noticed that the dean was clearly frightened by the accusations and asked what had happened to him recently. Jung Hyuk added that if the dean continued to refuse to give a demonstration, it would look even more suspicious. Therefore, the elderly lady resolutely suggested that, in that case, they should simply try to run the demonstration on the dean's computer. The man realized that the situation was really bad for him and that there was practically no way out. The dean reluctantly got up from his seat to go to the computer, trembling with fear of his machinations being exposed. The man hoped that the files on the computer were always completely deleted, and even if someone tried to recover them, nothing would be found. Despite all his efforts to cover his tracks, the dean understood the vulnerability of his position in the face of new technologies. Jung Hyuk sat down at the professor's computer and was surprised to find something unexpected in the device's system. The young man asked in confusion why there were so many deleted documents here, which seemed extremely suspicious. The judoka leaned over the screen and discovered that these were research articles, written not in the name of the university, but in Kitamura's personal name. The young man continued his analysis, noting a strange discrepancy between the faculty's official funds and the actual research expenses in the documents. The dean tried to push the young man away from the computer, demanding that he step aside and give way to other people. Professor Ichiro finally lost his temper, as this was beyond all conceivable limits for him, and began shouting the dean's name. The scientist grabbed the scoundrel by his suit and lifted him into the air, demonstrating physical strength unexpected for his build. The professor demanded an explanation as to why the dean's name was on his research and asked for a normal, honest answer. Ichiro shouted, asking how the dean could do such a thing and how he could even have the conscience to engage in such machinations. The dean responded by asking to be released, claiming that he had no idea what was going on or what he was being accused of. Jung Hyuk tried to calm the situation down, asking everyone to calm down while he called the police to investigate what was happening. The dean, of course, did not want any police involvement, claiming that he had done nothing wrong or illegal. The professor could not forgive such an act and gritted his teeth in anger, unable to contain his pent-up rage. No one would have thought that such a small and thin man could hide so much physical strength. The professor literally pounced on the dean and knocked him to the ground, unable to control his actions out of anger. Ichiro demanded that the dean admit to what he had done and apologize for his disgraceful actions. The headmistress, tired of listening to the whole scene, simply tapped her cane to get their attention. The cane ended up right next to the dean's head, almost hitting him during the scuffle with the professor. The expression on the elderly woman's face changed dramatically, and she demanded an end to the disgraceful behavior with a malicious look. The police had already arrived at the university with their lights flashing, ready to investigate the incident. The dean was taken by the arms and dragged to the car, while he shouted that it was no sin to help the poor professor. Kitamura asked the director to stand up for him, claiming that he was not guilty of anything before the university. The man begged her to think again about how many years he had served the educational institution and its leadership honestly. The woman replied that the dean remained shameless to the end, and that it was simply a disgrace to the entire university. The director turned to the police and demanded that they remove the dean from sight as soon as possible. The dean continued to shout, asking for at least one more chance to redeem himself and begging for mercy. Jung Huk informed the professor that since the dean had been arrested, his student Minami would soon be caught as well. The principal approached the guests and apologized for them having to witness this shameful spectacle. The woman suggested continuing the discussion about the study abroad program for the shelter's wards. The director also informed the professor that she had some important information regarding his future work at the university. The woman bowed deeply to Ichiro, sincerely apologizing for not paying him enough attention all this time. Jung Hyuk asked the director what measures she intended to take against the scoundrel of a dean after his exposure. The woman assured him with a determined smile that the criminal would be punished to the full extent of the law, using all available connections to ensure justice was served. The director tactfully withdrew, leaving the guests alone for a private conversation, wishing them all the best in their further negotiations. The judoka invited the professor to sit down on a university bench to calmly discuss the events that had taken place and further plans for cooperation. Sitting in the shade of the trees, Ichiro expressed his immense gratitude, admitting that without the young man's help, he would have remained a puppet in the hands of the swindlers. The young man modestly replied that he had not done anything special and that the evidence had been found solely thanks to the professor's outstanding technical skills. Jung Hyuk gently reminded his interlocutor that the story was not over yet, as there were many important issues ahead. The young man noted that they had not yet finished discussing the rights to commercially sell the professor's revolutionary forensic technology. The young man asked him not to be surprised, as he wanted to make a rather unexpected and serious proposal regarding further cooperation. Jung Hyuk asked the professor directly if he would like to move to Korea with him to continue his scientific work. The man was even more shocked, puzzled by such a sudden and unexpected proposal to radically change his life. The judoka explained his concern that staying in Japan would limit the professor geographically, whereas moving would open up new horizons. The young man argued that this would allow the scientist to focus entirely on his research without external distractions, while taking an interest in his interlocutor's opinion. It was clear that the professor understood the appeal of the idea, but he was clearly hesitant and felt some internal resistance to the proposal. Ichiro honestly admitted to the young man that despite his desire to do so, he probably would not be able to decide to move to another country. Jung Hyuk was surprised by this answer, as he was absolutely sure that the man would agree to such a lucrative offer. The professor explained his desire to recover all his stolen research, stating that he no longer intended to run away from his problems. The young man noted with understanding that their intervention had indeed changed the course of events compared to what had happened in his past life. Jung Hyuk admitted his desire to obtain the forensic technology, but expressed his willingness to support the professor from a distance if necessary. Ichiro hastened to clear up the misunderstanding, clarifying that he would not go to Korea, but was willing to sell the developed technology to an interested party. Jung Hyuk was so delighted to hear this that at first he couldn't believe his ears, thinking it was too good to be true. The professor firmly stated that it was here in Japan that he would complete the development of innovative technology for forensic research and law enforcement agencies. The young man thanked the professor, assuring him that their company would provide him with comprehensive and unlimited support in his further research. The professor asked if it would be possible to support another person who found himself in a similar situation to his own. Ichiro told him about a friend who was in a very similar situation and needed help to continue his scientific work. This man had immigrated to Japan with his parents 12 years ago and was now working alone on developing a car video recorder. Jung Hyuk thought about it as the mention of a car video recorder brought back vague memories from his past life. The professor noticed the young man's strange reaction and was surprised by the sudden change in his expression when the development was mentioned. The young man asked with interest where exactly the professor's friend and his laboratory were located at the moment. After receiving a tip from Ichiro, Jung Hyuk arrived at the specified location with his classmates for the meeting. So-yeon checked the address and asked the guy if this was the place he had written down on a piece of paper. Jung Hyuk confirmed that the address was correct and thanked his friend for her attentiveness and help in navigating an unfamiliar city. The guy apologized to his friends for making them come with him to Kyoto, assuming that they must be tired of traveling. His girlfriend replied that since they had come on business, it was worth spending the time in a way that would benefit everyone involved in the trip. Jung Hyuk got the hint and asked anxiously if his friends had spent all their money on entertainment in Japan. After talking, the whole group approached the intercom of the right house and pressed the call button to contact the resident. They pressed the button once or twice, but no one answered the call, which seemed rather strange to them. Jung Huk began to worry, and various negative scenarios involving the developer began to run through his head. Finally, a tired voice came from the intercom, irritably asking who they were and what they wanted. The young man politely greeted him and asked if this was indeed the home of Mr. Katara Kunihiro, as indicated in the address. Jung Huk introduced himself as an employee of Kwan Park, who had called yesterday on the recommendation of Professor Ichiro. Kunihiro approached the door, grumbling that he had already told the professor he didn't agree, but decided to open the door to the guests anyway. The man looked extremely exhausted and tired, asking the visitors to simply leave and not bother him anymore. The developer explained that he was not feeling well and promised to explain everything to the professor himself regarding his refusal to cooperate. Jung Huk objected that this would not work and held the closing door open to continue the conversation. The young man explained that he was traveling with friends in Japan, leaving for Korea tomorrow, and only had one day for negotiations. His friends were surprised by Jung Huk's persistence and his strong desire to talk to this unfamiliar developer. Even the developer himself was shocked by the young man's passion and persistence in wanting to talk to him. After these words, the man simply lost consciousness and seemed to melt away, falling forward in one place. Suho saw the falling guy and quickly rushed to his aid to support him and prevent him from falling. Kunihiro approached his fallen friend, his face expressing complete shock and incomprehension of what was happening to the guest. The developer asked Suho if he was the Hiroshi they were expecting. Kunihiro apologized for his strange behavior, explaining that he had confused the people in the situation as a whole. When everyone was sitting inside the house, Jung Huk assured them that it was nothing serious, that it was their fault for coming without prior warning. The man asked if the professor had told them about their situation and clarified whether the guest was indeed an investment consultant. The developer introduced himself, handing over his business card and saying that his name was Kunihiro and his Korean name was Su Chang. The man talked about his previous job at a semiconductor company, but after being laid off, he had been doing small development projects on his own. Jung Huk expressed his admiration for the research, noting his particular interest in the development of a car video recorder among all the projects. The young man honestly admitted that he did not fully understand the essence of this development and how such a device works. Therefore, Jung Huk asked the developer to explain in more detail what this technological innovation is. Kunihiro confirmed that the guest's understanding of the essence of his development was correct and was ready to explain the details. The inventor explained that this device is attached to a car and continuously records video during trips. Recording continues regardless of whether the car is moving or stationary in standby mode. Jung Huk thought with satisfaction that this was exactly the device he had been thinking about from his memories of his past life. The car video recorder, also known as a black box, was an extremely important invention for law enforcement agencies. In his past life, after the introduction of these video recorders, the crime detection rate increased significantly across the country. Thanks to surveillance cameras on the streets, in restaurants, and dash cams, a network was created that made it difficult for criminals to escape. The guy asked the developer to at least show him a working prototype of the device, if there was one. Kunihiro regretfully replied that there was no prototype yet, but he could show him the available drawings and development diagrams. Jung Huk knew he didn't understand technical drawings at all, but the shape of the device seemed to be what he expected. The guy inquired about the time frame for completing the development and was told that it would take several more years of work. Even with sufficient financial support, it would take that long to perfect the device. As can be seen from the drawings, the development is only 80% complete, but the main problem lies in the device's memory. Round-the-clock video recording requires a huge amount of memory, and modern technology does not yet allow for the creation of a compact device with sufficient capacity. Therefore, it will take at least 7 years for memory technology to develop to a level acceptable for the full functioning of a video recorder. Jung Huk understood that the technological limitations remain the same as in his memories of the future development of such devices. Suho, sitting on the sofa, quietly chatted with his girlfriend, noting that their business conversation had somehow dragged on for too long. So-yeon suddenly looked toward the wall, where something among the photos and documents hanging there caught her attention. The girl pointed to one of the photos, noting that the boy in it really looked a lot like Suho. So-yeon insisted that her friend take a closer look, as they even had a similar aura and facial expression. Jung Huk became interested in his friend's conversation and also noticed the photo that had caught their attention. The guy really saw that this boy was constantly smiling with a big, sincere smile on his childish face. Jung Huk asked the developer who this cheerful boy in the family photo was. Kunihiro replied sadly that it was his son, who was no longer with him, but who had been incredibly dear to him. The man added with difficulty that his son had gone very far away and would never return to his father's home. The boy had died in a car accident because he loved riding his bike so much and was always riding it. The child always rode his bike to school and back home, but one day he had a terrible accident on the road. The father still cannot come to terms with the loss of his only son and is tormented by guilt over his inability to protect his child. Every time he sees a car, the man remembers the tragedy, so he even sold his own car on purpose. Kunihiro is tormented by the thought that if he had been there, things might have turned out differently, and with witnesses present, his son would have survived. These painful thoughts give the father no peace, and he constantly replays the tragic events in his head. The man lost his only son, but he does not want a similar tragedy to happen to other families. Therefore, the developer looked at Suho with particular interest, noting the incredible resemblance to the deceased child. Everyone present looked at Kunihiro with deep compassion, understanding the scale of his personal tragedy and pain. The developer admitted that Suho really did look a lot like his son, and if the boy had lived to high school age, he would probably have looked exactly the same. Wiping away his tears, the man apologized for showing the guests this painful side of life and asked them to forget what they had seen. Jung Huk now understood what personal circumstances the professor had been referring to earlier, and it became clear why the developer had reacted that way in the first place. Kunihiro was shocked to see Jung Huk's friend, who resembled his dead son so much in appearance and mannerisms. Jung Huk abruptly rose from his seat and solemnly addressed the grieving father with an important proposal. With a sincere smile, the young man suggested that the developer go with him to Korea to continue his work and start a new life. Kunihiro was very surprised by this proposal, as it sounded so abrupt and unexpected in this situation. Jung Huk confirmed the invitation to Korea with a sincere smile, mentioning the existence of a shelter for homeless teenagers in their country. The guy suggested that the developer continue his research there and sometimes help the children, which might help him cope with the pain of losing his son. Kunihiro looked again at Jung Huk's friend, who so strikingly resembled his deceased son in appearance and mannerisms. The man seriously considered the offer, realizing that such a change in his life might not be such a bad idea. After several days of reflection and inner struggle, the man decided to agree to move to Korea. The friends sat in their school classroom, reminiscing about their wonderful trip to Japan and dreaming of going there again in the future. All the students were excitedly discussing who would be their new homeroom teacher this school year. A stern-looking man entered the classroom, causing all the students to literally open their mouths in surprise and greeted the class. The new teacher wrote his name on the board and announced that he would be teaching English, assuming that they had heard of him. The teacher warned the class to be prepared for his strictness, as any mistake would be severely punished. Jung Huk thought that if he was not mistaken, this teacher's nickname was Viper because of his harsh character and teaching methods. The English teacher added that they shouldn't get too excited, as he had something else for the class. The man invited someone to come in, and a pair of slender legs and school shoes crossed the classroom threshold. A new classmate with beautiful red hair entered the classroom, and all the boys opened their mouths in admiration at the sight of her. The students immediately realized that they were looking at the most famous and beautiful girl, who was the subject of legends at the school. Even the judoist himself could not contain his surprise when he saw this stunning beauty in their ordinary school classroom. The girl smiled sweetly, and the teacher announced to the class that they would now have a new classmate to study with. It was the same cute girl from the winter resort who waved her hand and greeted everyone in English. The beautiful foreigner's name was Irina, and she was indeed an incredibly attractive and charming young lady. Irina and Jung Huk were already walking together down the school corridor when the girl noticed that they hadn't seen each other in ages. The guy agreed that they really hadn't seen each other in a long time and expressed surprise at such an unexpected meeting at school. So Yun joined the conversation, noting how incredible it was that they would all be studying at the same school and even in the same class. Irina explained that she hadn't told anyone about her move because her classmates weren't interested in her future education plans. Jung Huk recalled that when they met at the ski resort, he didn't expect the girl to have such a style, but now he was happy to have a new friend. As far as Jung Huk could remember, he had never had any real close friends to talk to and support him in his past life. At that moment, the business-minded guy received another call on his cell phone, interrupting his school conversations with his classmates. Jung Hyuk picked up the phone and heard a familiar voice. It was his friend from the band calling. As always, it was David, the American singer from their band, jokingly reminding him that he was calling a real pop star. The musician explained that thanks to Jung Hyuk, he was busy and was currently in the dressing room before a performance. So the guy curiously asked his friend why he was calling him at such a time. David reported a serious problem. They had run out of rice and other food supplies in their dormitory. Jung Hyuk asked in bewilderment why his friend was telling him this and what he thought the singer should do. David explained that the agency director had said that the musicians would go hungry because of excessive spending on food, and now he was starving. The other members of the group also complained of unbearable hunger and a lack of proper nutrition in recent days. The singers said that they were indeed no longer provided with adequate meals, with their rations reduced to a minimum. However, the musicians spent over 100 million won on food in a short period of time, which was really hard to believe. Jung Hyuk was surprised by this amount, noting that 100 million won was spent on food alone, when they had been rehearsing as a group for less than 2 months. The guys explained that this was why all their bank cards had been taken away and they were forbidden from buying food on credit. The musicians apologized for the trouble, but asked for permission to eat at Jung Hyuk's mother's restaurant, if possible. The guy, of course, agreed to help his friends, but he understood that they really did eat too much for ordinary people. After the phone call ended, Jung Hyuk's school friends approached him, curious about the content of the conversation. His classmates asked what David had said and what they had just talked about on the phone. The guy explained that the musicians wanted to come to his house to just hang out and spend time together. Jung Hyuk, not noticing his friend's reaction, suggested that they join the party too, if they were interested. His friends were delighted with the invitation, saying that they had been waiting for this for a long time, so they asked him to be sure to invite them to the meeting. So Yun suggested introducing the musicians to Irina to expand their social circle and make the party more interesting. Irina asked in surprise who exactly they were going to introduce her to, not understanding who they were talking about. When the group arrived at the building, Jung Hyuk explained that technically, the building belonged to his mother for business purposes. So-yeon noted with admiration that Irina really spoke Korean beautifully, wondering when she had learned it. Entering the building, Jung Hyuk thought it was very strange to see a new flower pot that hadn't been there before, probably placed there by his mother to decorate the interior. Irina said that she had learned Korean by watching various Korean shows, family gatherings, game rooms, and parenting diaries. She particularly noted the parenting show where idols take care of babies, calling it an amazing and informative program. At that moment, Jung Hyuk became interested in a flower pot standing in the corner and moved a little closer to examine it. The young man began to examine the plant closely with his eyes, trying to understand what was bothering him about this interior item. The young man thought it was strange to see another identical pot, which surprised him with its unexpected appearance in the house. Jung Hyuk explained to his friends that he had simply noticed these pots, which he had never seen in this room before. His classmates suggested that perhaps his mother had bought them for decoration, or that they were a gift from acquaintances. The guy thought about his professional deformation. He was constantly suspicious of something, and he needed to get rid of this habit. However, Jung Hyuk realized that these pots looked too suspicious, and he didn't like this situation at all. Seeing something alarming, the guy's expression changed dramatically, becoming extremely anxious and tense with worry. The young man crouched down and began to examine the pots in detail, and his friends also became interested in his strange behavior. Inside one of the pots, Jung Hyuk noticed something hidden that seemed extremely strange and suspicious to him. The guy quickly ran away after this discovery, heading for the stairs leading to the apartment. He began to climb up to his home, shouting loudly and asking his mother if everything was all right and if anything had happened. After climbing upstairs, the young man was completely stunned by the unexpected sight that met his eyes. His friends didn't understand what was going on and asked him in bewilderment what was wrong with him, suggesting that he just go about his business. When he went upstairs, the guy saw a pop group busy filming some kind of TV show in their house. The musicians greeted him cheerfully, explaining that it was a surprise for their friend and an unexpected gift. Jung Hyuk just laughed with relief, but thought to himself what pranksters and jokers they all were. The guy asked the guys what was going on and why one of them was holding a small child. His friends explained that this was their partner on the popular show Father's Diary, where celebrities take care of children. The girls, upon hearing the name of the program, excitedly noted that it was indeed a very popular and trendy show right now. The friends apologized, explaining that they had told the director about their acquaintance, and he really wanted Jung Huk to participate as well. Jung Huk thought that the musicians had collected money for the rental, but the guys assured him that everything had been organized in a completely honest way. Suho approached the actress on the set and confessed that he was a huge fan of hers and her work. The actress was extremely embarrassed by the compliment and modestly thanked him for his support and kind words. Jung Huk asked his friend what this girl was doing there, whether she was a host, a guest, or a participant in the show. The guy began to try hard to remember who this familiar girl was and where he might have seen or met her before. Jung Huk analyzed the actress's behavior, realizing that she looked awkward and was very nervous for no apparent reason. The guy hoped that it was just fatigue from filming and not a premonition of something bad or dangerous. At that moment, the actress was indeed being watched through binoculars from a safe distance from the set. An unknown man was watching the girl's every move from afar, not missing a single detail. The actress really did feel that she was being brazenly watched, and this caused her great anxiety. The director announced the end of filming, praising everyone for their good work, especially noting that David was on top form today. So Yan and Suho enjoyed playing with the little child, who was also participating in this interesting family show. The friends eagerly called the baby over to them, inviting him to come to his older brother or older sister. However, the child crawled past them and headed on all fours toward the insanely beautiful Irina, drawn by her presence. Irina smiled, noticing that even babies could sense her special aura and were drawn to her. So Yan was very upset by this turn of events, considering the baby's behavior to be quite unpleasant for her. One of the singers approached Jung Huk and immediately noted that the actress had done a good job on the show. Turning to the girl, the musician suggested talking to her privately about some important issues. Jung Huk realized that something was wrong and that the conversation would be about the actress's problems. The three of them went into a separate room and sat down at a table for a private conversation about serious matters. The guy asked for details, and the famous girl admitted that she had a persistent stalker. The actress said that at first she thought it was just prank calls from bored fans. She recalled how she got into her minivan after work once again, complaining of extreme fatigue. The girl wondered why she was so tired today. Perhaps she was getting sick or had simply been overworking lately. The driver said that she had no plans for tomorrow, so she should go home and get some rest. The actress agreed with him, admitting that she had probably been working too much in recent weeks without a break. The girl got out of the minibus, which immediately continued on its route. Suddenly, her phone started ringing very actively, which seemed strange to her at such a time. She quickly took her cell phone out of her bag and answered it, expecting to hear a familiar voice. A stranger said her name in a very scary and frightening voice, which made her jump with surprise. The man asked why she hadn't answered his calls, as he had been waiting a long time for her to finally respond. This stranger indignantly said that she should be ashamed of herself for not recognizing his voice, since they were such good friends. The stalker continued to speak in a disgusting voice, saying that he had been thinking about her all day and had been collecting unpleasant personal information for his own purposes. It was with this phone call that all the nightmarish events began to unfold in the young actress's life. Since then, the criminal has called her every single day and told her about her every little move in his disgusting voice. Every day, terrible gifts were delivered to the actress's home, even though she repeatedly asked him to stop and leave her alone. He then desperately shouted into the phone that she was not his girlfriend, and if he did this again, she would really call the police. The stalker calmly replied in a gentle tone that his dearest was very angry and asked why she was behaving this way. The criminal said that he knew how she would react, so he had prepared a special gift for today, which further angered the frightened girl. Left completely alone in her apartment, the actress noticed traces of men's shoes on the floor by the front door. The girl wondered where this man got all the detailed information about her personal life and daily routine. When she went into the bedroom, she was so horrified and disgusted by what she saw that she was simply speechless. Red roses were scattered across the bed as a creepy romantic gift from the stalker. The actress was extremely frightened by this invasion of her personal space in violation of the security of her own home. Her nightgown lay on the bed, surrounded by photographs of the girl taken during the secret surveillance, and all of it was strewn with rose petals. Now she is in a constant state of high anxiety because of this whole situation and is afraid to go outside unnecessarily. Jung Huk first asked about the police report, and the girl said that the police had conducted covert surveillance. But whether it was a coincidence or the stalker somehow found out about the police measures, as soon as the police showed up, the calls and visits stopped. The celebrity explained that the police had come several times but nothing happened, so the officers decided that she was overreacting. Jung Hyuk understood that stalking was not taken seriously at the time, and that breaking into a house was a truly dangerous stage. Even if all the evidence was gathered and the criminal was arrested, he would get off with a light punishment and soon be released. The judges would simply consider it overly persistent courtship, and the perpetrator would most likely be released to continue harassing the victim. So the guy stood up decisively, turned to the girl, and assured her that the most important thing was not to worry about anything. Jung Hyuk gave a 100% guarantee that they would definitely put this criminal behind bars for a long time. The young man explained that he had certain connections in law enforcement, so there was no need to worry about the successful resolution of the problem. The young man thought to himself that at the same time, they would change the law's attitude toward crimes related to stalking and harassment. In the evening, local children were happily playing soccer near the house, unaware of the danger lurking nearby. At that moment, the stalker was already patiently waiting for his victim under the staircase, choosing a convenient position for observation. The criminal carefully hid behind a thick tree trunk in tall grass, from where he could discreetly follow the actress's every move and plan his next steps. As if behind him, the criminal heard the security guard ask him what he was doing there so late at night. The security guard asked what the stranger was doing there, as he had never seen him before, and he clearly did not live in the building. The stalker, realizing he had been discovered, immediately jumped to his feet and ran forward, trying to escape pursuit. A woman standing at the entrance exclaimed in surprise, but it was obvious that this man had come to spy on a celebrity living in the building. A resident of the house complained that because of this actress, they now had nothing but problems, and security had to patrol the area twice as much. Neighbors said that strange people had recently appeared in the area whom they feared to death, as they were constantly shouting under their windows. Meanwhile, another man quietly entered the building where the actress lived and headed up the stairs to her apartment. When he reached the girl's door, he was extremely surprised by what he saw at the entrance to her home. The man wondered if some new doorbells and additional security systems had been added to the door for protection. Probably because there were too many intrusive people around the actress, it was necessary to strengthen security measures. However, despite the additional protection, the criminal still managed to open both doors and get inside. As it turned out, this stalker was the same security guard who had just chased the young man away from the building. After breaking into the girl's apartment, he began to laugh nastily with pleasure and anticipation of another invasion of her personal life. The criminal rummaged through her things and thought that these clothes already needed to be taken to the dry cleaners, because his baby wouldn't survive without him. In the dressing room, the stalker suddenly noticed a box, which greatly surprised him with its presence among women's things. Inside, an insanely beautiful gold watch, clearly designed for men, sparkled, which puzzled the criminal. The guard realized with horror that his favorite actress did not wear such watches at all, as it was clearly a men's accessory. The man tried to calm himself with the thought that she had simply changed her tastes, as she would never bring a man home. The criminal stopped rummaging through the closet, but remained extremely concerned about the men's watch he had found in her apartment. Suddenly, a terrible realization dawned on the security guard, which made him even angrier and caused him to lose control. The stalker decided to check the rest of the apartment and broke into the bathroom to continue his search. There he noticed that there was now another blue toothbrush, clearly belonging to a man. The criminal couldn't believe what was happening and began ransacking the girl's entire apartment in search of other evidence of infidelity. The security guard emptied the trash can and scattered all the trash around the room, trying to find evidence of another man's presence. The stalker's face reflected genuine distress and rage at the discoveries he was making in the actress's apartment. The criminal was holding a men's razor, which he had found among the toiletries in the bathroom. This crazy security guard thought that the actress had betrayed his trust and their special relationship. The stalker began to destroy the apartment even more, shouting that this dirty fool had betrayed and deceived him. The criminal was shaking with uncontrollable rage and couldn't understand how she dared to betray him like that. The stalker yelled that this girl was just a cunning snake, and he had done so much for her, but she had betrayed him. The stuffed bunny standing in the kitchen was equipped with a hidden video camera to record what was happening in the apartment. Jung Huk had deliberately installed this surveillance system in advance to obtain irrefutable evidence for the police. The investigators who watched the recording understood that this man was truly mentally ill. Poor actress Hae Neom, watching this horrific recording, was shaking with fear and crying profusely. Jung Huk tried to calm the girl down, telling her that she didn't need to watch it anymore and traumatize herself. The young man turned to the investigators, emphasizing that they already knew the situation from the victim and could see how the stalker had crossed all boundaries. The young man insisted that if immediate action was not taken, the actress could be in mortal danger. One of the investigators, outraged, slammed his fist on the table with all his might, expressing his anger at what had happened. The police officer said he was ready to kill the criminal right then and there without any ceremony for such behavior. The law enforcement officer suggested not wasting time and immediately arresting the scoundrel who was treating a defenseless girl this way. Jung Huk stopped the angry police officers with a stern look, explaining that it was too early to take such action. The young man explained that even if a complaint was filed for trespassing and threats, the criminal would be sentenced to a maximum of 2 years in prison. Such a punishment was too lenient to reform the criminal with his dangerous delusions of love for the actress. The senior investigators asked the young man what plan he proposed to resolve this difficult situation. A week later, a guy in the parking lot was talking on the phone, saying that he would soon go upstairs to the girl. The man reassured the woman on the phone, saying that she should not be afraid because he was there to protect her. The guy called Heenam a coward, and all this was overheard by a nasty security guard stalker lurking nearby. The young man promised the girl that he would be with her soon and that she had nothing to worry about in his presence. He assured her that tonight, no one but him would dare lay a finger on her. These words enraged the stalker, and he was determined to kill the scoundrel who dared to approach his girlfriend. So the security guard went up to the floor where the actress lived, clutching a sharp dagger in his hands for revenge. The criminal waited until late at night and quietly made his way into the apartment through the locks he had broken. The stalker approached the sleeping girl's bed and stood over her like a black, ominous shadow of death. He saw confirmation of his suspicions. The actress had indeed found herself a new lover. The guard whispered about how much he loved her and couldn't understand how she could treat him so cruelly. The criminal reminded her of his vows to love her forever, wondering if that wasn't enough to make her happy. The stalker climbed onto the bed, swung his dagger, and began shouting throughout the apartment, preparing to commit the crime. But at that moment, the police arrived and apprehended him. Suddenly, an investigator appeared from the closet and quickly and powerfully kicked the scoundrel right in the face, knocking him off his feet. The security guard stalker flew sideways from the force of the blow and lay on the floor, barely breathing from the pain and shock of the unexpected attack. The criminal, confused, asked the police officer who had appeared who he was and where he had come from. The investigator coldly replied that it didn't matter who he was, but rather that he explained what he was doing in someone else's apartment with a knife. The police officer officially announced his arrest for repeated illegal entry into a dwelling and attempted murder. The criminal was quickly restrained and handcuffed, preventing him from resisting or harming those around him. The stalker screamed in horror that it had all been set up from the beginning and that he couldn't believe the betrayal of his love. As it turned out, it wasn't even an actress lying in bed, but a male police officer who had participated in the operation to capture the criminal. Seeing this, the security guard was in complete shock, realizing that it was not his beloved actress in front of him, but a decoy. The criminal was already being led out of the building, where police cars with flashing lights had gathered to complete the operation. Many residents of the building came out onto the street and discussed the shocking fact that the security guard from their own building had been stalking the unfortunate girl. Neighbors expressed sympathy, saying that such a young girl had already endured so many terrible trials in her life. The stalker noticed the actress standing outside the building, surrounded by police officers, watching his arrest from a safe distance. The criminal began to hysterically yell at the girl, calling her a bitch and promising not to leave her alone after his release. The security guard threatened that as soon as he got out of prison, the first thing he would do would be to kill her for deceiving him. The stalker confidently stated that this was not the first time he had been caught and that he would serve a maximum of only 1 year for such acts. Therefore, the criminal promised to take revenge on the actress 1,000 times more severely so that she would know how to treat him in the future. Jung Huk approached the scoundrel and put his hand on the arrested man's shoulder, looking him straight in the eye. The young man told the criminal that he had no idea that his real torment had not even begun yet. The stalker didn't even understand who this confident young man was and where he got such information. The police officer intervened in the conversation, advising him to ignore the threats and simply walk away. Law enforcement officers put the criminal straight into a police car to take him to the station. The car, with its lights flashing, quickly drove away, taking the arrested stalker away from the scene of the crime. Jung Huk dialed Chairman Kwan's number and apologized for disturbing him at such a late hour, but he had an important request. The young man explained that he needed the help of an influential person to resolve issues related to this criminal case. The next day, the newspapers were full of news about the incident caused by a fan's obsession and discussions about the fairness of the punishment. Ordinary people read about the incident and were outraged by the mentally ill man's behavior toward the young woman. Many felt that arrest was not a severe enough punishment for the criminal's perverse pursuit of the actress. In the courtroom, the judge announced to the defendant, Kang Moon-chik, that he would be given the last word before sentencing in the stalking case. The stalker cowered in fear, crying and shaking, realizing the seriousness of his situation in the courtroom before the face of justice. The criminal said he deeply regretted what had happened, admitting that he loved the girl too much and had made a terrible mistake. Kang Moon-chik addressed the judge, saying that while in detention, he had repented of his actions and written a letter of apology to the victim. The stalker swore that nothing like this would ever happen again and begged for another chance to reform and become a normal person. Listening to these words, Jung Huk thought about what hypocrisy and a terrible attempt to manipulate the court it was. Even through the criminal's tears, one could sense his hidden, terrible smile and confidence that he would receive a light punishment. The stalker thought to himself that the maximum sentence for such crimes was 3 to 4 years, and he would definitely not receive the maximum sentence. The judge's assistant announced to everyone present to prepare for the sentencing in the case of stalking and attempted murder. Everyone sat in tense anticipation of a fair court decision, hoping for an adequate punishment for the criminal. The judge began by stating that the defendant's crimes remained at the attempt stage, which was taken into account when passing sentence. The court took into account his ostensible remorse and desire to reconcile with the victim in order to mitigate the punishment. However, the judge took into account that the defendant had asked for leniency not from the victim, but from the court, and that this was not his first such crime. Furthermore, the high probability of reoffending makes it necessary to isolate the defendant from society for a long period of time. Therefore, Kang Moon-chik is sentenced to 22 years imprisonment in a strict regime correctional colony. The sound of the judge's gavel striking the table was heard in the courtroom, officially concluding the sentencing. The criminal was in shock, as he had expected any sentence, but certainly not 22 years in prison. Stalker began to scream hysterically at the entire courtroom, saying that it was ridiculous and that such a thing could not even be possible in theory. He reminded everyone of the 100 pages he had written about his remorse and that he had been intoxicated at the time. No one wanted to listen to his excuses, so the guards quickly grabbed him by the head and pinned him to the table to calm him down. The stalker continued to protest, not understanding how he could be given such a sentence for simply courting a girl. Jung Huk was pleased with the outcome and smiled contentedly, seeing justice prevail. The criminal was led away in handcuffs, and he continued to shout that such a sentence simply could not be real. Someone approached the young man and asked if he now felt relieved after the fair sentence had been handed down. Kwan, who was also present in the courtroom, addressed Jung Huk, calling him sir. The young man acknowledged that all this was made possible thanks to the girl's father, as he had initially expected a maximum of 10 years in prison. Kwan replied that his efforts should not be underestimated, as this was an important precedent and not just a routine sentence. As a woman who deeply understood the fear experienced by the actress, she noted that until now, the penalties for stalking had been too lenient. Jung Hyuk understood that now that there is a precedent of a 22-year sentence, victims who have endured similar horrors will finally have the courage to turn to law enforcement for protection. And despicable stalkers would finally begin to fear committing such crimes, knowing that they could face severe punishment for their actions. Jung Hyuk agreed that everything would work out as planned, but suggested that they now return to other important matters and projects. An inspector was standing at the police station waiting for guests to arrive for an important presentation of new technologies. Jung Hyuk happily approached him and warmly greeted this experienced law enforcement officer. The young man remarked admiringly that the inspector looked simply stunning and very respectable in his uniform. The inspector jokingly called the young man a rascal in response, and both began to laugh amiably at the joke. Jung Huk introduced the person accompanying him, saying that he was a professor whom the inspector was meeting in person for the first time. Ichiro from a Japanese university was supposed to talk about a revolutionary technology that would help in criminal investigations. The professor had finally completed work on the digital analysis technology, and the young man suggested that he sell the development to the Korean police. Of course, the Japanese scientist was interested in this offer and the possibility of commercializing his invention. The inspector leaned over to Jung Huk and asked if he was going to become a police officer and what he was doing now, and he replied that he had become a translator. The guy replied that he just knew Japanese well, nothing more, and added that he had prepared everything the inspector had asked for. Jung Huk asked him to just trust him and not worry about anything, as the professor's analysis technology could be very useful. The young man was not sure that everything would go smoothly, as the officers present today were known for their skepticism toward innovations. Therefore, he hoped that they would at least be able to more or less convince the skeptical audience today. After finishing the presentation of the new technology, the professor asked if anyone had any questions. The chief inspector was very nervous, fearing that they would now ask some tricky and difficult questions. He decided to support the presentation, stating that he considered this technology to be very innovative and promising for the police. One of the managers noted that the theory was remarkable, but he was not sure about the feasibility of the technology and was skeptical. The professor explained that if the work was done on a computer, recovery was possible, and the same applied to deleted phone data. The chief apologized and asked if the program had been used in real-world conditions, as it was not possible to invest in untested technology. He talked about the huge amount of money spent on a contract for data recovery technology that was supposed to be vital. The development turned out to be useless, and this was not the first such case, and the budget for the contract was quite substantial. Jung Huk asked Inspector Kim Jong-do to get what he had asked him to prepare in advance for the demonstration. The guy reminded him that it had been said that it was impossible to invest in technology that had not been properly tested. Jung Huk declared his readiness to demonstrate the effectiveness of the digital forensics program right now. He promised to show the technology working in real time to convince the skeptical audience. The guy began demonstrating the program's capabilities using pre-prepared materials and equipment for a convincing presentation of the latest technologies. All the police officers immediately leaned in and began to watch the demonstration closely, literally opening their mouths in amazement at what was happening on the screen. Law enforcement officers thought with disbelief, could the technology really work as effectively as the developer promised? They exclaimed joyfully that the data had indeed been recovered, including information on the case of a serial killer who could not be stopped due to a lack of evidence. The police realized that with this revolutionary technology, they would be able to catch almost any criminal who was covering their tracks. The deputy chief cautiously noted that additional tests were needed before making a final decision on purchasing the equipment. Kim Dong-chu couldn't hold back and turned to the deputy chief, insisting that they had to get this tech for their work. The inspector explained that with this program, they would be able to convict all the criminals who could not be convicted due to lack of evidence. Therefore, all employees unanimously agreed that they definitely needed to purchase this technology to improve the department's work. After the successful presentation, Jung Huk walked with the professor, praising him for his excellent work and professional presentation of the material. The professor gratefully noted the sum of 200 million yen, admitting that he could not have imagined the possibility of signing a contract for such an amount. The scientist began to cry with happiness, saying that without the young man's help, he would never have had such a unique opportunity. Jung Huk thanked the professor for introducing him to Son Se-chan, expressing his deep gratitude for this important acquaintance. The young man noted the developer's truly great talent, so he was glad that the professor had introduced them for further cooperation. Jung Huk assured him that Son Se-chan was currently working on research with a team that had come from Japan specifically for this project. The young man explained that the black box the developer was working on was a technology that, once completed, would be of great help to police investigations. The professor thought that this young man was truly rare, with a desire to serve society and the ability to realize his ambitions. This is truly a unique case and a unique person, so it is worth looking forward to his future outstanding achievements. At the awards ceremony, it was announced that the winner had made a significant contribution to the capture of dangerous criminals and the solving of complex cases. The organizers noted that the award winner provided the necessary equipment for investigations and thus contributed to effective police work. His mother also came to support her son and shouted from the audience how wonderful he was and how proud she was of his achievements. Jung Huk thought that it had been so long since he had been in the auditorium of the main office, and this was the first time he had received an award for his service to society. The host solemnly announced that for his courage and outstanding contribution to law enforcement, the young man was being awarded the honorary title of police officer. Jung Huk placed his hand on his heart like a true soldier and solemnly declared that he was ready to serve the people and defend justice. Now the young man has become a senior inspector, the 6th rank in the South Korean police hierarchy, which was a significant achievement. Unexpectedly, the young man's mother also did not understand why her son was behaving so strangely, demonstrating military bearing at a civilian event. His friends laughed at him a little, saying that the senior inspector already thought of himself as a real law enforcement officer. His friends noted his high ambitions and advised him to become a detective if he was so serious about police work. Jung Huk realized with horror that this was a reflexive reaction from his past life, when he was indeed an experienced officer. The young man felt a little awkward about what had happened, but he thought that everyone had moments of strange behavior and slips of the tongue. In the crowd, the young man noticed Prosecutor Kang, who was clearly unhappy with what was happening and whose expression showed his disapproval. Jung Huk was surprised to see the prosecutor at the ceremony, wondering what he was doing there at his award ceremony. Kang replied that he couldn't not come, since there was a whole article in the newspaper about the guy becoming a senior inspector. The prosecutor noted that lately the young man had been spending a lot of time with the police instead of studying. Kang asked if the young man really wanted to become a police officer and how his grades were not suffering with such a lifestyle, since he was supposed to become a prosecutor. Jung Huk assured him that there was no need to worry, as he had received good grades this time and was going to a competition in a few days. The young man planned to buy his mother her favorite pastries as a gift for her support and understanding. The young man had a strange expression on his face, which the attentive and experienced prosecutor immediately noticed. Kang said that the young man was born to be a prosecutor and seemed to have strayed from the right path, as there was no job more convenient than that of a prosecutor. Jung Huk thought that it was certainly enviable that prosecutors had a much easier job than police officers. If he had become a prosecutor instead of a police officer, he could have investigated many crimes differently than in his previous life. Unlike the police, a prosecutor could have a more direct influence on the sentencing of criminals in the course of trials. But how to respond to crimes that had not yet occurred in the present remained a mystery. So the young man once again addressed the prosecutor with respect, calling him his mentor. Jung Huk asked what prosecutors would do if they knew a crime was about to happen. The man thought about the question, wondering what kind of crime should happen, as it was a strange and silly question. The young man asked him to imagine a situation where he knew for sure about a future crime and could prevent it in advance. The prosecutor understood that this was an extremely rare event in law enforcement practice and did not happen very often. Kang admitted that even he, as an experienced prosecutor, honestly did not know how to answer such a hypothetical question. Meanwhile, at the construction site, young children were talking among themselves, noting how scary the place looked. The children grabbed their friend San Min's hand and suggested that he avoid this dangerous place. One of the children explained that his mother had told him not to go to such dangerous places without adults and parental permission. San Min argued with his friends that there was nothing dangerous here, no one was around, and this was the fastest way home. His friends said they would not go there, because if they went without permission and got caught, they would be in big trouble. The boys said that it was somehow eerie and scary here, but the boy did not like his friend's cowardly reaction. San Ming contemptuously said that they should stay behind, calling them pathetic cowards who weren't ready for adventure. The boy went alone, thinking that his friends were fools. What were they afraid of? He had been there so many times. As the child was walking through the construction site once again, an unfamiliar voice suddenly called his name. It was an adult man who leaned very close to him, but his face could not be seen because of his mask. The little boy asked the stranger fearfully who he was and what he wanted from him. The man confirmed that he had the boy's name right by repeating, "You are San Ming," in a threatening tone. The boy's eyes reflected real fear, He didn't know what to say or how to react to the situation. The child saw the stranger take a knife out of his pocket and prepare to swing it in an attack. The criminal was already swinging his huge weapon to kill the defenseless 7-year-old boy at the construction site. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, you bastard!" causing the stranger to tremble with surprise. Jung Huk arrived in time and was able to prevent this horrific murder of an innocent child. The guy started yelling at the criminal that he was now under arrest and had to surrender to law enforcement. In the original timeline, at 4 o'clock this afternoon, the body of a 7-year-old boy was found at the construction site, badly damaged. The examination showed that someone tried to destroy the body with a chemical solvent. This happened on May 20th, 1999. The 7-year-old child was stabbed to death, sustaining multiple wounds all over his body. After the murder, the perpetrator also burned the body. It was found too late. It was a brutal crime that shocked society. The case became known as the child case and caused a huge stir, but due to imperfect technology, the criminal was not caught. 14 years later, just before the statute of limitations expired, a television program about the crime was broadcast. The program sparked a powerful wave of protest, which led to the statute of limitations for murder being abolished in legislation. Thanks to the change in the law, many criminals who had been hiding, waiting for the statute of limitations to expire, were arrested. Jung Huk understood the tragic irony that in order to change the statute of limitations law, an innocent child had to die. That's why he remembered this poor boy from his past life as an unsolved case. But now he couldn't just leave this defenseless child at the mercy of fate and a cruel murderer. So, while at the construction site, Jung Huk quickly ran to help the boy when he heard his cries. The guy clenched his fist and realized that if there was a chance to save a life, he had to take it at any cost. Jung Huk swung his fist and hit his opponent, but the latter managed to block the blow with his hands. The young man yelled at the child to run away quickly while he dealt with the dangerous criminal. The little boy was in shock, not understanding what was happening around him at the construction site. After a few seconds of reflection and realizing the danger, Sangmin quickly began to run away from the scene. A fierce battle began on the construction site between the young judoka and the dangerous armed criminal. Jung Huk took a fighting stance, realizing that he was facing a real monster, ready to kill an innocent child. The fact that the killer knew the boy's name and was not at all embarrassed by the presence of a witness spoke volumes. This clearly indicated that this criminal was far from being a simple mentally ill person acting spontaneously. In his previous life, the guy thought that the case of the child was a random crime committed by an ordinary psychopath. But now it turned out that it was a carefully planned act with a specific motive and the goal of killing a specific child. Therefore, Jung Huk, clenching his fists, demanded that the scoundrel put down the knife, introducing himself as a random passerby. Of course, the enemy did not believe the story about a random witness at an abandoned construction site. The criminal swung his weapon very quickly, so the young man barely had time to react to the sudden knife attack. A bleeding abrasion appeared on the young man's face from the sharp blade sliding across his cheek. Fortunately, at the very last moment, Jung Huk noticed the direction of the attack and managed to step aside to avoid the deadly blow. The young man prepared to strike back, clenching his fist and choosing the right moment to counterattack. The judoka struck the scoundrel right in his insolent face with all his strength, putting martial arts technique into the blow. The criminal simply fell to the ground from the powerful blow, and his weapon fell to the ground next to him. The killer struggled to get to his feet, clearly stunned by his opponent's unexpected strength and skill. Jung Huk saw something that surprised him greatly, as he had never noticed such details before. The young man saw the same distinctive snake tattoo on the criminal's arm that he had seen before on other suspects. The young man wondered why the snake tattoo had appeared here too. It was difficult to call it a mere coincidence. The scoundrel noted with malice that the young man was a good fighter for an ordinary passerby, but today he was unlucky to meet him. With a terribly malicious expression on his face, the criminal promised that today the young man would die here on the construction site. The killer began to run very quickly towards Jung Huk, preparing for a decisive attack with a cold weapon. From behind his back, the man took out another sharp dagger, demonstrating his serious preparation for murder. When the young man saw the second knife, his pupils narrowed as he realized the danger and knew he had to act as accurately and quickly as possible. The sharp dagger cut through the air again as the criminal swung to deliver a fatal blow to vital organs. Jung Huk quickly managed to dodge to the side so that the blade of the knife would not hit him and cause serious damage. After missing, the opponent said that the guy was seriously mistaken if he thought he would survive this fight. The judoka replied that the criminal had picked the wrong company to mess with. The scoundrel mockingly remarked that the milk was not yet dry on his lips, and the youngster was already behaving so arrogantly. The killer swung his weapon again, but the guy managed to grab his hand, preventing him from completing the knife attack. Jung Huk, using a judo technique, grabbed the criminal's arm and prepared to throw him over his shoulder with a classic move. The judoka succeeded, throwing his opponent onto his back with great force. There was a very loud crack in the shoulder, and it was clear that the bone had been broken by the impact with the hard surface. The criminal was in shock, thinking about his injured shoulder, unable to believe in such incredible strength from an ordinary schoolboy. The defeated killer began to shout for surrender, admitting defeat and surrendering to the mercy of the victor in this unequal battle. The criminal pleaded that he had already put the knife on the ground, so it was time to stop the fight, and promised to do absolutely everything the victor said. Jung Huk, hearing these words of surrender, realized that this was complete nonsense and an attempt to distract attention. The young man decided to take his word for it and agreed to a temporary truce, hoping to get information from the prisoner. The cunning opponent was not a fool. He grabbed a handful of sand from the ground and threw it directly into the judoka's eyes to blind him. While the criminal had a few precious seconds to think, he quickly jumped up and ran away. The judoka quickly set off in pursuit of the fleeing killer, shouting at him to stop and surrender. Unexpectedly, the criminal ahead simply fell to the ground for no apparent reason, as if he had tripped over an invisible obstacle. Two serious-looking men with pistols appeared near the defeated scoundrel and began threatening the detainee with their weapons. There was also the distinctive sound of women's heels, someone approaching the scene at a measured pace. A familiar voice addressed the young man, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time, speaking to him as if he were a dear friend. It was Natalia, the Russian Secret Service agent, who had arrived at the scene with her team. The girl asked ironically if her dramatic entrance was too dramatic for the situation. Jung Huk was surprised to see her there and asked her what she was doing on Korean territory. The guy noticed the guns in the hands of the special forces and how the barrels were aimed at the criminal lying on the ground. The enemy himself wondered about the identity of these professionals, not understanding what was happening, but realizing the organization of the operation. The criminal understood the need for caution so as not to accidentally reveal his criminal organization under the pressure of interrogation. The killer realized the hopelessness of the situation, so he said goodbye and took a red stone out of his ring, intending to swallow it. Natalia tried to stop the scoundrel, shouting at him to freeze in place and not take any action. The criminal still managed to swallow the poisonous substance, not wanting to fall into the hands of law enforcement alive. Jung Huk grabbed the dying man by his clothes and demanded an explanation for what he was doing. The judoka turned to the poisoner and demanded an answer as soon as possible, while there was still time to get information. Literally a second later, the criminal's face was covered with purple veins, and foam from the strong poison began to pour from his mouth. The killer was clearly unable to answer any of the investigators' questions, and he died in a matter of seconds. The judoka was indignant, realizing that he had missed such an important clue to uncovering the activities of the criminal organization. Natalia and the guy stood together after the incident, thinking about what had happened at the construction site. Jung Huk sighed heavily, realizing that he had acted too rashly at the critical moment of the criminal's arrest. The guy thought that, in theory, the police should have solved the case through interrogation, but the killer had committed suicide. Now there was a risk that the case would simply be closed, and it was definitely the work of organized crime. This organization undoubtedly uses the image of a snake as its distinctive symbol and emblem. The guy clutched the ring in his hands and thought that he had finally found the first clue that would help him find those who wanted to kill him. Natalia turned to the guy and said confidently that he shouldn't worry, because they would take care of the criminal's body and remove all traces. Even though such a serious incident had occurred, the girl still had a slight smile on her face and seemed completely confident in her actions. The KGB agent wondered if the young man would ask boring questions about the reasons for her presence, but suggested that they meet officially first. Natalia briefly explained that Russia had decided to take Jung Huk under state protection and patronage. The girl mentioned the artifacts provided by Victor as proof of the guy's ability to foresee future events and disasters. The agent added that considering all of the young man's other talents, it was necessary to establish a close cooperative relationship with him. When the young man heard this proposal, he literally stood and listened to the information with his mouth wide open in surprise. Still, he liked this information, so a slight smile of satisfaction appeared on Jung Huk's face. The judoka admitted that the offer was too generous, but protection would definitely come in handy, so why not agree to cooperate? Natalia inquired about the identity of the killer the guy had just fought at the abandoned construction site. The agent noted that the criminal had not fought by chance, and the poison for suicide indicated that this was no ordinary hired killer. The girl explained that such methods were characteristic of professional espionage, so she asked who exactly the guy was looking for. Jung Huk honestly admitted that he did not know exactly who was behind the attacks, but he was sure that there was an organized group. After hearing his answer, Natalia thought for a moment, realizing that the guy didn't want to tell her everything and preferred that she find out the details herself. The agent reflected on the mysterious nature of the young man. The more she learned about him, the more intriguing questions arose. The girl said that she could not allow her friend to deal with such a serious danger alone. Therefore, Natalia offered the KGB's help in solving the problems associated with the persecution of the guy by unknown criminals. Jung Huk agreed to the proposal and admitted that he did indeed have one small request for the Russian Special Services. Meanwhile, in the secret office of the criminal organization, they were discussing the progress of a mysterious project codenamed D. The gang leader sat at the table and rubbed his temples wearily, suffering from a headache due to the difficulties of the case. A subordinate approached the leader and inquired about the whereabouts of Park Dae-ri, who had not yet returned from his assignment. The gangster noted that the hitman had left half an hour ago and was already half an hour late, which was strange for such a responsible operative. The leader picked up the phone and asked his informants about the current situation in the controlled territory. Information came in that Kim Se-chan's son had returned home safely after the incident at the construction site. The most surprising thing was that the little boy was completely unharmed. There was no contact with Park, and the police were not taking any action. Hearing this news, the leader was shocked and asked if there had been any reports of an unidentified body in the area. The criminals thought that Park must still be alive and somewhere near the scene of the accident. In principle, killing a defenseless child is not a difficult task, so it was unlikely that an experienced killer could fail at such a simple job. But the mission failed. There is no contact with the perpetrator, and the police have not yet found his body. The gang leader realized that something was clearly wrong here, and he didn't like the way things were going at all. A disturbing thought crossed the criminal's mind. It seemed that someone outside the gang had interfered with their operation. The boss quickly got up from his seat and ordered all observers to be withdrawn so that all traces could be erased as quickly as possible. The leader demanded that the entire branch in the city be shut down within an hour. Everything be packed up, and everyone moved to the training camp. Gritting his teeth aggressively, he thought that they should have taken control of Kim Se-chan himself first, not his son. The criminal remembered that a few months ago in Seoul, they had almost been caught, so they had to be much more careful. At that time, they had been accidentally discovered by some prosecutor, but now the situation was completely different, and the boss didn't know what to think, while a ring with a snake adorned his finger. At night, a man cautiously peered around the corner of a building, checking the safety of the escape route. With him was a little boy who, half asleep, asked his dad where they were going at this hour. The father turned to his son and explained that San Ming wanted to go to the sea, so now they were going to fly on an airplane to admire the water. Walking beside them was his wife with a small child who slept peacefully in her arms during their hasty departure. The woman did not understand what was happening and anxiously asked her husband why they were suddenly fleeing their hometown. Suddenly, they heard the sound of sneakers approaching on the asphalt. Someone was heading toward the frightened family in the darkness. The whole family turned around in fear and wondered in horror who could be approaching them at such a late hour. A masked stranger approached them and addressed the head of the family, identifying him as Mr. Kim Kwon-chul. The man trembled with fear, and his wife anxiously asked who this suspicious man in a mask was. Kwon-chul thought with horror that the criminals had decided to destroy his entire family and had sent a professional killer. The father began to shout at his wife to grab their son and run away from the danger as quickly as possible. As it turned out, the stranger was Jung Huk, who took off his mask and assured them that he was not dangerous at all. Little San-min pointed at the guy and excitedly shouted to his parents to look at his savior. The boy explained that this was the same guy who had driven away the scary man with a single blow and saved him from the killer. His father couldn't believe his son's words and asked again if this was really the hero who had saved him. Jung Huk blushed awkwardly and laughed sheepishly, unaccustomed to such gratitude for his actions. The man bowed low in respect and began to apologize for mistaking the savior for a criminal in the dark. The young man explained that the family had mistaken him for a suspicious character because his face was covered, but he simply had a bad cold and runny nose. Although in reality, Jung Huk understood that he was hiding his face on purpose so that he would not be recognized by members of a criminal organization. The judoka recalled that in his past life, this family had not particularly insisted on an active investigation into the assassination attempt. Apparently, the parents had decided to keep quiet about the details of the incident in order to protect their little daughter from possible revenge. The young man assured them that there was no need to thank him, but he would like to know more about the man who attacked his son. Jung Huk politely asked if the father of the family could tell him who he was or what he did for a living. The man nervously replied that he knew nothing about the attacker and that they really needed to leave urgently, judging by the anxious expression on his face. Jung Huk tried to stop the family, explaining that every little detail was important, so he asked them to share what information they had. The young man reported that the attacker had committed suicide by taking poison as soon as he realized he had been captured alive. The judoka emphasized that the criminals were extremely dangerous, and in order to prevent new victims, he needed the help of witnesses. Hearing these serious words, the man turned to the young man, realizing that there was probably a lot of truth in what he was saying. The father of the family admitted that he only knew the attacker's name and remembered his appearance, but could not say anything else. Kwang Chul added that the name was probably fake, and he didn't have a photo, so he wasn't sure he could really help. Jung Huk assured him with a confident smile that there was no need to worry about this, as he had reliable connections for the job. After a while, they got into a black minibus to continue their conversation in a safer environment. Jung Huk sat with various documents and papers, which he studied carefully in search of important details and connections. The young man pondered this complex case and how to find the main villain. Realizing the difficulty of the task ahead, the man said that it all started with the trade in jade bracelets as a completely legal and profitable business. Then his partner suggested selling cheap fakes from Germany under the guise of real jade, because Kwan needed money. Their business began to grow rapidly and prosper, but soon suspicious individuals posing as customers began to appear in the company. Kwan realized that things were definitely going badly, and that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous for his family. Therefore, the man demanded that his legal share be returned and that he be allowed to leave this dubious business completely, but he received a categorical refusal. In the end, the father of the family took only the money that rightfully belonged to him in the first place. A month later, Kwan saw a report on television about a murder, the victim being his former partner, and today his son was nearly killed. Jung Huk thought with satisfaction that they finally had a real serious lead for the investigation. The guy understood that he couldn't help but be happy about this, since the investigation into the criminal organization would finally get off the ground. The judoka thanked Natalia for her help, because thanks to the Russian special services, they now had a photo fit of the suspect and important information. Natalia inquired about how exactly these individuals were connected to Jung Huk's past and what their motives for persecution might be. The agent noted that it was certainly not easy to fight organized crime alone, and that the young man might need serious professional help. The judoka's expression clearly showed that he really needed help and couldn't handle the threat on his own. Jung Huk asked the girl to look after his mother, ensuring her reliable protection and safety. The young man explained that he did not want his mother to suffer in any way because of all the dangerous situations in his life. The judoka really needed someone reliable who would discreetly and professionally protect his only family member. Of course, Natalia agreed to this request, assuring him that this would not be a problem at all for the Russian special services. The agent admitted that she had hoped for a completely different answer from the young man, but he turned out to be quite stubborn. The girl added regretfully that she did not think she would be so persistent in recruiting the talented young man. Natalia asked, trying one last time to change his mind, if he was sure he definitely did not want to work for the KGB. The young man had already heard this tempting offer of long-term cooperation with the Russian special services many times. Jung Huk thought that perhaps he should seriously consider his future, since he was only 6 months away from coming of age. He needed to make a final decision about where to study or work in order to find a criminal organization and fight it. The KGB was not an option. He had no intention of moving to Russia, And besides, intelligence work required unquestioning obedience to orders. The young man wanted to do things his own way, so he considered becoming a prosecutor, given their broad powers. Prosecutors do have a lot of power. They have access to classified information that even the regular police don't have. But there was one serious but that the young man did not like at all and still had on his mind. It was Prosecutor Kana's answer to the question of preventing crimes. Even knowing more than others, you cannot stop something that has not yet happened. After all, prosecutors are not involved in active fieldwork and the direct apprehension of criminals. After thinking for a moment, the young man apologized again to Natalia for being forced to refuse to cooperate. The judoka explained that he had an important goal to achieve, but it was impossible to do so within a strict organization. Hearing his final refusal, the girl smiled and said regretfully that it was indeed unfortunate for Russian interests. But Natalia immediately became interested in the guy's plans for the future, whether he would go to the prosecutor's office or the police. Jung Huk himself pondered this question, as he was not yet completely sure about his final career choice. The young man looked at the photo fit in his hands and thought that his only goal was to find and neutralize the criminal organization. Meanwhile, the man who was the subject of the photo fit lay on an operating table in a secret clinic. The surgeon calmly told the patient to relax, as they were only following the instructions they had received, and there was no need to take the procedure to heart. The surgeon asked the patient if he was ready to undergo surgery to change his appearance, in order to hide from law enforcement. The syringe in the doctor's hands began to glow brightly in the light of the operating lamp, ready for anesthesia. January 2001, a man was running fast down a dark alley, trying to escape from his pursuers. The fugitive was moving as fast as he could, but suddenly stopped abruptly, his sneakers sliding on the wet asphalt. In front of him, the man saw a high brick wall that blocked his path to safety. Behind him, a stranger in a dark cap was relentlessly pursuing him, closing the distance. The pursuer turned to the fugitive with a mocking smile, asking where the captured monkey was running to. The stranger mockingly noted that the victim had now reached a dead end and asked about his future plans. Cornered, the man nicknamed Monkey took out a cold weapon and threatened to stab him if he approached. The criminal nervously asked his pursuer who he was, and if he wasn't a cop, why was he chasing him through the alleys? The stranger calmly gave his full details. His name was Park Sang-chul. He was 30 years old and his nickname was Monkey. The suspect had 5 convictions for illegal entry into dwellings and was an experienced repeat offender, specializing in empty houses. After getting out of prison in 2001, he tried to rob a house as usual, but accidentally ran into the owner and in a panic tried to kill him. The cornered criminal began hysterically shouting demands not to approach, waving a knife in front of him. Park Sang-chul swung his weapon and aggressively waved the blade in front of the calm stranger's face. The pursuer in the cap easily dodged the clumsy knife blow, demonstrating excellent reflexes and training. In response, the stranger delivered a precise punch, aiming at a vulnerable spot on his opponent's body. The slow-witted criminal did not have time to react and received a powerful straight punch right on the nose. Park's broken nose immediately began to bleed profusely, flooding his face and clothes. After that, the repeat offender was simply grabbed by his clothes, preventing him from resisting or escaping. With one powerful movement, the pursuer lifted the criminal and pinned him to the ground with a classic move. When Park Sang-chul landed on his back, he screamed loudly in pain and surprise. The defeated robber began to tremble with fear and begged not to be touched, admitting complete defeat. As it turned out, it was Jung Huk, who explained that he had saved the criminal from becoming a murderer. The young man added that he was not yet a police officer, but was already studying to become a detective at the police academy. The defeated villain was quickly taken into custody, and his hands were tied to prevent escape or resistance. Park tried to smooth things over by apologizing and begging to be let go without being handed over to the authorities. The criminal was curious how the student had found out about his whereabouts, since he was not an active police officer. Jung Huk explained that he had hired a private detective to follow him, so the robber was under constant surveillance. The judoka called his acquaintance, an inspector, and told him that he had some interesting information for the police. The young man apologized for addressing him informally, as his interlocutor was no longer an inspector, but a department head, but reported the capture of repeat offender Park Sang-chul, who had again attempted to rob an empty house. Jung Huk approached the defeated criminal and grabbed him firmly by the shirt, demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions. The young man warned Monkey menacingly that if he tried to commit such atrocities again, he would face serious consequences. After the threat, the academy student offered the detainee a friendly smile and suggested they walk together to the waiting police officers. While at the police academy, Jung Huk spoke on the phone, apologizing for not answering the phone because of his lectures. Suho said that their mutual friend was also a busy student, but still found time to visit her friends. His friend yelled into the phone, demanding that he stop making excuses and hurry up and come for a group photo. The guy smiled at his friend's reaction, thinking that he was still the same energetic and cheerful person. Last winter, Jung Hyuk graduated from high school and was successfully admitted to a prestigious police academy. Prosecutor Kang was very upset by the guy's choice, but he really wanted to become a police officer as soon as possible. While he was thinking, one of his classmates approached him and called his name. His friend asked who the hero had caught this time, since he had arrested another criminal last week. His classmates asked him enviously to take them with him next time he caught lawbreakers. Two guys looked at Jung Hyuk with admiration, thinking that they were looking at a famous academy student. They discussed how the guy would definitely not go to serve in a regular mobile unit after graduation. The student said that last year he won a gold medal at the Olympics and was exempted from military service. Jung Hyuk ranked first in the admissions rankings and brought home a medal, which made the rector very happy. As soon as the guy enrolled, a new dormitory was built for him, and many saw illegal attempts by other candidates to enroll. His classmates wondered what kind of person he was to be so outstanding, so far above the other students. In class, the teacher explained that the ultimate goal of criminal psychology is to study the peculiarities of criminals' thinking. The professor emphasized that criminal behavior is determined not only by innate traits, but also by interaction with the social structure. Therefore, an excellent investigator must take into account even the most insignificant habits and characteristics of the suspect. This was Professor Sun, who in his previous life was a member of parliament and worked hard to improve criminal investigation methods. When the lecture came to an end, the teacher announced the need to prepare for the upcoming exams. The professor gave the following assignment. One representative from each group should come forward and draw a piece of paper with an assignment. The students were surprised by the unusual method their teacher had come up with for the practical class. The students thought that since there was no way out, they had to obey the teacher's assignment and go draw the pieces of paper with the assignments. The group representatives read out the contents of the slips of paper, which contained the names of real convicted criminals for study. The professor explained the task: to find out where, how, and why the criminal committed the crime, and to analyze the motives behind his actions. It was also necessary to determine the presence of mitigating circumstances and to record everything in the form of a detailed interview with the prisoner. After reading his assignment, Jung Hyuk realized that the upcoming work would be quite difficult and responsible. His teammates were curious to know which criminal their group had been assigned to study. An announcement was made in the prison calling prisoner number 105 to quickly get up to meet with visitors. The guards approached the prisoner and informed him that students from the academy had come to visit him. Jung Hyuk and his classmates waited in the prison cafeteria for prisoner number 105 to appear. The young man thought it was his first time in prison and wondered why the meeting was taking place in the dining room rather than in a special visiting room. His friend noticed the tense expression on Jung Hyuk's face and asked why he was so nervous. The academy student admitted that he had some unpleasant memories from the past with this prisoner. His friend asked in surprise what kind of bad memories they were talking about. The guy didn't have time to answer his friend's question because at that moment, defendant number 105 appeared. It was Han Sang-won, who immediately recognized his former classmate by his distinctive facial features. It had been almost 2 years since they last met in the school corridors. The prisoner gritted his teeth in rage when he saw Jung Hyuk in front of him in his police academy uniform. Han Sang-won became extremely angry and began shouting, calling his former classmate a real monster and a traitor. The guards quickly restrained the violent prisoner, warning him that he would be sent to solitary confinement if he continued to disturb the peace. Upon hearing the threat, prisoner number 105 only laughed maliciously, making no attempt to hide his hatred for the visitor. Jung Hyuk moved closer to the prisoner's head and said ironically that he had not thought about the possibility of a new meeting. The student added that he did not expect such violent joy from his former classmate, who could not control his emotional outbursts. The young man hinted that he could break the prisoner's arms and legs in prison, and no one would object to such treatment. The criminal realized that the situation was not going in his favor, and that it was better not to provoke a conflict. The future police officer enjoyed psychologically pressuring the former school bully, demonstrating the change in the balance of power, and the prisoner immediately began to apologize. The student's friends asked in surprise if they really knew each other and what Jung Huk had done to this man. The guy replied with a satisfied smile that he had put Han Sang-won behind bars, so he suggested interviewing him as soon as possible. The students prepared paper and pens to write down all the important information they were going to get from the prisoner during the interrogation. Jung Huk explained to the prisoner that he probably understood the general purpose of their visit to the prison for an academic assignment. The student demanded that the criminal tell him in detail about his entire life and the circumstances of the crime. The young man noticed that Han Sang-won was not listening to the explanations at all and rudely sent the students away. The prisoner frankly stated that it was unpleasant for both of them to see each other after everything that had happened between them. The future police officer said with a sly smile that he knew how he would react, so he brought something really interesting. When the criminal saw what the student took out of his bag, he was truly shocked by the unexpected gift. In front of the prisoner lay an appetizing meal, a delicious fried chicken in golden breadcrumbs with aromatic spices. Jung Huk explained the terms of the deal. If the interview was informative and useful, the prisoner could eat the food before it got cold. Although Han Sang-won was initially interested in the offer, he then turned his head away and asked contemptuously if the student thought he would be bribed. The prisoner reminded him that Jung Huk's girlfriend was also in prison, so the young man should not even dream of getting any help. The student added that the criminal had no money in his account either, so during that time he had only eaten tasteless prison food. These words hurt Han Sang-won even more, and he could barely contain his boiling emotions and rage. After that, the prisoner opened his mouth and began to shout to the entire dining room what a despicable monster and manipulator Jung Huk was. When the chicken was eaten down to the last crumb, the student noted with satisfaction that with such material, the group would definitely get a high grade. The guy thanked the defendant for his unexpected cooperation and for providing information for the academic project. Then Jung Huk turned to his friends who were surprised by the guy's sudden desire to talk to them alone. The student asked his friends to leave the dining room for a moment, as they needed to discuss something important with the prisoner. His classmates understood the hint perfectly and decided to quickly leave the prison cafeteria, leaving the two alone. The criminal suspiciously asked what the student really wanted to hear from him in a private conversation. Jung Huk showed the prisoner a piece of paper and asked him to look closely at the face depicted on it. The young man showed him the same photo fit that had been compiled in Natalia's car after the incident at the construction site. The student made an unexpected proposal to the criminal to work together on a very interesting and important case. When Jung Huk left the prison, his friends joyfully greeted their comrade and began to ask him about the results of the conversation. His classmates noted that he had been gone for a long time and asked about the content of his private conversation with the prisoner. Jung Huk did not want to tell his friends all the details of the negotiations, but he thought to himself that the criminal also did not know about the organization, but they had obtained valuable results for further investigation. Strange as it may seem, there are few places where crimes are planned more often than within prison walls among prisoners. His friend thanked Jung Huk, saying that thanks to his help, he would definitely get an excellent grade on the upcoming exam. Suddenly, the guy's cell phone began to vibrate violently from an incoming call, interrupting the conversation with his friends. The student apologized to his friends, explaining that he urgently needed to answer this important call. Jung Huk stepped aside while his friends continued to chat among themselves on various topics. The first thing the guy heard from the phone was an impressive sum of $3.5 billion US. His economist colleague reported that at least $1.5 billion was their net profit from operations. In early 2000, when the shares of internet companies soared to abnormal heights, the bubble burst sharply with the rise in interest rates. The employees foresaw the crash, so they sold all their shares before the fall and then invested in short sales to make a profit. Jung Huk admitted that the crash did indeed begin as predicted, but he did not think that everything would be so accurately predicted. The young man agreed with the economist that he would monitor the situation on the financial markets as closely as possible. When the conversation ended, the student thought anxiously that the main thing was that their activities should not be disclosed to the authorities. If their company came under close scrutiny, they had created fictitious companies several years ago with Natalia's help. This was done to conceal stock transactions, but he could not completely trust Russia and did not want to attract attention. Therefore, it was necessary to further obscure the financial routes so that they would not be exposed by law enforcement agencies. After thinking it over, the guy returned to his friends, who were discussing the possibility of going to a Chinese restaurant to eat again. The students had no idea of the trouble ahead, as someone was watching them closely from a black car nearby. The observer reported by radio that the target was moving and that they would continue to follow the academy student. His friends said that today was an interesting day with lectures on their major, which they couldn't skip. Jung Huk suggested to his friend that if they had nothing else to do, they should work out and sweat a little at the gym. His friend was surprised by the suggestion, since the guy was already constantly training and was in excellent physical shape. Another student joined the conversation and said that Jung Huk had been summoned by the academy's rector for an urgent meeting. The young man was completely taken aback by this call and asked again whether the director really wanted to see him immediately. Upon arriving at the office, the student immediately saluted like a true soldier and clearly reported that he was ready to listen to instructions. The academy's rector invited the student to sit down at the table for an important conversation about his future career development. The head explained that he had called Jung Huk to introduce him to Choi Ki-rong, presenting the young man as a straight-A freshman. The student was curious about why the administration suddenly wanted to introduce him to an unfamiliar, high-ranking official. He looked closely at the man, studied his epaulets, and wondered about the visitor's identity. Jung Huk recognized Choi Ki-ren, the police chief who had taken up this position when the young man had worked as a detective in his previous life. Despite his good-natured appearance, the officer was a very cold-blooded reformer who had a great influence on increasing the police budget. The student admitted that he was already familiar with this high-ranking law enforcement official. The young man raised his hand in deep respect and said that he had seen the officer at the police headquarters. Jung Huk emphasized that he was fully prepared to listen to the instructions of the police officer candidate. The high-ranking police officer was very pleased with such a display of respect from the young cadet. Choi Ki-ren smiled and noted the student's excellent memory, since they had indeed just passed each other by. The officer inquired about the correct pronunciation of the young man's name for further communication. Unexpectedly, the police officer asked the young man if he belonged to a particular clan or family. Jung Huk replied that he came from the influential Kenju clan, which had a long tradition. After that, the officer's expression changed, and he happily announced that they belonged to the same clan and that the family was capable of producing heroes. When the student heard this, he was delighted and thought that he had only just learned about this important connection. The rector explained that the young man now had reliable support, as he had called them to meet the future successor. The head of the academy added that if any problems arose, the student could turn to this influential patron. The rector assured him that Jung Huk would be able to handle military service on his own, so he was now free to go. After the conversation, the student quickly left the office, moving as swiftly as he had entered. The head asked his successor to give his opinion on this worthy young man. To himself, the officer thought that he was a disobedient stallion who did not know his place and needed to be tamed. Several teenagers were walking down the street, discussing among themselves the search for a specific place in the city. The boys were looking for something, saying that what they were looking for must be somewhere nearby. Approaching one building, one of them pointed and exclaimed joyfully that it was there. Jung Huk approached the group of teenagers and asked their opinion about the beauty of the place they had found. The future police officer approached these kids with a very warm and friendly smile on his face, showing his openness to communication. These were the very same homeless boys who had run away from their dysfunctional families and were now happily talking about new places to relax and take refuge. The teenagers noted that they had thought about helping Jung Huk with the setup, but he had already built a wonderful facility for them on his own. March arrived, the cherry trees bloomed at the police academy, and a new busy school year began with many responsibilities. The student had so many important things to do that even on weekends, he had no time to rest. The first thing he had to do was check out the new children's shelter. The main feature of this new facility was that it was sponsored by a very interesting and influential person. Just then, the sponsor herself, Natalia from Russia, arrived to inspect the results of her investment. The Russian agent warmly greeted Jung Huk, noting how long it had been since they had seen each other and spoken in person. The girl smiled and told the guy that he had become even more handsome and looked like a real adult man. Embarrassed by the sight of the attractive woman, the teenage friends said they would take a short walk around the shelter grounds. Natalia, noticing the boy's reaction, just laughed, realizing that she was the reason for their shy behavior. Jung Huk explained that these boys were also residents of the shelter, and Suho was the first child they had taken in. The KGB agent expressed her hope that many children would also receive reliable protection at the second orphanage they were funding. The guy understood that Natalia had decided to support their charitable foundation on behalf of the Russian government in order to strengthen ties. The official reason for the sponsorship was to create similar social institutions in Russia, like their Happiness Orphanage. But the real goal was to ensure unhindered communication with Jung Huk under the guise of charity. The Russian guest noted the excellent location of the building and the quality of the infrastructure, for which the chairman of the foundation deserves praise. Natalia praised the proximity of the school, library, and police station, which guarantees the safety of the shelter's residents. Suddenly, the agent interrupted her conversation with Jung Hyuk and asked him to wait a moment, taking out her cell phone. The girl immediately started calling someone, which puzzled the guy, who did not understand the reasons for the sudden change in mood. The student anxiously asked Natalia what had happened and why she was so wary of her surroundings. The agent replied that it seemed they were being followed and that someone clearly wanted to ruin their important meeting. Indeed, professional surveillance was being conducted from a nearby minibus, and conversations were being broadcast in real time. The man sitting in the surveillance vehicle realized he had been discovered and became very angry. The spy immediately recognized Natalia, thinking that she was the legendary Russian intelligence officer who had repeatedly stumped his American colleagues. The observer wondered what such a high-ranking person was doing in Korea and why she was involved in local affairs. The stalker wondered why this Korean schoolboy had gotten involved with a dangerous Russian spy and what interests they might have in common. Another agent suggested that the Russian intelligence representative had come to study the workings of the Happiness Orphanage in order to implement it in Russia. The observer dismissed his colleague's explanation with disbelief, saying that he did not believe such nonsense and considered it to be clearly untrue. Suddenly, the listening system's headphones began to emit very loud interference, disrupting the sound quality. The agent quickly ripped the headphones off his head and threw them aside, nearly deafened by the sharp sound. Natalia resolutely approached the surveillance van and began knocking, asking what was going on inside. The Russian agent suggested that the observers join her for a cup of coffee, since they were watching her so closely. In fact, the group did not go to a coffee shop at all, but to some abandoned construction site for a confidential conversation. The stalker noticed that this place was not very suitable for a friendly conversation over a cup of coffee in a relaxed atmosphere. Natalia apologized and explained that she was only interested in quiet places without outside observers. The agent added that it was also more comfortable for the interlocutors to communicate when there were no extra eyes watching their every move. The man suggested skipping the preliminary conversation and getting straight to the point to save time. The stalker immediately asked a direct question about what Natalia had forgotten in Korea and what the goals of her mission were. The Russian agent replied that it was cherry blossom season, so she was just a regular office worker on a business trip. Natalia explained that she had been sent by Russia to support the Happiness Orphanage, as Russia had similar problems with young people. According to the agent, the president had instructed her to take care of these children and study the experience of her Korean colleagues. Of course, the stalker did not believe this version and advised her to tell such stories to someone else. The observer turned to Natalia with a proposal to be honest with each other, as he understood her real profession. The Russian agent realized that she had encountered a person who was far from stupid and who was well aware of her true activities. Natalia's bodyguards simply stood and waited tensely to see how this dangerous situation would unfold. One of the guards reached behind his back to be ready for a possible violent turn of events. The stalkers also quickly reached for the pistols hidden in the inside pockets of their jackets for self-defense. Natalia stopped her bodyguard with a wave of her hand, asking him to wait and not take any hasty action. The agent agreed to speak as honestly and openly as possible, without diplomatic evasions or official versions. Natalia began to admit that she actually had a completely different secret mission in Korea. The Russian side wanted to get hold of Jung Huk and convince him to move to Russia to cooperate. Hearing this confession, the stalker was shocked and asked her to repeat the information he had heard to be sure. The observer was surprised that the Russians were really interested in this young athlete, considering such interest very strange. Natalia laughed and noted that even if the Koreans learned of Russia's true intentions, they would not be able to effectively counteract them. The agent added that Russia does not consider the resources expended when it needs to take something that is of strategic interest. After these words, Natalia simply turned around and headed back, demonstrating confidence in her actions. The stalker was puzzled by Natalia's words about the Russians simply coming and taking what they needed. The agents returned to their office and quickly began typing on their keyboards, gathering information about the mysterious young man. They tried to find detailed information about the young man who had attracted the attention of Russian intelligence to such an extent. All the scoundrels could find was his name, 2 gold Olympic medals, and his status as the best student at the police university. Jung Huk had a very impressive track record, but that wasn't enough to understand why Natalia was so interested in him. Even the support of the influential Kwan and Park for the Foundation did not seem like something to be afraid of or wary of. The stalker understood that there must be some deeper scale of this guy's enormous potential, hidden from prying eyes. The man realized that there must be something very special and unique about the academy student's personality or abilities. The agent then found additional information and ordered his subordinates to contact the Judo Association for data. His subordinates immediately obeyed their boss's instructions and assured him that everything would be done immediately and as quickly as possible. Stalker understood that if Russia's intentions were so serious, then in that case, Jung Huk should cooperate with them. Meanwhile, the young man himself was on his way to training, talking on his cell phone with someone he knew. The person on the other end of the line asked why Jung Huk said they were going to teach him to work late at the academy. During the phone call on the street, someone called out to the student, interrupting his conversation with his friend. It was the same stalker from intelligence who appeared right in front of the guy in a crowded place. Jung Huk didn't even understand who it was, so his first question was about the stranger's identity. The agent apologized for his unexpected appearance and politely asked for a chance to talk to the young man. The student asked in confusion who this man was and what he wanted to know from him. The stranger showed him a photograph, and the young man was completely shocked by what he saw. As it turned out, the man's name was Han Sang-jin, and he worked for the National Intelligence Service of Korea. They went to the nearest coffee shop to discuss important matters and questions in a calm atmosphere. Jung Huk wondered why representatives of the National Intelligence Service had suddenly started following him and had come to see him. Perhaps he had come under suspicion or attracted attention because of his unusually high income at such a young age. The young man thought that this was clearly not something that should arouse the suspicion of the special services. He had literally created thousands of shell companies, and Director Park had confused the financial routes several times. The agent put his cup of coffee on the table and said he would ask a direct question without beating around the bush. Han Sung-jin asked if the student knew a woman named Natalia and who she really was. The young man did not expect such a direct question from a representative of the intelligence service. Jung Huk replied that yes, she was a diplomat at the Russian embassy who supported their shelter, happiness, with charitable donations. Jung Huk asked in bewilderment why the intelligence agents had suddenly decided to question him about this particular woman. Han Sang-jin explained that although this woman presented herself as a diplomat, she was in fact a dangerous Russian agent. The intelligence officer added that they were not even sure that Natalia was her real name, as used in documents. The agent did not want to go into details, but emphasized that she was a legendary spy, trained from a very early age. Han Sang-jin reported that the U.S. had attempted to physically eliminate this dangerous woman several times because of her activities. The intelligence officer warned that she is extremely dangerous, and any assistance from her is also extremely dangerous for the country. The agent noted that the more the special services studied Jung Huk, the more interesting and mysterious he became to them. Han Sang-jin admitted that even forgetting all the guy's gold medals, his academic successes, and athletic achievements, the scout emphasized that it was very strange to verify the fact that they had never heard of such a talented young man before. The agent clarified that they had only heard about the student for the first time now, and that until that moment he had been completely unknown to the services. Therefore, the man honestly admitted that he did not understand why the Russian agent was so insistent on getting this particular guy. Jung Huk was really stressed out and asked again what the intelligence representative meant. The national intelligence officer literally grabbed the student by the arm, demonstrating the seriousness of the moment and his intentions. Han Sang-jin begged the young man not to leave his homeland and to think about the good of Korea first and foremost. The student literally sat with his mouth open, completely unexpected such emotional and patriotic behavior from an intelligence officer. Jung Huk was thinking about what was happening when the agent continued to explain that the Russians wanted to take him to Russia for their own purposes. The spy tried to convince him that the only thing they were trying to do was use the guy for their national interests. Han Sang-jin warned that the Russians wanted to turn the talented student into a weapon against his homeland, and nothing more. Jung Huk breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had been afraid of what this serious man might say to him for nothing. The agent continued to convince him that the student should return to the sports school and help his coach train young athletes. The intelligence officer noted that the training materials and methods developed by the young man were indeed very impressive and valuable to the country. Jung Hyuk replied that he had heard similar proposals many times before and was well aware of this opportunity. The student explained that when they met with Natalia, she had indeed tried to lure him to Russia last summer. The young man emphasized that, understandably, he simply declined this tempting offer to move and collaborate. Jung Hyuk assured her that he had absolutely no intention of leaving Korea, so the agent need not worry. The man was literally delighted and relaxed when he heard these patriotic words from the talented young man. After the conversation ended, the young man quickly ran off to attend to his academic affairs, and the scouts shouted after him that he was a hero of the Republic of Korea. Jung Hyuk continued on his way, thinking gratefully that nothing serious had happened, and that Director Park had indeed covered up the financial fraud well. Jung Hyuk honestly admitted to himself that he was already sure that he had been caught red-handed in financial fraud. Once again, as the guy was thinking aloud about what had happened, he received an unexpected call on his cell phone. The person on the other end of the line literally started yelling at him, asking why he wasn't at the meeting place with his friends yet. The student started running to his destination, apologizing and promising to arrive in 5 minutes at the most. A new semester had begun at the academy, and the guy had promised to meet his classmates over the weekend for joint training. It was the last semester he was helping his old coach, but the new coach had also asked for his support, so the student came. When Jung Hyuk arrived at the gym, he greeted everyone and energetically suggested starting the training without delay. The guy announced the program, suggesting that they first run a lap, warning that those who lagged behind would be punished. All the guys quickly got on the treadmills and began to run intensely, following their comrades' instructions. A man approached the group and asked if these energetic clients were students at a sports university. The comrade replied that no, they were studying at the police academy, where all students maintained excellent physical shape. The stranger assessed that the guy's figures were quite good, but there were problems with muscle lines and technique. The self-proclaimed coach suggested that they work with a personal trainer to improve their results and exercise technique. Jung Hyuk did not like such unsolicited comments and advice from a stranger in the gym. The guy looked at the man and thought that it was obvious that he was just a charlatan and a fraud. The student noticed the stranger's unnatural muscles and smelled an unpleasant chemical odor coming from his body. Jung Hyuk politely declined the offer, saying that they preferred to train on their own without outside help. The persistent coach insisted that the students were training incorrectly and warned them that they would regret not taking his advice. The young man's protege were already barely breathing from the intense cardio workout on the treadmills, but they continued to do the exercises. Jung Hyuk announced to his friends that he was ready to move on to lower body training for a comprehensive muscle workout. The annoying coach continued to criticize the students' technique, claiming that they were doing the exercises completely wrong. The man intervened in the training again, saying that the guys had been taught incorrectly and offered his professional help. Jung Hyuk was already completely fed up with such intrusive behavior from a stranger. The pseudo-trainer continued to insist that they sign up for personal training sessions with him, claiming that he rarely offered such an opportunity to anyone. The young man asked his friends to leave their sports equipment behind and finish their workout in this gym. The intrusive instructor inquired about the cost of their monthly membership, continuing to pursue potential clients. The personal trainer continued to smile and insist, calling the students his future clients. Jung Hyuk said that today would be his last workout and that he would no longer be attending this gym, demanding a refund. Hearing the demand for a refund, the male athlete was shocked and began to explain the rules for refunds. Jung Hyuk calmly told the owners that he was not going to cause any trouble. Suddenly, another muscular man entered the gym and aggressively inquired about the cause of the noise and commotion in his establishment. The voice of this new character immediately betrayed his outright hostility. The huge, bald thug with tattoos indignantly asked why there was so much noise when there were other paying customers in the gym. Jung Hyuk instantly understood from the atmosphere and the behavior of the staff that the situation was not going to develop very well. The young man patiently explained the essence of the conflict. The trainer was too insistent on selling expensive personal training sessions, so the student was willing to pay for the day and get a refund for the remaining funds. Hearing the unexpected demand for a refund, The chief gangster, with undisguised surprise and anger, asked again about the seriousness of the young people's intentions to return the money they had paid. Unable to contain his boiling rage at his subordinate, the angry leader abruptly approached the annoying coach and slapped him hard in front of everyone. The three student friends were completely stunned and shocked by such openly aggressive and violent behavior on the part of the sports facility's management. The chief thug angrily reminded his subordinate of the categorical prohibition on imposing expensive personal training sessions on clients. The beaten instructor plaintively justified himself by saying that he had been directly instructed by his superior to meet a strict minimum quota for attracting customers to additional paid services. The bald thug formally and insincerely apologized to the students, routinely explaining it away as the inexperience and incompetence of a new unqualified employee. Then the man showed his true criminal nature, demonstratively rolling up his shirt sleeves and showing off numerous tattoos from the criminal world on his muscular arms. The threatening thug bluntly and categorically told the students that there would be no refunds under any circumstances at their institution. Jung Huk's friends were literally speechless from the unexpected shock, beginning to realize that they had accidentally stumbled into a real den of thieves. The frightened comrades turned to their more experienced friend with an anxious question about the safest course of action in the critical situation that had arisen. The young man noted with sincere surprise the complete madness of the modern world. Hearing the offensive word bandit spoken aloud, the bald man indignantly and aggressively asked the young upstart what he meant by such a bold accusation. Finally enraged, the massive thug quickly grabbed a heavy metal weight and contemptuously called the insolent guy a petty, pathetic freak. The dangerous gangster held the huge, heavy weight threateningly directly above the defenseless student's head. The enraged criminal grabbed Jung Huk firmly by his clothes with one hand and pulled him close to him. The police academy student was not afraid at all in this situation, thanks to his full awareness of his own exceptional physical strength and excellent combat skills. The dangerous bandit with a heavy dumbbell in his muscular hand swung very quickly and sharply to deliver a crushing, deadly blow to his victim's head. Jung Huk unexpectedly shouted standard military commands to his comrades, acting like a real experienced police officer in a critical situation. The bald gangster completely misunderstood the meaning of this strange performance and suspected that the young man was having a serious nervous breakdown or mental disorder. All of the academy students' loyal friends instantly picked up on the game and began to repeat the military commands in unison with their leader. The young people began to greet each other in a strict military manner. At the most critical and tense moment of the confrontation, the massive Hulk suddenly noticed the appearance of a completely new, unknown visitor in the hall. Concerned, the friends quietly and cautiously asked their leader, Jung Huk, about the possible identity and intentions of the new mysterious man. Jung Huk quietly told his friends in secret that the man who had appeared was their future police academy rector, Cho Ki-ren, a high-ranking officer. Choi Ki-ren praised the student's keen observation and explained that he had come specifically to see how young people cope with crisis situations. The bald gangster was shocked to realize that a representative of the police high command was now in his illegal establishment. Jung Huk explained the essence of the conflict to the officer in detail. They politely asked for a refund for the membership, but the owners began to threaten physical violence. The officer candidate asked with interest whether this was really all that had happened at the sports facility. The student added that the criminals might be part of an organized group because they had distinctive tattoos and were very confident in threatening to use force. Upon hearing this additional information, the future rector of the academy began to laugh loudly. Then the officer's expression turned serious, and he offered the students his help in resolving the conflict with the criminal elements. Jung Huk, seeing such a favorable reaction from his high-ranking patron, also began to smile, thinking that now everything would go smoothly. However, the student politely declined the offer of help, assuring him that they would be able to deal with the problems themselves without interference. The officer candidate was pleasantly surprised by the young people's independence and confidence in their own abilities. Choi Ki-ren agreed that in this case, the young people should deal with the situation themselves in order to gain experience. The high-ranking man said that he would go take a shower after training and see them later in a more relaxed atmosphere. The bald gangster watched with disbelief as the influential man calmly left the hall, leaving the students alone with the criminals. With an ironic smile on his face, Jung Huk reminded the gangsters that he had heard about the no-refund policy at their wonderful establishment. The leader hissed viciously with irritation, realizing that this insolent young man was not as simple as he initially seemed. The student continued to taunt them, suggesting that the gangsters find other visitors and beg them on their knees to return the money for their services. Hearing such insolence, the criminal began to smile maliciously, noticing that the youngster did not even fully understand how dangerous the situation was. The enraged thug turned to his subordinates, declaring that this insolent youngster needed to be taught a harsh and painful lesson that would last a lifetime. The leader called two of his assistants and ordered them to come out of the back room to help deal with the insolent customers by force. The subordinates quickly came to the rescue and were told that these customers were now causing a disturbance in the establishment, so they needed to be shown their place. Jung Huk assessed the thugs who had appeared. They were quite large and unrealistically serious men with criminal experience. The gangsters who had arrived asked the students to go to the back room quietly, without making any unnecessary noise, so as not to disturb the other customers who were training peacefully. The criminals approached each of the friends and warned them that if they continued to resist, they could be seriously injured. One of Jung Huk's friends indignantly asked who gave these jerks the right to kick people out, thinking that he didn't know how to fight. Jung Huk reminded his friend that they were not police officers yet, so they could not get involved in fights. However, the student assured his friend not to worry, as he had a very interesting and effective plan to get out of the situation. Jung Huk did not explain his plan when the bald thug approached and grabbed another heavy dumbbell to intimidate the students. The criminal raised the sports equipment into the air again and aggressively asked the young men why they were still standing there and not listening to his commands. Suddenly, the bald thug was very surprised by the unexpected sight he saw right in front of him at that moment. A fresh bruise suddenly appeared on Jung Huk's cheek, which the student cautiously touched with his hand to check the damage. After discovering the injury, the guy took out his cell phone and prepared to call someone to resolve the situation. The student first dialed the number of the local police station, which greatly surprised and frightened the gangsters present. Jung Huk told the officer on duty in detail about the attack, explaining that they had simply asked politely for their money back for the services. Kieran secretly watched everything from around the corner, thinking about what the student had said about solving the problem on his own, but he didn't cross the line and settled everything. The officer noted his good self-control for his age, as young people usually have a heightened sense of justice at this age. Now the bald gangster was lying with his head on the cold floor, and they were explaining to him the need for separate negotiations with the victim and the closure of the establishment for 15 days. The director of the criminal group said that thanks to his influential connections, the case had ended this way, and his subordinate was very lucky. The man in the expensive blue suit reminded him to be careful with the police, who no longer turn a blind eye to bribes. The boss emphasized that law enforcement agencies were now actively cracking down on illegal businesses all over the city. The boss expressed his bewilderment that his subordinate was well aware of the changed situation, but continued to behave irresponsibly. The boss was outraged that as soon as he was entrusted with the management of the gym, his subordinate was immediately caught by the police for illegal activities. The boss reminded him that they had started a legal business specifically to avoid raids, and that the subordinate had brought trouble upon himself. The boss asked if the subordinate wanted to go back to the days when he was shaking loose change near the slot machines. The boss threatened to kill him if he couldn't make up for the financial losses the organization had suffered from the incident. A brutal showdown took place in the gym with all the employees, and a bald thug handed out painful slaps to each trainer. The enraged manager asked his subordinates if they knew the reason for the emptiness in the gym's cash register. One of the trainers explained that the compensation paid to the victims of extortion was large, which led to rumors and visitors stopped coming. The bald thug did not stop at slapping him and punched the employee hard in the chest for giving the wrong answer. The manager said that this was a completely wrong explanation for the financial problems at the establishment. The thug continued his accusations, stating that all the trouble was caused by the carelessness of the subordinate who had set them up. The bald gangster thought bitterly about how long and hard he had climbed the criminal hierarchy to reach a managerial position. All his years of hard work and achievements had been lost in a single day because of a conflict with an insolent young student. One of the subordinates approached the manager with an alarming message that he had to see for himself what was happening outside the window of the establishment. The employee urged the boss to look out the window and assess the situation developing outside for himself. The manager, his pupils narrowed with a sense of impending doom and fear, quickly ran to the designated window to survey the area. Looking outside, the gangster saw a bright advertising sign opposite and wondered what it could be. The sign read Fitness Center, all sports in one place. This new building had opened right across from their gym. The bald bandit was horrified to think that someone had dared to open an identical competing sports business right next to their establishment. Suddenly, the man had a terrible realization about the possible connection between the recent incident and the appearance of competitors. The manager saw Jung Huk standing under the neighboring building, happily handing out flyers to passers-by. The student's face was adorned with a sincere smile and an expression of complete happiness at the successful implementation of his plan for revenge. The conflict resulted in a 15-day suspension of the establishment's activities and separate agreements with the victims on compensation. Jung Huk's friends walked with him after the gym and were surprised that the thugs had threatened and tried to attack them, yet received such a lenient punishment. His friends understood that the criminal's source of income was clearly illegal, but law enforcement simply turned a blind eye to it. Jung Huk listened to his friends' opinions and agreed that there might indeed be some truth in their reasoning. The guy casually mentioned that there was a nice vacant building across from the ill-fated fitness center. The student turned to his friends and said that they needed to come up with something truly grand and ambitious. The girl asked what else he had in mind, considering that the gangsters had already been sentenced by the court. Jung Huk explained that he just wanted to start another profitable business. The guy bought the building opposite his competitors, which greatly surprised his perplexed friends. The student understood that if there was no good gym in the area, he would create his own and kill two birds with one stone. Despite the high cost of the project, he spared no expense on the most modern and high-quality sports equipment. Jung Huk realized that the most important thing in this case was not money at all, but the principle of fair retribution. On the day of the grand opening of his gym, the young man saw a huge crowd of interested people in front of the entrance. Potential customers were eagerly waiting for the owner to arrive and open the doors. Visitors thanked Jung Huk for giving them a decent place to train in the area. The student admitted with embarrassment that he was surprised by the number of people, as he had set a fairly high price and did not expect it to be so popular. A female customer explained that nowhere else could you find such service, the latest equipment, and perfect cleanliness. Suddenly, a muscular gym employee ran up to the owner and excitedly told him that he needed to talk to him urgently. The gym employee reported a suspicious visitor wearing strange clothes who was not training, but was constantly looking around. One of the experienced guys confidently stated that he understood the situation and even knew who this mysterious observer was. The employee explained that the suspicious visitor was from the criminal fitness center across the street, which had been sending spies since yesterday to try to harm its competitors. The gym employees immediately realized that he was referring to the very same gangster fitness center with which they had had a serious conflict. His friends tried to stop the judoka and convince him not to approach the suspicious man, as he clearly posed a threat to their safety. However, as a responsible owner of the establishment, the guy could not act otherwise and decided to personally approach this suspicious visitor. With a friendly smile on his face, Jung Huk politely addressed the stranger, asking permission to ask one important question. The student asked directly about the real purpose of this person's visit to their sports facility at such a time. The disguised bandit nervously replied that the purpose was obvious. He had come to work out like a regular customer. Jung Huk asked a direct question, suggesting that he was a spy from a rival company. The suspect trembled with indignation, angrily asking how the owner dared to suspect him of espionage. The guy offered a simple solution. If the visitor was innocent, he should take off his sunglasses and mask. The masked bandit categorically refused to reveal his face, so the owner decided to use physical force to expose him. Jung Huk logically pointed out the absurdity of the situation. Who trains in a mask and dark glasses in a closed room? When the guy tore off the mask, he was very surprised to see the true identity of the secret observer. The student immediately remembered this man. It was the very same agent from the Korean National Intelligence Service. Jung Huk was puzzled as to why the agent had forgotten about this, since they had already discussed everything and he had no intention of leaving his homeland. Han Sang-jin felt completely ashamed that he had been caught and exposed while carrying out a secret mission. Meanwhile, in the neighboring criminal fitness center, the general manager was aggressively beating a punching bag out of anger. The bald gangster was trembling with rage because he really didn't like the whole situation with the complete lack of customers. Suddenly, the man heard a cell phone ring, interrupting his furious workout on the equipment. Seeing the name of his boss on the display, the manager realized that things were very bad for the organization. Despite his premonition of trouble, he cheerfully picked up the phone and respectfully informed his boss that he was ready to listen attentively. The boss got straight to the point, categorically ordering him to leave the gym immediately and cease operations. The bald gangster did not immediately understand the meaning of the order and turned pale with surprise at such a radical decision. The manager implored his brother to give him a chance to explain the whole situation and correct his mistakes. However, the boss did not even want to hear any excuses and immediately hung up rudely, ending the conversation. The rejected subordinate was in a state of deep shock from the unexpected turn of events, completely not expecting such an outcome. The bald gangster thought bitterly about how he had worked loyally for this organization for 20 years like a faithful dog. His entire long career had been destroyed because of one small mistake, which led to the complete collapse of his life. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, the man smashed his cell phone against the wall, unable to come to terms with the injustice. The former manager could not accept the fact that circumstances had turned out so disastrously for his future. Therefore, with a malicious and vengeful look, the enraged gangster slowly turned around and stared intently at the neighboring, prosperous building. The rejected manager decided that he would now take a completely different approach, using radical methods, and sat down at his computer to make plans. The bald gangster thought about his first steps, starting with selling all his shares and his stake in the gym to get some cash. The man planned to buy plane tickets to another country and disappear forever. A subordinate trainer entered the office and reported that another client was demanding a refund for services not rendered. The bald man irritably replied to his subordinate that the client was a brainless idiot and simply ordered him to take the money and give it back to the man. However, immediately after saying this, the man stopped abruptly, as if something important had suddenly dawned on him. The manager stopped the departing coach and asked him to wait, as he had a new plan of action. The gangster said that tomorrow one building would have to be demolished, so he needed to gather all the most reliable and trusted guys. The subordinate was shocked by the order to demolish the building and could not believe the seriousness of his boss's intentions. The leader ordered him to get ready and stock up on as many cans of gasoline as possible, because the premium fitness club had to be burned to the ground. Late at night, a black minibus silently pulled up to the premium gym building to carry out the criminal task. Serious muscular guys, led by the former manager, got out of the car, ready to commit arson. The criminals approached the entrance doors as closely as possible and discovered that the entrance was locked with a massive metal chain. The gangsters had prepared for the situation in advance and brought special powerful bolt cutters to cut through the locks. The arsonist's arsenal also included lighters and other tools to effectively destroy the entire building. The bald manager was already mentally picturing the ideal scene of his competitors' building in flames, relishing the anticipation of revenge. The criminals quickly broke the lock with their professional tools and gained access to the building. As they climbed the stairs, the subordinates began to have doubts and asked the director if he was really sure that what he had planned was right. The enraged man sharply cut off their doubts, saying that they should not ask him anything because he had thought everything through. The leader emphasized that he was not afraid of going to prison for the crime he had committed in order to achieve his goal. With a cynical smile on his face, the gangster said that he did not want to frame his subordinates, so in the worst case, he would take responsibility himself. The bald man added that if the organization was exposed, he would not turn anyone into law enforcement. The cunning man thought contemptuously to himself that his subordinates were idiots for falling for this primitive ploy of nobility. A huge number of pumped-up guys followed their leader straight into the building to carry out a large-scale arson attack. The manager ordered them to evenly douse all the rooms with gasoline so that absolutely nothing would remain of the building after the fire. His henchmen eagerly carried out the order, pouring the flammable liquid throughout the building without leaving a drop behind. The arsonists spared no gasoline, pouring it into every corner of the room and onto every expensive piece of equipment. The bald gangster noted with satisfaction that the plan was going perfectly and that there was very little left to do before the preparations were complete. The vengeful manager thought triumphantly that all those who had set him up and betrayed him would soon meet their deserved end. Suddenly, a bright electric light came on in the dark room. Someone had turned on the lights at the most inopportune moment. The criminals looked around in fear, thinking that the building was surrounded by the police or other law enforcement agencies. All the gangsters began to panic and shout to each other that the building was indeed surrounded and that this was a real police operation. The chief police inspector suddenly appeared on the floor with a group of operatives ready to arrest the criminals. The experienced officer addressed the bald gangster with an ironic greeting, noting that they had not seen this repeat offender for a long time. The police really did surround all these armed gangsters in a tight circle, depriving them of any possibility of retreat. The bald leader thought desperately, cursing what kind of monsters these were, and why all these misfortunes had befallen him. The chief inspector calmly advised the criminals not to waste their energy resisting and to simply surrender without unnecessary bloodshed. The enraged bald man wondered where the police had come from at such a critical moment. They definitely had a rat among them. In a fit of madness, the leader began to scream hysterically, demanding to know the name of the traitor who had leaked information about the secret plan. The gangster demanded that someone point out the traitor who had dared to reveal the planned arson. One of his henchmen simply stood aside and remained sardonically silent, watching the hysteria of his former boss. The massive thug understood from his subordinate's behavior that it was this man who had set him up for the police operation. The guy in the business suit brazenly declared that it was indeed him and asked what the boss didn't like about it. The traitor explained his motives, saying that all this time he had been treated like trash, so now it was time to get even. When the informant was called a traitor, it only amused him and brought a cynical smile of satisfaction to his face. The former subordinate retorted that the real traitor was the bald man, who was planning to flee and had even secretly bought a plane ticket. Hearing this revelation, the other gang members couldn't believe what they were hearing and asked incredulously about the truth of the accusations. The gangsters demanded that the leader refute the accusations, asking why he was silent if the accusations were untrue. The coach remembered that he had indeed entered the office and seen the bald manager buying plane tickets online. The exposed leader had no choice but to grit his teeth in helpless rage in the face of betrayal. The desperate criminal realized that he had a lighter in his hands and could set fire to the gasoline-soaked building in a matter of seconds. The bald man demanded that everyone shut up and listen only to his orders, threatening to blow up everyone present. The bandit warned that any careless movement would cause everything to instantly burst into flames from the spark of the lighter. The inspector tried to calm the situation down, explaining to his colleagues that this was just the feverish ravings of a madman in a state of emotional distress. The officer understood that it would not be difficult to get out of the building, but with so much gasoline, the structure would burn to the ground along with the evidence. However, it was also categorically impossible to obey the demands of this monster. A way out of the stalemate had to be found. The desperate scoundrel continued to make his demands, insisting that he be allowed to pass through the police cordon. The criminal insisted that they simply let him go and leave him alone, threatening to set fire to the building if they refused. Unexpectedly, the chief inspector received a call on his cell phone, and he decided to answer it despite the tense situation. The officer was very surprised by the identity of the caller when he heard a familiar voice on the phone. It was Jung Huk, who reported that he was monitoring the situation through the building's security camera system. The student offered to convey an important personal message to the scoundrel from the owner of the affected establishment. The chief inspector, of course, readily agreed to act as a mediator in the exchange of information between the parties to the conflict. The bald man began to lose his mind even more, hysterically demanding that the phone be hung up immediately and the negotiations be stopped. The policeman calmly explained that he had just received a call from the owner of the building, who had unexpectedly allowed his property to be burned to the ground, which radically changed the balance of power in the confrontation. The owner explained that the building was fully insured against fire, so what kind of crime was it? A serious attempt at arson or the actual act of arson itself? The bald thug began to smile maliciously and ominously, realizing that the situation was not going in his favor. His subordinates tried to stop the crazed leader, begging the director not to do anything stupid or rash. The desperate man thought only of getting to the airport at any cost and leaving the country. The only thought running through the criminal's head was to avoid falling into the hands of justice. Suddenly, the crazed bandit rushed towards a large window, trying to make a desperate escape. The chief inspector shouted to his subordinates to quickly stop the fugitive, as there was no time to waste. The mentally ill bandit fell out of a second-story window and lay on the asphalt with multiple fractures and severe injuries. The evening news reported that the organized crime department had declared gangs to be a form of fascism. While this news was being broadcast on television, someone from the leadership approached a subordinate and demanded that he come out to talk. Jung Huk quietly opened the office door, fearing what he would hear from his superiors. The latest news reported that the further development of events in the organized crime case remains unknown. Senior management summoned the academy student for a serious conversation to clarify all the circumstances of what had happened. With a meaningful smile on his face, the chief asked if the young man knew the real reason for his summons to the office. With an understanding smile, Jung Huk thought that this was indeed the case, that his activities had been fully exposed. The head informed him about the investigation into the criminal gym owned by organized crime. During the investigation, it was discovered that a competing gym had been opened nearby by this very police academy student. The chief asked seriously if the young man wanted to take the law into his own hands, or if he thought he was a real police officer. The young man honestly replied that he had not acted like a future police officer at all, but had been guided by other motives. The student explained that he had first tried to seek justice through the official police, but had suffered a huge setback due to the lenient punishment. The rector asked if the young man thought that this somehow justified his arbitrary actions against the criminals. Jung Huk replied that in a civilized society, there is a moral line that cannot be crossed under any circumstances. The student emphasized that he could not allow those who cross that line to escape punishment because of the limitations of the investigation. The young man explained that he could not remain inactive, as he was not only a future police officer, but first and foremost, a person with a conscience. Jung Hyuk told his superiors that he was ready to be punished and promised to accept any fair punishment peacefully. Upon hearing these words, the chief slightly opened his mouth in surprise and began to smile understandingly. After a pause, the chief began to laugh very loudly and sincerely, noting what an honest and straightforward answer he had heard. The boss asked how many people would be willing to spend tens of millions of dollars solely for moral reasons. The boss said that in that case, he would simply turn a blind eye to this unusual case involving the student. The young man expressed surprise at the unexpected reaction and asked about the reasons for such a lenient attitude towards his actions. The manager replied that the reason lay elsewhere and asked why the student had set such high prices at his gym. Jung Hyuk explained the logic behind the pricing. If he wanted to lure away competitors' customers, he would have to set prices significantly lower so as not to give his rivals any chance. The young man pointed to strategic considerations, as there were other fitness centers with honest business practices a little further away in the area. The student explained that if he started an aggressive price war, it would ultimately cause serious damage to his reputable competitors. The academy director approvingly noted that this was precisely why he would not punish such a far-sighted student, asking if the young man was satisfied with this outcome. Relieved, Jung Hyuk beamed with joy, and a slight blush of embarrassment appeared on his satisfied face. Left alone in his office, the academy's rector sipped hot tea and mentally digested all the events of the day. The headmaster reflected that if there was a chance to prevent a crime, this student would even buy a building and open a gym for the sake of justice. The director understood that this was one of the most outstanding examples of moral behavior he had encountered in his recent work. Even more surprising was the realization that something more valuable than they had initially thought about the student's abilities had come to their academy. While the man was deep in thought about the young man's future, someone knocked politely on his office door. A subordinate entered the office and reported that an official letter had been received from the Japanese National Police University. The subordinate handed the document to the rector, who noted that, by all indications, the time had come for important decisions. It concerned a special cadet training program in which the 9 best students of the academy were to participate this time. The administration had already prepared a list of 9 candidates selected from among the students with the highest academic grades. The rector decided to carefully review who exactly had been selected to participate in the prestigious international program. The director noted that when it came to training, all participants should be 4th-year students. However, his subordinate explained that there were no strict regulations, recalling that even last year, 3rd-year students participated. The head asked about the theoretical possibility of sending a talented sophomore to Japan. The employee gave an evasive answer, saying that there had simply been no such precedence with 2nd-year students in the history of the program. Meanwhile, at the airport, a group of students who were supposed to fly to Japan for training were getting ready. Jung Hyuk stood with his luggage and thought that it had been a long time since he had been at the airport for international travel. The guy wasn't sure if he would be accepted into the program as a 2nd-year student, but in any case, it seemed like an interesting opportunity. Suddenly, one of the senior student's huge, heavy backpack literally flew into the student's face. The guy addressed Jung Hyuk with contempt, asking what a sophomore was doing among the chosen ones. The senior arrogantly declared that if the younger student was already in their group, then he should at least carry their heavy things. Jung Huk reluctantly agreed to carry out the orders, understanding the need to avoid conflict before an important trip. The chief rector of the academy approached the group of students and asked if everyone was ready to fly to Japan to begin the training program. Another student approached Jung Huk and suggested that he was the one everyone at the academy was talking about after recent events. His friend advised him not to pay attention to the envy of those around him, as the sophomore had become the center of attention of the entire educational institution thanks to his actions. A top student named Kang Ik-woon expressed the opinion that the Japanese would most likely admit the young man to the program because they would fear him. At that moment, the latest news about the criminal situation in the region was being broadcast on television at the airport. The announcer reported that 5 days had passed since the Yamada gang of criminals had made their daring escape from a maximum security prison. The news emphasized that the police had not yet achieved any positive results in their search for the fugitives. Meanwhile, a suspicious man was walking quickly down a deserted city street in the pouring rain. Ahead of him, a woman was running with her dog, which kept breaking free from its owner's grasp and pulling on the leash. The tired lady complained to her pet that if it continued to pull like that, she would get very tired from the walk. The woman with the dog noticed the suspicious stranger approaching and felt an instinctive sense of alarm. She tried to call her pet back, suggesting that they quickly leave the area to get away from the potential danger. The suspicious man in the hood showed an unhealthy interest in this woman and began to follow her. The stranger's face was thin and emaciated, and his features were completely hidden by his deep hood. At the Japanese Police Academy, the new students were met by a guide who introduced himself as Saido and promised to be their mentor. The chief representative of the Korean side, Song Won-so, asked his Japanese colleagues to take care of their students during their training. The Japanese director warned the guests that most of the local students were experienced detectives with practical experience. The program curator suggested heading to the venue for the first classes according to the schedule. The Japanese mentor also announced changes to the program and asked if the Korean guests had any objections. The group arrived at the gym, where Japanese students were already waiting for them with openly unfriendly looks. The organizers explained that in order to strengthen friendly relations between the students, the schedule had been changed to something more interesting. Instead of lectures, it was decided to hold a friendly judo tournament between representatives of the two academies. The Japanese students stood waiting for the opportunity to test their strength against the Koreans, casting openly provocative glances at them. Jung Huk reflected that although they were called experienced detectives, the Japanese had an animalistic look in their eyes, and he had a guess as to why. One of the Korean students asked the organizers about the real reason for such a sudden change in the academic schedule. The Japanese instructor explained that there was one Korean student who had particularly attracted the attention of their university and teaching staff. Therefore, after receiving news of the Olympic champions' visit, Japanese students literally flooded the organizers with requests to spar with the medalist. Jung Huk understood that the Japanese still wanted revenge on the Koreans for taking Japan's gold medals at the last Olympics. The program guide, now acting as the referee for the matches, announced to both sides that they needed to prepare for the competition. The first to be called was a representative of the Japanese team, a fourth-year student and top student at their police academy. Kang Ik-woon stepped onto the tatami mat against this huge Japanese man, who defiantly asked about his Korean opponent's readiness. The Japanese judoka said that the Korean had nothing to worry about and suggested that he simply call his famous friend Yong for a real fight. The top Korean student did not immediately understand what his self-confident Japanese opponent meant by his words. The sparring referee gave the command start, and an intense fight between the representatives of the two academies began instantly. The Japanese guy literally grabbed the Korean guy and in a second flipped him onto his back with a masterful technical move. Kang Ik-woon did not even have time to fully comprehend what was happening due to the lightning speed of his opponent's attack. A second later, the Korean student was thrown into the air, and a moment later, he was lying on his back on the tatami mat. His teammates quickly approached their defeated friend, trying to revive him and asking how he was feeling. Ryunosuke, the Japanese judo champion, confidently declared that he had not even shown his true strength in this match. Jung Huk carefully analyzed his opponents, wondering who they were and why they looked like such formidable rivals. The referee called the next player from the Korean team to continue the tournament between the academies. Jung Huk said he would go out himself, asking his seniors not to worry about the outcome of the match, With a confident smile, he promised his comrades that he would do everything in his power to win. The second-year student faced an experienced fourth-year student from the Japanese police academy. Runosuke immediately recognized the Korean guy, as he had heard a lot of talk and rumors about him. The Japanese man stated outright that he had heard many rumors that this was the very same guy who had become famous at the Japanese Olympic Games. The referee asked the fighters if they were ready and asked them to raise their hands in confirmation. After checking their readiness, the referee abruptly lowered his hand and announced that the match had officially begun. The confident Japanese fighter promised his Korean opponent that he would show him what real traditional Japanese judo was all about. However, immediately after these boastful words, the gold medalist simply took hold of the Japanese fighter and instantly threw him to the ground. Jung Huk masterfully defeated his opponent in a second, pinning him to the mat with a classic technical move. Seeing the result of the match, the referee was in complete shock and began to slowly count to the winning score. The referee counted a clean victory, announcing that Korea would receive 1 point for a technical victory. The Japanese students were shocked by what they saw, wondering how their best fighter could have lost so quickly. However, the defeat only strengthened the Japanese desire to defend the honor of their country, and everyone wanted to fight the Korean champion. Jung Huk faced his second opponent and also quickly grabbed him, pinning him to the ground. All the Japanese present were in a state of shock, literally opening their mouths and gnashing their teeth in helplessness. The students of the Japanese academy admitted with horror that this Korean guy was a real judo monster. The Korean team won a crushing victory, winning 4 consecutive matches against the tournament hosts. The Japanese students admitted that they knew about the strength of this Korean guy, but he turned out to be too powerful an opponent for all of their fighters. Jung Huk continued to methodically defeat all the Japanese guys, who one by one found themselves on their backs after his moves. With a satisfied smile on his face, the guy turned to his last remaining opponent, confirming that he was indeed the final opponent. Suddenly, another person entered the gym door, interrupting the tournament between the academies. This stranger said that he found what was happening quite amusing, so he also wanted to join the competition. Mr. Miroy, already a grown man, regretted that the Korean champion had not even given him time to change into his special judo uniform. When Jung Huk saw this man, he was truly shocked and concerned about the appearance of such an opponent. The young man knew from his memories of the future that this was the youngest leader of an elite Tokyo police unit. Miroy had worked with Jung Huk on an investigation in his past life, and now he had returned to participate in the tournament. The Japanese officer asked if the Korean champion would mind fighting him as the final and strongest opponent. Jung Huk agreed to the duel with a confident smile, saying that if his opponent so desired, he would of course accept the challenge. The Japanese man also smiled slyly, realizing that a truly interesting and exciting high-level match was about to take place. The referee gave the command to start, and the young Olympic champion began to attack his opponent very quickly. The Korean quickly closed in on his opponent and grabbed the Japanese man by the collar of his kimono to throw him. Jung Huk thought he could easily pin his opponent with his signature move. However, unexpectedly, the young man saw the Japanese athlete's hand in front of his face, reaching for his throat to grab him. Miroy grabbed the Korean by the collar, which he did not expect at all from a seemingly ordinary instructor. Jung Huk saw a serious Japanese opponent in front of him, who really grabbed his kimono tightly. The young man realized that this fight would not be as easy as he had expected, and his face showed his surprise. The Korean champion tried to stay on his feet and make his stance more stable in order to resist. The Japanese officer was surprised that his young opponent was able to effectively counter his technical moves. Jung Huk realized that this Japanese guy was his final boss after all his previous easy wins. Miroy advised the Korean to gather his strength and not embarrass himself. But another person suddenly ran into the gym with urgent news. The stranger moved so quickly that even the experienced tournament referee was surprised by his speed. The messenger approached the referee and began to quickly whisper some extremely important information into his ear. After receiving the message, the referee began shouting at the participants to stop the fight immediately. The organizer explained that very urgent information had been received, requiring the immediate cessation of the competition. All participants were asked to quickly change into their regular clothes and gather in 10 minutes to receive instructions. The judokas were completely baffled as to what was going on and why the tournament had been interrupted. Japanese officer Miroy asked the organizers what had happened so suddenly and seriously. Jung Huk overheard someone talking about receiving an important tip regarding the Yamada gang, which had been spotted near the academy. During lunch, as the boy was walking through the cafeteria with a tray of food, he heard one of the Japanese students ask him to come to their table for a chat. A friend approached Jung Huk and kindly advised him to eat much more in order to continue growing and gaining weight for sports. Sang Won-so smiled contentedly and remarked that it would have been even better if the guy had saved their faces yesterday by standing up for the seniors. The older students admired how coolly Jung Huk had methodically pinned all of his Japanese opponents to the mat. His Korean comrades suggested that the Japanese had probably decided to leave in disgrace and had made up the story about Yamada, even though it was clearly untrue. Jung Huk thought that Yamada really existed. He remembered from his past life that this criminal had been convicted of kidnapping and looting. The guy remembered that in the past Yamada had not been caught as quickly as he would have liked, and wondered if the future had changed. Someone approached and demonstratively placed their tray of food on the table, attracting the attention of the Korean students. They were Japanese students who explained that the tip about Yamada had indeed turned out to be false information. One of the Japanese students admitted that some drunkard had told him all this, but he himself had not believed the information to be true from the very beginning. Sang Won-so asked Jung Huk for his opinion on the Japanese student's claim that the suspected fugitive was a fabrication. The chief Korean representative realized that there would likely be too many problems if the case turned out to be serious. Jung Huk agreed that the Japanese must be right, and that this was most likely the case, after which he paused to think for a moment. The young man suggested that Yamada had probably already left the island and was safe. Sang Won-so asked in surprise how a second-year student could have such detailed information about the criminal. The Japanese, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, came closer and asked if this was really the true version of events. They politely asked the guy to explain his reasoning in Japanese for better understanding. Jung Huk noticed that among the Japanese was Miroi, who spoke Korean surprisingly well. The student explained that the island where Yamada was hiding was not that small, but the police had searched it thoroughly without success. The young man logically concluded that it was highly likely that the criminal had simply escaped from the island by any means available. The Japanese objected that all routes to the mainland were blocked, but agreed that he could have escaped somehow. Someone present suggested that if this was true, the criminal was most likely a professional swimmer. The students discussed that the closest distance from the island to the mainland was only 250 meters, which even children who could swim could cover. A Japanese student objected that in that case, there would already have been reports about Yamada, since his identity had been revealed in the media throughout the country. Jung Huk explained that in Japan, there is a culture that took root after the economic crisis of the late 1980s, when individualism became much stronger. The student noted that this is part of the unique Japanese culture, where people are especially careful not to cause inconvenience to others in society. Therefore, citizens who strictly respect each other's personal space create ideal conditions where a skilled criminal could easily hide from prying eyes. Jung Huk emphasized that Yamada had decided to remain in the shadows and not attract the attention of the authorities. When Japanese students heard this analysis, they were truly amazed at such a deep understanding of their culture. One of the Japanese students remarked admiringly that such a multifaceted approach to analysis showed that the young man was indeed a born detective. The main character thought to himself that he had simply recounted what he remembered from his past life and added a little logic. One Japanese student approached Jung Huk and said seriously that his point of view was extremely interesting and valuable. The Japanese student asked to share the analysis with other interested people, inquiring about the possibility of spending some time after lunch. Jung Huk agreed to meet a little later and share all the necessary information with the interested audience. The guy thought to himself, who would have thought that he would have to do such things in Japan? The student understood the need to explain the theory to a few more people, but this was not a particular problem for him. When he arrived at the designated room, Jung Huk saw a group of serious-looking adult men in business suits in front of him. The young man clearly did not expect such a distinguished audience, thinking that only teenage students would be present. Jung Huk wondered why no one had told him that it would turn into such a large-scale and formal event. The student wondered how this man, still a candidate for leadership, had managed to gather all the top officials together. Miroi gave a thumbs up in approval, and the guy thought to himself that it wasn't even worth laughing at the situation. One of the officials present inquired about the possibility of starting the presentation as soon as possible. The government representative emphasized the urgency of the matter, noting that this was a critical moment when even the slightest comments should be listened to. Hearing this, Jung Huk thought that this was not the first time he had found himself in such a serious and responsible situation. Therefore, the student explained that they should not only rely on reports from citizens, but also independently predict the actions of the criminal. Jung Huk suggested that if Yamada had no connections, it would be difficult for him to find food or money, and asked if there had been any recent robberies on the mainland near the island. One of those present raised his hand and reported that there had been several robberies, but all the criminals had been caught by law enforcement. The man concluded that in that case, Yamada's specialty was murder, and he was also skilled at hiding the bodies of his victims, which made him a particularly dangerous and elusive criminal. Jung Huk explained that this meant Yamada was skilled at hiding in the blind spots of CCTV cameras throughout the city. The student added that the criminal could get food from trash cans, which is not that difficult for an experienced fugitive. The young man summed up that, in a word, Yamada would act like a real ghost, avoiding any detection. When Jung Huk uttered these words, all the high-ranking officials present were shocked by the accuracy of his analysis. Miroy raised his hand and asked how best to conduct the investigation under the circumstances. The student replied that there is a saying in Korea that to catch a tiger, you must first find its lair. So Jung Huk hinted with a sly smile that he hoped everyone understood what he was getting at. The young man asked those present for their opinion on what this so-called Yamada ghost was doing now. Meanwhile, some teenagers were sitting near an abandoned building and telling each other scary stories for fun. The kids laughed and teased each other, saying that the stories weren't scary at all, but their friends' faces were scarier than the stories. The girl asked her friends not to shout so loudly in case someone else heard them. The teenagers discussed local legends that there used to be a cemetery here, so it was a suitable place for scary stories. For some reason, the girl felt a growing anxiety, and her friends asked her with concern what was wrong. The guys heard some strange noises and joked that maybe it was ghosts, laughing even louder out of nervousness. The teenagers continued to joke about superstitions when suddenly a sinister figure appeared in the window of the abandoned building. All the young people immediately gasped in horror, became very frightened, and their faces turned pale with fear. The next day, the news reported that a stolen car had been found in the nearby mountains the night before. The car was found in the mountains on the mainland, far from the island, and initially it was thought that the incident was not related to Yamada. However, Japanese forensic scientists reported that according to DNA analysis, the fingerprints and hair belonged to him. Upon hearing these findings, those present were shocked at how such a thing could have happened. Everyone understood that the Korean student had been absolutely right from the very beginning in his assumptions about the escape. Jung Huk watched with interest as the Japanese side investigated complex cases. Sang Won-so noted that receiving DNA analysis results in half a day was indeed the envy of his Korean colleagues. The Korean representative admitted that such technologies had not been developed in their country for 10 years and that they were simply treading water. Jung Huk suggested creating a centralized database for more effective law enforcement. The student explained that this is a method of registering and systematizing genetic information of criminals based on DNA analysis for future investigations. The senior official told the young man that the idea was not bad, but with current technology, it would be difficult to fully record and process such information. The official explained that the problem was not really technical complexity, but rather the need for various ministries to support such a large-scale project. While everyone present continued to discuss this important topic, Miroy decided to approach the Korean student with new information. The Japanese officer reported that they had prepared a list of places to search, exactly as Jung Huk had suggested in his analysis. The young man took the document, thanked them for their promptness, and said that it was simply excellent organizational work. Jung Huk suggested thoroughly searching all the abandoned houses in the specified search area. There were many suspicious objects within a 10-kilometer radius of the location where the stolen car was found. There were 12 abandoned houses there, which were thoroughly checked, but nothing suspicious was found during the search. The chief Korean representative admitted that, for the first time in his life, he had not found even a trace of anyone's presence in the abandoned buildings. Miroy reported that no one else had found anything, not even a hint that someone had recently stayed there. The Japanese investigators began to wonder if they had wasted their time and if the idea of hiding in abandoned houses had been premature. Jung Huk thought it was strange that they had searched all the abandoned houses in the area, which meant that either Yamada was not hiding in empty buildings or had already left. The student suggested that his colleagues carefully review all the collected materials and evidence once again. Meanwhile, the teenagers who had been sitting in the abandoned building came over and complained about the rain that had started and the possibility of catching a cold. The guys remembered someone's umbrella and discussed that there really was a real ghost outside the window that they had seen. The teenagers admitted that adults had always forbidden them from going there, and now they understood why. Jung Huk approached the teenagers and asked them where exactly they had seen this so-called ghost. The guy asked them to specify exactly which abandoned house they had seen the suspicious figure in. The teenager unexpectedly clarified that it was not an abandoned house, but some other hiding place. At that moment, the man in the cap and hooded jacket was cautiously moving through the narrow and hidden places of the city. Yamada thought irritably about what insolent brats had interfered with his plans for the night. Because of these teenagers, he almost had to sleep outside in the cold and rain. The criminal reasoned that the boys were drunk, so they would hardly be able to remember anything clearly about what had happened. Yamada thought contemptuously, who would have thought that the police were still uselessly spinning their wheels on that tiny island? The fugitive considered the cops useless because they couldn't even imagine what he was capable of doing to survive. Escaping from the island by swimming, risking his life in the cold water, was nothing compared to prison for him. The criminal was willing to drink dirty water and sleep in a landfill just to survive and remain free, provocatively challenging them to try to find him. Yamada smugly thought he was hiding where investigators couldn't even imagine, when suddenly bright spotlights began to unexpectedly illuminate his hiding place. A man with a powerful flashlight loudly asked who was in this place at such a late hour. The Japanese police reported via radio that a suspicious person had been found and relayed his current location to the task force. Yamada immediately became angry at the surprise and gritted his teeth viciously, realizing that his hiding place had been discovered. The criminal realized that the only thing left for him to do in this situation was to try to escape from his pursuers. The fugitive was puzzled as to how the police had been able to find him and discover the exact location of his secret hideout. Yamada understood that he could not simply give up without a fight and had to break away from the law enforcement officers pursuing him at all costs. Suddenly, another police officer appeared right in front of him, completely blocking his path of retreat. Desperate, Yamada quickly grabbed his heavy backpack and threw it with all his might at the police officer. The criminal knocked the officer down like a bowling pin and laughed maliciously, calling all the police officers complete idiots. Yamada mockingly challenged the law enforcement officers to try to catch him if they were able, when suddenly someone's fist appeared. A powerful punch struck him unexpectedly right in the face, something the criminal did not expect from his opponent. Blood began to flow from his broken nose, and Yamada tried to see who had dared to hit him. The criminal lost his footing and fell hard to the ground from the powerful blow. Jung Huk told the defeated man that he had not expected to find him hiding in an abandoned factory building, but had thought he would be in an abandoned house. The student added that they had run around the neighborhood a lot today to find this dangerous scoundrel. Yamada quickly grabbed a sharp piece of glass instead of a knife and swung it, threatening to kill his opponent if he didn't back off. The other students ran to help their friend, shouting that the dangerous criminal was there. However, the Japanese students stopped abruptly, froze with their mouths open, and began to watch the events unfold. With a single swift movement, Jung Huk knocked the armed opponent to the ground. With a malicious expression on his face, the student told the defeated criminal that it was the end for him. The captured criminal, his eyes rolled back, was put in a police car to be taken to the station. The Japanese colleagues apologized to their Korean guests for not only involving them in the investigation, but also asking for their help in the arrest. The Japanese representatives emphasized that even the hint about the direction of the investigation was actually a great help. Jung Huk thought that they were thanking him so much that he himself felt uncomfortable with such attention. Therefore, the student suggested that instead of expressing gratitude, he would do something truly useful for the Korean police. His Japanese colleagues thought about what exactly they could do for the Korean law enforcement agencies. Jung Huk suggested reporting the whereabouts of Korean criminals in Japan or organizing technology exchange between the countries. Sang Won-so reminded the young man that he was only a candidate for leadership and did not have such broad powers. The Japanese representative began to speak enthusiastically about the prospects for cooperation between the academies. Miroy respectfully noted that if the Korean Police Academy had such talented students, it was indeed a reason for deep professional respect and further cooperation. Jung Huk concluded that he had done absolutely everything in his power to bring the matter to a successful conclusion, so all that remained was to see what the results would be. His Japanese colleague said that he also had a personal request for the Korean student. Miroy explained that there was a person who would very much like to meet Jung Huk in person and asked if he could spare some time for a meeting. The young man agreed that there was nothing complicated about it, but asked curiously who exactly wanted to see him. The Japanese officer explained that it was a relative of the victim who was insisting on meeting the person who had helped catch the criminal. It was a relative of the young girl who had been brutally murdered by the dangerous maniac Yamada during his escape. Jung Hyuk put on a business suit, realizing that he hadn't worn formal attire for important meetings in a long time. The student reflected that he couldn't say it was easy for him. As a future police officer, he had to get used to such situations. Meetings with relatives of crime victims are always an extremely difficult ordeal for law enforcement officers. Miroy noticed that the Korean guest spoke as if he had already gone through such painful meetings many times before. The Japanese man added that the relative he is going to meet is a close acquaintance of his father. Therefore, it is possible that Miroy's father will also be present at this important meeting with the victims. Deputy Chief of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Division of the Police Department, Commissioner Kentaro, is Miroy's father. While inside the building, Miroy inquired about the whereabouts of Mr. Nijimura, whom they were expecting. The son introduced his father to the Korean guest, explaining that he was a high-ranking police commissioner. Jung Hyuk thought that now he understood why this young man had such broad powers in the investigation. The commissioner told the student that he had noticed his outstanding personality and analytical abilities during the briefing. The high-ranking officer emphasized that the Japanese police owed a great deal to the Korean guest, who had truly proven himself to be a great asset. Jung Hyuk noted that as far as he knew, the relatives of the victims they were expecting today were personally acquainted with the commissioner. Kentaro confirmed that he was a close friend, although they initially met in a working relationship, as he was a suspect and the commissioner was investigating the case. Upon hearing this information, Jung Hyuk was very surprised by such an unexpected background to their acquaintance. An employee approached the group and announced that the visitors they were expecting had arrived. A huge man with a distinctive scar on his face appeared, clearly having a criminal past. Jung Hyuk was shocked, wondering if these imposing men were really acquaintances of the respected police commissioner. The visitors approached, bowed politely, and expressed their delight at meeting the Korean student. The man with glasses apologized for being late and introduced himself as Nijura, thanking them for their patience. The commissioner warmly greeted his old acquaintance, expressing his joy at meeting him after such a long time. Jung Hyuk asked his new acquaintance directly if it was true that he had previously been involved in criminal activity, as his appearance and behavior clearly indicated a difficult past. Nijimura asked not to be misunderstood, but admitted that he had indeed once been involved in fraudulent activities, although he had long since given up this activity. The former criminal introduced his burly companion, explaining that this guy was his younger friend, who had also given up crime and now helped out at the bar. Hearing this story, Jung Hyuk felt relieved and glad to see people who had severed all ties with the criminal world. The student noted that it is often very difficult to get out of the criminal world, and not everyone succeeds. Nijimura explained that his radical change came about thanks to the birth of his daughter, who changed his whole life. The man recalled how his daughter started elementary school and asked him what his profession was. Then his father firmly decided to become a worthy example for his daughter and wanted to teach her everything he knew. Nijimura wanted to provide his child with a good education and believed that he was doing everything right for her future. Jung Hyuk painfully realized that it was this man's daughter who had been brutally murdered by the terrible criminal Yamada. The commissioner's son could not withstand the emotional strain and burst into tears at this heartbreaking story of a father's love. With tears in his eyes, Miroy apologized, saying that if they had arrived at the crime scene earlier, everything could have turned out differently. The commissioner apologized and took his emotionally shaken son away, explaining that he simply couldn't cope with his feelings. Jung Hyuk and Nijimura remained alone together at the bar for a private conversation. The father of the deceased girl expressed his desire to thank the Korean student for his help in catching his daughter's killer. Nijimura said he had a special gift he would like to give as a token of his gratitude. Jung Hyuk politely declined, assuring him that there was no need and that it was not necessary. The man explained that he had heard from his friend, the police commissioner, that the guest was a student at the police academy. Nijimura wanted to thank him financially, but understood that the young man would not accept money on principle. Therefore, he offered materials that might help the student in some important future case or investigation. Jung Hyuk realized that these were descriptions of fraudulent schemes that this man had used in the past, including methods that would be used in the future. The student thought that he personally did not need this, but such information could be useful to a future detective in his work. Jung Huk admitted that he did not know whether to accept the gift, but expressed his gratitude and joy at meeting the commissioner. Nijimura casually mentioned that he had heard that some people even come from Korea to study in Japan. Jung Huk suddenly interrupted his interlocutor and asked him to wait a minute, as this information interested him. The student asked if Nizura could provide a list of Koreans who come to Japan for study or other purposes.